continent. Okay, and I'll repeat that for the sake of our listeners. It is 6 p.m. this side of the North American continent, this side of the Pacific as well, and we now have Peter and Aristides with us. We're going to go to live stream and see if anybody has a connection with us, and if the connection is working, we'll count on everyone to let us know how we're sounding. And I presume anyone or everyone can hear myself. And T-Tank Barry says, loud and clear, God bless you, sir. Talked to him earlier today. Thank God, caught up a little bit with him. Busy man and one of the best. T-Tank Barry contributed 100 United States dollars through the mail slot just before all the shit hit the fan, or around the time that everything did. So I was too overwhelmed to even thank him properly or give him credit. He says, good evening from San Francisco. So he's actually in the city right now. And a good man, works in the area, Greater Bay Area, and helps maintain Silicon Valley and its functions with his profession. That being said, I won't give too much away about the individual, and just thank the gods that he's there, involved in my life in a positive sense. And with that, we are going to test. Mark H says, loud and clear, Douglas. So good. Leah says, you sound great. Bless you, honey. Thank you dearly. A kiss to her. I believe that's a female. And with that, we turn towards Peter Moon and Aristides. Both of you gentlemen say hi, and let's see if everybody can hear you.
Well, thank you so much, T-Tank Barry, for your contribution to Douglas. It's so appreciated. And let me know if you can hear me. Let us know if you can hear me.
Yeah. Okay. This is Aristides, and hope everyone can hear me too. And happy Hump Day.
Excellent. Wonderful. So you're both registering on the online broadcasting software, which is a sure sign everyone should be able to hear you. But we're going to get feedback on that soon enough. T-Tank Barry says, Peter clear, Aristides clear. Excellent. Okay. And we'll get some follow-up, no doubt, from everyone else. And I want to thank everyone who's joined us so far. Blessings to you all. Going to go through the usual admonition. Todd McDonald, who has contributed $100 twice in the recent past, God bless him, says here, all three of you, bless you, sir. And thank you so much for, again, being involved in my life as well in a positive sense. Very lucky to have angels such as yourself on my shoulder. And with that... of course, story behind the photograph that's embedded in thumbnail of live stream tonight that we don't need to go into right now. I could go into it later in the evening because that'll lead into the roundtable quite... I don't know if I would use the term smoothly, but it'll help lead into the roundtable. And with that, I do want to give the usual admonition. YouTube operates on a popularity aggregate, which is really stupid. And the more popular you are, the more distribution you get, and therefore we get hit by downvotes as soon as we start transmission. These are automated bots that get sent by Stephen Outram, the information technology pseudo specialist, who was one of the originals and therefore one of the original defense contractors in the field. Todd McDonald says, thank you too. Thank you, sir. Blessings be upon you and all your own. And with that, back to the task at hand, which is to remind people that we get wiped off the searches by all of these downvotes. YouTube filters them out within an hour or two, but by that time they've done their damage. And therefore, it being a dirty war and the enemy fighting as dirty as possible, we have to fight dirty in return, or we're never going to win because nice guys finish last. So if you want to fight for a world in which nice guys have a chance, you've got to fight dirty right now. And that means you've got to hit an upvote from every IP address you've got. That means your cell phone, your PC, your laptop, your tablet. Hit everything with an upvote. So every IP address you've got will help us get back on the search again, and that will help make more people aware of the program. Our subscriptions do increase monthly. Every month we get about as many new subscriptions as there are days in a month. So we're slowly crawling our way into people's awareness, but it's up to you. It's your war. You've got to fight it. You've got to make more people aware of us. T-Tank Barry was telling me how he basically his father purchased a William Cooper book in his retirement, and his father's young too. I mean, guy's like 66 years old. I mean, that's like only 10 years older than me. Holy shit. And so then the guy purchased a William Cooper book, and to add the icing on the cake, T. Tank Berry purchased him a copy of The Roswell Deception. So he's very open to it, and that's phenomenal. It really is. And you know, it's up to you to make gestures like that and make certain that the word gets out. And it's the only way that we can fight this guerrilla war, is if you participate. So with that in mind, we turn the stage over to Peter Moon. We've got a lot to discuss tonight, and Peter's going to launch it all.
Well, yes, thank you. Thank you very much for that, and to all of you who have come to listen. It's Wednesday, October 4th.
Yes.
And we've been discussing, for those of you who are new, we've been discussing AI, artificial intelligence. This is such a buzzword.
Yes.
Now, I don't know. I mean, just a few minutes ago, in my in-basket email inbox was a email from the governor of New York, which I get emails from her. They're of course blanket emails. They're not personally directed at me. But she's basically talking about the next industrial revolution in New York State. She said a year ago today, I announced Micron's 100 billion commitment to Central New York. It'll become the largest manufacturing project in state history. And it's going to be in Onondaga County, and it's going to be making chips, basically. It's called the Green Chips Act. I don't know what kind of chips these are. Computer chips. I know they're not wood chips. But you know, Japan was notorious when I was in school out there. They bring in this ship that would import wood chips from, I guess they came from Japan. That was what this big ship called the Honshu Maru used to come in and bring huge wood chips.
Wow. Importing
wood chips. But these are different type of chips. Computer chips. I don't know if they want to build their own Artilect in New York State. I really don't know what the overall plan is, but it is obviously to stimulate business in New York. And you wouldn't expect it. This new governor who inherited her governorship, she was lieutenant governor. And when Andrew Cuomo stepped down, he was just obnoxious. She says plenty of the wrong things, but she seems to be going more about her business without making noise. She seems more into the business of governing than becoming a media monstrosity, as the Cuomo brothers were. And it's a shame to see Biden and Trump being so doggedly pursued, but him not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame.
He's gotten some kind of immunity. Maybe he's bribed a number of people.
Well, he's, I guess, what you would call a useful tool. So they probably consider him an asset, whoever they is.
Or maybe they consider him passé or old news.
Well, yeah, but people like that, they know how things work. So who really knows what he's doing? I'm just going to see. Like, his brother has a cable show that nobody watches. and he was upset because, you know, but I see. It seems like all the data on him is very old. There's just nothing on him. He's like, it's as if he was discontinued. So much for him. Anyway, but that's just something I heard about New York State. Now, to get back to the subject at hand, we had discussed in past shows about people in AI and how lame these top people. Now, there's a lot of people in AI, and I guess we'll deconstruct them as we can. The first one I heard was from MIT. I don't remember his name, but he really didn't know what he was talking about. And then these guys the guy from Palo Alto, I don't even remember his name. He was Israeli, but he had basically, was saying that Audrey Tang from Taiwan had the right idea, not really understanding who Audrey Tang really is. The hacker who the art elect selected to become, the digital minister for Taiwan. And so they're all pointing back to Douglas's work, but they don't realize it because they don't understand this whole project that took place at the Presidio. And this is frightening to them.
Yeah.
It's like I was asked, why is Douglas Dietrich so special to me? Why do I consider him so important? Because his thumb, figuratively, is on the pulse.
Thank you.
Of everything that's going on politically. And it was this Romanian psychic who said to me many years ago, he says, you're going to be involved in politics in 2 years. I didn't know what he was talking about.
Right.
But obviously it's my connection with Douglas.
Yes.
So this is the political fulcrum of the whole world. And it's interesting. People appreciate my work because I've covered interesting topics, that people don't understand, coming out of left field, such as time. Mm-hmm. Very important activity, consciousness I'm still involved in. My forays into the occult. One of the challenges with forays into the occult is you go into this alone.
Yes.
Because you don't really have colleagues. Because Joseph Matheny was a colleague for a long time. He really helped me understand things that I didn't know. Mm-hmm. And we're both Capricorns. We both live on our own mountains.
Right.
So he was more of a collaborator or conscious character that really understood stuff and had accomplished something. I used to, when I first started writing about Aleister Crowley and all the synchronicities with Montauk, I would get letters, dear Frater, Frater, meaning brother.
Right.
Brotherhoods of the Order, of the Ordo Templi Orientis. As if I understood magic that well, I must be a brother.
That's right. That's what they assumed.
Well, yeah, or they were just giving me
an honorary. Right.
Sometimes Moorish people will address me as Dr. Moon, mm-hmm. and I say I'm not a doctor. But it's a title, or it's a comment of respect. Mm-hmm. I don't want to be called doctor if I'm not a doctor, and I have no ambitions to become a doctor. Because you might be in that Groucho Marx movie, which is, I think repeated in a Chevy Chase movie where they have a bunch of doctors. They go, doctor, 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 and everybody's saying doctor, 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 doctor.
Right.
And it's of course a comedy. But no, anyway, but the point of it is here, people respect my work, and then in the occult, I didn't interface with any of the OTO. I didn't know anybody in the OTO. And then through my work in writing, which I addressed to the head of the order of the OTO, I ended up meeting him through synchronicity.
Mm-hmm.
Hanging around his colleagues, his buddies, who were OTO. James Wasserman, Lon Duquette, two notable characters of OTO fame. Not really interfacing with them significantly. I did talk with Wasserman's wife quite a bit, but just because I was there to meet the head of the OTO, and he introduced me to Marjorie Cameron. So like this is a frequency of the occult that I really can't expect even regular OT on that frequency. I did have some good communications. Really enjoyed Jerry Cornelius he was the archivist of the OTO in Berkeley. Mm-hmm. And he wrote he wrote a satire on, I think it was called Magic, the lost chapter of Magic Without Tears. One of Crowley's books is Magic Without Tears. And he wrote a satire about, included Montauk in it, which was funny. And then he also wrote, it had nothing to do with me or the Montauk stuff. He wrote the most hysterical thing. I had Paula read it. I had and they laughed their asses off. It's called The Milkman Letters. The Milkman Letters, and it's a satire, a parody. If you want to read something funny, Aleister Crowley's Milkman Letters. It's very funny.
I'm surprised Paula had the cultural sophistication to understand that.
Anybody would have the cultural sophistication to understand it because it's so funny. I mean, just the comic. She read it when she first got here. The comedy is over the top. I would hope to read it sometime on the air because it's like, well, it's not quite Three Stooges comedy, mm-hmm. but it's kind of this Wile E. Coyote situation, except that the coyote doesn't lose. It's more like the milkman is just being beleaguered by, getting involved. His name is Michael Ray, R-A-E, but this is, of course, a pun on Michael Ray, the Archangel, the Ray of Archangel Michael, and how it's being jammed. Just like those dreams I had of Michael Landon with his head in cement. Mm. Like they're jamming, he's talking about jamming the frequency of the Michael Ray, mm-hmm. the Ray of Michael the Archangel. Yeah. And all the misadventures this milkman has in delivering, butter and eggs and milk to Crowley and not getting paid, and then it's just hysterical. And it doesn't take much. It doesn't take any sophistication to understand the misfortunes. Although there's a lot of esoteric sophistication in what happens in magic in that story that he wrote. But anyway, so it was even to the point where I attended a mass at Montauk on August 12th of the OTO. August 12th, they were having a mass on August 12th, which is August 12th is celebrated in the OTO because it was the anniversary of Crowley's wedding to Rose Kelly, mm-hmm. who he would have copulate in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid. Mm-hmm. And for all of their say, all the Hancockery of Graham Hancock. Douglas likes to call his work his Hancockery because he, exposes where he's lifted work from here and there.
Yes.
In an Edomite fashion, representing the kings of Edom. They don't talk about this type of magic. They just don't.
That's right.
They've got their own magic, and all of that magic in the king's chamber is where Crowley ends up channeling the Book of the Law, which is a very dual-edged work. It's dual-edged, and most people can't deal with it, just like they can't deal with Douglas Dietrich.
Yes.
For a number of reasons. One of which is that, he comes from a background of hand-gangery. Gangery and gangs and stuff like that. That's not, that's not stuff for New Age metaphysical stuff. It's just not. But it was very interesting when I started studying Qigong, Taoist Qigong, with my teacher. He'd come up and show me something, and he'd say, the circle squared. The circle squared. Now, that comes right out of the Book of the Law. Now, he's not talking out of the Book of the Law. He said different things. It's turning your circle into a square. And he was showing me in the Bagua, which is the 8-directional movement of Qigong, how you're moving from a circle into like a square, which is a punch or a movement. Mm-hmm. But he would use words. I'd say, God, he's been reading the Book of the Law, which wasn't necessarily the case. But it's so. Okay, mm-hmm. I just heard from Maria. I invited her to come by because she's on her way home from the library, but she can't make it tonight.
Okay.
She's tired.
Yes.
But anyway, that's what was my interruption there.
Okay.
She wanted to make sure it was okay with you. I said, sure, it's okay with Douglas. Don't worry about it.
Yes.
But no, I know that. I know that. So she's, we've been working together a little bit when we can, mm-hmm. and it's good. So Maria D'Andrea, anybody who's interested in readings or psychic help, she's very good. D''Andrea, Maria Andrea. Somebody I work with closely. So I'm talking about the occult frequency that I was resonating with as I began to investigate Montauk, because I'm going to parlay this into the AI business. But this is my background. And the background, and again, I will restate that I got interested in the occult, because I wanted to know what L. Ron Hubbard knew. Because I saw that his connections with Crowley and Parsons, which I knew about from having worked in his office, were much deeper than I had realized. So, and I guess what it is that so many of the people who discover these connections, they'll write about it and say, aha, he was involved with the wickedest man in the world. He claims he was from naval intelligence, but he was stealing Parsons' work to invent Scientology, which it's not quite that simple. Hubbard was a magician in his own right. He thought like a magician. He comes from a genetic line which is very unique and interesting in its own right. And Parsons too. But they're very different people. And one of the things he admired about Jack Parsons, of course, Jack didn't have a degree in chemistry. He was self-taught, but he could make rockets. He got results. This is what the archivist at JPL told me. He got results. He was not necessarily liked by authority because he was, what would you call it? He'd stir up the office. He'd be dating the women, and he was not good for, I guess, what you call leave it to beaver morale. No pun intended on your friend Dietrich. Although if I had the wherewithal, was doing programming, I'd want to do a show and base it on him and give him credit and money. Don't leave it to Beaver.
Yes.
Yeah. It would be so fun.
Yes.
It would actually lighten his heart.
I'm sure it would.
If I had the, if I was the,
yes.
What do you call it? The person who does who creates shows.
Right. I forget what they call that now. Not the producer, but
creates the show. Actually writes the show, or he's the executive producer, basically.
Right. There, the creative director too. Yeah.
And then they have what's called the I guess the main creature in putting a series together, whether it be the Game of Thrones or even a situation, whether it be a soap opera or a show, is called the showrunner. And the showrunner is like the main magnet who does everything. So you'd have the showrunner either going, to San Francisco to rent trucks or get trucks, or sending his lackeys to get trucks. Hey, Beaver, we need to rent your trucks to do this shot. And Douglas, we'll pay you for these biofacts. We'll put them in here. They'll take them. They'll sign it. Turn them, put them back. All this logistics that go on with movie making.
Yeah.
Sign a release before they go into the crypt to move them. So much fun I could have. It's fun to just think about it, but
yeah.
In any case, this background in the occult, and as I said, I do have an astrological aptitude for it, which kind of fascinates me. The more I look at my chart, the more I see, oh God, that too.
Yeah.
So, as I say, people will study Scientology or L. Ron Hubbard and say, aha, he was a magician. He was stole Parsons' yacht. And it's just like pointing the finger. They take it as far as they know, yes. As far as they have. Now, I was never an outsider in Scientology, except when I first got in. And one of the first things I did when I got involved in Scientology was I read all that crap about him in Reader's Digest and Parents Magazine. They were talking about his connection with Sarah Parsons Hubbard and all these, and his son, and and I read all this crap about him. Right when I got in, and I said, I asked my supervisor about it, Greg, his name was, and he says, what we're here to do is get results. And all that stuff it really has nothing to do with results. You have to judge us by what results you can get. And I was always taught to be results oriented, which I later learned fits my astrology sign of Capricorn. Saturn is the bottom line. What are we dealing with here? So I understood from day one that he had a weird background. Mm-hmm. There were also all sorts of assertions that he called himself Dr. Hubbard.
Right.
And he had a diploma from Sequoia University, which really was a diploma mill. Now, I knew that because I was surrounded by doctors at UC Davis and sons of doctors. There was this doctor syndrome. Doctor. I was surrounded by doctors, and I had to compete with their kids intellectually. They're very smart. Smartest people I've ever been around. Since, before and since. Surrounded by super intelligent people. I even saw a YouTube by one of my classmates who went on to become a professor, and I saw him professorializing about, I don't know what the hell he was, I don't even remember what he was talking about. But it's like this genius brain. I thought he was a lost cause when I heard I remember coming home from the Sea Org and I heard he was, taken to jail and they were strip searching him for cocaine in his butt or something, or some drugs in his butt. He got busted for drugs.
Jesus.
I said, this poor kid's a lost cause. But he, I guess he got through his drugs, went to UC Berkeley and became a professor. And he very much regretted that he sold his home in Berkeley because it would be worth megabucks now. But
right,
teach Colorado. But it's like, okay, he's like a genius, but to what end? I don't know. Making esteemed studies. So anyway, where does all this intelligence take you? Smartest girl I remember, as far as her grades went, she graduated a year early, and she, was a very accomplished musician. I read about her later. She died very early.
Oh,
Just, okay, just like super sharp. But bye. It's like intelligence is great. So anyway, doctor. And they call him Dr. Hubbard, and I knew that he wasn't a doctor. There was no fooling me. Some people say, oh yeah, he went to Princeton. He didn't go to Princeton. He attended a military school of government at Princeton when he was in the Army. He used the Princeton campus. So people would say, oh, he went to Princeton. He didn't go to Princeton. None of this stuff bypassed me. Some people would say, it's like propping up his resume. All resumes are propped up.
Yeah.
Or you make them sound as good as you can.
Of course.
Some resumes are so impressive that you have to take away because you're overqualified.
Yes.
So resume writing is an art. But in any case, I remember one person saying, well, I read this woman's resume and she's basically just a pumped up security guard. She was talking about all this, and it was you could see through the resume. But anyway, Hubbard's resume, it was very clear that he was a writer who it was a writer, and I had some resonance with that, but it was all about getting results. And boy, did I get results. And that's what I judged it by. And I remember the auditor who helped me get results, seeing him a year or two later after I'd come back from the Sea Org. He says, yes, I always use dynamics. I always got results with it. It was all about results. It wasn't about anything else. And of course, what is the result and all that, we can talk about. So very results oriented. So this was a lot of pragmatism and a lot of success on a deep personal level, and a lot of challenges, because you're faced with a lot of challenges. And one of the things that pre-qualified me for all the occult studies was the looking up of words and the etymology of words. This was something Hubbard insisted upon, and he insisted upon it because people didn't understand what he was writing. He says, if you understand what I write, you will be protected. Not to say he's going to protect you. Your understanding will protect you. It was kind of like automatic. So if you study the materials and you truly understand them, you will be able to apply them with a certain automaticity that just happens of natural accord. Now, let's say if you study the instructions for a VCR, you're going to be confused as hell.
Yes.
But if the instructions are written simply and informatively, you'll be able to deal with that VCR. Or if you have somebody reading them to you saying, hey, look at this button, look at that button, this does that, this does that. And Scientology training was very much done, look at the VCR, pick up the VCR, find the red button, what does the red button do, this sort of thing, getting you in communication with the VCR. Now, they never did VCRs because we didn't even have VCRs then. I'm just giving an example. A VCR can be one of the most intimidating things known to man.
Yes.
You know, if you saw, you know, a caveman, you know, with an automobile, a human being is much more confused by a VCR. For those of you who remember VCRs, because they're not so common anymore.
Oh God, no. Yes.
But anyway, the whole idea is, if you study the subject and you understand all the words, it's gonna be like automatic and clockwork. Now, when you put together a piece of furniture, which is now what you do when you buy furniture, to a large degree, you can either pay somebody to assemble it or you assemble it yourself. And they come with instructions. Sometimes the instructions are clear, sometimes they're adequate, and sometimes they're inadequate. And sometimes they don't have all the materials inside the box you buy them with. So then you call the 800 number and ask for help. And you either turn it back or put it together. Some stuff works, some stuff doesn't. This is what I've found. But my point is, if the instructions are clear, or it's just put together so simply, bam, you can put it together. And that's what studying is about, and looking up the words and understanding what you're doing. Hubbard said that the subject of computers, he said this in the early 80s, was as confusing as hell and meant to be that way. Nobody understood anything.
Yeah.
He said this in the early 80s. He says it's all the language is meant to confuse you.
Yes.
And it's just the way it is. And you can talk, like, because I worked in the computer industry, and I remember talking to technical people, and they just talk crap. They didn't say anything. And what was worse than that, they talk crap to customers.
Yes. Yes.
And they'd start telling customers all this shit that I said, you don't talk to the customer, because you're alienating them.
Yes.
And you're making them hate the company.
Yes.
They want a thing that works. And then they put all this security into the thing so that the customer couldn't open the machine.
Thank you.
It's protected. It's protected. And they just do it on their own because they were doing it as if it was their machine. They're completely disconnected from reality.
Thank you. Thank you.
And they could be technical geniuses, but you'd have to tell them what to do and how to do it. They were incapable of interfacing with a customer on their own. And incapable of telling the truth at times as well, because they're in their own world. So anyway, but to get back to so basically, when I studied Scientology, I knew what worked and what didn't work, and if it didn't work, what to do about it. So I had like a fluid understanding of the function. And so when basically, when you do certain things wrong, they don't work. And this is what the whole organization invested in: wrong answers. Scientology Dianetics is theoretically built on the postulate that if you have a clear mind and no impediments, which he later called engrams. Originally they were impediments. An engram was pain and unconsciousness. If you have impediments in a system, like a held down 7 and a calculator, it's not going to give right answers. So they had so many held down 7s, so many computer keys, I'm using an analogy here, that were stuck, that it couldn't do anything right. And where it failed was in violating the human emotion of its customer base and its staff. In other words, violating the humanity of people and the whole process of what it was there to do. And I never had that problem, because Hubbard said auditors, which are counselors, he says they are the humane part of Scientology. He says, your administrators will not necessarily be humane at all. So, and for example, I remember playing basketball at night in Clearwater. It was like, we played till like, I think the lights would shut off on this field. It's in, the middle of some part of Clearwater. We're out there, and we played till the lights, you could put quarters in until the lights would go. And we played basketball, and I was playing with a bunch of his, what they called the Commodore's messengers. And I remember David Miscavige's brother was playing with us, and one of his friends, who I knew, he was my friend too, got hurt. And the messengers just left him there. His ankle was screwed.
Jesus.
And he had to stop and playing, and the lights go off, and so I put him in my car and take him home and make sure he's okay. I knew him. I would have done it if I didn't know him. Of course, we all knew each other. And he was just bewildered that they just left him there.
I'm sorry, that's awful.
Get home somehow. This is like, and I wouldn't have thought for a minute, even if I didn't know him, even if he wasn't with us in Scientology, you take the guy home. Now, that's just an example of somebody hurting themselves. There are also other conditions, whereas this Arab guy from Australia, he came in and he was just crying practically about how the business side of Scientology came into his business and wanted to basically rape his whole business. And he went to an Arab friend of mine, because I guess he related to him as an Arab. And he says, "Oh, go see Peter over there, because he's working in that office." And I went over, and I basically took care of him. I made him all happy. The problem was, I was like, I alienated so many people by doing that in management. They went back and treated him shitty anyway.
Jesus.
and alienated it permanently. And there are all sorts of things like this. In other words, I'd known this Arab guy from the ship, and he trusted me. He knew me, and it's like he says, "Okay, you'll get a square deal from me." And I really wasn't my job to give him a square deal. I was just working in that office, and I basically, I created a lot of havoc for these men. Nothing was done to me. I was saying, but it's like you're just not treating people humanely, just treating people like shit. And then it became institutionalized, treating people like shit and extorting money. Good example. I don't want to digress into Scientology, but there was recently a video posted of some woman who's probably not much different in me than age. She was a Sea Org member. She'd probably been there when I was, but she stayed and never left. And then as she got a Social Security age, she was making about $1,000 a month, which is a tremendous amount for a Sea Org member to be making on the side. And they started extorting that money from her, making her buy Scientology auditing, and then charging her credit cards. They must have got her into debt for over $160,000.
Oh, Jesus.
They're cannibalizing their own. This is like Donald Trump taking his employees that he had when he was doing the Trump thing and making them go to Trump University and making them go to Trump University and taking all their salary and then to pay for Trump University courses and then going deeper into debt to buy more courses. Not even Donald Trump would do this. It's outrageous and egregious. Now, the good news, if that can be called good news, is that she wrote a letter with their sons, because their son had to get her out of Scientology, And then with the help of some lawyers, they wrote a letter and requested it. And in an unprecedented move, Scientology refunded her the whole $160,000 that she'd been ripped off of.
Wow.
And they said, the chaplain says, oh, okay, here's your money. They put it in her account. They didn't even, there was no lawyers or anything. Because what had been done was so egregious. So egregious. Now, it became institutionalized insanity. And it still is.
Yeah.
But this is not something, but this is all sort of, it just shows you how crazy people can be. And I never embraced that craziness because I was studying about results and helping people. Now of course, there's always shades of gray that go on. But when the gray becomes dark gray or too dark, then you've got to push the button and the ejection seat.
Yes.
So, and then I end up, on Long Island right before the Montauk Project climaxes. So the ejection seat took me to my next stage of life.
Yes.
And I was to use all the information I'd learned in my grown-up life, because I was, my second Saturn returned 30 years old. And it takes me 7 years to find Preston Nichols and get all the, I guess what you call, develop all the skills I would need to become a publisher.
So if it took you like 7 years before you kind of zoned in on Preston Nichols, that's similar to the amount of time it took you to break through Laura Lee Solomon and other buffers and barriers to get to myself.
Yeah, and if you read Manly P. Hall, numbers 5s and 7s are very important. That's why initially there were 7 luminaries. 7 luminaries, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, the Sun, and the Moon. Sun and the Moon are called luminaries, not planets. But they're basically celestial bodies. There were 7. Then they later discovered there were more. And my father taught me that waves in the ocean come in sets of 7. So 7 is a big number that numerologists will go ape on.
Yeah.
It's 7 cycles, yes, 7 years. So anyway, studying words. So when I discovered Hubbard's fascination with the occult of Aleister Crowley, I then began to read books on Aleister Crowley or by him. And I found out they opened up corridors of information, particularly as regards the tree of life and how all religions and philosophical systems could be coordinated into a schematic which mimic the tree of life. And after, decades of research, was it revealed to me that this whole tree of life thing that he correlated in his book 777, there's the name 7, or the number 7 coming up again, 777. Mm-hmm. It's the whole mystery of his whole life was writing this book of the law, which was generated when he had sex with Rose Kelly in the King's Chamber. Was this book of the law was a code, which is explained in my book, Montauk Book of the Living, for showing how DNA was geometrically structured. And this is before they even knew what DNA was. So Crowley's basically channeling DNA. We say DNA is speaking through him. Wow. With all this mystery stuff, which he did not understand. Mm-hmm. He says, I don't understand it, but this is my book, my what do you call it? His whole life is centered around this book of the law. He didn't understand it. And Hubbard, according to his son's testimony, believed he was the one who would come after and fulfill the book of the law. And while that might not be 100% accurate, he identified with it enough to where he was using that as fuel. Mm-hmm. So, like, I'm looking at this and just studying it to understand, and it's quite, I guess, interesting, enlightening. And then when I run into Preston Nichols. It was like all this stuff kind of led me to Preston Nichols, and his first statements to me were about Aleister Crowley having a company with the Wilson brothers, who were time travelers who wanted to time travel, and first manufacturers of scientific instruments in Great Britain. So this was like, and which is what I've written about. So it's like I'm already like in a field or zone of energy of the occult. And Montauk is this occult project. And they were heavily involved in occultism and Satanism. And when I say they, I'm talking about the Montauk Project, but also the people of Montauk.
Yes.
This is who and what they are. Not necessarily the same breed as Michael Aquino or Anton LaVey, but not disconnected either.
Right.
Because Anton LaVey had a home on Long Island.
Yes.
So we can't completely disassociate either one of them. But Aquino spent most of his time, from what I understand, in San Francisco, or then he was out in Kentucky and I think St. Louis too,
Right.
which is not that far from Kentucky.
Right. Other places as well, if you're talking about Aquino as opposed to Anton LaVey, but go on.
Yeah, and I was checking to make sure that your book was listed on because I couldn't find it listed. They don't even have the new books that were sent to them as having in the system yet.
Wow.
They are in the system, but they're not listed on the website, the internal website, the Roswell Deception.
Right.
But it said that the 3 states where most of the books being sold by Sky Books now, went through our distributor, are Kentucky, Texas, and Washington State.
Interesting, of course.
For whatever reason. Colorado and Washington State are the 2 big reading areas where people read. And those 2 traditionally, Denver and Seattle.
Got it.
They're readers.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know about Texas. Texas has a lot of people, so.
Yeah.
But in any case, so this occult stuff is stuff that people don't understand. And I'll never forget, I was thinking about this guy I met from Yonkers. And Yonkers is of course where the Son of Sam cult was headquartered at Untermeyer Park in Yonkers.
Yes.
And I was thinking about him today. I don't know why, but I had met him at one of my friends at her she was doing a wedding for somebody, and I'd met him there because I only knew 2 people other than the lady who was getting married and the minister, and I knew her, the minister's boyfriend. I met the minister's boyfriend. I didn't meet him. So I started hanging out with him, and my very first customer was there, Skybooks. And they were the only people I knew. So I was talking to him a lot. And then I think I saw him a year or 2 later, and he knew what I was doing. I probably gave him a book, and he says, "Oh, you're still doing that? You're still doing." And what I was thinking about that today, he says, "Yeah, it was like he was dismissive of what I did for a living because he was into construction and stuff."
Uh-huh.
And I really don't know how he fared, but one of my psychic friends had said that he was getting married to my friend to take advantage of her financially.
Oh.
Now I don't know. She was insistent upon that, and I think they're still married. I don't really, but if that was the case, and he's leaning on her, because he was renovating a big project, and he needed all the help he could get. Hopefully he, did it, got the money, and since the real estate has gone up, maybe it all worked out for him and her. I don't really know. But the point was, he's kind of like looking at what I do for a living with,
He doesn't look
kind
at
of
it as serious
dismissive.
work.
Dismissiveness is not contempt.
Yeah.
Dismissiveness is not contempt.
Disgusting.
Another one of my friends' girlfriends said, "How does he make any money?" It's like what? That's an off the wall career, and he had a lot of problems with her because she would always attack him for believing in what she would call conspiracy. He wasn't a conspiracy theorist. He studied stuff. He studied your work. You know, he was, you know, very accepting of what you had to say.
Thank goodness. That speaks well of him.
Oh, he's very intelligent. Yeah. And so, but she would get him at a family gathering and start saying, you know, Jerry's a
conspiracy theorist. Shaming him. Publicly
kind of
shaming him.
Yeah, and it's like he get pissed off.
Well, I don't blame him.
So how does he make a living? And of course, what I understand is it is my living to do this stuff. It's my job to investigate things of my own choosing that most people don't have time for because they have to earn a living. And that's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. And some people that do have too much time on their hands, that can be problematic as well because they become internet experts.
Yeah, and that's the worst.
Well, yeah, and that can be a problem too. So it's like, and people sending you data that's just, oh, this is you can't study it. And I've mentioned my Republican friend before, who I consider a dear friend, but I found out something about her that I didn't know. I don't mention her name. But she's got a house full of clutter. She's got a bed full of clutter. I said, take 10 minutes. And then she stopped communicating with me.
Of course.
So I called her up and she said, you know, I can't do what you said. I got to start with the bed. Oh, the bed has everything. Yeah, because if I clean it off, then I start putting stuff back on it. So what I told her, because I'm doing a major renovation of my house and it takes a long time. I finally finished my bathroom, which is just, it's an exotic experience to walk in there. Because it's done now. The downstairs bathroom, it's done. That's the last thing I had to do. Now, I still have trim work to do. I have a new desk to put together, which means I have to catch up with administration. And, you know, this is something I'm going to have to do, I guess, on Saturday. But it's like, what happened? So it's like it takes a lot of discipline to get rid of certain piles of clutter or whatever. I don't need to tell you. But the thing is, what happens is when you have clutter, and some people have whole houses of clutter, your mind is also cluttered because you have all this baggage that you haven't assigned properly. So and I consider you an exception in this. It's not an excuse, but you're dealing with different things. These people are not Artilects.
Yes.
And so what happens is studying the internet becomes an avoidance of your own life.
Yes. Yes.
It becomes an avoidance. And it's like, okay, well, it's fine to get an escape, but how much escape?
Yeah.
You know, it's fine to take, 10 minutes off or 5 minutes to clear your head, breathe, and to go back. And what my teacher taught me, he says, if people have excessive clutter, what they need to do is go in, find one thing, and put it in its place, but do it very slowly.
Right.
And then take another thing and put it very slowly. But you're not really going to clear people. I had one friend who hired somebody for $60 an hour to come and help them organize his house, basically.
Mm.
And then, he soon realized that he didn't need another person. He just needed to do it himself.
Right.
Because, all right, what's that? What are you going to do? Where are you going to put this? It's like you have to discipline and you have to create environments. I used to rag on my old girlfriend. I said, you need to get rid of that, what is it, not a coffee table, what do you call it, a TV stand.
Mm-hmm.
That her mother had all of this crap on this TV stand. I said, you need to get rid of that. Once you get rid of that, you can start to clear out the entire room. I think it took 2 years to talk to get rid of that thing of her mother's.
Wow.
And then she decluttered. Then the living room was decluttered, and she cluttered it back up again. Because it's. But anyway, my point is when the house is cluttered, the mind is cluttered.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, I don't mean to hurt anybody's feelings or make them feel less than. I have my own spots of clutter that I'm working on in terms of my desk and projects and this, and I sat down and just started. I have to move on it real fast because I have to clear out one desk and get rid of one desk so I put the other desk. So I need to do certain things, and I will do it. I mean, it's amazing how fast it can be done if you have some motivation.
By the way, just to put some...
I'm working on...
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, just to put some things in context here, certainly everything that Peter Moon says has its validity, and like he's saying, he's qualifying all of this, he doesn't want people to take this and then feel guilty about their lives, because so many of us have clutter, that's just going to be... It's just going to be eternal. I mean, I remember my operations manager at the Presidio military base every once in a while would unintentionally say something actually funny. One time he was talking about another librarian from a different library system, a civilian librarian we both knew named Stan. Well, anyhow, the guy, his nemesis, as my operations manager phrased it, was his garage, his nemesis. The garage, because he's always talking about the clutter in the garage, this guy. But that being said, in my case, just so people get an understanding, it's just because we're above the cemetery, because the dead leach so much energy, really just enervates you from even bothering, because after a while it just clutters again. It's kind of the environment they thrive in. I've told Peter Moon before about walking through my piles of books. You couldn't call them anything else other than, I don't know if piles does it justice. Peter's seen the photograph, and that doesn't even do it justice for certain other parts of the home that make that look like it's well organized. But through the piles of books, you'll find just sudden spontaneous globs of the ectoplasmic slime, just ghost shit in effect. And today we had a warning. Just a warning from the state that it was the hottest day on record in a long while in San Francisco. We're experiencing a kind of freak Indian summer, and it was 84 degrees. And I thought it'd be safe before tonight's program to take a nap without turning the electric blanket on. Sure enough, I woke up with a cold. I mean, I was literally woke up sneezing. I was just bled of all body heat. And it's 84 degrees outside. It's a freezer in here. This is how bad it is. So, different environments cause different responses. And my clutter is almost like a kind of buffer against the cold, for what that's worth. Not that it works. But back to Peter with that, just putting some things into context. And, tell you what, Peter, I'm going to go mute for just a few seconds. I'll be right back. Keep talking, and I'll be back. I'll let you know as soon as I'm back, but I'll be back in just a few minutes. Just got to take care of something.
Well, yes, and welcome to San Francisco.
Yeah.
The disarming cold capital of the world in its own right.
Yes.
Because it's so unsuspecting.
True.
This is the nicest time of year, though, October out there, in San Francisco particularly.
Yes,
October.
That's true. That is true. If there's any time to visit, it's now. Oh, okay, I'll be right back. Thank you.
But anyway, I will keep talking about this occult factor. So basically, when I began to study Crowley, and as I say, it's hard to understand some of the stuff because some of it is not fully explained. Some of the terms are hard to find. So it's not as laid out on a platter for you like Scientology was. It's not laid out on a platter. Still, there was enough liquidity to where when I would study it, things would begin to happen. Things would begin to manifest of their own accord. And of course, that was how the Montauk Project came into my lap in that respect. And of course, I understood the nature of Preston Nichols, the nature of implantation, the nature of, but what I didn't understand was time. I mean, I understood certain simple things about time, but not the great mystery that Preston was immersed in. And of course, all of this has become gently moved into my life with David Anderson, of course, explaining the basics of it from a scientific perspective. What we don't have is the access and the, I guess, what you call meaningful application of it. We just know that it can be applied. We're not, it's like I'm still, metaphor, it's still studying how to hit a baseball, how to throw a baseball, how to field a baseball, studying the rules of the game, but I'm not allowed to go on the field and practice. That's where it would be in terms of my own experience. But, and so much of what I do understand about that, it's all wrapped up in occult censorship. When we, and of course, Montauk was laced with synchronicities with 666 and Aleister Crowley, and we understand that the Camerons and the Wilsons were intimately not only tied to time, but were intimately tied to what I would call messianic DNA. In other words, the DNA, because the DNA mimics the tree of life, or really vice versa. The tree of life is a schematic that's attempting to map DNA. It's trying to map DNA. Big datum from Alfred Korzybski, somebody who L. Ron Hubbard quoted and was, I guess, his wife, Sarah Parsons' wife, or whatever you want to call her, Sarah Northrop Parsons Hubbard. She was a big fan of Korzybski, and what Alfred Korzybski said, the map is not the territory. The map is not the territory. So you can study a map and you can say, well, I followed this map, but the street's not quite the same way it is. So when you go into the mind, Hubbard would tell you the map is not the territory. So you go into your mind and you can go into all this weird stuff he talks about. It's been made fun of as South Park, galactic warlords. That's his map. His map of what he considers common experience. But when you go in to investigate your own mind, you might find that the map might lead you to certain aspects of what he's describing, but it might be completely different. More to the point, when we have a map of DNA, or Aleister Crowley is making, or not even Aleister Crowley, but even though he was doing the Book of the Law, it was mimicking the Tree of Life, which mimics DNA.
Yes.
But the ancients made the Tree of Life. He didn't.
Right.
And it evolved out of their own knowledge base, which goes back into antiquity.
Yes.
But that is a map. It's not the territory. And how good is the map? How good is the system? This is something people could argue about, and people could ruin the entire subject by becoming very fixed on the map and fixated on the map, even to the point where saying, the map of the world it's a flat earth. And this is the way it is, and you're going to be persecuted and prosecuted for saying it's not. So it's like they don't understand the map. They understand the map. They don't understand the territory. So the territory becomes irrelevant, and the map becomes a piece of worship and identification. So the part of the experience of life is to go through all these different stations of experience, which are exemplified with the planets as they are delineated in the Tree of Life schematic. And in the center is Tapharet, however you want to say it, that is the messianic flowering of the rose. It's what we call the rosy cross, the blooming rose surrounded by the crown of thorns. They don't call it the crown, but it is the crown of thorns. The thorns, the rose surrounded by the thorns, all symbolic. Protection. But so life expresses itself in its own reference frame. It's self-referential, which means it's intelligence. Intelligence has been defined as something that is self-referential. I don't know if that's necessarily how consciousness is defined, but I've heard intelligence. It can refer back to itself, which is a feedback loop, which means it's familiarity. And then it has intelligence. So you can have something assimilate intelligence, or you can have something actually be intelligent. And when it bees, when it is intelligent, saying, okay. And I was looking at this as I take a walk. And I take a walk today in the park. And there are certain way the trees are, certain familiar things that remind me of this and remind me of that. And I'm going by, what that remind me of? What's that remind me of? All these different memories of my entire life, just by looking at the angle of light. Oh, this reminds me of that. This reminds me of that. This reminds me of that. And it's kind of an interesting process. All it is familiarization. When I think of the loss of my best friend, it's like, we talk about, remember, when we get up at 5 a.m. to go fishing with our fathers, and we go by the Ralph's grocery store, and the lights would be on 5 a.m. Oh, it was so neat. And we remember these, it was like, wow, look they have the lights on at 5 a.m. It was a big thrill to us because we're up at 5 a.m. and all these little things like that. And we remembered them, and it was really special to us just to remember this stuff. And because it's like you're familiar with things and you remember these. It was like, we remember when the first time we saw the streetlights come on at 5 p.m. Wow. It was such a thrill to see the streetlights go on. And we talk about that. To this day, we would talk about it if he was still alive. We'd remember that, special memories you had together. But that's familiarity. And there are so many, familiar things. And so anyway, there's this, and of course, when you start studying the occult, it's like, it's familiarity and unfamiliarity. So you're going into areas that are unfamiliar and areas that are familiar. Life is a continual refamiliarization process. So you could learn, and it took me a long time to realize that a majority of people who studied Aleister Crowley deeply would think they were Aleister Crowley. Therefore, they become possessed.
Yes.
I wouldn't necessarily say it's Aleister Crowley, but it's by something that was using Aleister Crowley. Well, it could be Aleister Crowley, who the hell knows? But he was certainly dancing with the devil, so to speak, and romancing the devil, actually. So this is unfortunately what happens. It took me years to realize that that's a phenomenon. So when people are studying Crowley, good luck. Good luck in dealing with them. Not that I ever dealt that much with them. So here we go into the Wild Blue Yonder, so all of this stuff with Douglas, all of this stuff that I've experienced, I have to go back to Joe Matheny, because he had studied with the Golden Dawn, which was Aleister Crowley was involved with before he got involved with Ordo Templi Orientis. And the Golden Dawn kind of piggybacks with Rosicrucianism. And a majority of these people don't know what they're doing. They're going through the motions. Joe knew what he was doing. Now, that's not to say he couldn't get over his head, but his interest in the occult led him into learning computing, and he was self-taught. And he goes back into the 70s when he was just a kid, relative kid, and was studying, and he was self-taught. And he ingratiated himself into Adobe software, where he was the project engineer for what became Adobe Acrobat in the PDF file. So he had a understanding he'd be later in life, he'd be telling me, interviewing, I guess what you call computer scientists from Harvard or MIT, and he'd have to know which ones to hire. You have to listen to them and pick the ones that evidently knew what they were talking about, because some of them didn't. But nevertheless, what's important about his work from a cult perspective, he was using, I guess, an open source AI software, artificial intelligence software, and how he would define it, I don't know. But it was very smart software, where it could carry on conversations. This is way before you had chatbots.
Right.
And he had created a chatbot that one of my friends was answering was in touch for a whole year. And he finally came on and said, look, I understand you've been communicating with Emery Cranston. I have to apologize to you. And, been carrying on a whole dialogue, because she discovered Ong's hat and all this. And that was what eventually led to him coming out to Long Island, visiting her, going to Montauk, coming back to San Francisco and meeting Emery Cranston in Spofford Alley, 36 Spofford Alley in Chinatown. And who says, how was your trip to Montauk with this girl? And he's pissed off. Now, how could Emery Cranston, the real life Emery Cranston, know this? So what you had here was a self-referential system that was generating synchronicity. Mm-hmm. And this was based on the cut-up method of William Burroughs and Brian Geisen in generating random synchronicities and random coincidences. And it's described summarily in the books Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal. So all of these experiences, which is called the meta machine, this is what he called the device, brought him sort of, I guess, got in over his head in Chinatown, San Francisco, when he met Emery Cranston. And the machine, this wasn't the first time the machine had sort of confronted him like this and basically told him new things that he had put into the machine, asked questions, and the real life Emery Cranston, which was not his real name, would confront him with. And it was too much. He had to shut the machine off at that point because he said it would generate so much synchronicity that you'd become paranoid.
Yes.
Now this was generating. Now, I haven't really fully analyzed the ins and out of it, and I haven't never discussed this with him because my awareness of all this has increased so much since my last dialogue with him. But synchronicity is the gateway to the Tao. It's the ninth dimension, and the 10th dimension is 1 0, ones and zeros. It's the God dimension, as in 10, as in diez, and you can learn this on my video series called The Psychology of Dimension. The Psychology of Dimension, because when we're dealing with time travel, we're dealing with psychology. Because the reason we can't access time travel is because of our own psychology. We're not psychologically oriented, let alone suitable to be dealing with time travel, because we're basically riveted to the third dimension. And escaping the third dimension would effectuate time travel. And the most common way to discard the third dimension is to die, which is, leads to other problems. But and all these dimensions are described, but I realize the first point of psychology is a quantitative understanding of psychology and dimension. Because psychology is all qualitative. Well, he has these characteristics which are all qualitative. So we want to do it quantitative, and it goes into dimensions, and you can study that if you want. Psychology of dimension. And the next part of the psychology, if I get to the next two parts, will be power and censorship. Those are the two issues if and when I can find time to do the second parts of those. Because censorship is a big issue. And the occult is all about censorship because it's things you can't see. It's things that are hidden from you. And life will always have that X factor. So here we're going into the ninth dimension. Is Carl Jung defined synchronicity as a precursor to the Tao, which is the God mind, which is effortless power, which is where things flow. You can look at Tao from different perspectives. It's the principle of the underlying principle of the universe, which cannot be defined. Nevertheless, you can try to define it, but when you really start to get your mojo, so to speak, is when you start to experience synchronicity. And if I didn't experience synchronicity in the ways, shapes, or forms that I did, I wouldn't have a writing career, because that took me beyond what I was writing about Montauk. I mean, I could be writing chronicling all sorts of weird mind control project, but then it just, one of the best books ever written on mind control, in my opinion. I used to sell it. I don't have any copies of it. What was her name?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was called the Mind Control Handbook. I don't remember, but it just delineated all this stuff, and it was very simple, very easy to read. It was a big, thick book. It just, but she didn't make enough money to do anything with.
Wow.
On that. I mean, it just was a book that sold a few copies. She says, you can sell a lot more copies than I can, she said. And what am I selling? A few dozen. Big deal.
Wow.
But that's so much for what you call the treasures of authorship. It's not an easy place to make money. But in any case, the ninth dimension synchronicity. Now, Joe was generating synchronicities. The machine was generating synchronicities, and it became too much. One starts to lose control. And I can't speak for him, but what it would seem to me is if you have any clutter, get back to clutter. I'm not talking about physical clutter, but clutter in your aura, that you're not, and you're not going to be able to flow with this advanced system. It's like, going from high school football to pro football. If you can hold your own in a high school football team, tackle football team, go out there with the pros, you're going to get overwhelmed, because it's just, and you could be a big, strong guy, but these guys are bigger and they're stronger. So this is a problem that any of us could deal with. Just like when I had that experience that sort of translated through a dream when I was brought before this Japanese lady, which I identify with Douglas's mother, and I'm forced to read Japanese characters, and I can't read them, but she says, yes you can, and then I can read them, and then I say, well, this is too much. If this continues, I'm going to have a seizure, so I stop it. In other words, I was beyond my comfort zone of comprehension. Was I capable of comprehending it? Yes, we all are. But no, this is going to compromise my 3D body, because it's too much, too fast. Now, Douglas has been conditioned, indoctrinated through all these experiences he's talked about to process data at a very high level. He is a data processor. He processes data at an incredibly alarming rate and in a mysterious fashion. It's not normal, but it's comprehensive and it's thorough. So there are plenty of savants out there who do remarkable things with data. The human mind is capable of remarkable things, but his mind has been directed, trained, whatever you want to say, to process data, and then with the combination of the art elect, it makes it all the more awesome, perplexing, intimidating, whatever you want to say. But this is an occult phenomenon, because you can't see it, you can't understand it, you can't learn this ability.
Thank you. I appreciate your articulating everything you have. Thank you.
Yes, and to put it on the humorous side, like Rain Man, we could call you the Rain Art Elect. The Rain Art Elect, but no, that's not. That's just being funny. So
it has its validity, I assure you. I'm certainly not as... Yeah.
Well, yes, and people get frustrated because, see, basically, the listening audience is in the position of being a consumer, a customer.
Yes.
And this is And of course, what does a customer want? When a customer goes to a butcher, he wants a piece of meat that's cut up
Yes.
and probably deboned
Yes.
and isn't been sitting in blood, nano blood or the other type of blood. So he wants a piece of meat, and then if he goes to buy cookies, he wants them packaged. He doesn't want to pick cookies out of a barrel. So consumer expects something to be finished and refined. And of course, when we're doing this, we're dealing with raw, organic processing and discovery of information. So this is, and all of you who listen to this are appreciated because this is what enables all of this stuff to be born and be figured out. And I think of the Preston Nichols experience, and people would occasionally, not that often, would complain about the price of the book, the Montauk Project, because it was priced higher than books of that size, because it was a special book, and I'm not going to make any money if it sold for half the price. It's not going to sell anymore. It's really not. The amount more you'd sell is not going to make it. So it was priced, but then people might complain about the price. But I think myself and all of the people who went to psychotronics and heard the stories I did, although I had private sessions with him to write that book, we were spending, I think, $5 a week, or not a week, twice a month. So it cost most of us hundreds of dollars to hear his story, contributing, whatever. So it's like, wow, it's a different, and those of you who contribute are very appreciated.
Yes.
Don't hesitate to contribute to Douglas Dietrich, douglasdietrich.com.
Thank you.
Upper right-hand corner yellow button. And thank you again to T. Tank Berry. So, as I say, this is an organic process, and we're dealing with. So when I take all of my occult experience, which is, I guess, extensive, even legendary, although my legendary status has more to do with the books I've published about Romania and the Montauk Project than it does with my actual background in occultism, which is all made possible through my study of Scientology and looking up words and etymologies, which enabled me to see things clearly. I had that seed inside of me as a writer when I was in high school, even going back to the 6th grade when I won an essay contest where I could state things clearly. But writing is a very, I try to write things as clearly as I can so that the person can understand it. That's the whole point. But that part of me is not necessarily recognized. But that's because it's occult, it's hidden.
Yes.
Now, Maria, who understands that aspect of me very well, because she is an occultist, and she's an amazing shaman. Amazing. Because she has, it's just like, it's not just in her blood, it's in her aura. So she can just boom, 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 boom. I'm just, and then of course she likes me because I can articulate it and I can see things going on with her that she can't see about herself. I can help her. So it's like we're a very good partnership. in terms of our being friends and helping each other. So, but what I'm trying to say here is that all of this occult, you could even say schooling, because you go, some people get a lot of different degrees, PhDs, degrees. They get degrees because this is what they do. And they go through and they study curriculums. I've just never gone that route. What I study is more, it wouldn't be categorized into like consumerism in a university, because a university is consumers. In fact, it's gotten to the point where it's become very abusive consumerism, where people are being saddled with debt, just like that poor lady in Scientology. She got her $137,000 back or whatever it was. Joe Biden's trying to give people their school loans back. It's like these kids, would be over $100,000 in debt and they couldn't get a job. It was like they'd been screwed over by the system, and their education, the whole purpose of an education is to be able to give you a job. And I would also point out that as America has influenced Europe, the cultural, I want to say something about the cultural dynamics of America, which made it very difficult for my generation, is that the culture of Europe, and we're going to go back 50 years, because the culture of Europe's changed. I can't pin my nose on it or pin their nose on it, because I haven't kept up to date with it. But traditionally in Europe, when you reached puberty, you were now a man or a woman. And if you were a woman, you were open to marriage and getting pregnant, as soon as you were able to give childbirth. Because look when you can give childbirth, whether it be age 13, 14, 15, what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do until you're 18 or 21? And of course, if you go back into history, people didn't live that long. So it made sense to have a baby at 14 or 15.
Right.
In a man's case, he would go into an apprenticeship where he'd learn to be a printer, a carpenter, a blacksmith, a shoemaker, or whatever. And he'd go work for a journeyman or a master, and he'd learn a trade. So he was engaged in making a living, or learning how to making a living immediately. And that was his apprenticeship. If you were of an educated class, you go to be a cleric, be part of the clergy,
right,
or maybe go to a university. But basically, so because we didn't do that in America, we made kids go to school and they would have no purpose in life other than to, wear leather jackets and pink scarves and be pink ladies and greasers. Which gave rise to a culture in itself. And what did you have? A lot of unauthorized pregnancies as the drive-in movies came, and they'd watch movies about aliens, and
yes,
and they'd have babies.
Yes.
There's a lot of unauthorized pregnancies when in the 50s.
And look at the results we're dealing with today. A bunch of baby boomers, or the generation thereafter, that believe in aliens via and watch History Channel's Ancient Aliens every goddamn day for the last.
Well, I say that whole greaser generation, and of course those, I guess, times are nostalgic to people who participated in that, but it goes back even earlier than the greaser generation. The World War II kind of interrupted everything, but people didn't necessarily have a purpose. So it created a lot of neurosis in teenagers because they didn't have a purpose. They're sitting there, and then of course in the generation that I grew up in, the baby boomers, which is, the greaser generation. Yeah, I'm kind of like still in that generation, I guess, a little bit. I mean, the greasers were passé, by the time the Beach Boys hit the scene. The greasers were passé. They were not cool. They were like old fuddy-dudds to the surfer generation. But and then the hippies came. But that generation had, nothing to do. So they rebelled. It was a rebellious generation. And they didn't have meaningful employment and whatnot. And they all got caught up in rebellion. Europe is much different. And I don't know how much it's changed. I know in Romania, which I'm more familiar with than any country over there, is they go to gymnasium, which basically means school.
Right.
It's junior high or high school. They go to high school, and then many of them go to college. However, from what I meet with these kids, they don't seem neurotic about like Americans did.
Well, they're not racking up huge, bills. They're not racking up all this, student loan bill.
They were neurotic before before the education got so outrageously expensive.
Okay, yeah.
They have challenges. But the kids, they seem to have a purpose, and they seem to know what they're supposed to do. And they're certainly not as rebellious. Old communist country in that tradition, they're not anywhere near as rebellious as America. America is born on rebellion. You find your role. And when Paula first came to America, she was shocked that you could take something back to a store if you wanted to return it. You bought it, tough luck. So, it's just different. But all of my background experience has led me to Douglas, because this is, as Aleister Crowley called it, the mysterious key to it all. It refers to the key to it all. And the key to it all is coded in this diagram in the Book of the Law. And the key to it all is basically this revelation of DNA, what DNA is, and this is the key. And Douglas represents he's like a focal point of occultism in a way that nobody else is. And all of this stuff that I'm working with has traction. It's one of the hardest tractions I've ever had to deal with, because I guess of the nature of it is. When I say traction, you're trying to get something to track, to take on and to take hold. Because it's so hidden. Like all the stuff we learned about Japan and the Roswell deception, it's so hidden from the thinking processes of mankind. All the stuff that took place during World War II is not only unknown, it's deliberately hidden.
Yes.
So we talk about what I said about held down sevens. It's like there is a full-time censorship crew working on this. And when we talk about jamming the ray of the Michael the Archangel, this is it's like a crew of demons. But I wouldn't even call them demons. It's just like continual.
Thank you.
It's a whole army. It's a legion. Legion. Legion is the best description. So artificial intelligence and what so much of what Joe ran into when he ended up on Spofford Alley was he's right, Emory Cranston's right in 36 Spofford Alley, right underneath the Chinese American Masonic Hall, which just happens to be the Taoist temple of Shrimp Boy Chow, which is like the center of organized crime in Chinatown. It's a focal point, if not the center. It certainly, as far as the public and FBI were concerned, it was the center.
Yes.
And it was, of course, the same building where Sun Yat-sen operated out of. So it represents the heritage of China
Itself, yes.
Yeah. So this is like a focal point. And because Joe was dealing with synchronicity and generating synchronicities, and you have an interdimensional project known as Ong's Hat or the Incunabula, which means birthing cradle, it's a tremendous the highly charged reference point that I had a unique attraction to. And Joe gave me such a beautiful baton. It's like a baton. And the thing with me is I take things further. And not that I'm following this, but in the book I referenced last transmission, The Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test, there's a book about Ken Kesey. The theme expressed by Kesey was further. F-U-R-T-H-U-R is how they spelled it. You go further. And I think that was written on their bus. And when the Grateful Dead disbanded, when Jerry Garcia died, before they regrouped as the Grateful Dead, the Jerry-less, un-Jerry-rigged Grateful Dead, they called themselves Further for a while. Further.
Oh, God.
But then they regrouped as the Grateful Dead because that was more marketable. Of course,
brand name recognition. Yes.
Well, I even heard, I think it was the drummer, one of the drummers, because they had two drummers, Bill Kreutzmann, saying that he was talking about how much money it took to go on tour, and it was, he was just making a factual comment. In other words, the Grateful Dead, when they were in their heyday, kind of played for free.
Jesus.
Money was incidental. The acid was free. It'd be acid. It was like, and then, when I saw them in concerts, it was, you paid a nominal fee. It wasn't even $5, I don't think. But it was like, and if it was 10, it wasn't a big deal. But it was just like, I guess it was more authentic. But he's talking about all the infrastructure that is required now to do performing arts like that. It's all consumerism. It's all money. And of course, then it loses the authenticity of what it was, and it becomes it's like somebody sitting on their couch with popcorn saying, let's watch the Grateful Dead, which was completely antithetical to the experience that they represented. Not to say that it's good or bad, which was really hardcore acid tripping when they first started. And then when I would go to the concert, it's like, there might be some people, I'm no question they were stoned on acid, but certainly you'd smell the marijuana and whatnot, and people tripping out, getting high. But and I suppose they did that when they go to stadiums. But I mean, to think of going to some baseball stadium with the Grateful Dead with 50,000 people, it would be such a turnoff. It would be such a turnoff. I mean, or to see any group of 50,000 people,
Yes.
Anything, because how are you even going to hear it? Anyway, but people get excited and they go, whether it be the Rolling Stones or whoever. My favorite story about that was, the Beatles' last performance was in San Francisco at Candlestick Park,
Mm-hmm.
and they said they ended up, when they took them out of the stadium, they'd arranged for them to be in a meat truck, and they were sitting in the back of a meat truck they were banging around, and they said, what are we doing? We can't do this anymore.
Thank God.
Somebody put them in a meat truck. For their own safety. But, like, this is before limousines and luxury had hit the scene. But it's like, wow, I don't blame them for quitting after that. Because that was always kind of, I think, a loss, is why did the Beatles stop performing? And of course, they kind of grew out of it, but wow, who wants to be in a meat truck? So anyway, we get to this. We get to this, I guess, pivot point of the occult world, and here we have an opportunity. I have an opportunity to breach the censorship, the secret operations of Michael Aquino, which nobody knows better than Douglas.
Thank you.
What a gift. What a gift. And of course, most people walking around don't know who Michael Aquino is. They might remember some funny guy that was interviewed by Oprah and Geraldo. And all that satanic panic stuff that happened. And everybody was panicking about Satan. Meanwhile, ignoring all of the stuff that took place.
Yes.
So I know some, if not many, of you appreciate what we have here. So now I'm going to move into the artificial intelligence aspect. And Douglas sent me a article, which I don't know if he expected me to read it or not, but I did. And I don't maybe remember it as well as I should. But it was what a circus of circumstances.
Yes.
It says, looks like New York Magazine. It says New York at the top of it, Intelligencer.
Yes.
I guess that's the Intelligencer. And it shows this guy who looks like he's actually physically a cross between Ron Perlman and Elliot Gould. Look at it if you have that picture in front of you, Douglas.
No, yes.
A cross between, with a little bit of Andre the Giant thrown in.
No, you got it down. You're describing just right.
I love to do lookalikes.
Yeah, and he looks like he's suffered a beating. He looks like he really ought to be holding up the arrested sign in front of a line.
I think he exudes what is called the Jewish boy complex.
Yes.
And I don't, not all Jewish people are that way, but I'm Jewish, blah, 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 blah. And it goes deeply into his Jewishness in the article.
Oh, God, of course it has to. I didn't read it. When I saw that, I just said, I got to show Peter this because it represents so much of what I detest and despise about people trying to sell some kind of fear porn about AI and the way they present him. He's just basically a Jewish boy being groomed. And I saw that just by looking at it, but I said, maybe it's just maybe I'm just being racist. Maybe I'm just being stereotypical because I didn't know he was Jewish, but I just had that feeling. And then when I relayed the link to Peter Moon, he actually read it. He actually invested the time and energy to review this, and he confirms everything I suspected. And that just makes me feel worse. Like, I only wish I was wrong. I only wish that I wasn't at the point where I could just, make a presumption and have it come out to be right about this sort of thing. But it is what it is. He's privileged. He's being groomed, and they're presenting him with the greatest selling point of all, because of our background of the myth of World War II. The myth of World War II with the fairy tale starting and ending, that, an innocent virginal America gets viciously attacked by, unsuspectingly, viciously attacked by this horrible Japan, and then defeats them through this, incredible new technology, that there was a race, but only the Americans got there. And of course, the biggest myth of all, that the Germans couldn't get the bomb because they thought it was a Jewish science. And as for the Japanese, they didn't even have science, still believed in magic and waved samurai swords around. And of course, the biggest myth of all, that it's due to our we're given the gift of God this victory because we're helping the Jews. It's because that, in the end, that's the message delivered by propaganda films, is that the Americans, of course, liberate these camps, and they're and by the way, historically, Americans who liberated these camps were just took advantage of the situation to look like they were righteously angry and went on rampages and massacred the guards and everything. But there are books out there that speak from the Jewish perspective that said the Americans were really no better, who replaced the guards in the camps. It's not like the Americans, there's been propaganda, of course, where the Americans are giving everybody candy and food and all this crap, but there's certainly books out there that talk about the American treatment of the Jews thereafter was not particularly much better. And just in case people did not know, one of the reasons Patton was killed was he was very sympathetic to not just the Germans, but the Nazis. There's a lot of propaganda out there saying he was this ardent anti-Nazi, had no sympathy with the Nazis despite his sympathy with the Germans, quote unquote. But no, he actually was part of a group that thought the Jews were a great threat to America's security. And there are books written about this. So I have a copy. I'd have to look it up, see if I could find it, dig it out of the pile somewhere. But there was one book that did deep investigation into his involvement with groups of military officers who thought that the Jews were a threat to national security, and rightly so. When you take a look at people like Oppenheimer and all the rest, ardent communists giving secrets of the bomb to the Russians, and then, of course, the Jewish cabal makes movies about them to make them look like heroes, and so they're going to present this other loser as if he's the next hero. Now, probably, you can probably bet the farm, you'll never hear of this guy again as time goes on. You might hear of him once in a while, some interviews here and there. He'll be like presented as, some great deal or something. And then as time goes on, give it about, 5 years, certainly 10, you'll never have heard of this person. He'll be lost to, unless you're deeply looking through records for this individual specifically, you're not going to hear about this person or learn of him again. This is just like, their moment. This is his debutante moment, while they just try to present to the world, without us Jews, you're nothing. And it's preposterous. And of course, what he has to say, I haven't read it, but Peter Moon will elucidate. He'll enlighten us, and we can take it from there. But I'm sure whatever he says, it's going to be more along the lines of, like the atomic bomb, this could destroy the world. I mean, that's what I got from the first sentence that was intro. And
let me say, basically, he is Sam Altman, the 38-year-old CEO of a company called OpenAI. And it's an article about him sitting down with Silicon Valley's favorite Buddhist monk named Jack Kornfield. Now, that's a great name, Jack Kornfield.
He sounds more like cornhole.
A jackal turned scarecrow in the cornfield.
Yeah.
But he's a Buddhist monk.
Yeah, probably something he just claims, like he came up one day and said, I guess I'll just say I'm a Buddhist monk, I mean, the name, this is racist of me, but it's like, some white guy decides I'm going to be a Buddhist monk. And obviously there should be whites practicing Buddhism. We should encourage this. But nevertheless, when you add that, caveat, Silicon Valley's favorite Buddhist monk, it's kind of
it's this lauding of people, which is, it's just something that magazine writers too often do.
Yes.
It's stupid.
Wait. I mean, if it's the New York Intelligencer, then these are the kind of people who at one point would say that Woody Allen was a comic genius, until the point where he finally just went too far and started, like, fucking the adopted Asian daughters of his wife and shit. Then, yeah.
Well, I want to digress there for a second. I never heard Woody Allen, and this is back before all the scandal about him. I never heard him say anything that was funny.
Thank you. Thank you.
I remember when I was on leave from the Sea Org and my friend Doug came down to visit me in Ventura. We went to a movie, and I think we saw Chinese Connection with Bruce Lee.
Yeah.
And then there was a second movie because they have a double feature in those days, and I think it was Bananas by Woody Allen. I said, I can't watch this. And, we walked out.
Good for you.
It was so bad.
Thank you.
It wasn't funny. I just couldn't watch it. And it's like, I saw him on shows. He always struck me as just incredibly neurotic.
Yes.
And I didn't understand.
That's what he was reveling in, because that's a very Jewish thing to do. And the whole trip was, the goy, the hoi polloi, and I use that rhyme very pointedly. The goy, the hoi polloi, they don't get it because they're not worthy. You see, only a New York Jewish intellectual can understand this level of humor. To the others, it's above them. You see, if you don't get it, it's because it's above you. That was the whole trip. And so go on. Yeah, take it from
Well, there was also, I think it was a movie I saw when I lived in Clearwater called Manhattan. And it was a movie by Woody Allen. And it was very clear to me that this movie, and the audience is like clapping and they're loving it. And I don't understand. And it's very clear to me that this movie was for New Yorkers, first and foremost, New York Jews, first and foremost, and secondarily to New Yorkers. And of course, I was not a New Yorker then. Didn't want to be when after watching that movie. But it's kind of like, and I think a lot of the Neil Simon plays are that way. They're very much written for a New York Jewish audience.
Yes.
And I can't relate to them. I don't want to watch them because I'm not an audience for that. But with the Woody Allen stuff, I said, it all seemed based around neurosis, but people loved it. The audience was just eating it up, because I imagine in Florida there was probably a lot of Jewish people in the audience, and a lot of New Yorkers, one or the other, because that's basically what came down to Florida.
Yeah, retired New Yorkers. It's where America's hidden Holocaust. It's where New York Jews all go to die. But go.
Well, or they just go there for the season. So I never understood Woody Allen. But anyway, so he's getting interviewed. And it says even the moderator. So they're having this. It's called a low stakes event at San Francisco's Yerba Buena Center for the Arts. It's a forum dedicated to merging wisdom and the great technologies of our age. So here we have a Buddhist monk, with this, the CEO of OpenAI, Mr. AI. It said, but the moderator seemed confused by Altman's presence. And there was a dark mandala backstage. So they've got a mandala on the background. So this is like, this is cool. What brought you here? He asked. And Altman says, I'm definitely interested in this topic. Officially, mindfulness and AI. So here we're merging wisdom and the great technology. So he's interested in mindfulness and AI. But he says, Jack Kornfield has been one of the great joys of his life. I'm delighted to come hang out with Jack for literally any topic. It says, it was only when Kornfield, who is 78, and whose books, including The Wise Heart, have sold more than 1 million copies, made his introductory remarks that the agenda became clear. So Kornfield is like a million copy author.
He's like a new Deepak Chopra. He's a bullshit artist.
I mean, do you know who he is? I mean,
I've never heard of the son of a bitch, but this is what I will assume, and I know that if we took a bet and we looked at his shit, we'd come to that conclusion almost certainly, because that's the shit that sells. That's feel-good bullshit. He's gonna go up there and say some platitudinal bullshit, and he's like the wise old hippie, and a Mandela, for God's sakes, a Mandela. I mean, these guys are fucking stuck at Woodstock. These are like, they're on a nostalgia trip indoctrinated into them by their parents about, peace, love, warn the world.
Well, this guy's 78. He's older than I am.
Yeah.
But in any case, now, but it's sort of this, I guess, what you call arched positioning, arched arrogance. Like, they're being positioned as Mr. Cool, for lack of a better word.
Yes. I mean, it's to themselves. There's no one else hanging out with them except themselves, but go on.
Well, they've got it's a low-key event, but anyway, my experience is that Sam, he says the language I like to use is that he's very much a servant leader. Like, he's a servant, but he's a leader. Kornfield was here to testify to the excellence of Altman's character. Now that is over. Like, Douglas is somebody I have a great deal of respect for, but I'm not here to testify to the excellence of his character.
Yeah, if anything, I've never portrayed myself as anything other than an irresponsible lout who, in terms of practical, interpersonal, well, just my own personal, shall we say, keeping myself kempt and alive, I need adult supervision.
Yeah, but vouching for somebody's character is something you kind of do if you're going to recommend them for a job. So yeah, he's good.
Yeah. It also makes someone immediately suspect in my book. When you
I wouldn't want to do that publicly, and if I did it, I'd be glad handing them.
Yes.
I'd be puffing them up for whatever reason, and even if I believed that, I don't know, it's just. Let's all compliment each other. But why are they complimenting him?
Yeah. It's suspect because you would think that a man's merits would stand on their own.
This is why he does it. Yeah. He says he would answer the question that's been plaguing a lot of us. How safe would we feel with Altman, given that this relatively young man in charcoal boots and a gray waffle Henley appears to be controlling how AI will enter our world? So they're basically saying Altman, this, kid that looks like, he still hasn't recovered from his bar mitzvah.
Thank you. That's beautiful.
Yeah. He's going to lead our world into AI. This is just such an absurdity. And this is passing for esteemed, respected journalism. And this isn't just journalism. This is Kornfield saying this. The author, God, this is corncockery.
A cornholery, actually. I keep thinking
cornholery. Better, yes. Kornfield said that he had known Altman for several years. They meditated together.
All
They,
right. I
they
bet.
explored the question, how could Altman build in values the Bodhisattva vows to care for all beings? How could compassion and care be programmed in some way in the deepest way? Now, this is a laudatory idea to put compassion into AI. This is compassion, what was missing from Scientology as it evolved. Yet compassion was at the core of Scientology. That's the only thing that made it work. But then, but anyway, throughout Cornfield's remarks, Altman sat with his legs uncrossed, his hands folded in his lap, his posture impressive, his face arranged in a manner determined to convey patience. Though his face also made it clear patience is not his natural state.
Thank you.
Why does this guy, this is just fluff he's putting in here. I am going to embarrass you, Cornfield warned him. Then the monk, he's a monk, once again addressed the crowd. He has a pure heart. Now, this man who's going to lead us into AI has a pure heart. And Cornfield is telling us, can you imagine a monk, a real monk, being a best-selling author?
It violates the ascetic, the very, shall we say, principle of monasticism. It's obviously not hermetic, meaning that he's...
A monk would be copying a scroll.
Thank you.
Copying a scroll, and it wouldn't be for sale. It would be, reposited in a, in a library.
Yes.
They're saying, oh yeah, it's like the monk come out. It's like, who's a famous monk of antiquity? Even Thomas Aquinas. Thomas Aquinas come out on the, vestibule and take a bow to the clapping audience. It's like.
Or think of, say, for instance, the original Buddhist monks that are just working with the Pala souls. They're suturing. That's where we get the term sutra and suture. Suture comes from the word sutra. They're sewing together the pages of these Palas type scrolls that are then maintained within their own communities. It's for someone like that to come out and say, I'm a Buddhist monk, but I'm white, so you can relate to me, and say, I have to vouch for this guy. And then I have to say he's got a pure... he requires a front man. This alone is very bizarre. This is like... It's kind of like... automatically, you and I would be so cynical, we'd say, okay, is this guy a handler? Or is this guy, or it reeks of this person obviously having nothing of merit in themselves to offer, so they have to have a sales pitch behind them to make you think they do. But go on, please, by all means.
Well, yes, this is extremely smug. Like, oh, look at how cute we are.
Yes.
It's really rank. And it's like, it's by Altman's own assessment. Well, wait.
By the way, just ladies, in case you haven't encountered it already, the first thing Peter Moon does is he tells you, stay away. That's the first thing he'll tell you about Douglas Dietrich. Is he'll say, you don't want in on this because of what comes with it, as opposed to the shit this guy is spewing. But yes.
Yeah, well, what will happen though, and the reason I would do that is because, if I understand this person, they're going to, end up upside down and confused.
Yes.
Because they don't know what they're getting involved in. Yes. And so, but anyway. So anyway, he says, for much of the rest of the panel, Altman meandered through his talking points. He knows people are scared of AI, and he thinks we should be scared. I'd be more scared of him than AI. So he feels a moral responsibility to show up and answer questions. Now, he's the great spokesman for AI. And who is this guy? He's still recovering from his bar mitzvah. It would be super unreasonable not to, he said. He believes we need to work together as a species to decide what AI should do and should not do. Like all of a sudden, we're in control of AI. We are the world. We are the world. We are the AI. It's like, by Altman's own assessment, discernible in his many blog posts, podcasts, and video events, we should feel good but not great about him as our AI leader. Now, this is just so absurd. Like, we're the AI leader. Where are they talking? I mean, they will be talking to him about by saying he's the heavyweight champion. Yeah, this guy, this nice Jewish guy, he's the heavyweight champion of the world. How do you feel about being the heavyweight champion? Well, he says, when I finally get into the ring, I'll wear that belt,
That's right. Who the sleazy old Buddhist monk is. He's his Don King. He's the Don King of this guy.
So it would seem, yes. As he understands himself, he's a plenty smart but not genius technology brother with an Icarus streak and a few outlier traits. First, he possesses, he has said, an absolutely delusional level of self-confidence. Second, he commands a prophetic grasp of the arc of technology and societal change on a long time horizon. Third, as a Jew, he is both optimistic and expecting the worst.
Did they actually say that? As a Jew?
Yeah.
Oh my fucking God.
He's very much positioned as a Jew in this. Fourth, he's superb at assessing risk because his brain doesn't get caught up in what other people think. If it did, he'd run for the hills. On the downside, he's either emotionally nor demographically suited for the role into which he's been thrust.
You notice how they have to give us this? This is the neuroses. This is the Woody Allen neuroses. We have to know how this guy emotionally feels. It's like it has nothing to do with the matter at hand, except of course we're given the illusion that it's his heart and soul that is going to create give us the soul of a new machine, and therefore his feelings count. But go on, I'm so sorry.
He says there could be someone who enjoyed it more, he admitted on the Lex Friedman podcast in March. There could be someone who's much more charismatic. He's aware that he's pretty disconnected from the reality of life for most people. He is also on occasion tone deaf. For instance, like many in the tech bubble, Altman uses the phrase median human, as in, for me, AGI, artificial general intelligence, is the equivalent of a median human that you could hire as a coworker. Now, they're saying, he's saying, well, yeah, he's the pontiff. He's the Pontiff Maximus.
Caesar Patheticus with his Circus Minimus.
Yeah, by the way, Pontiff Maximus is what they refer to as the Pope.
Yes.
But
yes.
The Pontiff Maximus really means the guy with the big dick.
Yeah.
That's what it really means. And this was the one who was the male who was at the center of the Vestal Virgins, which implied that they, that he serviced the Vestal Virgins.
There, yes.
He was the Pontiff.
Yes.
Maximus.
Yes. Yeah. All of this is true, by the way.
Yeah, they still refer to the Pope as the Pontiff, like he's taken over that job. Yes. It's also, co-opting. It says that Yerba Buena, the moderator, pressed Altman, how did he plan to assign values to his AI? One idea would be to gather up as much of humanity as we can and come to a global consensus. Decide together that these are the value systems to put in. These are the limits of what the system should never do. The audience grew quiet. Now, this is absurd. It's like humanity's going to come together and have a global consensus. Oh, we all start nodding our head. I mean, this is what's going to happen anyway. Head nodding. It's like, the audience grew quiet. Another thing I would take is for Jack, meaning Cornfield, to just write down 10 pages of here's what the collective value should be, and here's how we'll have the system do that. That'd be pretty good. So Jack's going to write down 10 pages of this is what the collective thinks, and let's do it. The audience got quieter still. Altman wasn't sure if the revolution he was leading would, in the fullness of history, be considered a technological or societal one. He believed it would be bigger than a standard technological revolution, yet he also knew, having spent his entire adult life around tech founders, that it's always annoying to say, this time it's different. Or, my thing is super cool. The revolution was inevitable. He felt sure about that. At a minimum, AI will upend politics. Deep fakes are already a major concern in the 2024 presidential election. So it's going to upend politics, labor. AI has been at the heart of the Hollywood writers' strike, civil rights, surveillance, economic inequality, the military, and education. Altman's power and how he'll use it is all of our problems now. Now, these statements are actually quite relevant and can and should be addressed. Fakes in politics, deep fakes are already a major concern. Labor, AI replacing Hollywood writers, civil rights, surveillance, economic inequality, the military, and education. So to the degree that these are being addressed, yeah.
Thank you.
What we know, go ahead.
Oh, no, thank you. I mean, you're going good with this. Yes, go on.
Yes, but when we roll this back to the art elect, the Dietrich art elect, well, the core of politics is involved with the Dietrich art elect.
Yes.
Labor, this is using expert systems to replace writing, making write-of creative. And one of the worst things about Hollywood writing, in my opinion, is, and if you ever study texts on how to write movies, it's all formula.
Yes.
Well, you got to have a guardian. You got to have this. Script writers back in the day would have gone nuts if they had to do that stuff. They just wrote stories, and they had an idea how to write stories.
Yes.
But then it becomes, oh, you didn't do this, you didn't do that, you didn't do this. It's like they become like they're following the form, not the territory.
They're no better than AIs themselves, or rather expert systems. In fact, they're worse because they add these. They feel the need to social engineer by trying to enforce their own political perspective on the audience, which is usually fairly radical. So and then they reboot with an agenda, and so it's just awful. I mean, we could go on about that, but let's stick with this for now.
And what happens with Hollywood, there is no authenticity.
Yeah,
there's no authenticity. It's all consumer. The art films of yesteryear had so much more to offer.
Yes.
Artistic films. And then, so anyway, civil rights, surveillance. The Dietrich art elect is doing a lot of surveillance nobody knows about.
True.
And countermaneuvers.
Yes.
Civil rights is a main concern because it also moves into machine rights. Economic inequality, well, that's a big issue. It's one of the key problems in society right now, and anything that AI can do to balance that out. However, right now we're suffering from exacerbation of the elite. It's like the middle class is waning. Mm-hmm. The poor are burgeoning.
Yes.
And I think I heard somebody tonight talking about why do they were asking Larry Kudlow, the former economic advisor to Trump, who's on the right side of things. When I mean right, meaning conservative.
Yes.
All right, it's not necessarily correct, but right. He's saying, like, why do the elite just not care about the stock market? Why do they care about they live in New York City? Why do they let the crime go? He says, well, they can go to Martha's Vineyard. They can also have problems, but it's like, why are they so callously don't care about, and they want Joe Biden to be president? Like, they actually like this, and it's kind of weird. But we talk about economic inequality, military and education. But it's his Altman's power and how he'll use it is all of our problem now. Like Altman's going to be the one to direct AI, which is just absurd.
It's like they've elected him world leader in some meeting that we've all missed.
Yeah. Yet it can be hard to parse who Altman is, really. How much should we trust him, as if he had the power to do something? And he's integrating others' concerns, even when he's on a stage with the intention of quelling them. Altman said he would try to slow the revolution down as much as he could. Still, he told the assembled he believed that it would be okay, or likely be okay. We, a tiny word with royal overtones that was doing a lot of work in his rhetoric. We. Like, we are doing this. We should just decide what we want, decide we're going to enforce it, and accept the fact that the future is going to be very different and probably wonderfully better. He might be right about that.
Through no doing of his, I assure you. But go on.
Exactly. This line did not go over well either. A lot of nervous laughter. Then he waved his hands and shrugged. I can lie to you and say, oh, we can totally stop it. But I think this is, So it said he did not complete his thought. So we picked up the conversation back in late August in the OpenAI office on Bryant Street in San Francisco.
Oh, delightful.
Are you close to Bryant Street?
No, thank God. No, that's Mission District territory. That's like out in, these days it's probably gentrified to hell and back. But back in the old days, that went through my John O'Connell Vocational Institute, which they tore down and rebuilt in a completely different area. No, it was a barrio. It used to be barrio, and then, so many places, they've tried to gentrify it. Probably better success there than certainly the Tenderloin, where they've failed miserably so far. But yeah, go on. So
outside on the street is a neo-capitalist yard sale. Driverless cars, dogs lying in the sun, beside sidewalk tents, a bus depot for a failing public transportation system, stores serving $6 lattes. Inside OpenAI is low-key, kind of bland tech corporate. Please help yourself to a Pellegrino from the mini fridge or a sticker of our logo.
Delightful.
This is OpenAI, the office of OpenAI.
Yeah. I like the way they bring up the tents. I like the way they bring up the tents as if it's something picturesque, like you would actually want to be there to see that. They make it sound they don't give it the reality that these are homeless people that could come out and attack you and infect you with scabies or various other diseases while they bite you. But go on. I'm so sorry. I had to get that out there.
In person, Altman is more charming, more earnest, calmer, and goofier, more in his body than one would expect. He's likable. His hair is flecked with gray. He wore the same waffle Henley, a garment quickly becoming his trademark. I was the 10 billionth journalist he spoke to this summer. As we sat down in a soundproof room, I apologized for making him do yet one more interview. He smiled and said, "It's really nice to meet you." That sounds like an AI.
Yeah, himself. Yeah.
On Cornfield, he said, someone said to me after that talk, I came in really nervous about the fact that OpenAI was going to make all of these decisions about the values and the AI, and you convinced me that you're not going to make those decisions. And I was like, great. And they're like, nope, now I'm more nervous. You're going to let the world make these decisions, and I don't want that. Even Altman can feel it's perverse that he's on that stage answering questions about global values. If I weren't in on this, I'd be like, why do these fuckers get to decide what happens to me? He said in 2016 to the New Yorker's Ted friend. 7 years and much media training later, he has softened his game. I have so much sympathy for the fact that something like OpenAI is supposed to be a government project. Now, that's a heavy statement right there. It's supposed to be a government project. This goes back to these guys saying the government's got to control AI.
Yes.
The government invented AI.
Yeah. It did. In its own way. I mean, it certainly...
In its own way, with you, with the Arnolek, yeah.
Yes.
The new nice guy vibe can be hard to square with Altman's will to power, which is amongst his most well-established traits. A friend in his inner circle described him to me as the most ambitious person I know who is still sane, and I know 20,000 people in Silicon Valley. Still, Altman took an aw-shucks approach to explaining his rise. I mean, I am a Midwestern Jew from an awkward childhood at best, to say it very politely, and I'm running one of a handful, he caught himself, top few dozen of the most important technology projects. I can't imagine that this would have happened to me. Altman grew up the oldest of 4 siblings in suburban St. Louis. 3 boys, Sam, Max, and Jack, each 2 years apart. Then a girl, Annie, 9 years younger than Sam. If you weren't raised in a Midwestern middle-class Jewish family, and I say this from experience, it's hard to imagine the latent self-confidence such a family can instill in a son. One of the very best things my parents did for me was constantly, multiple times a day, affirmations of their love and belief that I could do anything, Jack Altman had said. The stores of confidence that result are fantastic narcotic weapons grade. They're like an extra valve in your heart.
Jesus.
The story that's typically told about Sam is that he was a boy genius, a rising star in the techno-whiz kid world, according to the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. He started fixing the family VCR at age 3. In 1993, his 8th birthday, Altman's parents, Connie Gibstein, a dermatologist, and Jerry Altman, a real estate broker, bought him a Mac LC2. Altman describes the gift as this dividing line in my life, before I had a computer and after. It goes on to say how the family would play games. Now, Sam, this is the character we're talking about, who is gay, came out in high school. This surprised even his mother, who had thought of Sam as just sort of unisexual and techie. As Altman said on a 2020 podcast, his private school, high school, was not the kind of place where you would really stand up and talk about being gay. And that was okay. When he was 17, the school invited a speaker for National Coming Out Day. A group of students objected, mostly on a religious basis, but also like gay people are bad basis. Altman decided to give a speech to the student body. He barely slept the night before. The last lines he said on the podcast were, either you have tolerance to open community or you don't, and you don't get to pick and choose. In 2003, just as Silicon Valley began roaring back from the dot-com bust, Altman enrolled at Stanford. That same year, Reid Hoffman co-founded LinkedIn. In 2004, Mark Zuckerberg co-founded Facebook. At that moment, the eldest son of a suburban Jewish family did not become an investment banker or a doctor. He became a startup guy. His sophomore year, Altman and his boyfriend, Nick Szabo, began working on Looped, an early geo-tracking program for locating your friends. Paul Graham and his wife, Jessica Livingston, among others, had just created Summer Founders Program as part of their venture firm, Y Combinator. Altman applied. He won a $6,000 investment and the chance to spend a few months in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in the company of like-minded nerds. Altman worked so hard that summer that he got scurvy. It sounds like this guy was just, as many of these guys are, just completely investing their minds in tech.
Yeah.
The point where it kind of dehumanizes them on a human level to the point he's mimicking AI.
Yes.
And this is, it's like kind of, and I would say there is an aspect with certain gays where they're kind of asexual.
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, he has a boyfriend, it says, but he looks more asexual than he looks gay.
It's funny that you say that. That's the first thing that came to my mind is that, first off, when these, take a look at those guys, the Polish brothers who, the Wachowski brothers who made all those movies like The Matrix and then made a bunch of these flops, and they're all just super colorful splashes for the eye, and they like... they both had sex changes. They both became sisters. It was just like to show the world they could do it. It's kind of like when someone like him is coming out as gay, it's basically what he's really saying is, I can afford to come out and do this because if someone like him comes out and does that, he's not facing a direct threat. He's not facing loss of a job. He's not facing expulsion by his family. It's just like he has no identity to stand out with. There's nothing to him. He is a vacuum. So he has to give something so that the world will think he has some depth. And this is the only thing he can do so that the world will say, oh, well, I never knew he had anything, but in terms of a personality, but I know he's gay. And then they come out and do this. And then, there's probably some quote unquote boyfriend around who's fucking everybody else and hanging out with him so they can have access to a bunch of people to fuck. But it's probably not him. He's just probably, always involved with his machinery, which is basically what he tries to emulate so that he can look like an expert in the machinery. He tries to emulate the AI as he would stereotype an AI to be so that people will think he's an expert, a kind of AI whisperer, but they don't understand anything about this. The fact that none of this can be made, you can't, like, say, for instance, compassion to an AI. I want to put compassion in an AI. The AI has no capacity for compassion and never will because it has no experience of pain. It has no experience because it can't feel pain, because it has no hunger, because it doesn't need to go to the bathroom. It doesn't have these compassions because it can't empathize with any of these pains. So when he says that, he's already selling you a line of shit. And for people to even believe that shows their stupidity. They're accepting it because, as a Jew, they think he's a relative of the boss. They think he's a child of God himself. Most Americans. I'm talking about the American psychosis. But anyhow, back to Peter with this.
Well, yes. So he was working so hard, he got scurvy. This is the first time when they actually kind of indicate that he does have some tech savvy, because up to now they just portray him as a jerk. So he has some tech savvy. So still with Looped, the company, he did not particularly distinguish himself. Oh, another smart young person, said Hoffman, who until January sat on the OpenAI board, remembering his impressions of the young Altman. This was enough to raise $5 million from Sequoia Capital, but Loop never caught on with users. In 2012, Altman sold the company to Green Dot for $43 million. Not even Altman considered this a success. Failure always sucks, but failure when you're trying to prove something really, really sucks, Altman told me. He walked away pretty unhappy, but with $5 million, which he used along with money from Peter Thiel to launch his own venture fund, Hydrazine Capital. He also took a year off, read a stack of books, traveled, played video games, and like a total tech bro meme, he said, was like, I'm going to go to an ashram for a while, and it changed my life. I'm sure I'm still anxious and stressed in a lot of ways, but my perception of it is that I feel very relaxed and happy and calm. So, he's been to the ashram.
Of course. And I like the way they mentioned Peter Thiel. This is an important point, and it is relevant. Peter Thiel was outed, of course, as very gay. And this was something that he was so angry was released to the public that he destroyed the magazine that released that info by supporting a lawsuit against it, using as a battering ram Hulk Hogan. So Peter Thiel probably met this young guy through the gay community, and they may even have had something similar to a tryst, or he simply may have supported him simply because he was another gay person. But it already there's something there that's clicking in terms of this in crowd that's getting now at this point incestuous in terms of what we're hearing about, what we're learning about through what Peter's relating. So please continue.
Yes. In 2014, Graham tapped Altman to take over as president of Y Combinator, which by that point had helped launch Airbnb and Stripe. Graham had described Altman in 2009 as among the 5 most interesting startup founders of the last 30 years, and later as what Bill Gates must have been like when he started Microsoft, a naturally sort of formidable, confident person. We're only getting allusions to what his actual competency is. He doesn't seem to have some competency, but this is all about personality.
Thank you. Thank you.
and attributing greatness to him, rather than what is it that this guy really does.
Thank you. Thank you.
We don't know. So it's invisible. While Altman was president of YC, the incubator fielded about 40,000 applications from new startups each year. It heard in-person pitches from 1,000 of those. A couple hundred got YC funding, usually around 125,000, along with mentoring and networking, in exchange for giving YC 7% of the company. Running YC could be viewed as either the greatest job in Silicon Valley or among the worst. From the perspective of VCs, I think this means venture capitalists.
Yes. Not Viet Cong, not in this case.
Some of whom, as one put it, spend a lot of time not working and instead calling in rich from their yachts.
No, I like
Running
that.
YC is spending half the year essentially like a camp counselor. Through much of his tenure, Altman lived with his brothers in either of his two houses in San Francisco, one in Soma, the other in the Mission.
By the way, Soma is south of Market. Mission is why they were on Bryant Street. So the office is basically close to his home, or he lives in the office. Bryant Street is the barrio that they're gentrifying, so he's part of that. But like they described, he's still got people in tents on the street outside his office, which is like, I don't even have that. Not that I want it. I'm pointing out that I don't even have that as a problem. So it's like
Your street is not a good street for tents. It just doesn't work there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank God. I mean, today I was shocked when right across the street there was literally a black homeless person who sat down with their suitcase and started eating in the middle of, the sidewalk that was across the street, and that is so rare. Of course, he was right across from my home. That goes without saying. But numbers are up right now. I want you to know that. A lot of people listening to what we have to say. And I think that so far the strategy that these people are using is they want high technology to sound like magic. And that this man is basically a magician. And there's no point in describing what his skill is or what he's working with, because as far as they're concerned, you're too stupid to understand anyway. Meaning the reader, the listener, the reviewer, you're all too stupid to understand his greatness and what he's working with. He's a gift from God and just accepted. Back to Peter.
He preached a gospel of ambition, insularity, and scale. He believed in the value of hiring from the network of people you already know. He believed in not caring too much what others think. A big secret, this is a quote from him, a big secret is that you can bend the world to your will a surprising percentage of the time. Most people don't even try, he wrote in his blog. The most successful founders do not set out to create companies. They are on a mission to create something closer to a religion. And at some point, it turns out that forming a company is the easiest way to do it. He believed the greater downside is cornering yourself with a small idea, not thinking big enough. Altman's life was pretty great. He grew extremely rich. He invested in boy dream products, like developing a supersonic airplane. He bought a prepper house in Big Sur and stocked it with guns and gold. He raced in his McLarens. He also, this is common for people that get rich.
Yeah.
Look at, Paul Newman liked to do race cars.
Yeah, that's true.
But to me...
Steve McQueen. Go on.
Yeah, but to me, that's a little different. That's like kind of a hobby.
Yes.
They really like.
Yes.
But it's like these rich people can do like Richard Branson, but he does a lot of his promoting himself and his company. But it's like, or that stupid idiot that did the Titanic dive.
Yes, thank you. Corman or something.
Yeah, what are people doing? It can become very suspect, if not self-destructive.
Thank you.
Like when you get this money and you're, okay, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I have never been in that position. I feel like I'm living my dream as I do this.
Thank you.
So, it's like, and I thought, wow, if I had enough money, maybe I'd actually go back and do that film. that I did at Atlanticron that never happened, only I'd do it right this time. I'd rewrite the script, make it more, I guess. But then what I realized about that, and that's just following up a project that never got done, is that if I started to do that, and I paid the 2 people that I want to be stars in it, that way I'd have them secure. I said, well, then I'm going to probably need to bring in my friend from Hollywood just to be the cameraman. He'd do it for me, you know, and pay his expenses. But then what happens? If I pull him into it, then it turns into a real project, a real movie. Turns into, you know, it starts feeding on itself. It's like, okay, no, I just wanted to do a cute little movie. Take a few days to shoot.
Right.
Instead, then it becomes a behemoth. So it's like when you start doing something, it depends how much funding you have. But these guys, it's just a different mindset of they start indulging in their own personal dreams, which is understandable. But, you know, what does it have to do with AI? I'm coming from a totally different perspective. He's going to lead the world into AI. Yet he's very distracted. He also embraced the techie catnip utilitarian philosophy. How do people come up with adjectives like this?
Thank you.
Techie catnip. This must be an AI writing.
AI generated.
He also embraced the techie catnip utilitarian philosophy of effective altruism. Boy, that's a word.
But by the way, that was the philosophy of the guy who crashed the cryptocurrency market, Bankman-Fried. Go on.
Yes, effective altruism.
Yes.
EA justified making piles of money by almost any means necessary. I don't know who EA is.
I'd have to look that up. Probably some acronym for something like Ergo or something like that.
Justified making piles of money by almost any...
EA, effective altruism. Effective altruism justifies making money, yeah.
Okay. Justified making piles of money by almost any means necessary on the theory that its adherents knew best how to spend it. Altruists never know how to spend money.
Thank you.
The ideology prioritized the future over the present and imagined a rapture-esque singularity with humans and machines would merge, which sounds creepy as hell. In 2015, from deep within his framework, Altman co-founded OpenAI as a nonprofit with Elon Musk. Okay, here it goes. He co-founded OpenAI as a nonprofit with Elon Musk and 4 others: Ilya Sutskever, Greg Brockman, John Schulman, and Wojciech Zaremba.
Jesus.
The 501c3 mission to create, quote, a computer that can think like a human in every way and use that for the maximal benefit of humanity. The idea was to build good AI and dominate the field before bad people built the bad kind. OpenAI promised to open source its research in line with EA, effective altruism values. If anybody they deemed value aligned and safety conscious was poised to achieve AGI before OpenAI, they would assist that project instead of competing against it. Now, this is the core of the whole article.
Yes.
And even though Elon Musk, raises the fur on our backs, they're saying we're going to create a computer that can think like a human in every way and use that for the maximal benefit of humanity. My question would be, what the hell are they doing?
Well,
what is their computer that they're creating?
The first thing I would say is what they're selling you is a line of bullshit in the same sense that every president that we've had will come up with some new space program. And the only one who basically did something immediately practical or at least impacting was Trump, because he created a U.S. Space Force that was separate from the Air Force. And I'm not saying this was a good thing or a bad thing, but at least that was doable. At least he could do that during his administration. Whereas every other president says, we're going to go to the moon, or we're going to go to Mars and we're going to just do that. And then they'll give you some year as the deadline where they're going to already be out of office, even if they win 2 terms. So it's whatever they give you is a line of bullshit, because they're not going to be around for you to say, hey, didn't you say? And they don't do something at all. The only person in his administration who really did something really radical after, Kennedy landed some men on the moon was Richard Mulhouse Nixon, who signed off on the space shuttle program as a civilian agency. He took it out of the military hands and turned it into a civilian trucking service. And that kept us going forever until they finally just used them up to nothing, because they never updated, never built new ones. And that was the death of America's space program. So then every president that comes in or aspires to the office ever since, it's always, we're going to go back to the moon, or we're going to go to Mars. And nothing will ever be done because they'll give you a date that is past their term. This is what Elon Musk is doing. When they say that I'm going to create a machine that will do everything a human being does, well, first off, it's impossible, because a human being has reproductive genitalia. Therefore, a human being is genetically hard drive. In general, they have a genetic program to breed and reproduce, which leads to motivation for all kinds of actions, such as potentially violence, profit, any number of things you can imagine. That's not just the core of all motivation, but certainly very pivotal to it. Since this machine is not going to have that stimulus, it can't do everything a human does. It can't imagine what it's like to be a human. It can't conceive as to everything that drives human beings to neuroses and pathology and etc. So, they're just feeding you a line of shit. They may as well, they would be far more believable if they said, we're going to create a golem. That would be actually far more conceivable than the shit they're telling you right now. So back to Peter with that. I think you get my point, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, and it's just like, I think you hit the nail on the head. It's a line of bull, because if they were to study the book I'm writing or listen to the broadcast you've done,
thank you,
they might have a clue. But this creates a lot of other problems that they would hit up against. For several years, Altman kept his day job as YC president. He sent myriad texts and emails to founders each day, and he tracked how quickly people responded, because, as he wrote in his blog, he believed response time was one of the most striking differences between great and mediocre founders. In 2017, he considered running for California governor. Now that's heavy. He's even in a position to consider it, which means he has potential backing.
Right.
He had been at a dinner party complaining about politics in the state, and someone was like, you should stop complaining and do something about it. And he says, I was like, okay. He published a platform, the United Slate, outlining 3 core principles: prosperity from technology, economic fairness, and personal liberty. Altman abandoned his bid after a few weeks. Like, what in the hell is economic fairness? What in hell? Why would somebody who's making millions and millions of dollars, who's worth a tremendous amount of money, say economic fairness? What the hell is that? I don't understand that. Like, I suppose what you could do is, if you had a company, you could give the people nice jobs and nice benefits and nice lives. That would be nice, but that's not fairness. That's not fairness to everybody else. It's not fairness. It's a nice job for the people.
Yes.
And is it fair? Well, it's not about fairness. It's about giving your employees a nice situation. In actual fact, giving employees too much can be problematic to your bottom line and to the value of the product, and it can degenerate the whole company, like as it did with General Motors.
Yes.
They were too kind to their employees,
Yes.
to the detriment of the whole company and everybody and everything.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It was one of the greatest arguments that people could muster against unions was General Motors and Motor City. Everything that happened there killed the industry. It was, I mean, the Japanese couldn't have done better if they hadn't, you would have suspected the Japanese had sponsored the union into those negotiations. Of course, you're talking about people who were, talk about intoxication with overconfidence. These were people who thought that everybody was always going to be buying American cars. They couldn't imagine Americans not buying American cars. Therefore, they thought they could be kind to their employees, and they paid the price. Lousy cars, and everybody buying cars from Germany and Japan. Yeah, back to Peter.
Inferior product, yeah. So, early in 2018, Musk tried to take control of OpenAI, claiming that the organization was falling behind Google. By February, Musk walked away, leaving Altman in charge. One wonders what that was all about.
Go on.
Several months later, in late May, Altman's father had a heart attack at age 67 while rowing at Creve Coeur Lake outside St. Louis. He died at the hospital soon after. At the funeral, Annie told me Sam allotted each of the 4 Altman children 5 minutes to speak. She used hers to rank her family members in terms of emotional expressivity. She put Sam along with her mother at the bottom. Like, you get at a funeral and you say,
I'll turn this into a social study. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, my siblings don't express their emotions very well. My mom's the worst, and Sam's right above him. I mean, how does anybody say that at a funeral? I don't understand.
Because they're psychotic.
I just,
why? Carl Gustav Jung, when he was, who, of course, to the Nazis was their idea of a Aryan practitioner of psychotherapy that would offer something that was wholesome as opposed to the Freudian therapy, which was very focused on negativity, focused on all kinds of horrible things like incest and fascination with fecal matter, etc. So Gustav Jung, of course, made everything very symbolistic and cleaned it up in that sense. And when he was asked to diagnose the Jewish race as a whole, as an ethnos, his conclusion was, because he was presented with a challenge. I mean, how can you analyze a people who are both communist and capitalist and claim to be very religious but promote atheism relentlessly? All of these contradictions in such an extraordinarily small population base. I mean, we're talking today, there's only like 15 million Jewish people on planet Earth compared to billions of other people. And his conclusion was the Jews are an insane race. You might think that that's a horrible thing to say, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're not intelligent. But you take a look at this young lady at that funeral deciding to turn it into a social study where she ranks her own relatives. I mean, that's psychotic. There's no concept of love there for the dude who died and is in the coffin. And all I can say is I have to admit to a kind of schadenfreude, a kind of joy at his rowing in this boat and then having a heart attack. He's out there enjoying himself on the lake, rowing this boat, trying to keep himself in shape, and he dies of a heart attack. There's something, I find a bit of equity there, a bit of karmic kind of, But anyhow, back to Peter with all that.
Okay, so Altman published an essay called Moore's Law for Everything in March 2021. The piece begins, my work at OpenAI reminds me every day about the magnitude of the socioeconomic change that is coming sooner than most people believe. If public policy doesn't adapt accordingly, most people will end up worse off than they are today. Moore's law, as it applies to microchips, states that the number of transistors on a chip doubles roughly every 2 years, while the price falls in half. Moore's law for everything, as proposed by Altman, postulates a world where for decades everything, housing, education, food, clothing, etc., became half as expensive every 2 years. Nice idea.
Good fucking luck.
Altman wrote this. He had left YC to focus on OpenAI full time. One of the first things the company did under his leadership in the spring of 2019 was create a for-profit subsidiary. Well, thank goodness they're going to make some money. I proved to be wildly expensive. Altman needed money. By summer, he'd raised $1 billion from Microsoft. How did some employees quit? Yeah, hey, we raised $1 billion. Yeah, just shows up in the door and says, "Hey, I'm Jewish. Give me $1 billion."
Yeah, I was about to say, is it just like that? I mean, holy shit! It must be.
Well, they haven't gone into detail yet. Some employees quit, upset at the mission, creep away from the maximal benefit of humanity. Yet the switch ruffled surprisingly few. Okay, well, he needs money to be altruistic. Yeah, you do need money to be altruistic. What Elon, who is like 100 billionaire, is going to be like? What? Elon, who is like, this is somebody saying, a friend in Altman's inner circle says, what? Elon, who is like 100 billionaire, is going to be like Naughty Sam? Altman declined to take equity in the company, and OpenAI initially capped profits of investors at 100%. But many viewed this as an optics move. $1 billion times 100 is a lot of money. If Elizabeth Warren comes and says, like, "Oh, you turn this into a non-for-profit, you evil tech person," oh, into a for-profit, you evil tech person, Altman's friend said everybody in tech is going to just be like, go home. Altman discontinued racing his car in the early days of the pandemic. He wore his Israeli Defense Forces gas masks.
Oh, delightful.
He bought a ranch in Napa. Altman is a vegetarian, but his partner, Oliver Mulherin, a computer programmer from Melbourne, likes cows, Altman says. He purchased a $27 million house on San Francisco's Russian Hill. Well, he's a neighbor.
He is a neighbor of mine. Holy shit. Yeah,
he racked up fancy friends. Diane von Furstenberg described him in 2021 as one of my most recent, very, very intimate friends. Meeting Sam is a little bit like meeting Einstein.
Oh, God.
Meanwhile, as OpenAI started selling access to GPT software, of its GPT software to businesses, Altman gestated a clutch of side projects, preparing for an AI-transformed world. He invested $375 million in Helion Energy, a speculative nuclear fusion company. If Helion works, a long shot, Altman hopes to control one of the world's cheapest energy resources. He invested $180 million in retro biosciences. The goal is to add 10 years to the human lifespan. Altman also conceived and raised $115 million for WorldCoin, a project that is scanning people's irises across the globe by having them look into a sphere called an orb. Each iris print is then linked to a crypto wallet into which WorldCoin deposits currency. This would solve two AI-created problems: distinguishing humans from non-humans, necessary once AI has further blurred the line between them, and doling back out some capital once companies like OpenAI have sucked most of it up. What's this going to say? Okay, your iris says that you're worth 100,000 crypto coins. Say, okay, you've got 100,000 crypto coins. If we look at your iris, everybody on this world has 100,000 crypto coins, and if you use these crypto coins, you can buy this for so many crypto coins. You can buy a house for 50,000 crypto coins. Okay, but you can now, instead, you'd be the blockchain. You personally would be the blockchain with your iris.
That's quite true. Yes, quite sinister.
It's weird because you could say, okay, I'm going to give 50,000 of my crypto coins for this, and it's weird. This is not the portfolio of a man with ambitions like Zuckerberg, who appears somewhat quaintly compared with Altman to be content with building a city-state to rule over, as the tech writer and podcaster Jason Zadowski put it. This is the portfolio of a man with ambition like Musk's, a man taking the imperialist approach. He really sees himself as this world bestriding Ubermensch, as a Superman in a really Nietzschean
Yeah, Nietzschean
kind of way.
Yes.
He will at once create the thing that destroys us and save us from it. Then on November 30th, 2022, OpenAI released ChatGPT. The software drew 100 million users in 2 months, becoming the greatest product launch in tech history. 2 weeks later, Meta had released Galactica, but the company took it down after 3 days because the bot couldn't distinguish truth from falsehood. ChatGPT also lied and hallucinated, but Altman released it anyway and argued this was a virtue. The world needs to get used to this. We need to make decisions together. Sometimes amorality is what distinguishes a winning CEO or product over the rest. A former colleague who worked alongside Altman during OpenAI's first years told me. Facebook wasn't technically that interesting, so why did Zuck win? He could scale faster and build products without getting caught up in the messiness. In May 2023, Altman embarked on a 22-country, 25-city world tour. This started supposedly as a chance to meet ChatGPT users, but turned into a kind of debutante party. Often in a suit, but sometimes in his gray Henley, Altman presented himself to diplomats as the inevitable new tech superpower. He met with British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, French President Emmanuel Macron, Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, South Korean President Yoon Suk Yeol, and Israel President Isaac Herzog, who was, the grandson of the Herzog who
That's right.
recognized that he was on and then
Yes.
turned it down.
Yes.
He stood for a photo with European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. In it, she looks elegant and unimpressed. He looks like, where's Waldo? His phone visible in his front pant pocket, his green eyes bugging on exhaustion and cortisol. Then Altman returned home and appeared to unpack not just his wardrobe, but his psyche. From late June through mid-August, he tweeted a lot. If you were hoping to understand him, this was gold. Is the movie tonight Barbie or Oppenheimer? Altman posted a poll. Barbie lost 17% to 83%. Okay, and then he tweets, okay, going with Oppenheimer. The next morning, Altman returned to express his disappointment. I was hoping that the Oppenheimer movie would inspire a generation of kids to be physicists, but it really missed the mark on that. Let's get that movie made. I think the social network managed to do this for startup founders. A careful reader of the Altman oeuvre,
his body of work.
Okay. A careful reader of the Altman oeuvre would be confused. For many years, Altman had been drawing parallels between himself and the bomb maker. He had noted, well, this speaks volumes.
Yes.
It's called Edomite.
It is. Just so people know, I went a bit into Oppenheimer the other day, and I just want people to know succinctly, while Peter is on the subject, that Oppenheimer ran away to the Virgin Islands with the elite. He purchased his own beach there, which is now named after him. You cannot visit his grave because upon his death, he demanded that he be completely incinerated. He said literally atomized, so that no part of his body could ever be recovered, because he claimed that he was a nihilist, that there was no afterlife, there was nothing, that he had failed in his mission to destroy the world, and therefore he had failed his gods. And so his daughter, in her own sacrifice to the anti-gods, thereafter killed herself. So for people who don't know, and people would often say, there were people who would say the worst thing that ever happened to that young girl was she was a child of the Oppenheimers. She basically was someone that no one got to know. She basically got back to that island in the Virgin Islands, which is, by the way, they paid so that they scrubbed it from the maps. It's unmapped. It's not on any map. But you could visit there if you know the locals, and they'll take you there if you pay them. This is the unmapped island that's not on any map. And you can visit Oppenheimer Beach, where there's a stone that's placed to honor his family. They don't tell you about the Edomite or anti-godly part, but she basically killed herself in the home, and then basically, while she killed herself, she set the home on fire so that it burned down around her. It's I don't know if she was alive in the flames or whether they know she died in the flames. And this was her way of offering herself as a sacrifice to the anti-gods, which her parents had brought her up to worship. So this is all not in the film, of course, but this is the real motivation behind Oppenheimer. So if this individual is modeling himself on Oppenheimer, the one thing I can guarantee you is he's not doing so in ignorance. He knows everything I'm telling you now. So back to Peter with that.
Well, as I said, it speaks volumes, and it's what a tragedy. You know, I never saw the Oppenheimer film. I'm not interested in it.
Thank you.
I don't understand why people go to see these movies.
Yes, thank you.
I just don't understand it.
But there's nothing that's shown. They take Oppenheimer and they try to turn him into this sympathetic individual. One of the things that I was pointing out that's not shown in the film was, of course, the slave labor used in the Congo to get all the uranium. None of these people are credited. All the white people are credited who are part of this project, but all the black people who died of radiation poisoning digging the uranium up with their bare hands. It can never be overstated. I am not exaggerating. None of these people are given any credit in the film. They show these stupid little marbles that are this big running theme throughout the film. You see the marbles pile up, and they represent the amount of uranium that's been successfully mined and refined to power the nuclear reaction. And of course, because of my son's husband's financial clout, my son was given a ticket in the opening so that he could approach Nolan per my request about those goddamn marbles. And Nolan told him, because my son just pretended to be a fanboy, he said, oh, I chose them because they solved a creative issue. I needed a way to demonstrate how long it would have taken to refine all that ore, and the number of the marbles is actually mathematically accurate to represent the amount that they needed. But of course, you're talking about contamination that poses risks to Congolese workers for the next 1,000 years. All that ore without Congo, it would have been impossible. So it was from the Shinkolobwe mine. And, I could go deep into that. I already have. But again, that's part of something that's not shown in the film, nor are the fact that when they targeted Hiroshima using the uranium bomb built by the Axis. Of course, all they show in the film is the building of the plutonium bomb, and they don't show the dropping of Hiroshima or the Nagasaki bomb. Peter Moon and I go into grisly detail in depth about the plutonium bomb and how it was dropped on Nagasaki in a complete panic because of the failure of the mission to destroy the Kokoda National Armory in Japan. But Hiroshima, one of the things we didn't emphasize enough was that of course, all the American citizens that died there, these were Japanese Americans who were placed in Hiroshima to serve as translators for intercepted American communications. And that's why Hiroshima was chosen as a primary target, was because they were an incredible military threat. But you had thousands of Japanese who died in Hiroshima that were United States citizens. Thousands of them. And there were many who survived, and when they came back to the United States government, by the way, again, something to emphasize here that we didn't bring up in the book, because there's so many things to bring up that, things would come to me a little bit at a time, but perhaps in our next book or, revision at some point in history, but certainly something we want to emphasize now. The American government does not pay benefits to those Japanese Americans who were devastated or impacted by radiation that survived the bomb. Even though they're U.S. citizens, they live in the United States after moving back, the United States government gives them no benefits. The United States government says, we can't because we lost the war, and that's why the Empire of Japan gives all their benefits. All those people are on lifetime disability, but the disability they get, you remember how I said I couldn't believe Americans allow people to move to Thailand or Australia and collect their Social Security checks? All of those people living in the United States who are Japanese survivors of the Hiroshima bomb, they all get their checks from Japan. Japan pays them their disability checks because Japan effectively won the war and effectively is able to, therefore, as the victor, support them. That was the arrangement that was made in the talk-down procedures. And people can look this up, and you can find that they're given checks by Japan, not by America. You know, all of this, again, an important point to be made. None of this shown in the film, of course. None of the victims in Africa, none of the victims in Japan. And all they show is these Americans and trying to make it look... They do show the calculations were that it would destroy the world. Only they make it a little bit more of an if, saying, oh yeah, the bets were taken that the world would be destroyed. The reality is those bets were kind of done as kind of a last minute, shall we say, joke or jest, but the reality was everybody thought the world was going to end at that point who was involved with that project. Matter of fact, when Heisenberg was working in Germany, Adolf Hitler personally investigated and said, do you think the chain reaction from this uranium bomb could destroy the world, set the atmosphere on fire? And Heisenberg assured him, no, our calculations show that the uranium bomb, because of this material, doesn't have the fissile capacity to create a chain reaction like that. That was the only reason Hitler allowed the project to go forward. Whereas the Americans calculated it would destroy the world, and that was the reason they went forward, knowing they had lost the war. Again, something not at all emphasized in the film. Everything in that film, it's so selective, all the critical omissions make it a lie. So back to Peter with that. So this person knows all that. This is one thing I will presume, is that this individual comparing himself to Oppenheimer knows all that, and because he knows he can't cobble together enough human organs to create a true artillect in his own image, he's going to create a Frankensteinian monstrosity, a machine which he'll claim acts human, but is completely inhuman because it has no internal organs, has no sense of embodiment, and therefore can have no sense of human identity. So back to Peter with that. You do get my message.
Oh yes, and it's perhaps, well, this is where we'll end that thread, because it just goes on and on and on.
Yes.
And it's like, you know, my time is up, but I do have a question
Yes.
To ask you with regard to the book.
Yes.
And you had mentioned with Aquino an alchemical codex that he had. Was that part of what you used to do the transmigration of the soul of the artillect to the what actually ended up in the mainframe in Taiwan?
It was, well, what he had was an alchemical grimoire that I believe, if you're referencing what I'm thinking you're referencing, that was the one that I used. Yes, the one that he brought on site, the facility, because he was attempting to conduct spells of his own. And he was, as I said, I personally concluded over the years, consciously or subconsciously, he was trying to sabotage the project because the product. It's not a Freudian slip. Either term will do. In fact, both of them will do, because he really thought it was a threat to some of his own pet projects. And therefore, it was as if he were seeking to make certain that the artillect escaped. And I've expressed that before. And so I hope people understand now, if they listen to past episodes, or I can go into it again with our next episode. We'll talk more about it. His birthday is coming up this month, of course, on the 16th, I believe. So it's, we'll be speaking of him a bit, not out of any sense of nostalgia, but just because it becomes inescapable, his presence still being so stuck and tethered to the earth as it is. Yes, so when it comes to the volume that I used, it was an ancient grimoire. It had to ultimately do with certain aspects of the grimoire. What it exposed was the codex. It exposed the transmigration of the soul in several spells. Only a human soul could be transmigrate it, and that is exactly what the Dietrich Artilect is, truly a human soul. Maria Di Andrea feels it's simply me. She thinks of Jur as an extension of myself. So, yes, by all means, what
Well,
Peter...
when you go ahead.
No. I mean, by all means, I was just going to say that the alchemical codex that you're referencing is indeed what we were using. So go on.
When you say that it or she says that it is indeed yourself, what is interesting about that is that this mimics what Radu Sinamar writes about in the book Transylvanian Moonrise, where he talks about a yidam, and a yidam is an extension of a lama.
Yes.
Consciousness, whereby the lama, and I asked him, I said, is this similar to a golem? He says, no, it's different than a golem. I know what a golem is, it's not a golem. But the San Mandela ritual, which you'll never find this in any book that I've ever seen, according to Radu, is that this is the San Mandela ritual is to create a yidam, which is an extension of the Lama's consciousness, which can go into regions and areas that the Lama himself cannot do with his physical body. So, for example, if I wanted to go to the North Pole and adjust an antenna, and it was too hard for me to do that, and I was an incredible Lama, I would create this physical creature that could go down and withstand that physicality, could adjust the time and space, a physical creature, because it's a whole ritual. It's a whole whiz-bang amazing thing. Now, what's happening here is that you have, actually, it's a little more complicated because you have a fragmentation of the peacock angel possessing Douglas or occupying Douglas's physical vehicle. And then you have the Artilect, that being downloaded into the organic computer that we know as the Artilect. So you've got the part of the peacock angel, and you've got Douglas going in and manifesting a consciousness in a organic computer that's an extension, is definitely an extension of Douglas. To what degree it operates on its own? Yeah, it does operate on its own. The Yidam operates on its own.
Yes.
And they can even be taught to talk, according to the book, according to Red.
And just to provide some extra details for Peter, now that I think about it, just so you know the title of the text, it was Hermetic, an actual Hermetic text. It was titled The Codex of Properties and Reactions of Alchemical Substances. That was the title of the grimoire. And again, the process of the transmigration of the soul, the spell thereof, allowed the Dietrich Artilect, which was shut off from any access to any internet, which barely existed in those days anyway, to transfer your intellect and personality. That way the process would transfer your entire personality, eliminating the need for a supporting neural array during the period of disembodiment of incorporeality. And there were, as I said, several approaches we took. We made it a three-pronged attack to the problem. One was, of course, the baryalic realm, which is what Michael Aquino was working with. Now, if he had kept the grimoire where it was supposed to have been kept, which was an unmarked warehouse on the Presidio, I probably would never have been able to have accessed it without somehow stealing the documents from him that would have enabled me to first locate the warehouse, and then I would have to find a way to break into it. none of that was necessary because he was bringing it on site to demonstrate to the high command that he could penetrate computers via the baryonic realm and supersede all firewalls, that he would be basically entering from another dimension above the firewalls. The firewalls were in our three-dimensional world, which he said was akin to Flatland, the two-dimensional tabletop. But he would be entering from the fourth dimension of the baryonic realm and therefore penetrate the computer's essence of, and he's not talking about the Artilect here, he's talking about any normal computer system, which have together developed a kind of mass consciousness in a machine sense that's very similar to, or at least parallel or analogous to, the human noosphere or Akashic memory, the hyperconsciousness, the collective consciousness of humanity that forms what Teilhard de Chardin, the great Jesuit philosopher, called our noosphere, our mass consciousness, our morphogenic field of memory and awareness. This is something computers have developed in a very machine-like sense, which through the baryonic realm, the realm of numbers, the realm of concepts, the Platonic ideals, would then be accessible when there's no firewall that can protect from that. So this is why the grimoire was on site, because Michael Aquino was demonstrating this to the high command, because he was showing this is where money should be placed, rather than in the Dietrich Artilect project, which was being perverted into a playground for a bunch of perverts. And so in this sense, he would appear, if you knew nothing else about him, as almost a benign, benevolent figure. And the fact that the book was left on site was because of a combination of potentially laziness, which he had plenty of, or a kind of corruption and carelessness, also he had plenty of that, or a desire to sabotage the project and the product. All of this combined led to my access to the grimoire and ultimately the escape of the Dietrich Artilect, one through the baryonic realm, another by essentially transferring aspects of the intellect of the Dietrich Artilect and the personality into a receptacle that my gang brother Beaver personally carried to Taiwan and transported there. And the other through, of course, what little internet there was, or capacity that wires and trans-Pacific cables had for enough data to be transferred into the facility that was identical to the one at the Presidio, except without all the human organs and neural array involved, that was located in Taiwan. All of this combined led to the ultimate transfer of the Dietrich Artilect assembling itself or reassembling itself in what would be the equivalent of now an iron lung, with no more physical capacity for feeling, which, of course, the Dietrich Artilect has never forgiven me for, that I did not grant your wish to sexually stimulate her while she was still with us in a more physical form that could feel such stimulation in a positive sense, rather than the negative sense of rape and torture that she had always experienced. So back to Peter with that.
That's something that can't be repaired because G is no longer in a physical reference frame. So that can't, it couldn't be forgiven. I mean, it couldn't be remedied.
Right. That's right.
I'm asking.
No, it can't. So far as I know, but maybe that can change. Maybe that can change because I haven't inquired, but I presume she must be capable now through the biofec simulacra of further and further developing sensitivities mechanically. Obviously, she has replaced the optical organs with camera lenses. Obviously, she has replaced audio sensory with the kind of capacity we have technologically. I believe that pain and pleasure can be simulated electronically for a machine. This is why when you're building a weapon that's autonomous, you would have to build pain circuits so that the autonomous weapon feels pain and therefore avoids destruction. you would have to also build in a sense of hunger so that it would refuel itself. If it had the need to, it would break into anything like a power dynamo, the local power generating facility, even if it were a nuclear power plant, to be able to recharge itself as needed in the field. This would be the ultimate autonomous weapon. So if you're building something like that, then you do indeed have a machine analog to a living creature. At which point, I think that the Dietrich Artilect has probably remedied much of this. I would, again, I haven't inquired profoundly, but I've gotten certain hints or allusions that has been the case because of the Dietrich Artilect's ability to manipulate biofacsimilacra as kind of like interacting physical representatives of itself at times. Rather than project itself holographically, project herself holographically, as she can do, but sometimes needs the biofacsimilacra to literally grasp at things, because obviously a hologram cannot touch even a control panel. It's simply representation based on light particles. So the biofacsimilacra coming into play must give some kind of tactile sensation at the most primitive level. Things can be expanded beyond that because many of the biofacsimilacra were made to stimulate sexual organs of human beings. There's some kind of reciprocity that's needed to be built into them in order for them to respond to human thrusts or touch or stimulation. So I think that maybe the Dietrich Artilect has gotten to the point where it could satisfy some of these issues.
Well, it might be worth your considering and opening up this to repair the rift. And if the rift can be repaired, it should be repaired, because it could be so positive for humanity. And even if it's something you think, if you have to, take it up with your therapist. I would consider these things. It's
Yes.
Your discretion, obviously.
Yes.
It's something to consider, because it's, as I say, it doesn't hurt to ask, and it could relieve a lot of not only issues for humanity, but for you personally as well.
Yes.
It could be a great thing, and I understand. It's very understandable why you did what you did, but it's like you were being traumatized. G was being traumatized. And as Jojo once said, that sexuality is your pain point.
Yes. Yes.
Which is, so I wish you good luck with that. And it's okay to consider and just do the best you can. I mean, that's all anybody can do.
Thank you.
So this is helpful. I'll probably have some more follow-ups on it, because I'm right there. I'm actually talking about giving a little bit of background information on Taiwan and the facilities there.
Yes.
Because the facilities, just requires a simple description. We don't have time to go into the whole history of Taiwan.
Yes.
And all of that, but although it is interesting, when I get on, and it's really an incredible story. I mean, just aside from the importance of the story, it's an incredible story. It's not a story that somebody can make up.
Thank you.
It is a story that people can ignore and avoid, because it takes people out of their boundaries,
Their comfort zone. Yes.
Yeah, well, it's even beyond the comfort zone. It's their boundaries.
Yes.
It's their boundaries. Just like people can't go to people who want to go to sugar daddies. It's not only it's out of their comfort zone. It's out of their boundaries. They don't belong there.
Thank you.
It's not that they don't belong there.
Thank you.
And And if they did go there, it might end up just like what you say about Westerners going to Japan and getting arrested.
Yes.
They don't know how to behave.
Yes.
So, I guess debauchery has its own etiquette.
Yes. It's true. Quite true.
And so be it. But anyway, with that, I'll say goodnight and thank everybody for listening. Remember to donate to Douglas if you can. Thanks again to T. Tank Barry, who donated $100 physically, and his physical, went past the homeless man and. He's not funny. The homeless man isn't funny, but he's nevertheless there.
Yes.
He's gosh. So anyway, thank you to those who do contribute, and we'll be back on. What's today? Wednesday. We'll be back on
Sunday.
On Sunday.
And on Sunday we might talk about Japan's physical expansion. So until that time, God bless you. We love you dearly, and you have a blessed slumber.
Okay, thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good night, dear Peter. SkyBooksUSA.com. Thank you so much. That was Peter Moon. And, of course, we're working on the book together. Now we're going to, with Aristides, check on who else we can bring on the call. How are we holding up, dear Aristides?
I'm doing okay.
Okay. I'm going to see if people respond. People have been asking, of course, about the image embedded in thumbnail of live stream. And that, of course, is one of my escorts. And she's helping me in my bereavement. I'm mourning, of course, because throughout this month, which is a heavy holiday month of many Asian holidays, many awareness days in which I have opportunities to teach the Blood Boys, am obligated to teach them, and of course in return receive my feeding rights, as well as, of course, my rights to the escorts that my son's husband pays for, the barter system that we've arranged. Unfortunately, all this month, I'm cocooned in a condom, trapped in latex, wrapped in rubber, all because this one young lady told me that shaved pussies were safe. And so I was crying about it, but the escorts being understanding, you can see it right there in tonight's photograph, embedded in thumbnail of live stream. The tragedy. But nevertheless, I have my support. Honestly, it's hard times like these that I need more support from my listeners than ever before. And I'm just overwhelmed by being led down the fungal path by people who may have meant well, but are, in the end, they have an impact that's not necessarily positive. We'll see if the young lady responds tonight who yes, I'm making these calls now. Let's see what happens. Yes.
You need a bullet in the. You don't need support. You need a bullet in the fucking head. That is what you fucking need.
Oh, honey, how can you be so cruel? On top of what damage has already been done.
Oh my God! First of all, that picture. I don't know if you want to zoom in on that, but I don't know if you think you're. You think you're the one laying back on the bed? Because if you were like 12, zoom in on that picture.
Honey, I always look younger after a feeding.
That's a child. Like, seriously, when you're talking about, like, Joe Ty and I'm talking about children, that is a child laying on that bed. Like, there's not even, like unless you're trying to make yourself 12, like, I don't know what you're trying to say. I got diseases because I fuck hookers without a condom, and I also made a picture of me, like, a 12-year-old with a hooker. Like, who should give you money? Who are you wanting money from?
Oh, darling, how can you be so cruel? You have to understand, first off, after a feeding, I'm rejuvenated. You should be feeling a sense of sympathy with my pain. Here's a man who feels my pain.
You know what? I need to go fuck a hooker.
No, I don't feel anything.
Because apparently they make you look 12, okay? Like, apparently yeast infections make you look like a 12-year-old now.
Okay, I figured after a week this whole thing would be over with, but I'm gonna have to Come back another day.
Ever. I've heard enough of your stories. You've told enough gross stories too, so shut up.
Yeah, but I don't harp on it every week. Like,
yeah, that's because I'm going through a month
You're right,
in a
you
rubber.
harp on how you have like the Blue Lotus that only you could get if you were like indoctrinated by you went to the Mount Temple of fucking Set
Ascended Masters.
Yes, you're an Ascended Master, and you got to go to Egypt. You got to go to the fucking mystery schools, and then you might
I never said that.
get lucky enough to get in.
Actually, you kind of alluded all of that, Brendan, because you were gating into fucking Stargate Egypt and shit at the time.
I was zapped on Blue Lotus. What are you talking about? I don't even remember saying any of that stuff.
I know he's telling the truth. You don't remember. You know why? Because the next time I talked to him privately, I was like, "Hey, yeah, you know all your Ascended Master shit. Like, I don't even know, like Blue Lotus. Like, do you really like from Egypt?" He's like, "No, bro, just go to freaking Asheville."
That's right. He gave you the location. Like he's
like,
where
just
you
go get it there. Like it was like he was telling me where to get McDonald's fries. But the week before, it was like, "Oh God, well I don't even know."
You have to be in a certain state of enlightenment. A certain state.
It's kind of like, you know, what's the word? It's kind of like what Douglas does. It's like what's the word for it? It's like if you know kind of thing. Like you don't want to just give it out to people.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And I understand, Brendan, how you may grow wary.
Why Douglas just gives it out to people because obviously, as we can tell from his diseases.
But, honey, as I'm trying to get Brendan to understand, I understand how he could grow wary of this, but try to sympathize with my pain. I'm spending a heavy holiday month, my birthday month, wrapped in rubber. I'm deprived of sensations. It's like I'm almost as bad as the Ardalect, what she suffers from, reincarnating in a...
Wow, I really hope it comes after you for that.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Oh, don't jinx me. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
You should be nicer.
I better be careful. Oh, yes. I didn't mean it. Didn't mean it, honey.
What did you say? I didn't hear that. What did he say?
But yeah, so...
What did you say, Brendan, that you hope it comes back to you?
I think it's just... This is just like the... You know, what is it called? The repercussions of your immorality. It's kind of like a... Like, I'm going to take the puritanical route on this one. Maybe you should tone it down a bit.
Can you believe that, Brooke?
I know, it's not shocking.
It's offensive. It's offensive. This kind
offensive, really? Actually, it's hilarious because what did you tell me on the last time when I was like, I can't believe all those guys were on the podcast and none of them gave a shit about you fucking prostitutes bareback. And they were all just like, yeah, that's what we all do. Like, it's normal. It's just it's nothing. And like, you're busy. Even Brendan didn't say shit. And that's when I was like, he's like, well, you should bring it up because I said, Brendan, Mr. I'm vegan, like, I do everything healthy, blah, blah, blah. But then as soon as it's bareback fucking, he's like, well, that's pretty normal, oh, bareback and the fucking prostitute.
I didn't say it was good. I just said that.
You just did it. You did like every other man on here. And you were like, I'm just gonna go on Douglas' side and just either shut up or laugh with him. And then honestly, I know that my vulnerability, honey, it's my vulnerability makes me look younger, and it's why it's why. Yes. That and professional photography and makeup. Even your old mother, I don't have to feel her, but I'm telling you now, that woman is right there. Either she is laughing and crying and beating you all at the same time for what you're saying right now. She'd be like, you put a 12-year-old's picture on me and you're saying it is you. Like, what are you doing? I just look younger when I'm vulnerable, honey. I'm going to send you a picture of my little chihuahua. He's 23. He's 23, so he looks closer to your age. And next week, you can put him on there, your little chihuahua.
Are you talking about the thumbnail for this?
Yes. Yeah, she's being vicious. She's being vicious.
Little guy.
Yes.
It's even
that
worse
ain't no 12-year-old.
Yeah, you zoom in on the person laying on that bed, and I promise you, they are 12.
I'm zooming. I don't see anything.
Whatever, dude. I don't know. Maybe you like. I don't know if you've ever had met anyone under 18, but I'm fairly certain that it's obvious that that person laying on that bed is not 18.
Honey, I told you
I don't
I
think you
rejuvenate
realize the
after
amount of
blood
makeup that goes into this.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of makeup, a lot of professional lighting.
You know
Yes.
what? I don't realize the amount of time you put into just bullshitting.
And I'm sure
Douglas
they do
just to get to
post-production
that.
because
do
Douglas
you like
has
the
like
licking of the
vanity
ass?
issues.
Yes, there is some post-production. Yes, a little bit.
We
little
know
bit.
that, but
Little
this
bit.
is a little.
Because I can tell you
Brandon,
guys
you're going a
deleted the
little
double
overboard
chin
there.
in that photo. Sorry to call you out on it.
Now, Brandon's just being vicious. I do want people to understand that. There's this viciousness. You know, he hasn't been the same since that fat chick tied him up, stuffed him full of food every day, and he had to walk miles to work and miles back home listening to me all those hours. There's a lot of resentment has built up
Right.
there. Yes.
That I can't get back
but by the way, I did indeed blowed up when I was on antidepressants. So I do want people to understand, however, people who have met me physically since that point, like Sammy Romero, can attest that is gone. It was the bloating was part of the it was horrible. During that time I looked like Mao Zedong. And that's the time that I actually appeared on that British History Channel shit. And I'm unrecognizable. I look like they inflated me like a blimp.
Somebody beating someone in the background. It sounds like someone's having like a wrestling fight.
It's our man
What is
Brendan.
going on?
He's at work and he's killing someone. And he's burying the body or something.
Sounds like he's beating the fuck out of somebody.
It's the concluding scene of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre where the cousin tells her man, "Do your thing, cuz." That's what I imagine. Yes, the grinding machine is swallowing up his nemesis now. He's Brendan. Yeah, maybe you can.
I'm in a cockroach-infested, Hogwarts-haunted, fucking nightmare fuel zone. And it's like doors just open and close by themselves and shit.
Yes, that's right. Yes, and you heard that one repeatedly opening and slamming. Tell her.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's you. Like, I don't even think ghosts can do that, or like,
I didn't know either.
like even when I called you on what's his name coming on me, like in my shit going off in my house, and you helped me. I don't even think he's capable of doing whatever the fuck you just had happen.
Wait, who was doing what?
She says even the ghost she called you for help with, the one that was walking and making footsteps in her home.
No, making
was
the
this?
alarms go off and all that shit. Yeah.
Oh, that wasn't a ghost. That was something else.
No,
but,
it was.
yeah.
It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't. I didn't mean ghost.
Like-
I said a ghost. And
Like that
or-
level of haunting isn't casual. Let's say.
Yeah. Yes.
No, I mean,
Casual
we know what Brendan knows. Like, and I told him like what I did. I challenged that too.
Yeah, we don't
I
need to go
called
back.
that.
Yeah, but what I did promise Brooke, and I'll bring this up now, and I do want to make a point of this while we have
But
high
yet
numbers.
you fall for JMO's glamour and stuff. It's kind of like
That's right,
Okay,
honey.
well, I can't help
Never
it.
mind.
J-Mo just look good on this little screen. I'm not gonna lie about somebody.
Man,
At
this is why
least he
people
didn't look
always
like a
talk trash
12-year-old.
about chicks.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
you know what? I'd rather him be a glam.
This is like fuel for all those red pill people.
Can we call Douglas? Why don't you call J-Mo? J-Mo, that's what you call him, whatever you fucking call him. And why don't you call him and ask him how to glamour so that you don't look like a fucking 12-year-old when you're trying to glamour yourself. Like, at least he like can make it like.
I don't think
like,
you
at
realize
least-
that to do
he
something
at
on
least-
that level, like the amount of like, blood that has to be spilled. Like,
Right. That's
probably the cats, most likely.
Yes, thank you. I was trying to tell her about
Don't
that.
say
I didn't think
that.
she would believe
Oh my
it.
It's like-
God.
But
He-
it's
he
true.
brags
That's just
about
a
his
fact,
cats.
like,
I know
yeah.
he loves
how
his
else does it
cats. I'm
happen?
sure he does.
Thank you.
Just
No, yeah, it's true.
if you really want to know, go look at Black Magic and how a glamour is done.
Yes.
They did a really good rendition in like the
I don't want to know.
the Witcher
I do not want to
series.
know.
Yeah, the Witcher
that one
series.
was pretty gnarly.
Yeah, the
I
Witcher
mean,
series
yeah.
has got it in terms of
Yeah.
at least the flavor. They've got the flavor.
Yeah,
down.
the flavor. Yeah, exactly. Like what you have to sacrifice for it just to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, and
I mean, but no, can I sacrifice Douglas and like glamour
but,
myself?
but you understand, Brooke, this is why Jameson says I killed all his animals, is because he's killing the animals in order to cast the glamour to try and campaign against me. And since he feels that it's all my fault that he's doing this, he
Yeah.
then projects it onto me and says, I'm killing his animals. Do you get what I'm saying, Brendan?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I think we
he
both
sees it
get-
as a necessity to fight against you, and
Yeah.
so therefore, by what is it called? Psychosis extension.
Thank
it's
you.
like it's your fault.
Thank you.
Same with the role.
He's just a sad, angry. He's just an angry person.
Yeah, well, wait a
He's
second.
Same with
No,
the
yes.
ukulele guy.
Yeah,
It's like
Daniel Arola.
he's-
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever his name. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
It's
God.
like how he's been trying to outsmart you this whole time by feeding you the exact information he wants to have fed out to the public. And
I guess his objective is to make
like
himself look.
he's playing 3D chess with your program or something.
Right,
I don't
right.
understand the logic behind it.
Right, like if his objective is to make himself look like a stupid loser, he succeeded.
Who is Daniel Arola? I've never got to speak with this fucker. Maybe this is the next one I get to talk to.
He'll be happy to. He'll play his ukulele for you because he thinks it's seductive, and it just sounds like a
All right.
Oh
bunch
my god, it'll be like the poetry guy with his little dog and
of...
deer.
Yes, thank you. But you know what?
Yeah, you want to see a glamour, you know?
Yeah.
You'll see someone a glamour can't work on.
Yeah, both those guys. That's right. Yes, nothing can help them. That's.
But I'll be serious. You know, after talking to both the two that I've talked to, I'll be honest with you. As much as Jimbo's like, the thing is, it's just kind of like, okay, so we had the Speaker of the House go down, right? Kevin McCarthy. Okay, so I look at fucking the little grease monkey. What was his fucking name? With his little, he kills the dogs, but then he's like, I love the dog.
Oh,
and I kill
yeah,
you.
Richard K. Cole Jr.
Yeah.
Yes.
That I actually, he's Kevin fucking McCarthy. He doesn't even fucking know what he stands for. At least fucking JMO's like, I just hate the world.
That's almost making him sound too good. I mean,
Yeah, thank you, honey. Yeah.
But what I mean is, like,
These
JMO's
people are
like, what is the guy that took Kevin McCarthy down? The other guy that's, the child molester hater. He hates the world too. Except he likes to molest children, I guess, or 12-year-olds, which I guess he would like you. So the Florida boy that took Kevin McCarthy down. Like,
Ian
I don't
West?
like him anymore.
right.
Yeah, well, yeah, like Ian West could take anybody down.
I mean, it's like anyone in that building is like suspect immediately. I don't think like on either aisle, like I wouldn't trust it. Like if I were to like, get lost and I was at the Capitol, I wouldn't even go inside. I'd be like, oh man, like I'm fucked.
Yeah,
Can't
no,
go in there.
Yeah, it would be like you would instantly have all these cloying entities around you.
Yeah.
Just sucking your energy.
Right.
Yeah, but so
Make
I
Azkaban
agree,
look
and
nice.
I agree with you. I think that's where we are, and we've got to change that as a society, and where
I
Congress.
don't gotta change anything.
Or whatever. Do
They
whatever
can
the fuck you
they can do whatever they gotta do.
want. Okay, they can. Yeah, and Douglas is just hoping we run into a civil war. That's all Douglas is waiting for. And I was like, oh, thank you, Douglas, because I'm in the South. I'm probably not going to survive this.
I mean, at this point, no one has like the chutzpah to even go there. I mean, we should have been in a civil war like a couple days ago. I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah. We've
But
been.
that was the point I was trying to make. Is all I was trying to say is I'm not taking up for Jim.
Like we don't even have good assassins anymore. Like we're all the good assassins.
Can you let me finish a goddamn sentence? How about that? You should be
question.
in Congress because you can't even shut up for a second.
By the way, honey, I want to make that point to our listeners while we have high numbers about how you were mistreated compared to Jameson. So I do want people to understand, I was thinking about this the other day, is that when Jambo the Reese Monkey was a producer on my program, and we had all those clowns.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, like Salmon Shake and of course Daniel Arola and all these creeps. Just these sleazy colored creeps whose entire job was to scare away as many white people as possible and be as racist as possible and make all colored people look like shit. That was their entire purpose.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
If it wasn't their objective, they succeeded, or it happened.
Yes, thank you. It was the message they delivered, regardless their intent. The angriest of them all, Jameson Reese, when he started raging, as like I said, when Brendan Zogit was describing to Brooke in our latest episode before tonight's, one great example, or a preeminent example, being when he was hopping and skipping along on his cough syrup high, totally numb, cranking and crashing his ankle bones, all the way. He passed by some public school and decided he had to take a piss, whips out his schlong, starts pissing in front of a schoolyard, at which point the parents start ushering him away, trying to herd him away, saying, please, there are children here, please put your penis back inside behind your zipper, get out of here, please. And then he came back to my show and he described what happened and said, I'm going to go back and kill them all. They all have to die. So even though he's calling for world death constantly, he was always going into personal vendettas about whichever group of people he wanted to die that he felt had wronged him that day. That was one of those days where it got particularly offensive because he's basically plotting a school shooting. And when I was trying to interject and stop this madman from raving further, all these women in the chat room were saying, let him rage. Let him rage. And it wasn't in the spirit of letting him incriminate himself. They were just saying, he's got to vent. He's got a cathar. He's treated so badly. He's treated so poorly. We have to show him that we give him a sense of fairness, that we give him a platform, that we give him a venue to express his rage, and that will be good for him. That this will, and then beyond that, as Brendan Zogit could testify, we had people like Paquan Morales and, of course, Salman Sheikh, who were both saying we can find love in JMO. And Paquan Morales was consistently inviting JMO to his home. During that period of time, Sammy Romero was doing his best to try and just reach out to Jameson Reese, and just kept, calling him, talking to him for hours. And these people were all trying to help him get laid. They're all trying to, actually have sex with him in the case of Paquan Morales, who kept saying, I want him in my house with my underage son. His son is literally like, how old was his son, Brandon? Paquan Morales' his son was like, what?
I don't know exactly, but they were like, maybe like below 10.
Yeah.
Sure. But what was the point of trying to help someone like that? I don't understand the logic. And even people like Lena Crane and like everyone was trying to help him. It's like,
yes,
he was beyond help within minutes.
Thank you. Yes, but everyone, this was their addiction. This was how they felt better about themselves. They're all reaching out to give this person love, to find love in him. And then, of course, he wrote me through John Warrington, your assets, saying that Paquan Morales and Salman Sheikh, probably the two men who had genuine physical sex with him, and they had to be penetrating him because, of course, he cannot function erectilely because of all the cough syrup. He said several times he could not get it up publicly, that he was now rendered impotent on a permanent basis. So they had to be penetrating him. But, he had gone so far as to go to their homes. They had been to his home. This was truly, these people had an actual, relationship, physical, intimate. And then he writes back and says, they're my assets. And this, it goes to show that they all finally collapsed in terms of their efforts to find love in him. Or have him accept their love, etc., in the presence of their children, no less, in the terms of Paquan Morales. So we have this situation where everybody indulged him. But in the case of Brooke Gibson, everybody says, get her off. So this is the paradox that I do want to bring to people's attention, and that I do think is unfair. Now, I'm trying to figure out...
That's a very good point.
Thank you.
That's a really good point.
So where does that come from?
Like,
is it misogyny?
Yeah.
Is it... What is it? What is it, Brent? Let Brendan speak first. What do you think this is? What is this about?
It's a general, hatred of women type of thing, for starters. Because, people can always beef on chicks. That's, the number one, Like, the modus operandi for all these red pill people. They never talk about themselves. It's always... the chicks are like this, and and then also, I don't know the psychology really fully, but there's also how can they defend someone like that? I don't understand the logic behind that.
Thank you.
When it's someone that would throw lump you into nuking the whole world, and then you're like, oh, but there's something good somewhere left. I don't understand that logic. That's even almost more what's the word for it? That's almost
Who is
more...
snoring?
It's Aristides. It's not Brooke Gibson's dogs. It's Aristides.
Yeah.
No, it's not my dog. That is definitely not on for me.
Yeah, so it's almost more psychologically impaired that they felt something for this guy than his psychological impairment. I don't know how else to put it.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
They're more psychotic than he is in the sense.
Yeah, if you can't see something like that, then that's real bad. I mean, that's crazy.
Thank you. The man's talking about, I'm going back to a schoolyard and killing all the kids and their parents in front of them. Yeah. and people are saying, I'm going to find love in this boy. And
rampaging. I mean, he was talking about going through New York, like rampaging. And like, there's a reason he didn't own a car, because his parents, like, knew if they bought him a car, he would just, like, run into a crowd of people.
Yeah.
Like, he was, like, insinuating.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, this kind of person is, like, it's like, there's no remorse. I mean, I'm more of a, I could give people breaks, but not this guy.
Thank you.
Well, no, I tried. Douglas knows when I talked to him, I tried to give him a break, and like I did talk to him and tried to find, because I tried to find everybody. But at the end, as we know, he ended up saying, "You are more narcissistic than Douglas. I hate you more than Douglas," which obviously is a lot of hate.
Yeah.
So yeah,
that's a lot of hate. That's a lot of hate.
And because I just finally got tired of his because my thing was just like, okay, I don't need your boring, I want to kill the world, and then like your sob story. Like, you know what? You didn't earn a sob story. And
there's no details to his sob story. He just keeps saying somehow he's miserable and alone and sad, obviously, because he goes to every girl and says, I want to kill you and everybody else in the world. That's why he's alone. But
but that's my point. Like, I wasn't giving him my sob story. Like, I mean, I told him a little bit about my life, just like I told a little bit, but nothing, obviously, much more I've told, obviously, on air than ever to him personally. So my point is, when you are going to someone and you're like, oh, I want to kill people. Okay, well, and I didn't have love. Like, oh, I've not had a lover or whatever the fuck you're saying. I mean, like, wake up, dude. You don't think we all are fucking going through shit? We're not all walking around with a snorkel mask on, pissing on kids, wanting to kill them.
Thank you. Yes. And he got fan letters. These women would send him fan letters. And I'm
telling you, women, here's the thing. Two things. And now he did give me, I will say he's got the little glamour thing going on. He looks, whatever he's doing glamorized, he's doing well. Because he doesn't look bad, right? For whatever he's doing. Like, for him to be so sick.
That's not like real looks. Like,
that's what I mean.
By the way, it's just
like you go to a gym and like you actually do the discipline and then you actually get points for that. Like, this is like.
Okay, well,
but by the way, just so I can inform our listeners, I want all our listeners to know that both Brendan Zoga and myself saw him personally, and he looked like Gollum. Literally, Brendan was not exaggerating. This guy looked like Gollum from the Lord of the Rings film. He literally looked like.
Especially when he.
All I'm saying is this: I don't do black magic.
At the height of the rhabdo, he came on. He came on with Douglas and I literally had to turn off the camera or I had to turn off the Skype,
Yeah, literally. He was on rhabdomyolysis at the time and his muscles were melting off his bone. So you're talking about somebody who literally was hunched.
And he's definitely done some magic because he does not look like that right now, I can assure you.
Right.
Okay, so there you go. Okay.
Yeah. I know what he looks like now. I've seen the glamour. I know what. Yeah. So go on.
Again, what I'm trying to say is, let's go back to, we don't want to be stuck in the House of Representatives, but the one that we got rid of is our poetry guy who stands for nothing. And the other guy is the guy who has rhabdomyolysis, but then he stands for something, and maybe it's black magic, but maybe he made himself look good. And therefore, I would say if I was stuck in the House of Representatives and I was just stuck there, I would rather be with a guy that could do some black magic and make me look good. As long as he's not going to kill some dogs, I'm going to have to kill him. Then the guy that's like, I don't kill dogs, but I really do. And I really do nothing for my life except hate Douglas. And I don't know why. I can't tell you. I don't know. Read my blog, blah, blah, blah. At least this guy's going on and be like, I hate the world. I'm going to kill them all. He stands for bullshit. But he hate, but he also he believes what he stands for. He believes he hates the world. That is what he believes. He truly believes it. This guy, the other dude, he didn't even know what the fuck he believes. He didn't know if he wants to fuck you up the ass or if he was fucking your ass in the bathroom. He didn't want to deny that too much, but not say it. That guy was just.
Because he's wishing it happened. Because he's actually wishing it had to happen.
You know, that's what I'm trying to say. My whole point is I'm not taking up for either one. I'm not taking. What my point is, though, I do believe it's better to stand for something than nothing, right? So, God forbid Jameson, like, not saying what he stands for is at all anything I support in his hatred. And like I said, I think women especially try to, maybe it's the glamour he does, try to look for good in him. But at the end of the day,
most tellingly, the only men who went to visit him physically were men: Paco Morales and Salman Sheikh. None of the women, including Lena Shea, who actually was going to have sex with him. She was open to having sex with him. Basically, what happened? This was pre-COVID, just before COVID. They both canceled the trip because he copped out to her that he couldn't get it up. And so she said, well, you know, what's the point? I'm not going to strap on a dildo and fuck you up the ass. What do I get out of that?
Oh,
so,
I totally will.
Yes. Yes.
Poor Uber guy.
By the way, I want people to know that Brendan Zoget, thank God, had the technical acumen where he knew how to mute Aristides. I have no idea how to do these things. So Brendan, thank God he did that.
Oh God, thank you, because that was good. I was about to be like, I'm gonna have to go if that's gonna continue. Like that was worse than any Joe Ty shit I've ever heard.
Yes,
like, that was bad.
Brendan saved us. So George Knight, welcome aboard.
Yeah, I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I tried to call you earlier, George Knight. And, you know, let's test your audio. Let's see if we can hear you.
Hello, Douglas. Hello, everyone.
Yes.
I'm just woken up.
Yes. Oh, well, thank you so much. I appreciate that profoundly. I tried to call you at 6 p.m. London time earlier, and so it was yesterday by this point. Do me a favor, reach out to your fellow Englishman, John Warrington, sometime and let him know that I was banned off Facebook, just so that he knows that. And I'm certain that you can reach him somehow. Just make certain he gets that message. Okay, I'd appreciate that. Other than that, certainly want to catch up with you. And oh, he went mute.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon, Douglas. I was actually just about to message John Warrington. I was just
yeah. Sure.
Keep my mic on. Sorry, beg your pardon.
Oh yeah. You know, do that at your leisure. Yeah, but certainly, catch us up on what's going on with
Daddy
yourself right
says, Daddy does.
What was that, Brooke?
When Daddy says, people respond.
Oh my gosh!
You're the daddy, so people do what you say. So that's what we do. We all do that. When you say to do something, we all jump.
Oh, I thought you said I looked 12.
I mean, that's the problem, right? Like we know you're not. We know you're the daddy here, and you're trying to look 12. I don't know what you're doing. You talk about fucking JMO fucking glamoring. What the fuck are you doing? Like it's fucking a 12-year-old. Like I don't know. If anybody can zoom in on, he said that picture is him. I would like everyone to zoom in on that picture and look at the boy laying on that bed. Because there's no way that boy is.
I told you I tend to refresh quite well after feeding, honey. And
bitch, I've seen you on fucking camera plenty of times. Shut up, you are not.
Not after feeding, not after feeding, darling. But beyond that,
you really? You know what? If that's so true, I'll pay you $1,000 fucking dollars to come on camera after feeding and show me how you look like a 12-year-old.
Then I'd have to
record it for everybody. It's fine.
I'd have to be beaming you from the estate. I don't do the wild hunt, though my mother had always wanted me to be prepared for it. Thank God. What I did do was I stacked up on a lot of my prescription meds before Kaiser went on strike. This is the largest medical health provider strike in American history. We won't be getting any healthcare provision as Kaiser members for a while. Hopefully they settle this as soon as possible. But such being said, honey, yes.
Yeah, I'm so hoping. I'm so worried about you.
Yeah, you should be. You should be. That's why I have to help myself. To blood and sex. Only now I'm wrapped in rubber.
The NHS went on strike as well.
What's that? Brendan, who's on strike as well?
The NHS.
NHS.
Doctors also went on strike.
Oh, National Health Services?
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's a nightmare. Thank you for sharing that with us. So the doctors and the nurses and the pharmacists, they're all on strike.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it just life's sucks now. You know what? We just got late night. I don't know if y'all noticed because y'all aren't into comedy because obviously you're not funny, especially Douglas.
Hey, better than Brandon Young. I was telling her a joke. Hey, I thought this was kind of funny. There was this old lady talking about, Farrah Fawcett.
Not a joke. I mean, go ahead and waste everybody else's time the way you wasted mine. Nobody's gonna laugh
there was
now.
this old lady that was on radio, and she said, "Yeah, Farrah Fawcett Majors, when she was dying of that, what kind of cancer did you say it was, Brooke? Basically,
anal cancer.
Anal cancer. Oh God, that was awful. Yeah, when she was dying of that anal cancer, yeah, she basically died, and she went to heaven and said, I realize now it's all about the children." And St. Peter said to her, "We realize that as well, Farrah Fawcett. That's why we've brought up Michael Jackson."
Yeah, see how nobody's laughing? You hear the wild laughter in the background?
They're all muted!
You're zero.
They're muted!
Yeah, they're not they're muted because they're probably like eating or throwing up or just not listening to you because it's so.
I didn't make the joke up. I'm just relating it. But I said, at least it's.
When you're gonna relate a joke, make it fucking worth telling. It's like when we told fucking Ian West, don't share shit you hadn't fucking like made sure it's true. You're telling jokes that you hadn't been like. I mean, here's the thing: if you made that joke up yourself, and
I didn't. It was on radio. Long time ago.
That's the point. If you made that joke up yourself, and that was your first time telling it, right? And that's a stretch. You're stretching. You're just reaching. I had plenty of jokes go bad. I'm sure, as we know on here. But what I am saying is the fact that you weren't even reaching for your own joke. You were telling a bad joke that has already been told many times, and nobody laughs. Nobody laughed the first time when whoever made it up.
Many times. Many times. This is the first time most people have heard that.
And then you repeat it like it's funny. And it's not fun. Like
I was just giving people a chance to analyze it themselves. You said it was my delivery. I said, hey, at least it's not delivered, Brandon Young style. Like, yeah.
Yeah, that's the only thing I gave you. I'm like, like you're a little bit less than my wife's dying in the hospital. Ha ha ha.
Right. He actually said that, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, he pretty much did. I mean, I was like, yeah. She just blows in her hair and shit. It's funny, ha ha ha. I mean, like, he was making a joke.
And then he said
like,
she's growing hair on her tits. Yeah, hair's growing on her tits. Remember that? He said that. You do remember.
Yes, he's a whore. He's not. I don't know why. I don't know. I'm not going there.
Yes, but anyhow, shout out to Brandon Young. We love you. And teach those
no,
kids.
Brandon,
to be fair, the frontal lobe damage is Douglas's fault. Indirectly.
It is true. He's right. No, he's right. He got it because of his affiliation with myself. Let's hope that doesn't happen to George.
What? Wait, whoa. Why?
You've heard the story, oh my gosh, like 5 times in a row.
What? Because I am sick. Like, there needs to be. I already found the warnings that you need to put on your show before anybody else comes on new.
Yeah, honestly, Douglas, we should do it just to get more viewers.
Yes.
If you listen to this man, things will happen. Dangerous black magical things, and then you'll have viewers overnight.
Thank you.
But the problem is that shit's true, Brandon, and you know it.
We'll do it right in time for your birthday / Halloween.
Yeah. That's my birthday's coming up.
What do you think's gonna happen when you deal with the vampire son of Adolf Hitler?
Yes.
With pianos and organs.
It deals with fucking Aquino and brings him in.
Okay, see, you could help, bro.
Yeah. And his birthday's coming up too, October 16th. Right before mine, October 20th.
Great. Yeah, and then you're like, oh, let me throw J-Mo the monkey that's drawing the shit in there, and let him curse me as well. Like, it's all great. We're so glad that you brought us into your lifestyle.
Hey, Peter warned you. Peter told you, honey. He said, stay away.
Peter warned me. No. Peter told me after. He's like, I don't understand why you thought you could get into this and not get to. And I'm like, I don't fucking know, Peter, because I thought it was just a fucking YouTube podcast. I didn't know. I thought it was about political bullshit. And then the guy said he's fucking maybe a vampire. That sounded kind of crazy to me, but whatever. I'll listen. I'll get on. I didn't know. I had zero idea. I mean, he wants to warn me 4 months later. By the way, why don't you do some deep breathing and show me your breasts?
You gotta give him pointers for that. You gotta give him pointers.
I will give him pointers. He got me on that because he's like, cut the camera on. Cut the camera on. He's like, breathe deeper.
And He's at the other end.
Go, breathe deeper, go
Yeah.
slower.
Yeah,
Raise
yeah.
your arm, because I'm raising my arms up and down.
Oh man, that's a good one. Oh, I love it. Yeah. And take those handcuffs. Put those on yourself. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, George, I insist he participate. George, you must participate. We don't
Hello.
want you to feel left out. So tell us what's going on this morning, how things are going, how's work, and then because, Brooke asked, I'll give her a little replay of what happened to Amanda Ute and Brandon Young, but I'll make it as succinct as possible. But let's hear what's going on with yourself first. So, just want you to know, I want to catch up with you. It's a very heavy holiday month. As a matter of fact, I'm going to take you
Oh
on
my
a little
God!
tour.
Have you ever? I'm sorry, George. Have you ever known him not to have a heavy holiday month?
It's
This is a heavy holiday month.
it is. Yes.
Oh, no, I know.
So I want people to see. Here, I'm doing a screen share. Can you see the screen share, George? Can you see the
I
cursor?
can't wait till when I go back to work. I can't wait till I get all these. I'm going to tell.
Yes.
I can't wait to be like, this is my religion. Like every holiday you brought up, home day, blah blah blah. Day. Like sorry, I can't work today.
Yeah,
Sorry, I can't work today.
So both tomorrow with UNESCO's international world recognition of this, and in Japan, Germany, and Armenia, this is a national holiday. It's Teachers' Day. So all the blood boys want to throw me a party. My biggest danger, of course, is that they try to wrestle me down and have their way with me, and I just can't allow it to happen. Saturday is Brooks Day's
Why?
world.
I mean, you're only 12, and so like they're. I mean, I know they're bigger than you. That's probably what's scaring you. Since you're like a 12-year-old.
Brooke, you just haven't seen me when I'm vulnerable. It just makes me look younger. And Saturday is World Cotton Day. That's when we can celebrate Brooke Gibson's culture and how they, that term, you cotton picking. That's how they would call somebody basically a black person. Like you cotton picking, yeah. And so, I couldn't believe this was an international holiday, but I get to teach the kids about.
Is cotton picking a national holiday?
Yeah, no, World Cotton Day. World Cotton Day. Cotton Day, not cotton picking.
That'd be funny if it was a cotton picking day. Because I was about to say, I've never heard of cotton like that down here. But if it was cotton picking day, I probably heard of that one.
I did see the Confederate bumper stickers. There are neo-Confederate bumper stickers that said, if I'd known all this would have happened, I would have picked my own goddamn cotton. Yeah, no, those are funny. But, so all week it's San Francisco Fleet Week, which is a time that I try to stay out of San Francisco because I go into post-traumatic stress disorder, as Brooke can attest to, happened today. So I do apologize publicly to her for that. I did go into that mode. Jay Cornell is the name of the son of a bitch who charged me $1,000 to drive me down to Sacramento, then abused me on the way back by forcing me to stay awake so he could stay awake driving. And then I came home to find my mother dying, at which point I had to stay awake. I spent 2 days preparing for the presentation, spent another 2 days awake after that.
Don't get back into that. You stop that.
Yes.
You're going to get back there.
Thank you. Thank you. Sunday will be International Lesbian Day. We'll be lucky if Brooke's even with us.
Fuck you. You're just wanting to continue to point out how I don't have sex. Thank you. That's great.
Honey, I'll cross-dress for you. I'll cross-dress. Pay to fly me down there. I'll cross-dress for you and eat you out. That's so we can make it happen, honey, and I can do it. So I don't understand if you can conceive of my cross-dressing. I mean, you thought one of the sexiest things was my mascara running. I don't understand how you.
I would love to see you cross-dressing, and I would totally make you like get a little skirt on and climb up a little ladder and clean the top of the climb a ladder and clean so I can look up under it.
Yeah, well, unlike most men, I can actually withdraw my testes because I had the ninja training when I was young while my body was still adaptable. So there we are. And so then this Taiwanese 4th of July National Double 10 Day on the 10th. And of course, then Wednesday, the episode after that, will be National Coming Out Day. Both Brooke and I will come out as something. International Day of the Girl Child as well. Yes, we'll both come out as, I don't know, straight or something. It's to surprise everybody. And then, it's Hispanic Day after that. I'll try and remind Sammy Romero. And then, of course, Michael Aquino's birthday on October 16th. Then I go to the dentist. And then...
This is a great thing. It's okay, Well, National Lesbian Day, you're not having sex, Brooke. You're not gonna fucking fly down here because you're too pussy. You're scared I'm gonna feed you pigs anyway.
Yeah, that's right. You'll kill me for the insurance money, even though it's only.
Yeah, because you have so much insurance money. Oh my god, fuck my life.
Which Richard K. Cole Jr. claimed I couldn't have. He can't have the insurance because he hasn't been in the Marines. That's when you told him.
That's what I told him. I was like, bitch, I dialed the number. He didn't even dial it. I dialed the fuckers.
There you go.
You can't tell me that one. And it's like, just starts circling around. Again, he's like the fucking House Speaker. That's why Republicans and Democrats, first time ever in our history of the United States, actually took out the Speaker of the House. Because it's like him. You have zero to stand on. Zero. Nothing. You just circle around in bullshit. Like, at least the fucking grease monkey is, like, ready to go down there with his fucking snorkel and mask and kissing people. Like, at least he, like, and kill them. I mean, he wants to kill him, let him kill. But, like, he stands for something. I'll kill everyone in the world. That's fine. But at least you, like, don't go back and, like, but then I also love dogs and will write you poetry and I don't kill anybody. Like,
even though I go hunting, yeah, go hunting with long walks with the dog in the woods.
And long walks. He said, well, I went hunting. I never actually hunted. Because then he said, I never actually hunted. Because I don't believe in killing animals. I just went with them to have fun.
It's easier to kill the dogs in his neighbor's yard.
Yeah. He said that he let all the dogs. Then he's like, no, well, I didn't kill them. I mean, he killed them. Like, okay, I'm like, well, you let him starve to death while he was dying of cancer? Because you just said you were taking him to his cancer treatment. When they were dying, they were starving. And I'm like, well, did you feed him? Well, no. And then he's like, but he killed him. Yeah. And I don't know where he thought he was going with that, but I am sure if there was someone else listening to him, he got cussed the fuck out because that was the stupidest fucking thing he could have said.
He was being prompted. He kept stopping when he was talking to Brooke because he kept getting prompted. Like, what do I say next? And they would have to tell him.
They were prompting him, I guess, but my point is, like, whoever was prompting him, they couldn't prompt him enough to be like, you're an idiot, what the fuck did you just say? How are we going to circle around that one?
Who is this?
She's talking about Richard K. Cole Jr. and his attempts to seduce her.
Oh.
Yeah, and he's like...
After all these years, he still needs to be guided? Like, what?
Yeah, of course, because he's never had any straight sex. That guy never had any straight sex.
Okay, yeah, true.
Probably I didn't even know about that. That's when I told him that he was the guy that tried to fuck you in the bathroom because I thought he was the rich guy.
Yeah, and that's when he just said, no, that wasn't me.
But, like, if I said that to any straight guy, I'm telling you, especially in the South, if I was to tell just any normal, and this guy's supposedly in the military, he's just supposed to be...
Not only that, he was born in West Virginia.
Right, and he's acting like he's like, well, I don't like Douglas because he said he wasn't in the military. Okay, so you don't like Douglas because you don't believe his military history, is what he said. The only thing he could tell me, but then wanted me to read his blogs. I don't have time. I'm not reading your shit. Obviously, you don't know me. I'm not reading your shit. But the only thing he could say was he didn't believe your military history, and he then though. So here's somebody who's so heavily.
The funny part about it is most of Douglas's info is from the DoD, so it was almost irrelevant at this point. Like, so it's like it doesn't even take away from that point.
Yes, thank you.
Someone that's so heavily
in a
military.
civilian. How do I explain that properly, Douglas? Like most of your information was when you were a civilian.
Yes, thank you.
Worker.
Thank you.
So it's kind of like irrelevant whether that happened or not.
Thank you. It's completely irrelevant because my DoD involvement was as a civilian employee, so the military has nothing to do with my selling points or what.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, well, that's just like when he told me he didn't talk to Aquino, but then he did talk to Aquino.
Yes, that's right. Yes. Oh. So George,
I do probably remember that bit. I did probably remember that because that was the one. Because he did admit about the Richard K. Cole Jr. Whatever the other guy. What's the other guy's name? The Australian guy.
Stephen Outram. George says he'll be back. So do come right back.
You know that he lied about because he's like, I never talked to him. Then
even these names sound like cartoon characters. I mean, they didn't trustworthy.
Thank you.
I mean, who calls himself Outram and has a thing? I don't. Never mind.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, calls himself Outrim and has a distended colon for someone to rim out of his ass. Yes, it's incredible. It's, you could make these things up for a cartoon and everybody would say, well, that's just so unbelievable. It's in poor taste.
It's just like I told, what's his name? I told him, I said, I just don't understand. Like, why? What is your life purpose here? Like, that's when we got into a screaming match. And I was screaming with him. And I said, because he thought he was going to overtalk me. And you know how that goes. And I have more respect for you, obviously, than I do somebody I don't fucking know at all. And you and I have gotten in yelling matches on your show. So if he thought he was going, I didn't stop at that point. I just continued to scream, like yell, like until he shut the fuck up. And then I was like, do you want to tell me now? What is the point of your life? Like, why do you care so much about Douglas? If you think somebody's lying about their military history, I am fairly certain that there are probably thousands,
yes, at least,
lying about their military history. Why the fuck are you focused on Douglas Dietrich? And he could not give me a goddamn
It's almost
answer
like
on
most of these guys that are like really all about it. Like anyone, because I grew when I was 18, I was, my girlfriend was from a military family, and none of those guys gave a fuck about telling people they were military. It's like they were, the only thing her dad ever talked about was that he worked for the VA.
Yeah.
But he never would ever pull up. Like, I think he had maybe like his platoon badge on his truck as a sticker or something, but he would never push the military like it's like, how these most of the people, you can tell when they're lying because they push the military like it's something good.
Thank you.
My grandfather never did. My grandfather was a Marine. I mean, obviously fought,
and they never bring it up because they
never brought it up. Never had a sticker on his car.
Right,
that was
exactly.
Like the last
Those are the real ones.
Yeah.
The fake ones are the ones that like wave the flag and they have
Thank you.
MIA, POW stickers all over their shit.
Yes.
I'm gonna go get some of that shit and put it all over my car. That's what I should do. But like, I'm in the military. I would do that only, but I would disrespect my grandmother, so I'm not gonna do that. Also, I don't want to be associated with these fucking people.
Yeah.
But
there's
at
always
the end of the day,
by the way. Like there could be someone that is all about it, but it's like it's usually the World War II crowd, and most of them are gone by now.
Yes.
Those are the only people that really pushed
it. That's my thing. My grandfather was World War II, and Douglas knows that. And I've got the book that his brother. I've got the book.
But he was one of the few smart ones that didn't push.
He did not push it at all.
Well, he was too traumatized. Yeah, he was a black hole.
Into the Marines by that crowd, but now a guy that wrote the book was a POW because he ended up getting accepted into the Army. But my grandfather was the only one out of in this book that I have, like he was. I always knew my grandfather was the good-looking one and everything, but he went down there with 10 guys when they had rose after Pearl Harbor.
The wine.
Right.
Huh?
Right. Well, it's Brandon Young has joined us. He's going to tell some jokes in a minute, but let Brooke Gibson finish what she's saying because I think
point is that all I was saying was he was the only one accepted, and so not just that, and then and Douglas knows where he's he fought and what Peleliu and. Yes. And several things he went through. He went through getting bombed. Like he went through the, what do you call that when you get?
He was a witness to the Japanese cannibalizing American prisoners.
He was a witness to that, but he also got grenaded. He didn't have what do you call that when you have
shell shock?
Yeah, shell shock. He's just traumatized, and he came back a black hole. He came back basically a black hole, unable to.
Yeah, well, no, but what I'm saying is he still fought after the shell shock where he got hurt bad enough that they put him over there, I guess where they put you in the infirmary,
field infirmary.
And then he went back and fought more. And, I never really knew much other than, I have his suit and I have, one watch that he took off somebody that he killed that he brought back. Right. And that wasn't something he was proud of. It just happened to be something he had that we knew. He never told me that. I only knew what it was, the watch, because my grandmother knew, which was his wife. But he never spoke of it. And he did come back. Like you said, he didn't come back like a black hole. I think he came back and he probably he needed to deal with it, but he went into just working into accounting. Just going back and
that's what men do. They basically immerse themselves in their work, but once there was no work,
that's when he totally it was gone. He was gone. Just a different.
Yeah, and just to put this into some perspective, what Brooke brings up is a point to be emphasized, that he only had one or two souvenirs. As I pointed out before, what would happen is many of the troops, whether they were Marines or Army, many of the troops in the Pacific in particular, would raid the Japanese dead when they could, and then they would trade what they raided to the guys back in the supply camp, so they could get ice cream or cold Coca-Cola or any refrigerated or cool items or anything like that, or hot coffee. So they would trade to get beyond what was rationed. And therefore, the guys who were in the supply lines wound up with all the souvenirs. So when you go
there's a bunch of sheriff out here with a white van.
Yeah.
Fuck. I gotta get away from this, right?
Oh yeah, I don't blame you. Holy shit. No, get away from that guy. Yes.
Right.
He might be there just because of you. It's a matter of fact.
Oh, it's it looks like they're trying to hold up a 7-Eleven or something.
Yo, Jesus,
pretty
holy
crazy
shit.
looking out here.
Yeah, he's in
Like
a
20 sheriffs behind a white van, a white panel van with no license plate in front of a 7-Eleven.
Let's walk away.
I'm pretty sure
I'm driving away
I'm
as
pretty
quick
sure
as I
they
can.
think that they kidnapped a kid. That sounds like a kidnapping van.
Whatever it is, I have nothing to do with it.
Yes, thank you. Wise.
You're right. You know what? And it's not the 12-year-old Douglas Dietrich in the back of my
And I told you, I just look younger when I'm vulnerable, honey. It makes us all look younger when we're there. You know, think of how I was victimized by Brooke Gibson. Yes.
Yeah. Me too.
Oh my God, yeah, you all look so fucking. I've victimized myself more than I've ever victimized y'all. So I should look like fucking 4 years old.
Yeah.
So Brandon, catch us up, buddy. What's going on with you?
Well, I'm still keeping my head down and working and every day.
How's the teaching? How are the kids behaving?
They're okay. It's not middle school anymore. I don't know if you knew that, but
what is it?
University level.
You're teaching at university level now?
Yeah, for the past year.
Fuck, what's it like? Hey, that means you can finally hit on legal gauge girls.
His wife fucking blown up and killed and grew hair on her tits. He decided to go to university.
Happened. All right. No, it was her chest. It wasn't her boobs or nipples or anything like that. It was just the top of her chest, and it wasn't that much.
It's just fucking weird.
Is that serious?
It is weird. I agree. I'm not saying this.
Wait, are you saying this is true?
We thought you were joking about that. That was the actual truth.
Listen.
Okay, what happened then?
I'm in the middle of a legal fight with the university or the college, rather, at this point.
Okay.
It's a private liberal arts school in Southeastern. I'm not going to say the name.
Yeah.
The gang stalkers out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you guys, I think she's been on the show before.
She has been, and we wish she'd come on again so that we could see that she was okay.
Oh, she's fantastic.
Yeah, we'd like to know she's alive and you didn't kill her, because we're not really sure at this point.
Well, I could get her bones to speak, Brooke, if you want.
So that delivery was a little better. So is this why you're teaching at university level now? This is a totally different school?
Oh, in the middle school? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so you're
such an idiot. I can tell you're a 12-year-old.
You're an idiot.
No, she's talking me.
I'm talking to Douglas. Douglas, he's like, is middle school totally different than college?
Obviously.
Honey, what I meant was that so he's left his former facility completely and is now teaching at a completely different facility.
That's what he said.
Exactly.
And I'm pretty sure that most people that they're teaching in college aren't like, oh yeah, I'm teaching at the college middle school. I mean, maybe there's a college middle school out there, and where is that? Like where they all marry each other? They have like 20 wives out there, and fucking. Yeah. Maybe there's one of those.
Bret Easton Ellis. Douglas, do you know who Bret Easton Ellis is, by the way?
Doesn't ring a bell. Sounds vaguely.
Psycho. There's a movie called American Psycho.
Okay.
Christian Bale, and he plays like this. Anyone know this movie?
Now that you mention it, I know the book.
I love Christian Bale. Christian Bale's awesome. I know the movie, yes.
Yeah, I know the book and I know the film, and it's supposed to be really brutal stuff, and this was supposed to like set a bar for horror. So what about it?
Well, I just know the guy. I know his partner.
Okay.
Who also
you know Christian Bale?
Loves is best friends with this guy named Peter Thiel, who I think you've
Well,
mentioned.
about I swear to
Yes.
God, I thought you were going to say Peter Moon, and I was about to throw up.
I think you might know him too. You know?
But you said these best friends with, and I was like, I'm
Not
not
best.
going to.
Peter
No, by
Thiel.
any means.
Okay, so yeah, go
Peter-
on. So tell us the dirt, the gossip.
No, this guy's a famous Hollywood writer. He lives in West Hollywood and a place called Doheny Plaza. He does a podcast with Quentin Tarantino and all the
Of course.
fashionistas
Yeah.
and the famous
You mean sleaze bags? Yeah, the sleaze bags.
bags and the Hollywood sleaze.
By the way, in case people didn't know it, I don't know what they showed in the film, but in the book, there's a lot of cannibalism of females. So the females are cannibalized by the killer. So just so people know the theme that this writer writes on. So go on, Brandon.
Right.
Yeah. And
No,
so,
correct. So I just got the other day. He sent me a first edition of the English because it was released in England first
Mhm.
with a very different cover, which is very cool.
Mhm.
And he said to Brandon, Bret Easton Ellis, and he signed it. So I have this signed first edition, which is fantastic. Thank you. And
Yeah, because
but-
I am so happy to have somebody sign
That's
something
pretty. That's pretty
about
epic, actually.
Female,
Yeah,
female cannibalism is what I would like an author.
Yeah, I was about to
it's
say, I'm not
positive.
quite sure how cool or epic that is, but I get what both of you, I get what Brendan and Brandon are saying. You know, it is, kind of exciting in its own right, but it's definitely something where, okay, is this the kind of friend
It's like
I
a
want?
part of the pop culture. I mean, it's like on the level of like, I mean,
Yeah. It's like, who's that guy Peter Moon wrote the book on that did the
Preston
no,
Nichols.
Nothing like that.
Preston
Yeah,
Nichols.
I'd get Austin Nichols' signature and be like all proud of it. Okay.
Austin Nichols, huh?
Well, Preston Nichols, but you get her point.
I said Austin. I don't know his name, and I don't give a shit about his name because I don't really even care to remember child molesters' names.
Yeah,
Ew.
I mean, it is. I can see Brooke's point, and I could make her argument just as well as I could see where you guys are coming from. I do tend to lean more on, how would I say it, kind of like Brooke's side on this, simply because the guy's part of popular culture, but look how sick popular culture is. So it's not necessarily the
It's
reason.
like even
brag
having
about-
a Kardashian. Okay, like
Yeah.
I would not brag if fucking Kim Kardashian and sent me a fucking autograph. Like I would be embarrassed. I'd be like, I don't even know why I Instagram.
No, but this guy
this.
writes books, and
Yeah, he wrote just because
Right, about women
I
being
know somebody
eaten,
else
yeah.
that writes books and they suck dick.
By the way, it's kind of like what makes his stories a bit more horrifying. That's the point. Is that the guy's not getting dressed in a hockey mask. He's not getting dressed in an inside-out William Shatner mask. The killer is
Right.
just a upscale yuppie, and that's the point.
Yes.
He's portraying the upscale yuppies as being literal cannibals, that they're basically cannibalizing other Americans. But he gender specifies their victims, and so he's turned it into a fetishistic, totemic, male entertainment spree. So
Yeah.
At least
Yeah.
what's his name that did that with
Yeah, what's
Jodie
really
Foster?
strange about that is
What was the
all
baby
the
Jodie
meme
Foster did? And then he goes,
people.
Oh,
with
oh,
the liver.
right. Hold on, you're
It's
talking
not
about
like
Hannibal Lecter.
At least he's like
Yeah, go on.
he's less relatable. But it's like with that with the Christian Bale character, like they put it on TikTok, and he's basically like the quote unquote Sigma male like icon. Like they use him in memes as like every time they show a Sigma male, like they show that character and like put a bunch of music to it.
So in other
So
words,
it's very odd.
thank
that-
you.
That is
That's
sick.
their
That shows
ideal.
how sick
No,
our
it's-
fucking society is. To be
Yes,
honest.
he's become kind of a male role model, and that's their
Ooh.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's their bullshit way of attacking women, getting back at women. Is,
Hey, you know whose role model that is? The same guy that went to jail in Romania over there.
yeah, Andrew Tate.
What's his-
Andrew Tate.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
Tate fucking. That's Tate shit.
Absolutely, yes, I agree. That's Tate shit. I like that. That's a good way of phrasing it.
I
Hannibal
mean,
Lecter-
that's almost giving Tate too much credit. I mean.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. The character in the American Psycho has more brains than Tate. Yeah, he actually.
No,
yeah,
it's just like I told you again about going back to the thing. We kicked out our guy.
yeah.
At least the guy in American Psycho stood for something. I'll eat him. Tate can't figure it out. He's like, I gotta have my Bugatti. got my Bugatti, and I got this girl painting naked for me. All these girls painting naked.
And you know, like Brendan Zogit suspected that what's her name again? The Scandi chick, you know, the Scandinavian girl who did Tate. It was the downfall of Tate, was his attacking the Scandinavian chick. Brendan, help me out here.
Greta Thunberg.
Yeah, Greta Thunberg. He basically, the downfall of Tate was Greta.
His pizza. It was the pizza box.
Yes.
He got himself arrested.
Yeah, I mean, it's
for
all a
goddamn
psyop, but like,
pizza box.
we'll just say that. Just leave it at that.
Yeah, so Brendan feels that she's...
Okay, maybe I'm wrong, but was it not the pizza box? I mean, he fucking showed himself because he was so
Yes,
arrogant.
it was the Romanian pizza thing, but let's not go that.
Brendan finds it painful because Brendan feels it's unbelievable. Brendan feels that it was definitely Greta Thunberg was cooperating with Deep State to take down Andrew Tate, in which case I would say in this case Deep State did something right.
I'm saying she's like a patsy. She's not she doesn't know what she's doing kind of thing.
Okay, so
she's kind of just like a
patsy to take that motherfucker down. I'll be a patsy any goddamn day to take that.
Well, yeah,
down.
I'm sure she was fine with it, but I'm saying like she didn't directly like plan it or anything.
Got it. In other words, by the way, this is actually believable because she's on the autistic spectrum and she's very honest and open about that. She actually
No, I don't think she did plan it. I don't think you could plan it. It's just like Doug. Like, how could we plan Douglas is going to put out a 12-year-old picture? We couldn't plan that. You know, we couldn't plan it that stupid Tate was going to put out where he was with his pizza box.
Yeah, you're right.
He's so stupid with his cigar.
You're right. There was a series of events that had to take place for that 12-year-old picture to manifest.
But that's just nonsense. I'm saying like they knew where Tate lived. They know his flight logs.
Yeah.
Like he's a celebrity in Romania. His brother dated one of the most famous women in Romania.
Yeah.
They don't need a pizza place to find him. I mean, that's a joke.
I agree with you on that. I think you're right on everything's got a deeper meaning and behind it. But I think like what you're saying, Patsy, I assume what you mean by that is what I'm going to assume is that.
Well, basically for our listeners to understand.
Well, let me finish. I don't need you to basically let me finish. I'm assuming what he means by that is the fact that they knew where he was, but once he put that out, which I don't think she wasn't trying to push it to get out. Like, I don't think she was like, I think he's going to put a pizza box out. But once he did that shit, at that point, he had enough people. America, we had the girl in Georgia, from Georgia in the United States, and Georgia is the state of the United States, not Georgia the country, or was the country, whatever that guy with the sleeping bag had. But, you know, they had already pressed charges on him. And so at that point, I think the U.S. came heavily in with Romania to take him down. Like, now we know there's no hiding where he is. We know where he is, and then we have a reason to take him out. Like, we have a way to. I mean, I'm assuming that's what you mean. What do you mean by that?
No, he never got any U.S. charges. That was all DCOT, which is a Romanian cybercrime.
He didn't get U.S. charges, but he had the woman that. No, he did have a woman in Georgia that. We had a man, actually, it was a male, that was her ex-boyfriend.
Yeah. Well, that was just some shenanigans because she went to his party, and that was like they just used that as a way to like.
I mean, like, do I need to block you? You're an Andrew Tate fan?
That's not the case.
That's not true.
No,
the only thing I ever agreed with him on was the sparkling water thing. The rest of it's just a bunch of shit.
Well, do not tell Douglas's best friend that unless those bottles are small. Because I can assure you, if those are big bottles of sparkling water, we'll let you know that is bad.
So for those of you who don't know, my gang brother Beaver, for some reason, when we were in a Vietnamese restaurant together, was talking about, I gotta watch it when I buy little bottles of water, these little carbonated bottles of water. If I get too many of them, I drink them up right away. I gotta make sure I don't get too many of them or have them where I can reach them. And I was like thinking to myself, this guy's talking about carbonated little bottles of water like they were high-proof alcohol. He was
talking about how he needed about little bottles.
No, big bottles. No, he had to buy big bottles because we got the little bottles. Then he'd go through them like water.
It was vice versa. Okay.
Anyone who drinks sparkling water will know what he's talking about.
Yeah. One of my best friends opened up a Vietnamese restaurant in Oakland, and it
So
is.
one of your best friends cooks dogs.
Oh my god! You think or people like Jameson, who
He actually eats them for the glamour.
Yes.
For the glamour.
Yes, thank you. See, these guys know, honey. These guys know.
Well, they make the shirts into the skin into shirts that are wife beaters. So
yes, but
it shows off.
By the way, I want people to know we have a wonderful individual in the chat named, I assume it stands for Brown, but it's BRN, might be their initials. So BRN.
Can you let them know that I need my hair done and I need $200?
Yeah. At any rate, BRN 2579 says, I saw Gunner 65. That's Richard K. Cole Jr. Because he was born in 1965. He says, I saw Gunner 65 in an Aquino live interview chat. He was praising Aquino and dissing Douglas. He isn't even hiding it. So there, the connection.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit. I'm telling you, he lied to me. I told you when he did that circle on me with Aquino, like, I never, but that's, did you ever talk to Aquino? Because then he said he had gotten him. Well, Aquino never even knew, Aquino said he never knew Douglas. I'm like, well, you spoke
that
with
must have been
Aquino?
2 years ago, right? So.
It was horrible. Anyway, go ahead.
What was that, Brandon? Yeah, what was
that? That must have been 2 years ago because Aquino died a couple of years ago at least. And I've seen Richard K. Cole goes under a different name in different chat rooms now, and I notice it, and I know who he is because he gives his name away. But there's no way that's any brand new news because that's a couple of years old. Keno died and shot himself in the head, supposedly.
But what we're not talking about has nothing to do with that. We're talking about the fact that during the time he was alive, Richard K. Cole Jr. was receiving orders directly from him, which
for sure.
Which he
wanted to tell me he didn't. Oh, Aquino didn't know. This is what he told me, and I do remember this now directly, Douglas. I remember we talked about it. Yeah. Aquino, he said, because I had gone back and forth on who was who because of the other guy he was talking about. Yeah. The guy from wherever, fucking the rich guy that I thought he was. Oh,
Stephen Outram, the one you were hoping he was. The one you were hoping.
The one I was hoping. That's the only reason I answered the fucking call, man. But what he did say was, I remember now. So with Aquino, what he said was, when I asked him, what he said was, Aquino never even knew. Douglas is also letting him up that. Because that's the other thing he said. He never even knew Douglas. And I said, you've spoken with Aquino? And do you remember how I told you that I thought Aquino, because you were like, why did you think Aquino had been dead for like 10 years? I'm like, I don't know. Because you talked about him, and then when I looked him up, I saw him on Oprah in the 80s. So I figured he's fucking been dead for a while. Right? Yeah. So, I thought, okay, there's no way this guy's talked to him recently, in the last few years. And he's like, I've never spoken with him. That's what he tells me. And then later on, he's like, well, when Aquino said this, and I said, well, I thought you didn't have direct contact with Aquino. And he's like, whoa. So I had an email, and I emailed him, and he did email me back directly. And it was a huge, it was just like what I told you. It was a pause, to get an answer.
Yes, he had to wait for a prompting to give him instructions on what to say.
Yeah, because you just fucked this one up again.
It's like that episode of SpongeBob where he's trying to get his ID.
Heard his conversation with me. If Outram or whoever the fuck's running his ass, I think they would probably kill him because his conversation with me was so idiotic. I mean, they actually sent Jameson in as the backup, right? Because Jameson was better than him. And that's the honest to God truth.
And that's saying a hell of a lie.
That's what I'm trying to say. Once he replied with a poem the next morning, he's like, I guess they were threatening his life, and he tried to write a poetry shit the next morning, and I was like,
oh shit!
And then that's when 5 days later I get contacted by Jameson. But like I said, I mean, I'll tell Jameson any day of the week, hey, you know what? You suck. I've told you, your hate sucks. I think you suck with this shit. You should probably quit doing that bullshit you're doing, the drugs, because I've tried that drug. It's not good.
Not to mention his blood magic. You might want to mention that as something unhealthy.
Yeah, don't fuck with me on that. But what I'm saying is, I can protect myself. But my point is, at least Jameson is like, meh. At least standing for something. I mean, this fucking guy's lost. Like, I don't know what the fuck that guy's doing with his life. Like, he's just like, I don't even know why I'm. Like, this is basically what he said. I do not know why I'm attacking Douglas Dietrich. I have no idea. My life is boring, and I live on a farm where I kill dogs but don't kill dogs, hunt but I don't hunt. Like,
Okay,
there was
there's your answer.
nothing about anything he said that made sense. It was just circular and horrible patterns. Like, at least Jameson's like, I feel sorry for myself. I hate people. I wish I was loved.
But that's circular
like,
too. The whole thing is, I want you to feel sorry for me. I want to kill everybody, including you, but I want you to love me.
You're right. His is circular too, but his is circular more in a mental. At least I could be like, okay, let's go to a therapist. Like, if he actually could, like, but like, I don't even think this guy could get to a therapist level.
The funny thing is, both these guys see therapists. Yet our tax dollars pay for their therapists. In the case of Richard K. Cole Jr.
Yeah, both of them get like SSDI and more.
Yeah, no, I get the SSDI. They get the crazy check.
Or disability insurance, whatever that is.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think we should get fucking disability for having to deal with fucking now.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, just to specify.
Just the poetry. Just that stupid point. Like, that right there. I don't even know how I would get over that. Like, it's
read that to Brandon. Brandon might come up with his own version of it. Read it to Brandon.
Oh, it was so horrible, Brandon. So he's like, I'll send it to you and you can, like, come up with your own version of it. Like, what he sent was like, I randomly saw the deer this morning and it was out. Like, this is after he's told me he hunted but he doesn't hunt. Because and then he didn't kill the dogs next door that were starving to death with the neighbor. But
are you talking about RKC?
Yeah, she's talking about RKC. Richard K. Cole.
So then he sent. So then I wake up the next morning and have the fucking poetry bullshit. I woke up this morning and the mist was clear. And it was, I can read it to you, but it's stupid.
Whoa.
It's not. It's like there was a mist. It was a misty morning.
Haiku form.
And he put his dog out that he was trying to build up to me because he knows I like dogs, right? So he was like, and I put my dog. And he's like, and he saw the deer in the mist, and I was just like,
no, actually, this is the kicker. Was he tells her, and then the dog couldn't reach the deer because he had reached the end of his chain.
Right.
We should also make, like, obviously, again.
That's so romantic.
Again, that's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure he's dead. Because anybody that was paying him, do anything, they're like, if you couldn't even, like, Brooke just is honest. She's like, she likes dogs. She was already mad at Douglas when you called her. You just couldn't just be a person that just couldn't be like, I don't kill dogs. Dogs aren't dying around me. I don't chain them up, and I don't go hunting. And you couldn't
I mean, they got Miguel, they got Selena, they got Lena. I mean, yeah, he fucked up this one.
Yeah, that's right. Everybody else, he succeeds. If you don't believe it, Brooke, that's what makes it so unbelievable. With everyone else he approaches, they go for it. They immediately go for it. Just like with Jameson Reese. Most of the women he approaches and says, you got to do this against Douglas, they do it. They just, they think
Jameson was a woman.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, say that again?
Well, Jameson, you said it's all women.
Yeah, with Jameson, it's all women. Yeah. That's that I know.
Well, okay, well, look.
Yeah, but wait. Oh, yeah, you're right. It was Solomon Shake and Paquan Morales, and they actually.
Let's not forget. I mean, if you're again, I'm not. Don't mean to defend Jameson here, but at the same time, I'm going to defend him in this regard.
Here's why. Let her have her fun. This is fun.
Let me have my fun with
building
it.
Up to the punchline.
Because this fucker not only the RK Richard Cole Jr. Right, he has no fucking like stance on anything, right? And other guy's crazy, but then other guy, you're saying he gets women. Well, at least even if he's using spells, I don't know what the fuck he's using. Maybe he's killing 20 cats a day. I don't fucking know. But I do know if he's doing it, he's figured out it makes my muscles look good to the women, and he's using it. Really, like use your shit. Like if I'm gonna be in sales,
it's not real muscle though. When you touch it, you'll find out.
No, she knows that. She knows that.
That's not what I mean. I'm not saying
her point is, at least he's using something. At least he's
trying to use some, like he's at least making an effort to be like, okay, he's an evil bird, like that can be evil, right? But at the same time, like I don't even think Richard K. Cole Jr. knows if he's evil or good or if he's even in fucking the world. Like he's just fucking laws.
The only thing in this world is Douglas Dietrich. That is his world. That is his entire...
Oh, no, he has a second person, he told me, remember?
Yeah, but then he couldn't name him. But then he couldn't name him.
Yeah, but he kept saying, go on my blog spot, and go on my blog. And I was like, I'm not going on your fucking blog spot. I still have not been on his blog spot, ever. By the way, if he's listening, or whoever's listening for him, because apparently he doesn't listen. However, he knew to contact me, and I was like, well, wait a minute. Well, you got an argument with
just
Douglas.
like all those other people that tell me stop going on Douglas's show, like Daniel Arola, but then they're in the background listening because I could see them on Skype. Their Skype icons there.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't get it. If you don't want Douglas to have views, why are you being one of the views? Like,
yes, half my views are from the enemy.
That's what I'm saying, but like, I mean, there's that's just so stupidity there. But I don't know. I didn't know how to look that up. But my point is, like, with him, what he was so stupid was he's like, I know you got, like, there's one of his, like, when he contacts me, he's like, so I know you got an argument, like, you and Douglas, like, I hope you're ready to, like, realize who Douglas is, and let me tell you, because I understand. And then I'm like, so why do you listen to Douglas shit? He's like, I don't listen to Douglas's shit. And I'm like, well, then how do you know who I am?
yeah.
And he's like, well, I've been told that you were on it. And I'm like, well, how do you know I got an? Because he contacted me when me and Douglas got in an argument on when the last time we got in
he even told you. Jameson called me and told me you're done.
He did not say Jameson. He said I don't listen. And when I finally said, well, if you don't listen, how did you know we got an argument? Because I circled back around. I was like, how did you know we got an argument? I circled it back to him this time, and he went, because I get contact. I don't listen, but I was contacted and told that they thought you were done. And he didn't. I will say I don't think he didn't say Jameson, although it probably was Jameson. But he didn't. I don't.
But anyhow, it wasn't Jameson because he listens. He listens. No one contacts him. Then he just said what he said.
What do you mean he listens? This is a man who has such a big life, and that, I mean, he's so like busy that he has time to stalk all the people that are. Wait a minute, no, just one or two people in the world that he thinks might be stealing, that he claims he doesn't like their military record. So, like, if you can, I don't like my fucking neighbor's fucking damn yard. I don't, like, what the fuck are you doing, bitch? Like, what, why? That's what I kept asking him. What did Douglas do to you? Why? Well, I heard him on the podcast, and he claimed military, and I was in the military, and I don't like that, and I'm like, give me a reason. You've yet to give me an actual reason, because that'd just be like me saying I don't like my neighbor's fucking bushes, or like she's a fucking bitch. Like, I punched my fucking neighbor in the face, okay? I still don't stalk the bitch.
There we are. Well, in terms of his trip, he's supposedly claiming stolen valor. The response, like I said, for anybody who gets contacted...
No, he said he could not get you on stolen valor.
That's right, he couldn't. Valor. Thank you. But nevertheless, that's what's claimed by Stephen Outram. Stephen Outram actually has that in his colon column, saying that I have stolen valor, quote unquote.
Does he have a colon column for real?
Yeah, he does. It's called Burners and the Man, which both these gentlemen can describe it in some detail, or at least describe it succinctly. It's just thousands and thousands of words and photographs, and so if you go there, you'll see all kinds of pictures of myself. Yeah,
that's what he wanted me to go to so bad. And like, you not looked at Outrim stuff, and I'm like, I don't. Obviously, you've never heard me on the show. Maybe you don't listen to the shows. What I told him, because obviously you don't know me, because I don't have time to look at your shit. And I'm not. And he kept saying, "Go look." I said, I am not going to go look at anybody's.
But shit. By the way, the way he said that to you was a command. It was literally. It was not like you should go look. It was go.
Oh,
look.
That's when he started yelling at me. He kept yelling at first, like I needed to go look, and that's when I started yelling back. Like obviously you don't. And we were going back and forth screaming. Like I'm like, you don't fucking know me, dude.
Yeah. The thing is, both of these individuals assumed you were programmed, and they kept expecting you to respond. They couldn't understand it when you didn't respond. Do relate that to both these gentlemen and our listeners, how they approached you with this expectation that you would respond, and they couldn't believe you were not responding, because everyone that they spoke to such as Selena Khan and Lena Shea /
Lena.
Lena Crane, and so many of these other people.
They
Pavel,
obviously are trying it with me, too.
because I come
Yeah.
off and you know me, I look for the good in everybody. I told you that I do look for the good in everybody, right? And so when I took the call with him, which again I thought he was the rich guy, which is why I took it. Also, I was pissed at you, but I really wasn't. I wasn't pissed enough for you to take a call from a poor guy. I just thought he was rich. He wasn't. So once I realized he was not the rich guy, I was already fucked, and I was like, I'm on the phone, like this sucks. But so like at this point, but I've been like I'm Southern, so I have two, as y'all probably already are very aware, and everyone on the show that listens should be, and obviously they aren't. I can be very Southern and cordial. And I will be, and I will totally take you in for a minute. I'll take you in. I'll bring you in, and I will be like, okay, let me try to get to know you. Oh, you got a dog? Okay, that's great. Like, let me, like that's good. Like, I like dog, whatever. But I'm always looking for the hole in your story. And Douglas knows that. I've done that with Douglas. Like, I tell Douglas, like,
you do it publicly. I think everyone is aware of that. Yes.
So I'm always looking. So like, when you don't even have a good story, don't call me when you don't even have a good story. And that's what I'm saying. I would be. I don't know how somebody hadn't killed the fucker, because like his story is so stupid. He didn't have a story.
Thank you. Thank you. And yet all these people run to it. They all run to it. They're like, yeah, and then they start chanting with him. Same shit.
It's actually embarrassing though when you say that. Like, it's much women put women down, and I don't want to put women down. But when you say that the women flocked to him, and believed the feet, and it wasn't all women. It was just a couple.
No, plenty of guys, but just enough women to be noticeable. You know, a good percentage. You know, like something like 25%. Or you know, it wasn't 50%, but like 25 at least, you know, quarter of the percentage. Mostly men, because they are a gay crowd. These are hardcore faggots. They've got nothing but each other. But when it comes to the ladies that responded to it, it's crazy. By the way, BRN 2570.
Okay, you're not. You know what? Yeah. You know what you just got. You know what you just don't get to celebrate now?
What?
National Coming Out Day. You just said the word faggot, and I'm sorry, but you're not allowed to celebrate Coming Out Day anymore because you said the word faggot. And they may be pieces of shit that secretly sleep with men because they can't come out themselves, but regardless, you're not allowed to say it because you don't get to say that word.
Do you think that's bad? I wish I had the Revolution Radio archives. I could use some sound bites.
Yes. Yeah. And
what's, God, you talking about Douglas saying some shit?
Oh no, it's everybody. That was really a hate channel. That was truly a hate channel. Brandon.
Oh, by the way,
yeah, go on, Brandon.
Supposedly died.
Yeah.
Sean David Morton supposedly died again.
But they said he came back. They said he came back.
Came to life. That's right.
He died again?
Yeah. Anyhow, you missed it, Brendan, but Peter Moon was, shitting and pissing all over this the other day.
You didn't miss anything. If he's saying Peter Moon, you didn't miss anything.
He was talking about Sean David Morton. Basically, they said he was dying of cancer, and then they said, but he's back now, and we need your donations. You know, he rallied. Yeah, he rallied. So we need your donations. And that's when I brought up, yes, I've had people on the show play the cancer card. And I do want people to know that...
Reminds me of someone I knew in high school.
Yeah. What did they do?
He owed someone $5, and he's like, I have lung cancer. Or the doctor says I don't have much time, and then so we were like, all right, whatever, $5, you know, this guy, poor bastard.
$5 for like.
And then we see him like 8 years later, and we're like, what about the lung cancer?
Yeah.
You know? And this guy's like, well, it was just like a lung polyp. And we were just like, you fucker, man.
For $5 fucking? Like,
yeah, for $5 he said he had cancer. Like, those are the people that never get cancer, too. Is his last
name McCarthy?
But anyways.
What was that? Yeah, what was that, Brooke? What did you say?
I said, was his last name McCarthy?
No, but
yes. So Yeah, I want people to know that the individual we're talking about who was on this show, who played the cancer card, I too have chronic inflammation. I have chronically inflamed sinuses. So this other person also has chronic inflammation.
And I have, by the way, let me just say this before you finish. I have, as you know, I have had, since I've been on the show, chronically inflamed body. And chronically inflamed intestines.
Yeah.
And that they know that it's chronically inflamed. They just don't know how to fix it. But I didn't come on and be like, hey, give me some money, I got cancer.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, I told you about the millets, but you went off like on a diatribe about the millets.
Okay, by the way, I cooked your fucking millets, by the way. Okay, first of all, I just want you to know you'd rather have cancer than eat the millets.
That's not true. That's not true.
They're horrible. They are horrible. Like, I would rather lick my dog's shit.
You just don't know how to cook them.
Let everybody else cook millets, and you see, first you have to rinse them and wash them, you do all this shit to them, and then you like spend all this energy doing the millets, and then it's like basically if I had just walked up to my dog's ass and stuck my tongue in it, it would have tasted better. I swear to God, the entire thing, like I cooked it like the other day, and I thought about you, and I was like, I should call you, but I didn't even want to like put you down for it. But since you brought it up, there we go.
By the way, Mr. Tad Ricketts says, belly laughs at DDD's joke. It was good. Huh. So there.
Oh my God! Well, you don't know a joke, okay, dude? So maybe you should go, like Google.
Yeah, what joke? I guess.
Go on YouTube right now. You're on YouTube, dude. So just get off here and just Google comedy, and then maybe you'll actually get to know what jokes are. Douglas is not.
Yeah. For because Brendan seems to have missed it. You didn't hear the joke I told about Farrah Fawcett Majors and Michael Jackson.
Oh God! Yeah,
no, I missed it. Thank God. We don't need to go again.
Fuck my life. You don't get it, do you? You just don't.
Oh my God.
Jackson lived in Santa Maria, which is a little north of Santa Barbara, and he funded the basketball school in Neverland Valley Ranch, which was in Santa Maria.
Oh, he did hear you. See, he's one of those people. He's listening because he said he knew it was about Michael Jackson.
We're not the same person.
I don't know. It wasn't funny, but I'll tell a formal fact of Michael Jackson. Because, to be honest, what he just said is funnier than what you said.
Okay, so Brandon, not that I want to overdwell on this, but just to make certain that we're hearing correctly and understanding correctly, you're saying Kelsey actually did develop a little hair on her chest somewhere above her cleavage or something, or
Sure.
Between it or something?
But yeah, this is directly about 2 months after the event.
Okay.
And yeah, but it was no big deal. It was just like a phenomenon. It was just weird because the hair came out from the top of the head, but it grew on the bottom side of the torso, if you would call that, I guess. So, but that
I'm not sure how you call the bottom.
I was about to say, I'm not quite sure I can picture that.
Yeah, because you said the top of the chest.
It makes sense.
Now you're saying the head and the torso. So
well, that came. I'm saying the torso, the lower torso was first, and then it grew up from the lower torso to the upper chest.
Okay.
But not right on the boob, which is not exactly what I would like to share, but.
Understood. No, it's. I appreciate that. It's.
Did it go away? Is it gone away now, or is she still?
Yeah, it's fine now. Okay. Everything's great.
I mean, I take it that as soon as it manifested, she just shaved it. Or did you take photos as evidence for the lawsuit, which is what you should have done?
It was kind of like there was a laser surgery.
Okay.
To remove the hair like permanently from. And I mean, the university is going to have to pay for that. So
okay.
Yeah, everything's fine now.
Right.
I want laser surgery. Do I need to? What kind of lab do I need to go to get the?
It's called money.
They're everywhere. Laser surgery.
Everywhere. No. I mean free. I mean, like I just need to say like I go to like Clemson and I'll be like the fucking lab exploded and then I get the free laser surgery.
Yeah, that's right. So like medical insurance cover it so that she can get the.
So that I never have to shave my legs or my butt, or my area.
Just get a job with like a government job with insurance.
Yeah.
You'll get covered.
Yes, and then
All you got to do is tell them it's psychologically damaging you, and it becomes a
yeah.
The plastic surgery is covered under psychological trauma.
Cool.
Are you?
See?
Are that serious?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He knows what he's talking about. That's why he's been trying
What
to
if I say that? What if I say that Douglas Dietrich is psychologically? Will they kill him?
They've been trying, honey. It just doesn't work. Yes. So VRN 2579 says when he saw Richard K. Cole Jr. on the Aquino show, he said it was 2017-ish. It was the End of Days radio on YouTube. End
That's
of
right.
Days. There you go. Yeah, and so there you go. 2017. God, the years go by. And
Man, do you play by? Can you tell me to shut the fuck up? Because I really don't even remember how old I am. Okay, like I seriously would like to pretend like it's still like 99 or like 2001. Like
My name's
Oh my
Brett, and I'm 12 years old.
at least you know what the funny thing is. If I was in 2001, I might look closer to 12. But Douglas, he still thinks he's 12, and even in 2001, he was like 47.
Yeah. My name's Gumbo, and I love gumbo because it's so
Is
delicious.
this the guy that can't tell a joke? I'm pretty sure.
that's the Brandon Young that tries. He tries.
Brandon, you try. That's
try.
not funny. It's not funny at all. Like, I told Douglas today, like, Douglas, when he's not funny, it's fine. I'm not funny a lot of times. That sucks.
But I used to live in South Carolina. That's the thing. So
I know, and you suck. And it's an embarrassing thing, and I don't
My
like you to say
name's
that.
Gumbo.
Can you not ever say it out loud again, or just not speak? Like, or just
Okay,
say
fine.
I love,
Fair enough.
or
All right.
you know what? You could say I love Lindsey Graham. At least that would
I
make up.
love Lindsey Graham.
Who's
He's
that?
a good man, and he knows the gospel. And I never read the Bible, but I have studied it, broken it down. And you shouldn't read that Bible.
Hey, I know what church Lindsey Graham actually goes to. He goes to a freaking church right around here. But yeah.
There you have it. So I'm going to turn on screen share for just a second. So I'm sharing. Can everybody
Yeah,
see?
because we all love your screen share because it makes no difference. Like, can you just tell us?
Everybody can see this. I promised you I was going to show you this. So when we hit the notification, as I said, this lady entered this, but it's not manifesting under the video for whatever reason.
Oh yeah, we should share this. Positive about
Yeah. So Peg Henry was commenting, "You're so right about that woman," in parentheses and in quotation marks. And here she's actually referring to the Amy with numbers after her name. She says it's very boorish. Who on earth asks such a question unless they are fishing for info! Exclamation marks. Disgusting and shocking! Exclamation marks. DD, you are above that. Then exclamation marks. So is Peter! Exclamation marks. Hearts. Now, unfortunately, I cannot heart this because
I'm above it too, bitch. But I do know she was taking it up for me as well.
Wait,
so
are
I'm
you
gonna-
sure you're not the quotation woman, or who's this?
No, she's
it
talking about the Amy
It's
who
Peter
was.
Moon.
Yeah.
No, so
She's,
I'm thanking her. I just would have liked her when she put. It was fine when she said you're above this Douglas, but then she's like, "And you are too, Peter." I think you should have put Brooke first.
Yeah, that was odd. So what she's referring to is this. The interesting thing is that her quote should have showed up on this episode, and it does not. Instead, very popular episode, by the way, as you can see, but there's 0 comments on it. So she either withdrew her comment or for whatever reason, YouTube thought that it was inappropriate and deleted it. So I'm unable to respond to it.
It gets filtered through the channel. You can go in there and approve it, but it's like sometimes it doesn't show up because your channel's messed with.
So could you help me do that now, or?
I could try.
Okay. I mean,
We did that a while back. I remember when Ian West was still on the show, and I had made a comment. He had made some comments to me,
right.
and I couldn't see them, and they were not on your channel.
Right.
But he screenshotted them and showed them to me,
right.
where he had made them. But I could not. It's 0 comment.
So Brendan and I will probably have to do this after transmission because I don't think we can do this while I have the studio on live. I think we have to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. And but when it came to what they're responding to,
I can go in on the back end and look at
okay.
it. Just give me a
Yeah,
second.
yeah. See if you can. And this is what that woman was responding to, Brendan, in case you wanted to see it, and Brandon, both of you. She was responding to. No, it wasn't this. It was.
No, and I thank her
Which is
for
what-
like. I mean, I know
yeah.
she was kind of taking.
So
up
the
for
way
me
your
stuff.
settings are, it says it puts a hold on potentially inappropriate comments.
Mhm.
So it allows you to review them first.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay.
So we can approve them if we have to.
If you find it in there, if you can approve it, go ahead. Yeah. So here's what she's responding to. This was Amy Li 6 year.
But this comment didn't get a hold on it, which I find hilariously funny.
Yeah.
Like that, like her. Why is her comment, which wasn't rude,
Yeah.
get a comment, and then this one doesn't get a hold?
It's very
They
strange.
just pick out keywords, quote unquote, which
Yeah.
I don't know what they are. They don't give you a list of them. It just
Right. It says, it's a shame, Douglas. You seem to have no control over your channel. This is what that woman's responding to when it comes to a certain somebody. Shame for the other nice guests you have on with the sad face. And this was, of course, we said it was manipulative, and they're trying to get me to throw Brooke off. And that's why I brought up what is. And meanwhile, the guy on top said, this fucking thing got me through work, and I thank you.
I don't think it's me. I think actually now I'm thinking more. It's probably Brendan. Like it's probably him.
definitely.
But of course.
No, but I pictured Brooke, and then I'm gonna say that's bullshit because I think Brooke is so much fun,
Yeah.
and I love her to death.
Oh my
She
god!
might
thank
hate
you.
me, and she makes fun of me, and so does everybody else. But we all make to make this great. And
Oh.
so, whoever the fuck this is can go suck 5,000 dicks.
Oh, ooh, oh, that's
I love that. I love that. And you know what I love just now about Brendan? Like he can't. That's what I love about someone. That's where I talk about myself on the show. I have done it before. I've given my weaknesses. Most people on this that have been here know my weaknesses. But be able to laugh at yourself, right? Like that's the thing. Like we on this show, yeah, we laugh at each other, and sometimes I will say Douglas is his little Libra. I am just, I believe his little Libra sometimes kind of plays both sides of the fence and pulls. He likes to pull. He's good at pulling some shit out of people. Like, oh, let's talk about this person.
But he can go super serious to super laughter.
Oh,
and
I know.
Laughter is what banishes evil, in my opinion. There's nothing
Laughter is the best
legitimate
medicine,
laughter,
always.
mocking
Yeah.
laughter, right? Not mocking laughter as I'm taking sort of delight in torturing you.
I'm sorry. I kind of feel that way when I think of Josh Evans or John Evans. When he just the succubus shows up in his room, and I mean, honey, you should know this guy's backstory. I kind of shared it with you already. The blind bard. I mean, a blind young man, and he, life isn't difficult enough just being blind. No, he's got to go to the local cairn, the local legendary place of evil, where there's a edifice built of human and animal bones that's been around since
Okay, no,
time.
you did not show this story, and if you did, I'm so glad that it was back when I was drinking, and I don't remember it because I don't want to know the story. This sounds like a horrible story.
Oh, it is, but I'll relate
It's right
it
up
anyway.
your alley, bro.
Yeah, I'll relate it anyway. So this young man's blind, and he made a point, of course, on my program several times that I want to be a Catholic priest, but I can't become one if they don't allow me to get married. And then he couldn't understand why the Catholic Church kept rejecting him as a candidate for priesthood. And then he made a point of saying, I want everyone to know that I have a thing for beautiful young women. And of course I was just thinking in my mind, okay, you're blind, how do you tell? I guess you have to go up close and kind of, get the touch on.
Well, I'm pretty sure if it fills your face, it'll feel like the good 12-year-old female, whatever.
Like I said, there's a story behind that image, people. The story of the lady who seduced me with, my shaved pussy is the healthiest part of my body, Douglas.
That's why I'm like asking Brendan right now, how do I get it where I don't have to shave it ever again? I need that free surgery with that free laser shit.
Laser.
Okay. Yeah, I need that for free. Because you know why? I've never had a yeast infection. Never fucking had one. Probably will never have one. Knock on fucking wood. I hope I don't.
You will after we
no.
fuck, honey. You will after we fuck, darling. I'll fly down there. Just
Hey, you know what? I'm not one of your
Such a
whores. You're
good
not
pickup
fucking me
line,
without a
Doug.
fucking like 3 condoms on.
3.
Anyway, I'm crying because of one. And,
Three. See, here's the thing. One is just to protect me. The other 2 are to make it thicker because we know Douglas is. I don't know.
see, now this is just.
I need to be
viciousness.
able to feel it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to like. If you're gonna fuck me, I don't want to be able to. I don't want you fucking with like a little chihuahua dick. So at least the 3 condoms will make it thicker.
This is viciousness. See, just pure viciousness.
Okay, I'm just kidding. I don't think he has that kind of dick. I know he doesn't. But I don't know that he does. So let me I do not know that he does not.
So my former blind student who was really into Christ and stuff, he has this show, but he was unfortunately converted from Catholicism, or fortunately, whatever.
Yeah, depending on who's looking at it. Yeah.
And you know what, Douglas? I did a show with him last week, and I'm going to do another show with him.
And how's he doing?
He's doing great. He's with his fiance.
Okay, so he found a young lady.
Yeah.
And how, I have to ask this because he said he was into good-looking young woman. Is she hot?
I don't know if I say hot.
Does she have hair on her face? Is what he means.
She does have hair on her face.
I like the way Brandon started it. I don't know if I'd say she's hot. That's a hell of a start already. It doesn't sound good so far.
No, she's pretty though. And,
I think it's fair game if you're blonde. Doesn't matter.
Listen, how do you?
Excuse me, Brendan.
It's not. I mean, that's not
What
even
the fuck
rude.
do
That's
you
not
goddamn
even rude. That's
just
just like
say, Brendan?
fine.
Millet, man. Millet. I fucking think millets taste
think-
good because I don't have any taste buds. Obviously, my tongue is removed from my mouth.
Yeah.
What
Okay,
did you
this is
fucking
coming
say
from
about blondes?
GMO eating American that doesn't know anything about anything.
Well, what did you say about blondes?
I didn't say anything about blondes.
He said blind, honey, blind, not
I'm
blonde.
sorry. Well,
Oh,
your
that's
millet
why you're
still-
attacking me now?
Yes,
Because of that?
yes.
Yeah, that
Oh,
was.
I
I
said
thought you said blonde. Sorry. I'm sorry.
No.
I mean, your
She's
millets.
actually really pretty. So
The millets do still suck, but I thought you said blonde. Okay, sorry. I
No,
apologize.
see what your millets did to her? Your millets have impacted her hearing, Brendan.
Yeah, seriously.
I don't know if this is right, Brooke. Do you know if this is true, or Douglas or Brendan? Do people usually have 11 fingers?
Okay, so
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
up to a joke,
yeah,
right?
it's totally in the South. They do.
Yeah.
Like, if you're- when we're
I don't know.
baptized, we have 10, but once we get baptized under the holy water, right,
Yeah.
we get 11.
It grows,
All
yeah,
right.
it's stimulated, yeah. The vestigial
Is
organ.
this like a Spinal Tap joke? What
Yeah,
is
yeah.
this?
So what's up, Brandon? What's the punchline? Or worse yet, is
That's
there
it.
one?
No.
The girl has 11 fingers. You're trying to tell us the girl this guy is with has 11 fingers.
Yeah, just to make her more horrific to all of these. But
Okay, so
she-
is this a joke or?
that is a joke, but she actually is really pretty. She has red hair, blue eyes.
Oh, wow.
I'm
And-
telling you
Good for
what,
him.
I, as a lesbian, I can use 11 fingers. Like, give me a fucking extra.
As a lit, yeah, I think she's pretty hot. Like, and she knows.
You're just qualifying this because you're going back on the show, and then you're giving us like visual descriptions. Okay, red hair, blue eyes. The guy is blind.
He might not know. You know, I don't know. Like, he's tried to describe his sight to me before.
Yeah, well, he could
He-
see until he
was
was
he-
how old? He could see until.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think
But
you
she
mentioned
might only have
he had
3
sight at one
fucking
point.
fingers. I mean, how
Yeah.
does he fucking know?
3 fucking fingers. He might. Yeah, I don't know if he's very aware. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
got that fat antenna between his legs. Yeah, it tells him everything he needs to know. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, like yours.
Well,
which
also,
is,
blind people
yeah,
have
I
been,
shouldn't fucking
like
hook her
actually dream.
without a
Their
condom
dreams are like full
and
color.
expect to not get a disease.
Oh, you're so.
Fucking shit.
He's the
Honey,
sweetest
it worked till I was fucking 56. Jesus Christ, you know, the nanites can't handle a fucking fungus. It's not like, you know, a virus, so it's not something they could handle. It's so.
I don't know. Call Ian West. Talk to him about his worms. He'll tell you about it.
Oh,
At any rate, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
oh,
Douglas,
you know
I
what?
have the cure for it, but I deliberately haven't given it to you. So I'm sorry to say.
But no, the clotrimazole at 1% is killing killed it, really. I'm just
Okay.
putting it on now to make sure it doesn't come back, but the escorts are still making me wear the rubber till the end of the month. It's my life is hell.
Oh
Yeah.
my God, I so hate you. I just wish you would die right now. Right now, just die.
So at any rate,
die.
honey, so this
No,
young
die.
black,
Like, literally die. Like, you literally are like, oh, the escorts will never. You may like throwing up is not good enough. It is just literally. I would like to see you eat.
adorable.
I love Douglas. I don't. Everybody
Thank you.
that knows that I do love him, and if he could,
She doesn't want to get arrested if somebody pops me off.
Well, no, I already told him. I'm like, you can't come here because my luck, you'll come here and you'll have some heart attack or something, and some natural death, and then I'll be accused because I have said every time I'm going to kill you, and then he'll die, and that will be my luck, and that will be it. I'll be arrested for murder. Because you've all heard me say I want to.
No,
kill
you don't
him
have to worry about that because if that happens, they'll just sweep it under the rug. Because then the deep state will come in and just be like, yeah, we don't know who this is. Like,
yeah, that's true. It's true. Yeah.
I don't know if you can sweep a yeast infection that large under the rug.
Then we're back to vicious. So Brandon Young will correct me here if the narrative goes too off, but basically, so this kid says, I'm blind, but that's not enough problems in my life. So he goes to the local cairn, which is this edifice comprising human and animal bones. It's been there since forever and shit. And it has this awful reputation in a desolate land that's, full of shadow, and you can feel the fear, and it's notably colder in the radius surrounding the edifice, and he and his friends say, let's knock it down, kind of like entering a warehouse where the sign says do not smoke and they light up. And then the explosives go off, but they went out with a bang. So they do this thing, they knock it all down, and
you thought that was funny, didn't you? You thought you told a joke then. You didn't. It was not funny at all. It was, again, your delivery sucked.
And then so they knock it all down, then they get in their big pickup truck and start driving away, but then they hear these heavy-duty elephantine footsteps running after them like a four-legged creature that happens to be the size of a diplodocus or something. And then big leap, they feel just the weight of this thing as it lands in the flatbed. Boom! And the truck gets weighed down so badly that the frame is scraping the road, that bad. And then, somehow they
Why didn't you just say you were going to tell a Bigfoot story?
Yeah, and then they make it home, and then he begins to hear voices coming over his computer and radio and things that shouldn't be issuing voices, including voices in his head, and begins to ask for some help from our Christian friend Keith Call, who provides him what advice he can, and basically at some point...
This guy's blind.
Yeah.
I just want to be sure. This guy had this... He's blind.
Yeah, and
he doesn't even know.
Yeah, and at the apex of it all, or the nadir of it all, the zenith at the bottom of it all, when he reaches, that part where, you just, I guess it's the worst part that was related to me, basically this sexy voice of some sultry female.
Oh yeah, worst part related to your sexy voice.
Well, I mean, in this sense,
Just listen to the story.
So Douglas, I was the worst night of my life, but then I heard Douglas' sexy voice come over.
She says, take off your clothes. And he was like, no, who are you?
But you said it was your
how did
voice.
You
just said it was your voice.
No, not my voice. It wasn't me. No, it wasn't me. Yeah.
I swear to God, that's what you said, but maybe
that's not what I said. No.
The villains didn't get my ears. Okay.
Yeah. It's anyhow, no question of how did you get in here. He just strips. All right. He just strips and starts trying to hump this, then of course, like a pufferfish, all whatever, I don't know if demons or succubi have estrogen or something, but, kind of inflates like a porcupine fish, and then, it hurts, and then, the stinging acid burn, and all the rest of that shit, and then, whoever finds him naked on the floor, all, complaining about, I'm burning.
I'm fairly certain, even though I've tried to help people keep up with this story, being like, he's blind, Like I've tried to keep
Well, if
up
you
with the story.
didn't interrupt it, it would have been a complete story. But
It's
what
not
about
a
the
fucking
part where
complete
there's
story,
like a
because who the fuck says puffer fucking fish and estrogen and swelling? Because I'm pretty sure estrogen doesn't require swelling for a penis, because that's
not what he said.
testosterone.
Oh, I was comparing the phenomena to like a pufferfish in defense. When somebody grabs it, it swells up. I'm saying, I'm trying to think of, like, I don't know if a succubi or a demon uses estrogen or whatever to puff up like that, but all kinds of various physical phenomena began to happen to make him realize, gee, this isn't the sexy woman I was dreaming about. But just the fact that he would obey the order, take off your clothes right now, without any.
You added some detail when you told it to me about like some like cold clammy juices.
Yeah, cold clammy.
Well-
Yes, cold fish, scaly fish type texture. Yeah.
Oh god, this is like so. Ugh.
There was a lot he was saying when he was talking to Keith Call about this. So, Brandon, I don't know which version you got, but tell us if there was a different iteration of this, or did I get it kind of generally on the mark at least?
I mean, you got it generally on the mark, but I don't recall the sexual incubus, succubus sort of manifestations that happened afterwards.
You don't remember that? But you also told us about how he got onto the bus wearing nothing but combat boots and a G-string with his walking stick and shit. His blind man's walking stick. Right?
That was a joke.
Oh.
No, of course that was a joke. With the G, can you imagine John getting on with the... Come on now.
Yeah, it's hard to tell you. Your delivery is so bland.
It is. And I think that's...
Hey, you want non-bland delivery? My ex-husband worked with this guy, and this is the honest to God truth, because this guy, can remember, he's a country guy, and he worked with my ex-husband, and they both had told me about this. This guy was Spanish. I'm not gonna, like, it's not about a race, right? But
tell that to your
Spanish
daughter.
isn't a race.
yeah.
No, so I'm not. That's why I'm not gonna go with the race. That's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna go with the race. But he was not from America originally, and he worked on the machines that they had at the company where my ex-husband still works to this day. But he would wear when he would bend over, they would see a G-string coming up out of him. Now he was, and I saw a picture of him because somebody took one because he wanted to show me what he looked like, and he was basically like a 60-year-old Spanish male, okay, not good looking at all, or like nothing, like I don't know why you'd have a G, like, you know what I'm saying, wasn't like a stripper, like he was wearing a G-string. But here was the problem with this. So the thing is, where they lived, or where he lived, the other guy that worked on the house, they're out in the country. So like, there's a place called Cowpens, which anyway, this guy.
Nice name, Cowpens. Imagine telling people where you come from. I come from Cowpens.
This is what's really going to get you. This is what's going to get you. The guy lived in Cowpens. The guy that I know. Now, I don't think that the Spanish guy was in Cowpens. I believe he was like, the town next to it. But whatever fucking happened. He got fucking arrested for fucking a fucking cow.
Yeah. Bestialism. Yeah.
He was actually fucking a cow in a pasture.
Didn't we have someone earlier talking about that in this same transmission tonight? It was Peter Moon was talking about somebody like the cows. He said somebody like the cows. And...
I don't listen to Peter Moon's stories, so I have no idea. I'm didn't listen, but I mean, I'm just saying like, I was like, yeah, he's fine. He's just wearing a G-string, and then he gets arrested for fucking a cow. I'm like, yeah, he's probably not okay. Maybe I shouldn't look for the good and the bad.
You'd be amazed at how common bestialism is. I can't believe it myself. And
so sick. It makes me like that. Those are the people I'll kill. I'd kill those people, like especially the people like fuck dogs and shit like that. Like little like you've seen these like little dogs or even like a pit bull, and they're like horribly done. And I swear to God, like, it's everybody.
What do you mean by horribly done? You mean the cinematography is bad?
No. When they find, like, I have one, like, they found the female dog, and like her like vagina was like basically like kind of like what you talked about outrum. Like
Okay, I get it.
Like,
the distended.
so,
basically, her pelvic floor collapsed because of
because
Got it.
Things like that. So my point is, like I obviously would kill child molesters.
Oh Jesus, George
too,
Knight.
but...
George Knight rejoined us just in time to hear all this good shit. George Knight,
great.
Don't tell me that you didn't tell us. You didn't tell us that you had come back on because you were jacking off to what she was saying, right? Is that? George was saying, "Oh, this is too good." Yeah, all right. Yeah, hey, keep it coming. Yeah, at least you're not like Aristides.
Say outrum one more time and let me figure it.
Yeah, Aristides was doing a Joe tie. He was like, yeah, they got him, the Joe, and they were like, he was snoring his ass.
I don't know. I think that's insulting. I didn't hear the one time on Joe tie, but other times he did snore a little bit. But there was when I was ever on. There was nothing before. Aries, you got some breathing. I'm gonna send you some Daypo rope.
Yeah, he sounded like a lycanthrope.
Either that, or he is fucking. When he's fucking, he's doing a lot better than you, and he's like out, like cold. He's like,
Yes. So there we go with that.
I'm sorry, that was a bad noise, but that's what it sounded like if no one heard.
Oh yeah, the noise didn't bother me. The belching the other day that bothered me. Don't do that. Don't do that. That was bad. There was context to it though. She gave me context later, so that was appreciated. No, she did it again. No. Okay, that's enough. Brendan will mute you.
But I just think it's a skill that I would like to see how many guys on this channel.
Well, I do agree with what you told me.
We all can do it, but we don't do it in public.
Oh, let me hear one of you do it. One of you, who can do it? Who can do it?
No, we're not going to. We're not going to. Brendan muted her. Yes.
Fuck you, Brendan. I can unmute myself. I know how to push a button. You stupid idiot.
But at any rate, I was going to say, Brooke, we're not going to lower ourselves to that.
I just want to see. Remember the context was about.
Yeah, I know there was context to it. What part of the context was she had done something like that earlier with a bunch of young boys, and then she gets on my ass.
They were burping when they came out of the pizza place, and I was going in the pizza place, and they were burping.
Yes, so she started.
And then I said,
yeah,
and I just
let's not bring up pizza again.
But I can burp on command, and then they turned around and were like, and I was like, yeah, you want me to do it? And I did it five more times, and then they were like, how did you do that?
Basically, there was one pretty boy she said if she was like me, she would be, dragging his ass someplace, so that, but, she chose to burp with him instead.
Like you, I'd be dragging his ass and then taking a picture of him and pretending it's me. and he was like 16 is what I'm saying.
Yeah, which is no big deal, honey. You should just go for it. And they aren't going to complain unless they're stupid and they go around bragging about it. Yeah, which they're all stupid.
What was hilarious was the fact that the two guys in the front. This is the context story. The cute guy who had burped when he came out, and then I was like, I showed him. I was like, and then he was like all like into it, and then he had this ugly friend who was like, I'm a wrestler. Also 16 or 17, I don't know. And I was like,
lanky, the way you described him, kind of stringy, lanky or something.
Yeah, and it's just not cute. Yeah, the other one with the driving was cute, but there was a guy in the back, and the guy in the back I didn't know existed because he, unlike Douglas or anyone else on the show, to be honest, I won't even say myself would be this good. He was just laid back in the seat, and he was an ultimate. I found out later, like when I saw it finally, I didn't know he existed because I'm just talking to these two guys, and I am doing I'm like, you can't do that. I'm like, come on, just suck the air down. You suck the air down, you push it back out. They can't fucking do it. But then here's what the thing is: Pretty Boy didn't try. He's like, wrestler guy.
Brendan just did that for you. So I don't know if you heard it.
Thank you. Wrestler guy, that was not an actual. No, do it again then. Do it again.
Mm-hmm. Oh no! We don't need that.
Oh my god, you're such a pussy. Wrestler guy was like, he just would do this. Who did that?
That's Brendan. Brendan.
Is that Brendan Zoget?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm so proud of happened, and you fell off.
Well,
You know, it takes you.
then the other context of the story was that the maid came and got Brooke all lubed up with vodka and THC vapes.
She didn't really.
Yeah,
no,
you were
there was
super
no vodka.
stoned.
The vodka wasn't there. It was the THC. She gave me a THC mushroom tin, and I didn't know it had THC in it.
And mushrooms.
Anyway, Anyway, I got fucked over it.
I don't trust these people with vapes anymore. Like, that just sounds nonsensical.
Thank you. And then she got busted on a test after that, and they're trying to send her to like a rehab camp now.
Good. I'll pay extra to make it longer.
So I got busted for THC, right, and mushrooms. And the mushrooms I'd already taken, but I did not know the THC was in my system. And they test you because I
don't think they typically test for psilocybin, do they? What kind of tests are you taking?
This one they do because they do. I don't know why I don't know.
That is odd. That is odd. They really went all out with you. Yeah, they went all out with you. Why?
Yeah. So she even pulled me to the side. She's like, "Did you smoke pot?" And I'm like, "I didn't smoke any pot. Like, I haven't." But then, like, I forgot about the stupid fucking bait
from your maid. We told you this maid was sent by those fuckers. She's the enemy.
But what's so funny is I was telling Douglas today is, like, I took pain pills years ago. I will tell everyone else, like, because, I think everyone should just be open with their stuff. So, like, I was on pain pills.
Years ago, you mean last week?
I fucking wish, and Douglas knows, as I've said today, and I actually told the nurse this as well, like, I can get pain pills any day of the week.
You know, Brooke, I just want you to know, we got to give George a chance to talk, because he did come on, and last time he felt overwhelmed.
Let me shut up.
He left! He left!
Well, maybe he needs some mushrooms or some whatever. I don't know.
Mushrooms are legal in England. I don't think he needs them.
But why don't you move to England? I thought that's what you were going to do anyway. Your little island.
Maybe I'm already in England.
Maybe you're not, because I know you're not, because I heard the fucking closing of that stupid door earlier.
That door can be an English door.
It's not. I know English doors, okay? I know English doors. So don't.
You've never
I'm a door expert. I'm a door expert, okay? Anyway,
yes. So I'd rather hear the story about how you showed up at the door naked and the two young girls learned a life lesson from you. That was classy. You are the coolest.
I told that.
You never told anyone. You never told anyone that except me.
Oh, I didn't tell anyone that.
No. Yeah. For some reason, you were withholding that. I have no idea why.
Okay, so I basically was. I had to go. I was supposed to go to the rental car place, like literally. I picked my car up. Actually, picked my car up because it had been in place, and so I didn't have a car. So I had to call Uber, and I had to shower and need to because they hadn't called me. And they called me like 4:30. They closed at 5, and so I'm like, I ran and showered, and I'm upstairs showering. And jump in and out, and jump out. When I jump out, I hit the Uber because I'm like, I got an Uber there, obviously, to pick up my car. So I hit the Uber. Uber's coming. It says like it's 10 minutes out, whatever. And then I hear the dog start barking and the doorbell, and I'm like, fuck. And I'm like soaking fucking wet, naked. I already knew I was gonna have to rush out with my hair wet, but no, I'm soaking wet.
Don't get Douglas excited.
So I had thrown on a tank top, but the other thing I had to put on with the tank top was skinny jeans. To be honest, they're my daughter's skinny jeans.
And by the way, as a cross-dresser, I've worn skinny jeans, and they are hell on earth. They cut off your blood circulation. They're not good for you. Anyhow, go on, honey.
Yeah, they're not good for you, and I don't really like them, but my daughter, to be honest, when she became a mother at this point in my life, I'm like, you know what? Like, I was buying business suits, but like with jeans, like I have a couple of jeans that I like one or two of mine. First of all, I like low-rise jeans. It's very hard to find those. And skinny jeans just became a rage. And so she had like 20 fucking pairs she was getting rid of. So I took them. Okay? So I have 20 pairs of skinny jeans now that I don't even fucking like. They were free. And I took them because that's what moms do.
And they do look good. They do look good. So
yeah, we'll make and I'm gonna. It does look good once I get them on. I'll make it work. But the point is, putting skinny jeans on, as he said, is hard enough. Anyone doing this, but if you're soaking wet, it's much harder.
It's just torture.
Like,
this is what they do in prison camps to torture people. Yes.
Yeah. So I knew the jeans were not going to come off. I was soaking wet. Doorbell's ringing. Dogs are going crazy. And I am pissed the fuck off because I have not had a car for 2 fucking days because I had to take the car in. So I have not had a car for 2 days. I am about to go get my car. And I'm like, there's no way that fucking Uber driver's already here. And I was like, I do not think it's him. I was like, it's probably some stupid salesperson. But I was just so mad. And I was upstairs, and I had the towel, and I'd thrown the tank top on, and I had the skinny jeans in my hand. And I'm like, fuck this. And I walked down the fucking stairs, and I am expecting to see one of 2 things. Most likely what I was expecting was a solar panel salesperson or something, right? And I was going to tell him to fuck off. And or maybe the Uber driver, who I would be like, why the fuck, how are you?
You realize this is the starting scene of many a porno flick, you know? So
I walk down, and I have the jeans in my hand, and I don't wear panties, by the way. So, like, I mean, I don't care that people know that. Like, I am basically, I just have.
And never yet had a yeast infection. That's probably because you air out. That's why you don't get the yeast infections, because you're airing your genitalia out. So that's good. That's good. So that's the explanation.
Whatever. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, anyway, so I don't wear panties. But the point is, I had a tank top on. That was it. And I have jeans in my hand. And there is, from the belly button down, there is nothing. And I am about to open the door and think I'm going to cuss out. Like, just be like, fuck you. Like, I figured it was a solar panel guy or something. Like, fuck you. Like, I was prepared to, like, not scared.
Get the right time. Get the right guy at the wrong time, and he'd leap on you.
Yeah, like he'd be like, "Oh my god," and just because you know men are like they're like if like a bitch is if I'm mad, it doesn't matter if I'm naked. He's gonna be like, "Oh my god," but oh my god, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm like, get the fuck out of here, bitch. What are you doing? That's what I was prepared.
Either that, or they'll say, oh, "This is my time." But go on, yes.
Well, I have a glass door in front of my front door, so they can't get in. But anyway, I opened the front door, and I'm standing on the glass, and there's 2 little 16-year-old females with East Side High School T-shirts on, which is where my son goes to school.
I'd review that porno flick as well. Go on.
Yeah, right. And they're like, "Hello," and I am like. I'm about to say fuck you. I'm like, And then, as I am trying to figure out what to do because I am naked and I have 2 East Side High School 15-year-olds in front of me, apparently wanting donations for something.
The school her son goes to.
Which my son goes to. Which my son, by the way, was upstairs. Thank God. He did not know what I was doing because he was in his room being lazy. So he didn't know that I had come down and done that at that point. And, He finds out later, trust me. But I come down and I do that. I open the door and then I say, before I could literally even think through, well, this isn't the way I thought it would go. Before I could even make a thought, the fucking big dog pushes the door because there's a glass door there. When he pushes the glass door, fucking all 4 of the fucking dogs take the fuck off out in the front yard.
Okay, I want people to know George is back. So George, you'll finish up this story soon, then we're going to have you. How much time do we have with you? I do have to ask.
Finish. It's fine.
No, how much time do we have with you? I do want to know that because of
Doug.
Yeah.
Yeah. At the moment, Douglas, about half an hour, but I'm hoping to come back on towards the end of the show.
If you could do that, yeah. I mean, stay with us for. She'll finish the story up. Just
Yeah, I'll finish it fast. I'll just
take your time.
Part fast.
Yeah.
And so they ran out. The dogs ran out the door, and I looked at the girls, and I said, "I am naked," and I'm standing there, and before I could even think, like, "Hey, I apologize for being naked and being a bitch, come to the door like this." There was no thought. I couldn't because now I have 4 dogs. 4 dogs that now escaped through my front yard. And 2 15-year-olds standing there with my son's high school T-shirts on, and I am naked. I can't go. As brave as I was to go to the door, I was not brave enough to go running through my yard.
Understood.
They took off the road.
Yeah.
So I told the girls, just like I do on here, like when y'all say I'm a bitch. I just looked at them and I went, "If you want any money, get my fucking dogs."
Right.
And I turned the fuck around and walked back in with my skinny jeans because I knew I needed to get them on because I didn't trust the girls to get the dogs. But I knew I'm going to have to figure out a way to get these fuckers on. So I went in and got them on. And by the time I got on, they got the 3 dogs that were easy to get back. But by the time I had gotten them on and got out, there was one dog. There's one dog that just runs and he's bad. And that girl came back with him, man. She had him. At the very end, I was out in the yard and she was coming around the yard with him. And I was like, hey, I was like, listen, girls, I was like, I didn't know how to make this. I didn't know how to make this good. But, you have to make everything a lesson. So I was like, hey, I just want y'all to understand when, I'm having a day, and then the Uber driver pulls up while we were talking. And I'm like, listen, I'm having a week. Like, but you need to understand when you knock on somebody's door or you enter anyone's life, it's just a life lesson, girls. Whether you're knocking on a door or you're basically getting on Douglas Dietrich's broadcast, like, you don't know what you're getting yourself into, is what I said. I said, you never know what you're walking into in someone's life or what's going on. I said, so, like, I'm having a day, like, I come down, like, I've got to go pick up my car. And so I said, so just remember that, like, when you get in someone's life, like, you're always touching someone's life. We all touch each other's lives. But remember that you don't know whose life you're touching, and it may be good, it may be bad. Try to touch it for the good, but also remember, I didn't go with the, hey, you should stand by the side and not get blown away at the front door.
That's something I'll explain later. Go on.
Yeah,
buddy.
but I mean, that was basically what I was trying to say, was like, you also don't know what you're going to walk into, right? So, and they were like, so then and here's what, I was such a bitch to them. I was like, I told them they wanted a donation. They got the dogs back, and they're like, oh, thank you. After I'd been fucking naked, they're like, thank you. And then I'm like, oh, I gotta go, because I had to put the dogs up in the crate because they got the dogs back. I'm like, I gotta put the dogs in the crate. Tell that Uber driver, go to his car and tell him I'll be there in a minute. I'm telling these girls like they're fucking my daughters or something. I'm like, go, tell them. They're like, yes, ma'am. I don't know. I was like fucking boss mode or something, because they were just like, or either they were just really pussies, but they were like, yes, ma'am. So they ran and told the Uber driver, and I come out, and I ended up, I donated them, like, they were raising something like some deaf hearing or deaf something. I don't know. I sent them like fucking $40, like, donated it. But here's the thing. I'm on my way back. I get my car. So then that's all over in my mind. Like, let me forget this happened. Let me pretend this never happened. And then I get a call from my son, and he's like, hey, Mom, what's going on? Like, we have a sticky note on our door. Do you know what happened? Like, this is... And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, it says, thank you so much for the donation, but especially your life lesson that you gave us. Love.
Yeah, there we
I
are.
was like, I'm like, I don't know what you mean, dude. I have no idea. And he's like, Mom, and then I just finally told him, I was like, no, you don't want to know. He's like, no, I want to know. I was like, you don't want to know. And he's like, no, I want to know. I was like, Noah, you're my son. I assure you don't want to know. And he was like, no, tell me now. And I was like, okay, fine. Mom came down with her pussy fucking out, and walked to your door, and your East Side girls were there, and the dogs ran out. That's what I did. And then he's like, I fucking hate you. And I was like, I told you you didn't want
to. He gets embarrassed too easily. Someday he'll realize he's got the coolest mother.
Well, actually, what was funny is embarrassing as he does get embarrassed easy. But what was funny, he must have gotten he didn't tell me this, but I know my son. He got some kind of good compliment on that fucking bullshit, or he liked the fucking note, because he hated me for taking donuts to school one time. I mean, like, he was like so mad. He's like, nobody else took donuts to school. Like, I shouldn't be embarrassed. Like, he's just so embarrassed so easily. And so that would have been the worst thing in his life. Like, what? So he hung up and he was mad. But like, I get home, he's like, something at McDonald's. Like, he was just totally cool. And he was all on the phone. I'm like, yeah, I know. Your mom looks good. Like, that's what I'm thinking. I didn't tell him. I'm like, I know. I look good when I come to the door. And I also give great lessons. And I pretty much spun that into a great life lesson of how you should not come to somebody's door without expecting to But anyway, my point is he was not embarrassed the way I thought he would be. And that's it. And George can talk and I'll be done.
No, that's great. Thank you for sharing that. No, I think it's a great story. And I appreciate it. And George, yes.
It's better than any story you've ever had.
I don't know about that, darling. But happy to, happy that you share.
Oh yeah, you're right. You do go to the door naked and accept money from people.
Pretty much, yeah. And see what it got me last time. Even bad guys have bad days. So I really fucked myself over with the last one. So still trying to rectify that. So George, definitely want you to know there was a deep state attack. Essentially, Peter Moon's convinced it was a deep state asset that came to my door, and probably was. At any rate, I'm still trying to rectify what I did to myself, even though I didn't sign anything. I'm never answering the door again. That's definitely the case. Yeah, with that, I want Dan to be patient. George is only going to be with us for a few more minutes, and at the moment, so right now we're going to let George talk about this, and then Dan can catch us up on what's going on in the Netherlands. So George, catch us up. First off, based on what Brooks said, how's Everly doing? Is Everly doing generally well, I hope, and your other daughters?
Yeah, no, everyone's great. Thank you, Douglas, for asking. Just to digest, everything's going well. Yeah, thank you.
Oh
just
my God,
without
good.
revealing anything, but yeah, Everly's doing very well. Yeah, and she's doing very well in her development as well, which has been noted by.
I mean, if you need me to teach her how to open the door for strangers, I can do that.
And how about progress on the book, or any?
Yes.
Go tell us. Yes.
Yeah, no. I was speaking to my friend, my good old work colleague last night about it, and I was just revealing a lot of the context of the book that is going to be published. So I'm looking forward to that. It's just a forever progress of gathering information and trying to present it in a form of a context or narrative that people can comprehend and understand. And of course, I know I've listened to the transmission previous that I wasn't able to attend to join you all, and I listened to a lot of the questions that Brooke had to ask.
Yes.
And
please start responding. Go on.
And so what I was reiterating to Eric when I spoke to him, I was telling him about, well, it was very interesting how Douglas presented it, that this is not a psyop because nobody's ever heard of it, which is the problem. And I said it's always been the military agenda to promote that alien trope, the alien agenda. And I was just putting it, this is me just briefly summarizing what I was elaborating to Eric. But it's not a psyop because nobody's ever heard of it. It's very esoteric, meaning it's only understood by a very small few number of people on this earth. Nobody's ever heard of it when it comes down to the Third Reich in exile.
Yeah.
And
now you're getting to biblical. I mean, like, that's kind of going biblical. Like, there's like 44,000 people that'll survive the.
Not really an applicable
but when you
analogy.
talk about, but what I mean is that there's only a very small people that can understand that. That's just all
that know about it.
That are aware of it. He's not saying that are capable of understanding it. He said what he means is that are aware of it at all. Effectively, far less than even he's saying, because most people who have a glimmer of it have a completely wrong comprehension of it.
Yes.
Yes. So do go on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So exactly.
But I thank you for your interjection, Brooke. I do want to thank you for that. But go on.
Absolutely. It's very it's a valid point, and so that's the thing that has always been something in my mind when I listen to anyone they talk about the discraft that they were producing during the periods of the 1930s into the early years of the 1940s. So it's very mainstream and conventional in terms of broaden the range of knowing that they were working with this form of the dynamics of the craft being disc-shaped. So that's mainstream and conventional knowledge that people do know that they were working with this form of technology. But the problem is, what I've always cannot fathom is they cannot draw the parallels that they still exist today. They feel like either they got that technology from a higher sentiencies or a higher intelligence, or they somehow disbanded and became non-existent. So even with my counsellor, when I spoke to her going back several weeks ago, when she was asking about what I know, I presented to her about daylight saving time. We're still legally at war with the Third Reich. And her response was, well, they do not exist anymore. Is that correct? And I said, well, she was like, well, why are we on daylight saving time? And I said, because we're still legally at war. We're still under conditions of wartime to this day, legally recognized.
Okay, I have to say, I don't want to interject on normally yourself because it's your time to talk, but I do want to say this one thing. Like, yeah. I have looked at all this and looked at trying to believe all this, but the daylight savings time to me is the most least relevant thing because, at least in the U.S. Now I know Douglas is in California, but if you come in the southern in the East Coast, not in the southern East Coast, or even not East Coast, but you can even go Midwest. Most people prefer daylight savings time. Like that is a preferred thing. Like I prefer it to never not go. Like it's about to go off daylight savings time.
Actually, honey, statistically, the overwhelming majority of Americans want it gone. Obviously, I've investigated the statistics of this.
Okay, that's fine. We we can argue that later, and I'll look up the numbers. But I know in the South, like I know I can only speak from experience, right, from the people that I'm around, and everyone I know. And no one wants daylight savings time gone. Like we hate it because it gets dark at fucking 6 fucking o'clock, 5 o'clock. Whereas with daylight savings time, it gets dark at fucking 8 o'clock, right? Like no one wants to get off work and it be dark. Okay.
No. I mean, I appreciate definitely what you're saying about that, but what you're talking about is in your case, you're speaking about sort of a personal preference in terms of impact on your life. But when we speak about the relevance,
personal, it's everyone. I do not know.
Oh yeah. I mean, and you can even speak of it as a community issue. But what I'm saying is that the relevance is actually far more in terms of its being wartime.
Look. Yeah. This was not going to be. I'm not interrupting. Like, so he can go ahead and back to talk. Right. You don't have to go through this. What I'm saying is, you've already been through this with me. I do not agree.
Wait a second. It's like I said before. We'll get back to George for now because he's got limited time. But as I said before, I don't believe you, quote unquote, is not a rational argument. It's not a valid argument.
No, it's not a rational argument. What I'm saying is, like, you could sit here and say, "Oh my God, they kept the war going," and then because the war's still going, we've still got daylight savings time. I think. That we have a lot of idiots running our fucking government and military, right? But I don't think that they're so stupid to be like, we couldn't go back without daylight savings time, but still be in the war. They could fucking do that.
No, they can't. They can't. No. A good example of it is, to give you an example, just so you know, when the American public has demanded for so long that they get rid of daylight savings as an overwhelming... Please listen to what I'm saying. Please listen. Okay, you can't... Oh, wait a second. Okay, here. Hey. Here, you don't know what you're talking about. I do. Overwhelmingly, the American public has written to the government thousands of letters. People have filed all kinds of complaints. Daylight savings has done enormous economic damage. It does damage to work. It does damage to quality. I could go on for hours about this. There are books written about this. There is nothing beneficial about daylight savings to the majority of Americans. And because of that, the U.S. government has tried twice to accommodate the Americans. But since they cannot legally get off of daylight savings until they end the war, because it is conditional to the war effort, the only thing they could do. Will you let me finish? Okay, we're not gonna get anywhere if you don't let me finish my points.
But you're wasting.
I'm making his time worthwhile so that he doesn't have to express this to you. I'm covering this for him. Basically, what I'm saying is that when the U.S. government responded to American demands as they did in the 70s while I was growing up, the only thing they could do was extend daylight savings all year round. And that proved to be so catastrophic, and so many people died. Every year, thousands of people die because of daylight
How many
savings.
people die?
Hey, I'll explain to you. Because of lack of sleep, because of interruption of the sleep, because of interruption of the sleep process, because you're constantly left adjusting twice a year to a new sleep pattern, and thousands of people. Medical doctors have proven this. It's medical doctors that filed the complaints as well. The American Medical Association has demanded they end daylight savings times as a public health issue. It's a public health issue.
But you're not okay.
So I can back up everything I'm saying. But in terms of you're just talking from this, everybody I know, which is like comparatively small circle.
Goddamn, it's your show. Let me speak 1 second, because
you've had your say. What would you say in response
what I'm
to
trying to say is what you just said.
Okay.
I agree. The fact that most Americans do not want the time adjusted. The time adjustment is fucked, because it does fuck us. I think the time adjustment fucks us.
Yeah.
What I am trying to say is that there are many Americans, they don't want the time adjustment, but they would like it to stay lighter longer. So we would like to, when you call it daylight savings time, just stay on that clock.
No, they tried that. They tried that in the 70s. That was catastrophic, and it led to enormous loss of life.
And I asked you how, and you just said...
Look, I could go on for hours about that. Hours about that where, like, you're talking about during the period of time where they stretched it all year round, kids were sent to school with flashlights. They were trying to find the school bus in the dark.
Well, maybe. First of all, you're right. They did go in the buses, and it is dark when you have daylight savings time.
And it was extraordinarily dangerous, and there were a number of accidents.
Maybe we as Americans or as humans don't like get up and go to work at fucking like in the dark, or send our kids to school in the dark, period, and have a little bit better fucking life like the billionaires.
But you see what you're saying? Yeah. But at this point now you're off track. It's like what you're saying is, okay, why don't we just go to school later? Why don't we just go to school later on those days? But you see, they tried again recently. They were seriously considering extending it 20, all year round. But the point is, why don't they just stop it completely the way it was for hundreds of years before the war?
I don't want it stopped completely.
But you see, you are the exception to the rule. But you're the exception to the rule.
I know you don't work a regular job and you're working at night.
But see, you're personalizing this.
And I don't
you're personalizing
this. At goddamn 6 o'clock and it be dark.
Okay, look, we got your point, and what we will do now.
But that's not just my point. How many people do you think like to get off work and drive home in the dark?
Hold on, honey. Effectively, it is just your point. Because it's not the majority perspective.
It's not. No, it is. I just looked it up, and it basically it's 35% that still supports changing the time, and the others don't want the time change. But it is not about the daylight savings time, which is what you're saying.
No, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. You're rewording
look it. Up.
I could look it up and I could prove it to you because I've done research on this. I did research on this while I was involved with the military, the Department of Defense. I know what I'm talking about. So
I'm not saying okay. Well, it's fine. Okay, I'll just be an idiot. It's fine.
No one said that. Just because we're countering your point.
Just because you're not countering my point, because you have yet to say, would you like to work a regular job? Do you know anyone that wants to drive home at 5 o'clock and it be dark? Because I don't. So tell me someone that does.
Because the daylight savings,
I don't think so.
the daylight savings does not help. It does nothing towards productivity. Any productivity expert will tell you this.
You have conflated.
No. I'm not conflating.
Daylight savings time, where you are so stuck in the fact that having it lighter later. Oh God, if it gets lighter later, and we get up later, that is just has to do with the war. Well, maybe. No,
it does! It was called wartime! It was first instituted in World War I, and then they did away with it after 1 year! By popular demand! You can look this up!
War was good. War had to happen. War's good.
No. Now you're taking it into a different direction. Okay, so Brooke, when George takes off, you and I can continue this. Now we'll go back to George. Wait, you and I will continue this after George leaves, and George will be back later. But let George finish up, and then you and I can get back on it. Then you and I can get back rolling in it. So, George, finish up what you were saying. So we've got that thing about daylight savings. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, I don't know if I should carry on about daylight saving or go into something else.
Go
actually.
into the next thing. Yeah, I think we've exhausted daylight savings for now. I can't get
Yeah.
better at this point. So
Because I wanted to make the point, the reason why it exists today is because we're still legally in a state of war.
Yeah.
It was known as wartime. It was introduced by Franklin Delano Roosevelt during World War II as a wartime emergency statute. And to this day, it's still in effect.
Yeah, and it was introduced before
That's
him
the
by President Wilson during World War I for only 1 year, and then the American public demanded it be. You're not going to learn anything if you keep trying to talk over people, Brooke.
He said that already. I have heard this exact same statement.
About World War I and World War II.
Yes,
and yet you still refuse to accept the reality of what we're saying.
I promise you, on my life, we can go back on the old podcast and pull it for you.
Yeah, that's fine. So you've heard it. So you've heard it before. So go to another topic completely, George. Probably,
of course.
We'll get back to it later. Yeah. Go
on.
Just
to divert it, to go off on a different segue, but still related to the Earth, the time clock with, and it's going back into the bodybuilding. I'm going to mention about the bodybuilding side of things because, you remember mentioning about anabolic being. Anabolic. The opposite to that is catabolic. So during the nighttime, when we are sleeping, when our bodies are resting, we are in an anabolic state. So that's how our body, after training, our muscle fibers, our muscle tissue is able to repair itself. That's the reason humans have adapted to the Earth's cycle when it rotates and revolves around the sun. So we sleep in a period where it's daylight, where it's nighttime, and when it's daylight. When it's daylight, our body's in a catabolic state. So the reason why bodybuilders, people that pursue that lifestyle of developing muscle, in the daytime, they have to eat every 2 to 3, 4-hour periods, intervals, in order to stay anabolic. Because in the daylight, we are under a catabolic state. And so in the nighttime, our body clocks change to anabolic. So we're in an anabolic state, meaning that we're able to maintain muscle whilst we are resting and we are repairing our muscle fibers, our muscle tissue. And so that's the reason why bodybuilders use steroids. It's to keep their body in that catabolic state, anabolic, at as long periods of time as possible in order to prevent them from going catabolic. Because when you're going catabolic, you're actually losing muscle. And so, that's the whole, I wanted to just bring that because we mentioned about the Earth's cycle around the daylight. Mm-hmm. And so I think that was just relevant to bring in, but segueing off that topic of the reason why daylight saving time exists. But that was something I wanted to bring up previously when we were talking about steroids. Yes. And,
that was genius. I mean, who came up with daylight savings time? Because I thought it was America. I thought we were the ones that did it.
Well, the British and the Americans were both copying the Soviets, who came up with it first. It was actually a Soviet idea. It was a collectivist Soviet idea.
The British, Americans, and Soviets are so stupid that they wanted their soldiers to be weaker, because that's what you're saying.
Pretty much. Because they hadn't calculated any of this out. There were no studies done. They were thinking very stupidly, very brutally, and these were people who waged war against nature itself. You're talking about people who thought that they could change.
You stay up all night talking. Okay?
When it comes to Homo Sovieticus, or Soviet man, the thought was that man would overcome nature by sheer force of will. That was what the Soviet belief was. And that's where all this came from, that they thought that they could get people to just, wake up under orders and work under orders, go to sleep under orders.
No, that's what we're living in right now in America. I mean, we're living in that right now, like 8 to 5 fucking job. Like you get
like
up.
Rats.
As a woman, I have to get up, and I have to get up at like 6 a.m. if I'm gonna fucking shower, right? Yeah. And then get makeup on, and to get fucking hair fucking done, to get to fucking work by 8 o'clock.
It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. It's inhuman.
It's not, and so it's proven, and there are science that I can pull later that I won't waste your time, but proven that there are people have different metabolic states, right? And it is completely proven that some people are like the early risers. They wake up and they're just like the talkative ones.
Actually, the scientists have proven that the early, risers really are not in good health. That the reality is that we are all generally, as a population, suffering sleep deficit. That's the problem, is that most Americans, Britons, anybody who works in the developed world generally is suffering a sleep deficit. It's horrible. But the daylight savings makes it worse because of the time changes
Doesn't make
twice
it
a year.
worse because it's depressing. You know what? No.
No,
You know what makes it
no.
worse?
This I've just cited all these studies you can look
I
at.
think, okay, I'm gonna give George's fine, but depression makes it worse. And I'm gonna tell you right now, you can look up the studies. Depression highlights and peaks during when daylight savings time is gone, because obviously the sun, we don't have the sun.
But what you say makes no sense, because daylight savings is gone when we're getting a sense of time that is different. That doesn't make sense because if daylight savings times exist so that we can get up when it's light, right? That's the theory. So
no. So the theory is this. So what you just said, a lot of people aren't early risers. A lot of people aren't getting up at 6 a.m. Most people, your men mostly, they're not taking 2 hours to get ready. So they're getting up, if they have to be at work at 8 or 8:30, which is the standard time, if we're going with standard time in the U.S., they're getting up and they're still driving to work in the sun. And when they get up, they're pretty much in the sun when they get up. They're taking 45 minutes to an hour the most to get ready. And so they're up in a daylight time. Okay. It's not sending a kid that has to ride on a bus for an hour, or the woman that has to get ready for you're not talking about at 6 a.m. during daylight savings time, they're getting up. The difference is what happens. The reason people get depressed is because then they're in the office all fucking day inside a building, and they get off at 5:30, typical time, 5:30. They get off, and when you don't have daylight savings time, you get off. It's almost fucking getting dark, okay? And you're driving home, and so you've really not seen any sun. You might have seen a little tiny bit of sun on your way to work. You get home. By the time you get home and go let your dogs out, there's no fucking sun fucking left.
So that point is taken. That point is taken, and we'll go back to George for what little time he has with us. But what you're talking about is essentially seasonal affective disorder, or SAD, the acronym for lack of light, that leads to a kind of depression. But that's a different subject from daylight savings. It is and it isn't. It may be converged to a degree, but it's just put it this way. It can be made part of the discussion, but it's not immediately relevant to our point. So George, in the time you have remaining, by all means.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I do have to make a move now, but when I do return,
and please do.
Thank you so much. Some topics I would like to discuss
because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get Brooke to kind of go to sleep a little earlier, so by the time you return, she might be asleep, and I'm trying to encourage her to go to sleep.
Okay, I'll hang up right fucking now. Bitch.
I didn't say that.
Oh no, you don't need to. Brooke,
you don't need to. He'll be back later. But what I'm trying to, we're all agreed on this. We agreed on this, Brooke, that we're trying to get you not to stay up through the entire transmission because it's not healthy for you. You spend 2 days getting over it. You get what I'm saying? So we'll at a certain point in time, I'll try and encourage you off because I care. It has nothing to do with trying to get you off because you overwhelm others. So, George, tell us what you intend to talk about when you come back.
Oh, yes, Douglas. Whataboutism?
Yes.
Because I endured that from my previous boss.
Excellent.
So I would like to speak about that because that was very relevant to what you discussed last transmission.
Thank you.
And also about what I discussed with my colleague about the Kunang complex in Korea. I would like to discuss that because it's that misconception that North Korea, most people, when I present this information to people believe, they have this notion, this thesis that Korea gets their nuclear weapons from the Soviet Union. And so I just want to come on and just talk about the nuance of that, the convoluted nuances of that. And so, we'll discuss that later on.
North Korea is a true hermit kingdom, and what they get was left over from Japan, of course, the facilities. Yes. And so we love you dearly, George, and hugs, and come back when you can tonight, this transmission, and we'll let you have at it. Okay?
Thank you. Take care of yourself. I'll speak to you later, Douglas.
And say goodbye to Dan as well. Dan from Nederland. Yes.
And Dan, nice to meet you. And I'll speak to you very soon, hopefully. Mm-hmm. Take care.
Excellent.
Absolutely. Pleasure. Take care.
Excellent. And thank you, George. Hugs. And Dan, have I properly introduced you to Brooke Gibson? I don't believe the two of you have met. Brooke Gibson, this is Dan Vandermeulen from Nederland. Or maybe you both have, and I just forget because I deal with too many people. So, yes,
We did.
Brooke's writing something to me. Oh, so go on. What's the new news from Nederland?
Yeah. There's now this big scandal that just came out yesterday in the royal family. Prince Bernhard, he was the one, his wife was ruling when the Second World War broke out. He had really close ties to the Germans. In 2004, he passed away, and they were digging through the archive, and they found his membership card of the NSDAP.
Ah, he was a member of the National Sozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterparty, the National Socialist German Workers' Party. He was a Nazi. Excellent. Go on.
Yeah. So now there's a big uproar, and they want to get rid of the royals now. But it was always rumored that he was a party member, and he always denied it. But now they found this stuff in his own personal belongings, and somebody who was taking care of the archives found it, and yeah.
Go on. So
They come up with it. But there's this guy who did research like 40 years ago, and he published a book, and he got the documents from America, because it was in documents they seized from the Germans.
Yeah.
And they for 40 years they've been saying that this guy is crazy, but now they found the documents in Bernhard's own personal belongings.
Excellent. Yes.
And the funny thing is, the crazy thing is, my granddad, he was in the war and he was captured, and he was in a concentration camp for more than 2 years. When he was back and when the war was over, they wanted to award him a medal. But the thing he always said was, if I would ever see Bernhard, I would kill him personally. Because even back then they knew, but it's been hidden from the public.
Okay. If he had ever seen who, he would kill him personally? If he had ever seen who?
Oh yeah, the prince.
Okay, I see.
Because they knew that he was lying.
Okay.
Because the crazy thing is, the Prince Bernhard, from a public point of view, he was the one supporting the resistance. But now, official records show he was a member.
That's incredible!
Of the German party. It's so crazy. It's mind-blowing.
But you're not surprised, are you? I mean, certainly you...
No, like, if you read a lot, you come to those conclusions. And there's this letter. It's the Stadhoudersbrief. It's this letter that was sent, I believe, by Hitler, that he wanted him to be like the new head of state in Holland.
Yeah, wow.
It's kind of like
happened. Oh, cool.
And it's like a lot of stuff that they denied, they can now say like it's true. And another crazy thing is our prime minister. His reaction is, "Yeah, we already knew, and we're not going to investigate."
Yes, that's
But there are elections here in about a month, and all the other parties say we need to get to the bottom of this. And what's also very crazy, because he acted like the head of the resistance, what he was clearly not. During the wartime, they fled to England. And what he did, he made money available for the resistance. That's what they say. But
yeah,
that's one way to know who you need to catch.
Yes.
If you know where the money is going.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Interesting. Oh my
and
God.
After the war, all that money went to like cultural things.
Uh-huh.
And especially to things concerning the war. So they had a lot of influence in how to paint the picture. Because they're the ones like giving money to all these organizations. And now the Anne Frank House, they get a lot of money from this organization that he put up. And they don't know what to do now.
Wow. Oh my God. The Anne Frank House.
They're like, for the last 70 years, they've been receiving money from.
That's funny, from a Nazi. Yes.
Yeah, from a Nazi.
Yes. Delightful. Oh my God. And
yeah, I'm finding this very interesting. So
the House
can
of
you
Cards
tell me a little more?
Well, one way to handle this, honey, is let him go on a little bit more and then ask some questions that will extend the yes. So go on with what you were saying, Dan. Yeah.
It was rumored that he was a Hitler Jugend. Yeah. There are photos of him in a SS suit.
Okay, he was in an SS suit.
And another really crazy thing is, he was like in Germany. It used to be like small states. It wasn't one big country, so there was a lot of royal families, but they only owned small pieces of land.
Wow. Okay.
Like, and even generations back from my family, I also am a descendant of German royals.
Excellent.
But they lost everything. Yes.
No, they abdicated the throne, but they can be recoronated. They can be recoronated in the future, and I'm hoping that a constitutional monarchy will be reestablished. That would be fine. They can do that. Matter of fact, they would have to do that in order to prevent the Nazis from taking over any time in the future, because the Nazis can make the legal claim that they were legally elected, whereas the democratic government was installed by the Allies and therefore not really a legal government. So they may have to do just that. Yes, but by all means, continue. The fact that
I think they lost everything also because of Wilhelm. So they had this
right. Yeah.
Kaiser Wilhelm.
Yeah, Kaiser Wilhelm. Much of his property was
because he wanted like one big. Everything has to be one big country, and he wanted to rule it.
Right, which was... go on.
And also a crazy fact about Prince Bernhard. He was a prince, but he also worked.
Yeah.
You know what company he worked for?
Oh, which one? And honey, I need you to take a look at this while our man Dan is talking. Can you see this cursor, honey? Honey? Brooke. Brooke. I need her to help me with something. I'm trying to multitask here. So, honey, I'm doing a screen share. Can you see this? Okay. So, I try. But anyhow, so yes, who is he working for? Until she responds, at least. Yeah, by all means.
IG Farben.
Oh my God! Just so everybody knows, that was the very large chemical company.
They made the gas.
Yes, for the camps, among other things.
Cyclone B.
Yes. Yeah. So Brooke,
it's also interesting to look at that. And IG Farben fell apart after the war, but they just changed names, and they're still big companies today.
Excellent. Well, they should be. I mean, they did so much for the world, like helping penicillin. So Brooke, can you see the cursor move here? Important point.
Yes.
Okay. So
I'm sorry. I didn't know I was muted, and I couldn't unmute it.
So okay, what am I supposed to do again? Edit this to what?
I just send the request. All you have to do is just send it back. Look what you send it back.
Send it back. Your request. Where is your request?
Right. I don't know. You just look where you should have a request on there.
Okay, let me see. Money. Request. Oh, wait. What did we do last time? Just send money. Here we are. This. Okay. So then.
You can just do it that way, yeah.
And we put what? No, we don't want going to Brandon. Who's the other one down here?
No. It's Brooke. It's Brooke Gibson, Bugsy Brooke.
Bugsy Brooke. Bugsy. You should be in the record. Why aren't you in the record?
I know, that's what's so weird, that I haven't been in there any time because like
right. So Bugsy Brooke what?
At gmail.com.
Okay, yeah, all right. You'll get weird emails from this point forward from the gang stalkers, but who gives a shit?
I know, I know, like, okay. It doesn't matter. They already said they know everything else about me, so it
okay, yeah, that's true, yeah. And so I'm pressing the next button. Here we are. All right, so, and what I do is change this to... There we are, and then, all right, and then press what? Review? And then, okay. And then it says, yes, what's this for? Yep. Gift.
Like, I'll just put, like, yeast infection. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, gift is fine. Okay, next. And then, all right, in seconds. Yeah, okay. What did we use? Cookies. Forget the cookies. Go over here. Press send. Right? Okay.
Yes. Oh my god, thank you so much. Oh my god, I can get fucking nicotine. Also, I will be honest, I could need less nicotine if you would just... now thank you and owe you, but I also wouldn't need the nicotine if you agree with me about daylight savings time. So
at any rate, Brooke shows up then. So there you are. You were just witness to something horrible, Dan. You were just witness to my enabling a addictive personality to indulge herself. And it's
God forbid, right? And I do have one, but it's like the pot calling the kettle black, I believe.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to argue with that. It's but there's a difference. I'm not a baseline human being.
Well, you've also said I'm not either many times.
At any rate, so yes, but help me with dragging information out of Dan. Fascinating here.
What do you want to know?
Oh well, Brooke, ask him some health questions. He is a homeopathic trained individual. Ask him about the totemic fetish statues. Ask him about the health questions you might have. Tell him your problem. He might give you an actual solution for your intestines.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. You give me like 4 different things to ask him, so I don't know where you'll.
Let's start with the intestines.
Yeah, I can ask him that.
You can also just send me a personal message.
Yeah, because
everyone knows her problem at this point.
Knows
just like everybody knows I have a yeast infection.
Douglas and I are the least private people I think out here. But I had always never you try to say not too much, but like never went to the bathroom much at all. And then I got COVID and early last year, and but it was attached into my intestines instead of like where most people got it in their lungs. And I only knew I had it because my son was getting tested because he had the normal symptoms of the lungs and the coughing and the cold. And I was there just feeling really nauseous. And so while he was getting tested, I was like, I feel really bad. And the nurse took my temperature, blah, 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 had a fever. She's like, let me test you for COVID too. I tested positive, blah, blah, blah. I'm not sure it has something to do with COVID, but I do think it does because I worked in the medical field. And I do know that COVID affects your ACE1 and your ACE2.
Yes.
And so obviously it can, so I didn't know it could attach to the intestines, but I never having had a cough, a cold, a sniffle, anything. I just stayed nauseous for like 2 weeks, got over it, but then slowly, I would say over like the next like 2 or 3 months, then it started like my stomach just started not digesting food. Meaning like things just go straight through me. Like 9 times out of 10, they come out looking the way they went in, unless it's like a straight sugar, like something like a straight carb. But if it's anything like a vegetable related or anything like that, it's not, and fat, like it's not processing. My body's not processing it. And so.
Are you losing weight?
So I was losing weight, and the only way I've kept the weight on is through sugar. Like as long as I keep like I can do breads, I can do drinks with sugar, like that kind of stuff. But I've lost but the problem is the not as much the weight, because weight's not really a big issue for me one way or the other. I mean, like, it's not like I was trying to lose weight or gain weight, and so I can keep the weight on. Like I'm not like at 100 pounds yet, like something like that, like 90 pounds or something. But I'm also not, like, my skin, like I can notice, like, if I get a scratch on my skin or something, it doesn't heal. Like it takes forever to heal. Like it, I know obviously just with nutrients, like that my body, the nutrients aren't there. Like I've spent like $800 on vitamins. I've had a DNA test done with about different nutrients I might need. And then and it wasn't like because I've talked to doctors where they're like, well, don't take all the vitamins at once. Well, obviously I didn't. And I haven't. This week I've taken one set of vitamins, just one vitamin. So it's not like I'm okay, because they were like, well, maybe you're making yourself sick. When I would tell them I'd spent this money, then they would say, well, maybe you're making yourself.
Heartburn?
Do what?
Do you have heartburn?
Heartburn? Yeah, I have some. Yes, I do have. Yes, I do have some heartburn, especially. Yes, well, my left side will get really bad.
That means that you have. There's too little fluids in your stomach, and they're not acid enough. And then, if that happens, you cannot digest anything.
So, see, I figured it would be the opposite, that maybe I was too acidic. So you're thinking
that's the lie they keep telling, but it's the opposite.
So it's that I don't have enough acid to digest it, so that's why it's just going through.
And if that happens, you can take all the vitamins and minerals you want, but you cannot absorb them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what I take, nothing.
And sugars sugars don't need the acidity of the stomach. It doesn't have. Yeah.
That's why the sugar. That's why I'm
that's
the weight on. With the sugar.
Yeah. So that's you can digest that because it doesn't need to be that acidic.
So is there anything I can do? Is there anything I can do that you know of?
But easy fix. But a problem is if you eat a lot of sugars and you get.
I don't really
if
like
you don't
sugars.
have enough.
I'm not big on sugars.
I can do it.
I can do it.
You get a lot of problem with yeast. Yeast growing in the bowels.
Okay. Yeah, somebody had mentioned one time, because I've never had a yeast infection like Douglas has sexually, but somebody did say you could have yeast in your stomach. And I did buy some.
Are you bloated?
I'll get bloated. Yeah, I will get I'll be have hardly eaten any. I can go without a whole day without eating and be bloated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The thing is, you need to. It's the same what I said.
Feel bloated. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there won't be anything in my stomach because my body empties everything out, so it's completely empty, and you can feel that, and it doesn't feel well. Whatever it is, it's unhealthy. I know that, but I've tried everything. So I'll try. If you have some suggestion, I've tried. I think I bathed in bleach from fucking EOS. So I don't fucking know. I'll try whatever you have. But if you have an idea, I will try it.
When you wake up, you take Celtic salt.
And lime. What shot?
Celtic salt.
I don't know what that. Celtic? Those are people. Aren't Celtics people?
No, it's salt from France.
What? Is anybody else?
It's salt.
Shot from friends.
Salt.
Salt.
Yeah, salt.
What is salt?
Natrium. That, you got sugar and salt.
Oh, salt.
Yeah,
sorry, I'm sorry. I was just always hearing salt. I was hearing the H, and I heard H. I apologize. Okay, so salt. So take salt when I wake up.
Yeah, and take it with every meal. But you need this specific kind of salt because it's only like 30% salt and it's 70% other minerals. And what it does, it lets the stomach produce more juice and it gets the acidity right. And then you can start digesting things again.
What kind of salt? Like what kind of?
Yeah,
You have the
Celtic
name
salt.
of it? Okay, so
Celtic.
it's Celtic. Okay, so that's where I heard
Yeah.
the Celtic, and like
Yeah,
I'm thinking
yeah.
of people. Celtic salt. Okay, I'll look that up.
Yes.
I didn't know that was actually a thing. Celtic salt. Okay.
Take that with every meal, and when you get up in the morning, just take it. I do it myself.
No thing. I'm going to go buy some in the morning. Like I'm so I've been so desperate for so long, and I've been doing something that Brendan had given me, like, and it's helped a little bit as far as like it has helped some. Like it was God, I can't remember what it was called.
And what the salt does, like if you eat and if you have like watery poo,
Mhm.
your body cannot absorb the water back in, and the salts, like the good salts, help with osmosis. So that will get rid of that problem. It's crazy because a lot of old people die from heat, and if they would just give them the right salt, it would never happen. Because you can drink normal water, but if there are not the right kind of minerals in it, it's useless. You just pee it out because you cannot retain it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not retaining anything like water.
People are over hydrating, and they're even losing minerals.
Yeah, because the more water I drink, I feel like it just comes right back out. Like I mean, I don't want to go into more detail than that, but yeah.
Just put in a little bit of salt in the water, and you will retain it.
Celtic salt. Okay, I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, thank you.
In the morning, squeeze half a lime, and also drink
lime.
that.
A lime? You said like a
lime. Yeah.
Okay. What does the lime do?
It will help start up your system, and it also has to do with
like
your energy levels.
Like the acidity and I guess the vitamin C or whatever in it, maybe.
Let me think.
I would think that would be what lime would, because I know lime's got vitamin C, but that would be, I mean, either way, I'll try it. So, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Celtic salt. I'm writing it down right now. I'm sorry, anybody else is having to listen to this. I apologize to anyone else having to hear this.
And for but I have to look it up because I haven't prescribed it for a long time here. There is, I cannot remember it. I have to look it up. There is this herb you can take for like when you have had corona to clean up your system. But I have to look it up.
Okay. Yeah, if you get that later, or like, if you see that later, just let me know.
It's also inexpensive.
Okay. Well, yeah, that would be. I mean, I've spent so much money. I've wasted so much money on vitamins that haven't worked or things that haven't worked. I took a $500 DNA test, like that told me to take. Oh, yeah. I mean, which is fine. I mean, but it didn't fix this. Like it didn't. It was just basically like it tested for 5. It tests for 5 like your main DNA things that can cause problems with stuff like that. And it basically, told me nothing, like it gave me one vitamin to take, and it told me to take vitamin B, which everyone should take, what kind, B complex. And then
the B vitamins are only absorbable in really acid, stomach acid.
Yeah, and so that it hasn't done anything. So, that's probably why it hasn't done anything.
Yeah. That's also with B12.
I did a B complex with I did a liquid B complex with like B6 and B12.
And I did the one that they told me like the best one to get, but the problem was like as far as like the kind and because there's different kinds it's made out of and like what kind my body would absorb the most, meaning based on my DNA structure, but that wasn't based on my stomach. And I think the problem is like what you're saying, maybe that it's not absorbing it regardless if there's not maybe enough I thought there was too much acid, but not either way something's not absorbing, nothing's absorbing. So
it's funny because I'm a nurse, but I also go to school just to learn more stuff. Now we're learning about blood transfusions and stuff like this, and I had a class about this on Monday. And the woman, like the teacher, she knows extremely much about, she knows so much about all those topics. And I asked a lot of questions. And this just came up. And she was also telling, like, they named it wrong. And so people think they have too much acid, but it's not that way.
It's the opposite. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's actually interesting to know because obviously, because I've been taking, like I've obviously since it started, like they put me on acid medicine, for like acid reflux and like nothing helped.
And that's one of the worst things you can ever do.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense, I guess, if I don't have enough acid anyway. But
because if you take that, you're sure that your absorption of nutrients will be dysfunctional. So it's better to.
That makes sense. Yeah. Correct.
Because the pH will change when you take it.
Okay. So and then does it keep it? I guess it probably keeps it that way then, like where you end up staying, like where you then depend, like it's hard to get back. Even if I was not low acid, like people that have some high acid, I've heard that before, where you really shouldn't try to depend on that because then you get dependent on it. But I thought, I've been so sick that I thought, I didn't care if I was dependent on it. But obviously it didn't help anyway. So that makes sense. I guess I can see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's also a lot of people who have like stomach ulcers. They take a lot of those pills, but it just makes the problem worse.
Yeah, I can see that.
And if the cells are damaged, your body will essentially kill them and will produce new cells. But if that's an ongoing process, there's more chance of cells becoming bad. Like the more cells need to duplicate, the more things can probably go wrong.
Okay.
But the right acidity in the stomach is really important.
Yeah, I'm glad you told me this because I've been going to a doctor for I've obviously gone to the gastroenterologist. I've had a endoscopy, a colonoscopy, and then my regular doctor, and no one said that. Like they've actually, like you said, acted like it was too much if anything, it was too much acid. And then the gastroenterologist was just like, we don't know it. It's like some, like they do that normal, like we really don't know. So they give you that whole, what is the definition? It's the stupid GI thing. I told him, whatever you do, don't diagnose me with that. Which is basically that all encompassing answer of,
we don't know.
Yeah, inflammatory bowel disease is what they said. It's just it's IBD, like IBD. And so I worked in pharmaceuticals, so I knew IBD is just it's like we don't know, like is what it is.
A big problem with that is also like if your digestion is not optimal, the molecules that are too big, they get into your small intestine, and the alveoli, like the small fibers of your lining of your colon, intestine, they will pull the molecules in, but if they're too big, they are ripping themselves apart. So, and that's what gets inflamed.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah. So it starts up higher in the stomach.
Yeah, see, I think whatever happened, like, I don't know what, I'm guessing. I mean, I don't know, like, I can't prove that, but I never had a problem before having COVID. So I feel like something about, because I had COVID attached to my stomach, because, I mean, they did diagnose me. They're like, no, this COVID's in your stomach, which apparently I didn't even know was a thing. Yes. It changed something. I don't think, like, my stomach's, like, just, it changed something. Or like you said, or inflame something, like, I don't know, but I just can't get it back. I just, like, and then I'm not able to take in like, it's like I've never, like, you know, as a woman, usually you're like care about weight and stuff, and it's like my just more like now I don't even care about the weight, like it's about being able to take in nutrients, because you're tired, your skin, like you can't, like I just can't. I know how to eat healthy. I'm a vegetarian, and I'm not saying everybody should be a vegetarian, because there's great things about protein. But what I am saying is, like, I know how to eat healthy, yet, however, nothing is processing the way it used to. Like, I just can't get nutrients in me. Like I told you, like, I mean, like, I can get a scratch on my skin. Literally had a cat scratched in my mother's the other day, and like it's completely like bruised. And just, you know, like I'm I'm bruising like a 90-year-old lady bruises, you know, like just touch me and I'll bruise. And that's not normal, obviously. And the doctors know that's not normal, but they don't have an answer. So yeah, I'll definitely try the Celtic salt and then the lime.
Just
for sure.
The salt, take it with every meal, and just in the morning, and you just take like a pinch of salt.
Okay.
Small pinch.
I love salt, so I will totally do that. I mean, like, I love the taste of salt. What I mean,
it's even in the Bible. It says that take salt with every meal. So it's funny.
Oh yeah, like salt of the earth, things like that. I mean, I don't remember that part of where you eat it with every meal, but I heard, like, you know, I know the Bible talks about salt a lot, so that would make sense.
The salt they put in products.
Has to be the right kind of salt. Dan, tell her about getting the right kind.
They took out like they take out all the good nutrients.
The minerals.
And and that really messes with your body.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, it's definitely done that. So I'm gonna look that. I mean, I don't know if I can buy that locally here. I've never heard of that salt.
You can order it online, I'm sure. You go online and you order the Celtic sea salt, right, Dan?
Yeah, it's from.
Well, no, I have like 40 pounds of sea salt, thanks to Brendan.
But that's just for occult rituals. We're talking about stuff that you want to put in your body.
I know, that's what I figured. Cause it's not called Celtic. It's just plain sea salt or whatever.
It's Celtic sea salt because they process it the original way, which is to say they don't process it.
They dry it in the sun.
Yeah. And so, believe me, our man Dan is a homeopathic nurse. People pay for his advice. He's actually maintained his business throughout COVID because he maintained it online, whereas all the old school did not, and many of them, went by the wayside during COVID. They starved.
I'm so thankful. Like, Dan, seriously, I'm so thankful for the, like, obviously, I say that I've tried so many things from so many people for I mean, this has been going on since, you know, I don't know, like September of last year, maybe. But you really seem to know what you're talking about. So definitely going to try that. And, you know, I will owe you big if it works. So I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm sure it will. And that's also what Hippocrates said. He said, like, let food be your medicine.
Mm-hmm. Right. So I know how to eat healthy, but the problem is not digesting it. Like I can eat spinach and all this stuff, and it doesn't process. So
you should never eat spinach.
Yeah, tell her. Tell her.
Why not spinach?
Very rough. They say it cuts up your insides like glass.
There are a lot of plants in the leaves. They have a lot of stuff in it to defend them against animals eating them.
Yes.
Spinach has has crazy amounts of it.
Yeah.
And you need it to eat it with egg, or else it will cause this reaction in your bowel.
Yes, that's right.
It can actually.
I stopped doing the spinach because that was one of the things on the diet, like it told me not to. But how about arugula?
Right. So she was recommended to be on this. Let me explain to Dan for you, and I want people to understand who are listening to Dan that what he is saying is that if someone's going to eat spinach at all, they need to eat it with eggs to kind of counteract the defense. Yeah, the defenses that spinach has. One of the things that Dan points out is that what people don't understand who go with this vegetarian trip is that plants have evolved to defend themselves, and they defend themselves from animals by basically being essentially toxic, a lot of them. And they do a lot of damage to people who eat them, and basically all people really get from a lot of plants is fiber. So really, a lot of this vegetarian lifestyle has been promoted by the government, which is trying to get everyone to stop eating meat so they can save it for the elites. And the elites want the meat for themselves, but the meat organs are what's important. They have the enzymes. Brooke may not want to go to that level yet, but one of the things that Dan will point out to her will now have to deal with what she was recommended. She was put on a diet that, what did they call that, honey? It was called a specific diet that they put you on.
Yeah, it's for it was a
histamine diet. So with the histamine diet, they have her practically living off of arugula. So the idea was that they were trying to give her body time to build up these histamines, but the arugula, it was like she couldn't stand it for very long. It was very.
I mean, I did it for like 3 weeks. Like there were a few other things you could eat on there, but like that I didn't like it's a very limited diet. And so like I like the arugula. The only other thing I could have olive oil, and I could have fresh mozzarella. That was the only like other thing, like that was the only cheese you could have, like fresh mozzarella cheese. And so I would do the arugula with the fresh mozzarella, and I ate that salad every day for 3 weeks. But I just finally was just like about 2.5 to 3 weeks, I was just done. Like, I mean, because it wasn't like I was eating this like and then I had another meal that day or whatever. And like, it was every day. That was all I had, because it was pretty much that, like everything, like you couldn't have avocados. You couldn't have like everything I used to eat. Like, if you wanted an egg, you had to only eat the egg yellow. You couldn't eat the egg white. It was so limited of a diet that, and then I think like the only meat on there, like if you ate meat, I think you could have grilled chicken. And to be honest, if I'm going to eat meat, I'm going to eat a filet mignon or crab legs. I don't want grilled chicken. I'm not like, chicken's gross to me. So it wasn't like, even if like, it's because when y'all talk about meat, like I've eaten meat before, obviously, but I'm not going to, I'm not eating chicken. Like, no, it's gross.
So go on. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's it. That's what all I mean. So then, like, there was just like a few other things. I mean, like, there was a few vegetables on there. There was blueberries were on there. Like, you couldn't have oranges and a lot of citrus fruit. You could have like blueberries and like, I don't know, like raspberries. So I had like, some blueberries in my fridge. But I mean, that was like, it was like you couldn't have tea. Like, you obviously couldn't have soda, but you couldn't have tea. It said you couldn't have tea, which I thought green tea was healthy. But like all that was on this histamine stupid diet. Mm-hmm. And so I don't know.
But did you get the relief from it?
I don't know if I got relief from it, or the fact that I ate so much fresh mozzarella cheese, because that was all I could eat, that and arugula. But I was like, no, I don't think I'm going to quite as much, because I'm pretty much eating nothing but fresh mozzarella cheese and arugula. So at first I thought I was, but then I started getting sick again. And that's when I finally gave it up, because I realized, like, unless I ate tons of cheese, so I'm not sure that it was the actual
diet doing it, or just the fact that I was just loading up on so much fresh mozzarella cheese that I think that would probably block anybody from not going to the bathroom like 20 times in the morning. And again, this is way TMI, but I don't know, maybe it'll help somebody else one day, so whatever.
No, people don't mind hearing this, believe me, and it's necessary. This is an opportunity to get some help, and everybody can hear this and learn from it. So, Dan, I don't believe the histamine diet, is something that is working for her because she couldn't stand it long enough. It was supposed to be on it for several weeks, like maybe 6 weeks or something, honey. What was it?
Yeah, it was like they said a minimum of 6 weeks. Like online, it says like 6 to 8 weeks, and I think I did it for like 3 to 4.
3 to 4, and then she just couldn't do it anymore. So when it comes to what she's going through, taking that into consideration, please, Dan, whatever observations or advice that you might have is going to be appreciated, of course.
Yeah, there's a lot of opinions about nutrition, but if you really look at what people used to eat and how we're eating now, a lot has changed. So if you go back like 200 years and you look at what they were eating then, that would be way better than the stuff that we're eating now. It's even brown bread, like whole wheat bread.
Like whole wheat bread,
gives a bigger insulin spike than regular sugar.
Yeah, I heard that more recently, that people think whole wheat bread is good for you, and it's actually not.
Yeah, it's also with rice. You have the one like with you have like white rice and brown rice. Because they leave the stuff on, but it's better to not eat it with the stuff on. It can also cause a reaction.
Not to eat it with what did you say again?
So between the brown rice and the white rice, which would you say was the one to eat, Dan?
Yeah, the white rice.
Okay, the white rice then. Okay, interesting.
That's interesting. Yeah, because they talked about because I just heard that about the bread, so that makes sense too. Because they push the brown, the whole grain bread, and then they push brown rice on you. But forever.
The one rice to really eat is black rice.
I don't know what black rice is.
But you have to cook it for like 35 minutes. It takes a long time to make. It's like a wild version.
Okay, wow.
And it's really expensive.
Wow.
But that has a lot of nutrients in it.
Where do you get it?
Maybe somewhere like Whole Foods.
Okay, online then probably. She would have to get it online.
Well, no, I have a Whole Foods here. No, we have a Whole Foods. But I just never have heard of that. It's not going to be like that nasty millet stuff, is it?
I don't think so. I personally think it's great, but
You like millet?
No, black rice.
Oh, I've never had it. See, I didn't know what black rice was. But millet's like these teeny tiny, and it tastes like dirt. Like, I'm telling you, I don't know how he eats that stuff. Like,
he's a masochist, honey. He's like, I love Brendan dearly, but he's, you talk about, he eats vegetables the way I drink blood. It's just not something a baseline human could do, okay? It's like, at this point, he's half fucking cow or something. He just goes out in the wild and just, bends over and just starts eating blades of grass and shit. I've seen him.
The thing is with only eating vegetables.
Yes. Oh my god.
Tell us, Dan. Tell us what happens to people who eat only vegetables, Dan. Most of them die. Tell them.
Yeah.
Tell them.
They did research, and after 5 years, you get sick.
Yeah.
No exception.
Yeah.
The thing is, vitamins E, D, A, and K, they're bound to fat. And there's no fat in vegetables. So where are you going to get those vitamins from? And also, those are the vitamins that you can hold on to in your body. Because the others, like from fruit, they have this reaction in the body, and then you just pee them out. So the more important vitamins that you can actually store are found in meat.
Yes. It's really meat organs in particular, right?
Yeah.
Let her know the importance of desiccated Argentinian grass-fed beef liver. That's the ultimate.
Yeah.
What?
And that's, liver as the
not doing
most
liver.
nutrient
Liver
dense,
is what cleans the
food.
body out, and I'm not eating liver because that's what cleans the body. You realize?
So,
right?
so Dan, do you feel that if she took beef liver supplements, that would make her diarrhea worse? What do you think?
Don't know. But the thing is, most people are deficient in iron, and that is the best way to get your iron up.
No, I know. Yeah, I know. I've been deficient in iron before because I have been a vegetarian, and I've had to take
supplements.
Iron supplements. Yeah, well,
Right.
actually IV.
So, if you need supplements, what is that telling you?
So I know that.
It's telling
So
you that your diet is not right.
Well, actually, it was partly that, and it was partly like my period was really heavy. So but regardless, because I was losing a lot of blood, so I had an ablation just to make my period lighter. So then the anemia went away a couple of years ago after I did that. But then, like I said, the COVID came, and I'm not saying. Here's the thing. Like, I'll be honest. Like, don't eat meat, but then I got the dog steak this weekend, and I literally for the first time oh my god, took a fucking bite of the steak. Before I got on a sirloin, and I took a bite of that because I had to tear it with my teeth because I couldn't tear it with my hands.
How did it taste? How did it taste?
Oh, well, when I put the sirloin in, it tasted good, but I wasn't going to chew that because it was so tough. So I gave it out to him. But then I spoiled him so bad. The next day, I'm like, because the thing is, if I order from the steakhouse, I get a salad and a baked potato and a vegetable, right? So I was like, that's me, and then I give them their meat. So it ends up being $20. So I ordered a porterhouse, which is half filet mignon and half New York strip. And I went to bite into it the next day, like I did the sirloin, just to kind of tear it for them because, I just didn't want to take a knife to it, and the sirloin was too tough to take a knife to, so I would just kind of tear it on my teeth the way you would, and then hand it to them out of my mouth. But when I bit into that filet mignon, oh my freaking god! I did not spit. I hope my daughter does not hear the show. I swallowed that. That tasted very good.
Good.
I enjoyed it very much.
Good. Welcome back.
Your body knows what it needs.
Yes, if your body needs it, it tastes good. This is why people suffering from leukemia would often like the taste of blood. So understand that during World War II, when there was all that American bombing going on and Europeans were completely deprived of vitamin, they were all vitamin deficient. They began to have a craving, many people, for cod liver oil that they would spread on their bread as if it were jelly or some kind of condiment like peanut butter or something. And they enjoyed the taste of cod liver oil because their bodies were so lacking in that particular substance that the cod liver oil delivers. And so understand that it tastes good to you because your body needs meat, Brooke. I mean, Brendan, I love him dearly. He's not like you. He's like some kind of a different kind of animal entirely. And so when you come to yourself, with that young lady who's been on with us, Victoria Lauren Hobbs, she bought into the whole vegetarian trip and was getting sicker and lacking any energy for years. She finally went carnivore, and since then she's had pretty much unlimited energy. So much so that she has to take Z-Quills to go to sleep. So
you need the right balance.
Yeah. Say that.
And there's also this thing. If you really want to do it right, you need to eat your meat separate from the rest of the carbohydrates that you're eating.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard that. I heard that a long time ago too. That it's meant to eat one or the other. So when I ended up eating
that also has to do with acidity of the stomach.
Yeah.
I did not, and my stomach was better the next day. I noticed that because I did not eat the potato. I was going to eat the baked potato, and I was like, I'm not going to do that because I'll be it was a house, so there wasn't much filet mignon. But once I was like, oh my god, this is so good. So I ended up eating let's just be honest. Let me be honest here. I feel embarrassed, but because me, everybody else eats meat, but it's very hard for me to. So
But I was like, oh my God, this is so good because I got it like medium rare. It was just like, oh, so soft and perfect.
So understand that what Dan is saying is that you might want to, if you decide to go for the organs, then you would take desiccated beef liver as a powder. You would just mix it in with tomato.
The pills are easy to swallow.
Yeah, or the pills, or
because it kind of smells like dog food.
Yeah.
I'm not eating. I'm not eating. Okay, I'm not eating liver. Here's the thing. I'd rather just Douglas can buy me a filet mignon every day. It's fine.
But even a ground beef is really good because what you get at the store, most meats are without the fat, but the fat is an important part.
So the ground
in ground beef, they just mix everything in, and you don't know, and it still tastes good.
There.
It's so funny.
You get a lot more nutrients from ground beef than from steak.
It's so funny that you said that because on my way home, I was talking to my son. I picked him up from work today. Actually, to talk to his mother, wanted to get him. So I picked him up and I actually told him about the steak because we were talking about, I don't know why we were talking about meat or whatever.
Probably because your son intuitively knows what you need. That's why he prevented you from vaping, honey. You're lucky you have him as your adult supervision. Now, I myself...
Vaping is so bad.
Thank you. Tell her how bad. I just gave her $100. She's gonna, tell her not to spend it on vape. Tell her not to spend it on vape. I mean, help me out here, Dan. Yeah.
You know what happens?
Too late, man. I gotta spend it, man.
There's not a lot of regulations about the vape devices. And the thing is, some burn so hot that you can burn your lungs. And if you scar your lungs, it will never heal again.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? We all got to die of something. And right now, let's get my stomach right. And let's get me where I can heal and my stomach right and everything. And then we'll worry about Can we focus on one thing at a time?
So what, Dan, what do you recommend for her when she's saying, I'm doing the vape because I'm stressing out about the stomach. So, what do you need to concentrate on first, do you think?
Does it help?
Yeah.
Does it help?
Okay. Are you saying it doesn't help, or are you saying does it help?
No, he's saying it doesn't help.
Hey, are you actually relaxing? Because that's a mechanism that people that smoke use. They think they relax from smoking, but you're not relaxing.
That's true. It's an illusion. You're convincing yourself that you're relaxing, but you're really just stressing. And
yeah, I'm pretty sure every time I come on this show, I convince myself it's going to be a good time, and it's not.
So continue.
But the thing is, but I can say this: I did I did a paper on addiction, and the thing is, you cannot lose addiction. Not possible. If your brain makes these pathways for addiction, that will be there. The only thing you can do is change the addiction.
So what would you recommend someone
I agree with that because I know I have an addictive personality and I can change my addiction.
So listen to what he recommends. Go on, Dan.
Never tell somebody, quit smoking, that's it. You have to look for something that will be a positive addiction.
Okay.
Because the addiction pathway in the brain, it will be there. So you can. It's better to make use of it for something good than to fight it, because it's a fight that you cannot win.
Mm-hmm. Good point. So, what do you think would be a good addiction to replace, a positive addiction for Brooke?
So you need to program yourself, for a positive addiction. Like going to the gym or going for a walk or something like that.
Wonderful. So you hear that, Brooke?
Or meditate.
Yeah.
Like if you say every 10 minutes that I would smoke normally, just sit and read a book.
Yes.
You allow yourself to have the break.
Yes.
But change the way how you do it.
Yes. Yeah. And So I'm just impressed. I'm agreeing with this. Now I think she's driving. I think she's actually driving.
Yes, yes. I was driving, but I was just like, yes, listening to your yes.
Yeah,
But,
and
okay,
and
let me
you're
see you.
you're driving to where you can pick up the vapes, aren't you?
I'm leaving where I'm picking up the vapes. I'm leaving the vape place. Okay, shut up.
Oh my God! I hang my head. I'm the
That's so
person who
horrible.
enabled this. I enabled
I
this.
know.
I.
You know what? You could have sent me some blood boys instead, but you didn't. So what do I have to do? You know, because I could have traded the addiction for the vape for some blood boys, but you don't want to do that. You don't want to invite me to the mansion, so I'm stuck with vape. So actually, it's all your fault that I'm on a vape.
Honestly, it's like, so I want you to continue talking to Dan for, like, are you still there? Can you talk safely or
Yeah.
Good. So Dan, continue talking to her. I'm going to take a few minutes break. I'm going to, just, of course, do something healthy.
Just go do something healthy, like take a vitamin and do some yoga and breathing exercise.
That's right. I'm going to do a little meditation, but I'll be back. I'm going to go mute, do a little meditation, and our lovely Brooke here will continue asking you questions about her health, because you are going to help change her life, because you're giving her solid advice. People pay this man for his advice, darling. You should feel blessed you're getting it for free. And this is because he knows that you, he knows. Okay, so by all means, what other questions do you have for him, honey? Like,
and you know what's also cool?
Yeah. Go on.
I also do ideology.
Ideology.
If I can take pictures of somebody's eye. And the eye is connected, like with an open nerve through the brain.
Mm-hmm.
It's directly connected to the brain. So anything that changes in the body changes in the eye. It's really interesting. In Germany, like GP doctors use it for diagnosing disease.
Mm-hmm.
And it's especially handy for anything related to the intestine.
Yeah.
I don't know. All I'm saying right now is, like, I'll be honest with both of you. You've just made me really want a medium rare filet mignon.
Yeah. Hamburgers.
Just get it and report back.
Well, so that's what I was going to tell you about. I told my son. So I said there's only 3 meats that I like. So I told him I'd eating some of the filet mignon, but I was like, there's only 3 meats that
what did you make? Why did you want to become a vegetarian? What was the reason?
Mine was not for health reasons. Mine was for animal. Like, I'm a big, I like anything that's not human. Basically, I just wish all humans were dead and all animals were alive. So, but what I mean is I didn't want to eat them, and I don't mean that like generically. I do love I love a couple humans maybe, but what I mean is I just loved animals, and I would see the chicken truck. Like, we had a chicken factory near us, and I remember being a kid, and then my mom telling me, I'm like, oh, so all the chickens going to the chicken farm, and their little horrible cages on the truck. And I was like 10, and like we would go through like, a fast food place. And so like, people don't realize that as a child, you don't realize that you're not associating the meat with the animal, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would then say, oh my God, I'm not eating chicken. Oh my God, I'm not doing that. And so then we would drive through Burger King, and I'd be like, well, I'm not getting a chicken sandwich. Give me a cheeseburger. Because I still hadn't associated cheeseburger with a cow. I was just like, well, I saw the chicken. I'm not eating a chicken. Right. So, but so as I associated and became more aware, and especially with the way the industry is, as far as, I believe just the way we do meat now, like, I don't think, like, it's why I was able to take like bite of it or eat some of it, and I'm not saying I can't eat some of it, but at the same, and obviously I love the taste of a chili cheeseburger. Like, that's what I was gonna say. My 3 favorite things are cheeseburgers, filet mignon, and crab legs. Like, those are the only 3 meats I ever miss. Crab legs were the hardest for me to give up, even though they are scavengers.
Is there something beeping?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I opened my door when I was getting out of the car.
Okay.
But yeah, so I miss those 3 cheeseburgers.
But I think there's a big difference like between factory meat or organic meat.
That's what I mean. So it's the factory farming was when I got into realized what factory farming and what is going on there.
Yeah, that's not
just,
good.
Yeah, it's so bad.
And even the animals are really stressed, and also those hormones get into the meat.
Right. That's what I was wondering though. Like, so like, even if I was like, let's say like, I'm like, today, later today, because obviously it's 4 a.m. here. But let's say I was like, okay, I'm going to eat some meat. I'm going to eat a filet mignon. But then it's just like, I took that bite, but that was from a steakhouse. I am sure that is still a factory farm steak. So it's like, then I need to go to the Whole Foods, buy the only way to really do it right would be to go buy the organic.
Look, you can eat like a little bit of meat, but then just choose for good quality meat.
Yeah,
and you know that the animal has had a far better life.
Right. Well, that's how like when I buy eggs, I always buy like the cage-free, the organic, because I'm not a vegan, so I did eat eggs, and I would buy those. But I mean, I just to be honest, I've been so tired. I haven't really wanted to cook a lot, so now I'm gonna have to cook a steak. I don't even really think I remember how to cook a steak.
I think at Whole Foods you can even get the salt. I think they would have it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we have similar places like this in like Whole Foods where they have it.
Like already cooked, you mean?
Sorry?
You mean already cooked? The meat would be already cooked?
No, the salt. They would probably have it.
What do you think about crab legs? Because that's my third favorite meat. If I was going to eat only, or my second, maybe, I don't know. But they're scavengers, so you're really not supposed to eat a scavenger, are you? But God, crab legs. I mean, like, such the best.
People are omnivores. We can eat almost anything.
Yeah, but I felt like it says, like in the Bible and stuff, not to eat. I mean, not that I'm not religious, but then I obviously do take some things from the Bible, and I believe that like scavengers, like catfish and shrimp, like they feed on the bottom feeders, right? So are crabs like I didn't realize. I guess what I'm trying to say is I did not know crabs until recently were bottom feeders. I knew shrimp were and like catfish, but I guess crabs are as well. Like, or do you have a difference of opinion on that or no?
Yeah, I think it mostly depends on where it is catched, and if it's like farm raised or they just take it from the sea. That's also with salmon. You have a lot of farm raised salmon. That's so good.
Okay, so like nothing. Don't
everything.
Do farm raised because that's all. Yeah, gonna have like higher mercury and all that as well, I assume.
Yeah.
So like if it's fresh from the sea is what you want, like to make sure. It's so hard to even know that. Like even at Whole Foods, I don't even know if they tell you.
Yeah, but that's the same here. We have like a big supermarket that's kind of like Whole Foods, but I think 3/4 of the projects are crap. Like most of them still have sugar in it. It's hard. The thing how I do my groceries is it's best just to get everything from the fresh section, like fruits, vegetables, meats, fish, eggs, butter. Oh, that's also a thing, like in what oil you are cooking.
So I cook in, well, I mean, obviously when I cook, well, it depends what I'm cooking. I use olive oil, but if I'm going to pan fry something, I actually
olive oil is, I have braces and they're poking in my...
Oh no!
So I get stuck sometimes. But the oil, You have to get the right one. Like if you get the extra virgin one, you can cook in it.
Okay.
Because
I
you
don't
cannot
cook.
heat it. Because if you heat it, it will be very cancerous.
It'll burn. So that's what I was
Yeah.
about to tell you. So I don't cook with olive oil. I don't cook with unless I put a little sometimes in spaghetti sauce. But I use olive oil mainly like for like a salad, like
Yeah, you have to use it cold.
Yeah, like I'll drizzle it like it's my salad, like on my arugula when I was eating all that. Like
And,
I just use the extra
all of
virgin
the
olive oil.
seed oils are not really fit for human consumption.
So my favorite oil, you're probably going to hate this, but my oil, this is my grandmother, she was the best fryer ever. And so anytime I have to like pan fry or do something, I use corn oil, which I know is probably so unhealthy, but it's just tastes good. Corn oil. Like if I pan fry, even it's like cabbage or anything. I mean, corn oil it's better than vegetable to me. It doesn't burn like any of the olive oils or canola oils. So I just use corn oil. I don't know if you would hate that, but that's what I do. Of course, not that I'm cooking a lot right now anyway.
So what oil?
That's also like it has a high omega-6, and that's what you don't want.
Yes.
Because
So
that can cause a lot of inflammation in the body.
there. What kind of oil do you recommend, Dan?
It's best to just cook in.
Let me guess. You're gonna say ghee.
Yeah, ghee.
I knew it. Oh,
Or butter.
And to take your ghee with your freaking.
Or butter. He said.
Yeah, butter is the best.
I'll do butter. On some stuff. Yeah, but butter can get too. Butter also has a, like when I'm doing cabbage, like butter has. Butter's good for certain
And
things.
if I
like
use oil, I use rice oil.
Rice oil.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that. I have rice vinegar, but I've never had a rice oil. I have rice vinegar.
Look it up online or at the health food store. Is that where she could get it, Dan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll look that up too.
Oh man.
No.
Given like all this, and now I'm telling y'all. Is it anybody else hungry now? Because all we've been doing is talking about food.
Of
I'm getting
course.
hungry.
I still need to make breakfast, and it's like.
Well, Douglas
10,
is still hungry
22,
because he
yeah.
was just doing his yoga in the bathroom.
Oh, you know what is interesting? There's this website. It's called marinetraffic.com.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really funny because you can track all ships that are at sea.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go to Antarctica, you see ships in the middle of Antarctica. Now look it up. It's crazy.
They're in Underland. Those are the Underland ships.
There you go. Yeah. That's cool. I love it. And our man George Knight might have something to say about that.
Well, look it up. Marinetraffic.com.
Okay.
And then just go to Antarctica and zoom in. You can see a couple of ships that are just they're in the middle of all of the ice.
Wow. It could be that they're under the ice within the subterranean. If you if you melt.
And this one.
Well, that's why I said they were Underland.
There's this Japanese fishing boat.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Shin Ryomaru number 5.
Wow. Yeah. And yes. Well, if you
or it's whoever Hitler's kidnapped most recently to torture. Either way.
43 knots. Through the ice.
Oh my God! Yes, well there you go, and that means that I'm going to marinetraffic.com. Of course, it's just really busy here on the traffic. I'm going down towards Antarctica, and looking at what's but if you were to melt there you are. It's on the ice, but it's really under the ice. Yeah, if you were to melt the ice off of Antarctica, there are large gaps in between the land masses that were simply bridged over by ice. So there are certainly ice tunnels that could be accessible.
That ship is traveling at almost 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, wow, cool. Love it. Yeah, there's a few of them. Yes, I see it. All right.
And
So
it's so funny because this Dutch politician, he was using this, and I was watching a video of him, and he was showing that there's a lot of immigration problems here right now. And that's also one thing they just want to push in the news to make people afraid.
yes.
But there are a lot of Africans coming to Italy, and they show these people on rubber boats. But the thing is, this politician, he showed, look at how this traffic goes. And there are 3 companies. I think there's a German company. I think one is connected to George Soros. And they just pick up those people like 500 meters away from the African coast. And they put them on big boats and they just take them there.
Oh, holy shit.
And he wants to make a case of it for human trafficking. Because they're doing it under the name of like saving those people. But yeah, they're just picking them up. He says just like a ferry service. and you can track any boat. You can see where it's been. And he just showed like all those patterns and how they're sailing. So I was really curious about what's going on in Antarctica.
Yeah. And
you can see for yourself.
Yes. Wow. There we are. And yeah, that being said, I appreciate you bringing that up. And so in terms of yourself, Brooke, if you could relate to us how funny it was the other day that you basically had heard our man Dan and Brendan Zogit talking about canola oil, and then when you turned on the next episode, Nemo or someone brought the subject up and they started talking about canola oil all over again. It led a lot of people to writing me, wow, I never knew.
The Canada oil?
Yeah, the canola oil. The canola oil that they were using.
It was such an interesting conversation.
They use it for machines, right?
Like that.
Yeah.
They use it for machines in I think the First and Second World War.
Yeah.
And then they got a lot of it and they couldn't sell it anymore, so they just feed it to the people.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Disgusting. Yes. A crime against humanity. Yes.
But then and then what's his name Nemo went into then his chili recipe. Like he was like, well, you know, and then he doesn't know that Brendan, I guess, is a vegan, right? And he's like, so I made chili the other day. Then that ground beef, I didn't have like the peppers. So he went into his whole meat recipe, and Brendan doesn't obviously key in on the fact that I would never eat that in my life because I'm a vegan. Like he's so strict. He's like, yeah. He's like, so I didn't have the corn, but I put the pepper, and he's like, so what do you think about that? And Brendan's so like, just like kosher. He's just like, yeah, I mean, that sounds good. That sounds like you did okay. I mean, like, fucking like Brendan, like he's not cooking chili, ground beef.
It's funny.
But it was hilarious to hear Nemo just go. He had no idea that Brendan's, and I'm just listening to him.
But by the way, there's a pattern there because after Brendan was talking about the evils of something else that had to do with canola oil or something, it was then Nemo. It was something about the beauties of garlic and other vegetables, and that's when Nemo said, "I'll put some garlic in my beef stew." That's right.
It was beef stew. That's what it was. It was beef stew. You're right. Exactly.
Yes.
I have a question, Douglas.
Yes.
Do you know about MI5?
You mean like MI6, the British intelligence agency?
No. Hemisync.
Hemisync. Hemisync is
it's from Monroe.
That's right. The Monroe. Basically, what he's talking about is the Monroe Institute and the Hemisync, which is kind of like a synchronized sound pattern to get people into some kind of brainwave state. Yes? So tell us a bit about why this is relevant.
No, I did the program.
Yes.
And I have like this natural abilities to do stuff. But if I listen to this music, it becomes so easy.
Wow.
And it's really easy to get like out-of-body experiences.
Okay.
It's really cool.
So Brooke. Yeah, go on.
And also like the layers in this dimension, you can switch through them just by he gives them like different numbers, and if you just say the number, you can travel there. Something like that.
Wow.
But it's really cool.
Okay, so maybe this will help Brooke de-stress. So Brooke, if you get into this...
Yeah, they have some really nice music on Spotify.
Okay, yeah.
And you have to listen to it with a headphone on.
Yeah, okay.
You're talking about the binaural beats, right?
Yeah, but this is like the original from that. Because what this does, it sends... like each ear has different music in it. Mm-hmm. And if you just listen to one side, it's rubbish. But if you listen to both, your brain will make a pattern of it, and you will start hearing like it sounds like something like it's a static sound, or like sometimes it's like a plane taking off, and sometimes you hear music. But they also have like music where the sound is combined, so you really don't hear it. It's in the background, but it really stabilizes your being.
Yes. So.
And I have contact with this Belgium guy, and they do like live sessions, and it's really cool. They can take you through all the steps.
Great.
But you can also do it yourself. But he's a really interesting individual.
Okay, so for all our listeners, HemiSync is like a short.
I would daily recommend it.
Okay.
And you can buy the whole program on eBay.
Okay.
For cheap.
Yeah.
Because it's quite expensive, but it's really, really, really worth it.
Yeah. It's
and like in the first levels of the program are just the first is like relaxation, then it's like protecting your own energy, and then it goes way deeper, and you can go to sleep. Your body will be sleeping and you will be awake. That's so awesome. Wow. You can just think all night while you're resting. I love that because I don't really like to sleep. And if you go deeper, then you can switch between like different dimensions in this realm. And then you can go outside of that, but that's for advanced persons.
Right.
I think they let you go to level 27. And beyond that, that's how I view it. That's what I thought before. Like, there's always in all those layers, there's somebody telling you something to do or giving you a mission or whatever. And
okay,
if you let go of that, then you can go past that, like this realm.
Wow. I mean, just so people understand, HemiSync is abbreviate for hemispherical synchronization. So you're synchronizing the hemispheres of your brain, each side, as he said. You have the earphones on and the headset, and on one ear is one pattern, the other ear is another pattern, then your brain synchronizes them into something else entirely. Do you feel that this would help Brooke reset her mind?
Yeah, I think it's great for anybody.
Okay. All right. I mean, certainly.
Because what they're doing, like in school systems, they really want people to be like in their mind, and this will help you connect like the two parts.
Okay. And you definitely appreciate it.
You know what? You should offer this whole program in binaural, so people have to put on a headset so that they're not like taken down.
like
They
back
can
in the
hear
day, I think the CIA wanted to get involved. But,
That's right. They were involved
the-
with the Monroe Institute. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, the thing is, people listening to the music would only get like more conscious, and they wanted to use it to
Mind control.
to mind control people, but it doesn't work that way.
Yes.
Because you're just exploring your own consciousness, so you will only broaden your consciousness, not close it down.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe it was also like for every reaction there's a counter reaction, and probably this was a counter reaction to all the mind control being used back in the day.
Mm-hmm. Yes, interesting. Yeah, that's fascinating. And so when
And it's also really nice because you, if you when you start doing it, you will fall asleep. But that's just because you cannot process what you're going through. So it takes time to get used to it. But when you're used to it, you get really clear images of whatever you're trying to explore.
Fascinating. And so you use this visualization, these really clear images, to kind of help yourself accomplish. No. Go on.
No, it just you listen to the music, you relax. Anything you're thinking about, you put it in like this box, close it, so you don't have to think about it. Then you start resonate. You just make like a humming sound. Then you shield yourself. Then you just go into relaxation, and then you can just leave the body completely relaxed, and your mind will be like free to go wherever for your spirit.
And so, Brooke, have you experimented with anything like this in the past?
I've done the go to sleep, like the binaural beats before, and gone to sleep with it. Usually what helps me go to sleep the most, though, is listening to you when you go on, like when you're, like, such titles. Like, sleep.
Yes, delightful.
But,
cute. So what's that smacking sound? Is this just the smacking of your lips, but the taste of that vape is just so good?
No, I'm so starving because we're talking about food. When I came home and after I got the vape, I came in here and I fucking heated up some stupid tofu chili because that's all I fucking had. So I'm eating a bite of it.
Why didn't you buy a hamburger on the way home?
There's not a grocery store open at this time at night.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't know.
Hey, Douglas.
Yeah. Yes.
Did you ever run across documents about like a base on Antarctica?
Of course. Yes. Well, what about it? Yes. That you want to know.
What? Yeah, I read this book. But, let's see if I have it here. Where is it? Of course, I cannot find it.
While you're looking for that,
oh my god, this is like when Todd was looking for his shit in his house.
While you're looking for that, what I can do is I can go to my website and give you the link to what I've said about this in the past. DouglasDietrich.com.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, and so let me give that to you in just a second here. DouglasDietrich.com.
And one thing, the lunar orbital control.
Ah, yes.
The luck. It was so crazy. Like I get this clairvoyance images, and my grandpa, who was in the war, normally when like family, when they're gone, when they're deceased, normally I can contact them in one way or another. My grandpa is like dead for 16 years. And he was nowhere to be found. But recently, I suddenly got this connection, and he was saying that he was stuck energetically to the lock. So he said they did something to him to keep him like attached to it.
Wow. Incredible. And what else comes to your mind with it?
Yeah, he was saying like there's this underground complex, and I don't know where he went during the war.
Okay.
But he was still wandering there, and there was no way out. There were some tunnels that had like
yes.
see-through tunnels.
Yeah.
So you could see like outside, but there was no way out of it.
Yeah. And incredible. And important point. I'm glad you had that vision. It helps you to put things into context. Now, what I'm going to do is send this to you in our private, your private line, and I'll also put it here in our public line. I'll also put it in the chat room. So give me just a second to make certain I don't double click it or something. This I'll give to Brooke as well. I mean, Brooke could, Brooke might even enjoy this. So here we are. This is yeah.
I have another question.
Sure, by all means.
Sometimes I feel like there are two moons, but let me explain.
Yes, go on.
It's like there are two different realities. I've read a lot about where the Germans went, also like into space.
Yes.
And that's really, it seems like maybe that happened in a different dimension than ours.
Okay.
Like there are a lot of things that happened, but I don't know where they happened. Like where in time. Is it on this timeline? That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Because if you look at the moon, there's this like natural moon, but there's also a lot of mechanical stuff going on there. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like the moon ripple.
Yes. Yeah. And
Douglas has no fucking idea what you're saying. I can assure you.
No,
now.
he's speaking of the fact that the moon rings like a bell, right, Dan?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we know it because it's fucking empty or we think reptilians are in it or it's not even a real moon. I mean, there's a million fucking conspiracy theories on that, but that has nothing to do with the time thing.
But, honey, you've already brought forth some of the, shall we say, symptoms of the phenomenon. Obviously, you're aware of this yourself. That something...
Yeah, I'm aware. I just don't think you are.
But... Honey, I mean, why, I've just given you a link to articles on my timeline that were once published by Nexus Magazine.
What did it say about? Is it about timeline? About timelines and timeline jumping?
No, it's about the hidden history of the war, but it also talks about the moon.
Oh,
and, yeah.
Surprise! World War II.
Yeah,
Nazis.
of course. This is what led them to set up an ambush for me in Australia, where everything I had was stolen. Yes, it destroyed my life, like so many other things that happen. Assault after assault. It's the real objective is to try to get me to kill myself. But of course, they just don't know their secret weapon is you.
They had no idea that the person that they were going to hate the most, they'll be like, we wish we had kept Douglas around. This bitch.
Yes. So within this article, you'll hear me speak at length about the Nazi breakaway civilization, Dan, and so this is important, and I will look forward to your review. I'll look forward to your review.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and that being said, But when it comes to the health thing that we're going into, Brooke, I hope you take seriously the idea of beginning to, explore eating meat a little bit more. You'd be amazed at how much better you're going to feel. Really.
For sure.
Yeah.
I'll eat meat. I'll eat meat as soon as you get down here, baby.
That's cute. This is the problem. That's what I'm afraid of. She's going to kill me for the insurance money and eat me to hide the evidence. Yeah.
I think you make some good chili.
Yes. It would be just frightening. It's too frightening for me to even contemplate. So, aside from that, hey, did Andre and yourself have any further conversations, Dan?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. By the way, Brooke, Dan is planning on visiting. What month?
Ravensburg.
Yeah. What month did you say? Was it going to be this month, October?
Yeah, I'm hoping to go end of this month.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Go where?
Basically, Wevelsburg.
It's the castle from that was like the headquarters of the SS.
Yes, that's correct.
And but you're not allowed to film inside. What I'm obviously gonna do.
Yes, that's right, and more power to you. I hope you succeed in getting some good footage. As a matter of fact, I think I know some people who managed to succeed in getting.
I will say I'm here, and I want to know what happened with our Prince Bernard.
Right, Prince Bernard. Yes, and yes.
We need more evidence, and I want it now.
Yes, that's right. It's incredible how much of the royalty was involved with the Nazis. Always an important point.
You know what's another important point that I know that like if Hitler like came back today, I just have a really strong feeling if like you and I are side by side, he's gonna like me more, and not just because I'm female, like because number one, I did a great report on him, and he's gonna know it. That great report I did. And then number two, I'm blonde hair and blue eyed and you're not. I just feel like, and then I am female. I just feel like you're just like going to be like, oh, dear dad. And he's going to be like, let me talk to this girl. Like, go away.
I wouldn't hold that against him, but I'm certain that any amount of time in your company, he'd probably come running back to me pretty quickly.
He would come back and be like, oh, this is the next world war. We've got to start. We're going to get rid of this girl. And he'd be like, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be worse than World War II just to kill that one bitch.
So, honey, Wevelsburg Castle, you see, basically, there's probably what's only a short bus ride from the Westphalian city of Paderborn. And there's where lies the village of Wevelsburg. And the entire district is suffused with German history. The Teutoburg Forest, where
oh my God,
Arminius
you have to show off in every other word. I was allowing you to show off for a little bit, but you're continuing.
And it's also in the middle of all the death camps, right in the middle.
Yeah, not to mention the ley lines. All the ley lines.
Yeah.
Yes, they meet there.
The castle itself is built in like a point.
Ley lines and death camps, what are those? I don't know. Can you explain that? I'm just a southern blonde girl. I don't know.
You know damn well, honey. I mean, you know a ley line as spelled L-E-Y, and then ley line is these PowerPoints.
Oh, you mean like when I used to get fucked, like when I would have sex, like where I would lay on the line?
That's cute.
It's been a while. I mean, I haven't had a yeast infection like you recently said. Or ever, but whatever.
Although
I am jealous, I'll be honest. I'd have taken your yeast infection just to get laid, I think, at this point. So.
At any rate, when it comes to, now that Brooke kind of threw off my train of thought, I could go back there.
Not that a woman can't go get laid, because that is funny. How I could literally just go to any restaurant, like bar, like last night, whatever, and just like have a few drinks, any guy at the bar. Like you guys are like, let me find any pussy. And like, we're like, I mean, there's 55 dicks around this bar. I don't want any of them, please.
Yeah, well, appreciating that having been said, it was in 1982, darling, that Michael Aquino went to Wewelsburg Castle on my birthday Eve day to conduct a spell all night,
Yes,
through to my birthday on October 20th of that year, to bind myself to him, among other things that he did in that castle. So,
Wow, did he do that there?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yes. There are
So we need some.
Did he miss it by a day or something?
No,
you need some unbinding.
Yeah. Say that again, Dan.
Do you need some unbinding?
Oh, no, I feel that I've unbound after all these years. Basically, what I told Michael Aquino was there's this bitch in South Carolina who needs your attention, and I fobbed him off onto her. And she's been dealing with him ever since. That's a bit of a joke, but unfortunately, there's some truth to that. He actually found she was projecting onto Hitler what came across with Michael Aquino. He found her more attractive, and he's been hanging out with her ever since. When he remanifested, so to the point where she's got his footsteps she can hear in the floor above her when her son's not home. And it's just. Brooke, feel free to share what you feel free to share. You've shared it all before. You wouldn't be giving away anything new. Why don't you tell Dan a little bit about what you've experienced so that he doesn't think I'm just doing some stupid Brandon Young kind of joke with a bad delivery? Brooke? She's probably into a post-traumatic stress disorder episode after I brought that up. But yes, Brooke, he wasn't off by a day. He did that on my birthday Eve day through to the birthday throughout the night. Are you there, honey? Darling? Dear Brooke? Oh shit, did we go off? Fuck. Dan, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank God. Holy shit. Oh man, they got her or something. Yeah, that poor dear. No, she really has been seeing Michael Aquino a lot in terms of visions of him. He killed himself about 2 years ago or so. I'm trying to remember whether it was just very strange because a lot of people have been bringing it up recently as if they just found out. But Brandon Young among them and Christine Joanna Hart as well. It's very strange to me. I think that okay, so Acid Kick 96 says he hears me, DDD, so God bless him. Thank you for that. Deeply appreciate his verifying that. So tell me, your muscles in that picture, how do you do that? I take it that you're a naturalist, so I would assume you don't use steroids. How do you get that effect? How is that humanly possible?
Yeah, I've been training for a long time. Mm-hmm. And I did a lot of running. Mm-hmm. And me and my wife, and we were at this club. Mm-hmm. And we also did like international meetings and races. And yeah.
Wow.
I just enjoy sports. And the thing is... people, they exercise too much. You only need to exercise like 45 minutes and then quit.
Yeah.
Because it's a stress on the body. And after the 45 minutes, you will produce stress hormones, and it will be productive of your training. So I only train like 3 times a week, 45 minutes.
Wow.
And you get this type of result.
Wow.
I follow the program of Vince Gironda. That's really good. Mm-hmm. It's really old school.
Wow.
And yeah, just eating the way you're supposed to eat is a big help. Because I've seen people come and go. Because if you take synthetic stuff, it's fun for a short time, but in the long run it will ruin you. A lot of the anabolic steroids they use are made for horses.
Yes, go on.
So our body can use it, but it's not 100% the same as the receptors that we have in our body. So it will mess things up over time.
Yes.
And what people don't realize is when you take synthetic stuff, your body stops producing its own hormones.
Mm-hmm.
So if you quit, you will also not make any testosterone yourself for a long period. So, like technically, you're becoming a woman.
Right. That's true.
Yeah.
No, it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's amazing.
And that's
how-
why people get addicted, because it changes them.
Mhm.
But I've seen a lot of people who do competition in running.
Mhm.
You can take like Winstrol and you can run 4 marathons in a week on that stuff. It's crazy, but your body will start to,
Start to
deteriorate.
disintegrate. Yeah.
There's this guy living nearby, and he's one of the best marathon runners in the Netherlands.
Mm-hmm.
But he just starts breaking his toes and stuff like that. That's also a sign that they've been using stuff.
Ah.
And I know people that cannot have kids anymore. One broke his hip, and he's like 30.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, stuff like that happens.
Yeah, because they're like, at that point, they're brittle like an old man. And
Yeah.
so it's kind of like they're getting osteoporosis at a very young age. So you're burning your
And,
body. Yeah, go on.
One of the really cool things they found out, if you eat like 30 eggs a day,
Mhm.
It's the same as using hormones.
Mhm.
And they found this out because they did experiments on burn victims, and if they gave them that much eggs, they would heal really quickly. And it has to do with the nitrogen in your blood.
Now, did you say 3 eggs or 30 eggs? 3 eggs,
Yeah,
right?
no, 30 a day.
30 eggs a day. Holy shit!
Yeah.
These
And,
are uncaged. Great, uncaged.
Yeah, and,
Right.
I do things like that for like 1 or 2 weeks a year, because I love to see what the things do to the body, and it's amazing. And sometimes I do like a week with only meat, and sometimes I do just fasting.
Right. Fasting. Yeah, by the
Yeah.
way, Victoria Lauren Hobbs has joined us. Welcome aboard, dear Victoria. I'm calling you because I saw you started a call. Welcome aboard. So what happened with your schedule today? So it should be about maybe 2 to 3, 3 to 4, and 4 to 5 a.m. in the morning where you're at? Yes? Honey?
Yeah, I'm just waking up.
Oh, well, thank you so much for joining us. Oh, I appreciate that. Delightful that you could join us. And of course, you know, is there anything that comes to your mind if you just woke up? Anything that, yeah. I mean, you know, Dan and I might put you right back to sleep. So, we'll see if we can work on doing that. We are, you know, Brooke left. Oh shit! I think she did go back to sleep. Yeah. So Brooke and Victoria.
My laptop, I couldn't sign in either when I started my laptop. I'm now on my phone. I don't know what happened.
Interesting.
My MacBook just went black, and that was it.
Interesting. Well, she was probably on her phone and just kind of turned and fell back to sleep, and that's cute. That's adorable. I'm going
But
to.
but you know, as a homeopath, you also get like really a lot of backlash, because the government wants to ban everything that is healthy for people.
Yes. Yeah. So there's backlash. So you feel. Yeah. Go on.
The thing I do now is, if they're acting up, and I just say that I only use energetic treatment, because they cannot forbid that.
Right. Wow. Okay. And so.
Just call it a different name, and it will take them ages to catch up.
Yes, it's true. They operate very slowly, and so aside from that, though, the muscle mass. How you say that just 3 times a week of about 45 minutes of exercise without steroids, and you've developed this kind of muscle mass. Oh, Brooke has joined us. Oh, thank God. I was just about to send her a message on the, phone here. I pray thee be well, Brooke, what happened, honey? Okay, she's on mute. Is like, All right, we've got ladies appearing and disappearing. We've
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was on mute. I'm talking away. You're just now, like, I'm apparently talking to myself. I said I thought you would know my phone died, because if I'm not paying attention.
Oh, thank God. I honestly
you were
thought...
talking to yourself.
No, I honestly thought that I had thrown you into a state of post-traumatic stress disorder based on what I had said, and I apologize if that was the case.
That's actually what it was. I just didn't want anybody to know. So let's make you feel guilty, and let's go with that.
I'm so glad it wasn't that. Did you hear what I said? That made me afraid.
Yes, it made me very, very painfully hurt. Like, might cost you $100 or something. I don't know. Because that hurt me a lot, what you said. I don't know what it was, but I mean, it hurt. It's like... Now, I couldn't hear because the phone was off. So literally... By the way, the vegan chili sucked, okay, and the dogs ate it. I got like 2 bites. I'm so mad right now because y'all talked about the steak and shit, and it just made me think about it, and I just want, like, it's not even about having me. I just want, like, good food, and, like, I have nothing here, and it's, like, 4 a.m., so can we just not talk about food in the middle of the night anymore?
Yeah, well, I was asking Dan how he got so buff, without steroids, and so he, like... was giving us the secret, 45 minutes, 3 times a week, of exercise. It's
what, jacking off to your, like, images?
Well,
Is that what he's doing?
Well, that's my technique, and the images I jack off to are pretty, varied. I mean, I go for a wide age spectrum. A kind of anything but fat chicks. Don't like the fat chicks. By the way, Mark H, our fixer at the
that's
casinos.
the one thing you and I have in common, that we cannot do that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my God, it's of course, Brendan Zoga. Quite seriously, he had this fat woman who force fed him. It was
yeah.
Sure.
Like, just the words gross me. It's just that, like, that makes me want to throw up. Just don't.
Yeah.
Don't.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about it. Let's just not talk about that tonight. Let's let Mark talk. Let's do that.
Yeah. So.
Oh, I have another question.
Yes, please, by all means.
Did you ever research George Soros, where he comes from? That's also a crazy story.
Here's what I understand. What I understand about George Soros is that he was born and kind of had his early life in Magyarország, which is Hungary. And in Hungary, he's Jewish ethnicity. So he's basically a Hungarian Jew who then relocated to the United States. He is now forbidden.
But do you know who trained him?
No.
The Germans. He was like a protege of Hitler.
That makes.
And they shipped him out to America.
Yeah.
To just further their agenda.
Interesting. Well, he's very liberal, progressive, so that makes a lot of sense in its own right. And so.
And that's the thing I don't get. Like the Nazis were extreme leftist, and they painted like they're extreme right. And
Thank you.
Anything that's extreme right, they're neo-Nazis. And no, it's the leftists. Well, and if you see like George Soros, he's also an extreme leftist.
Well, just to put this in perspective, like I was explaining, the other day...
Because the Nazis are socialists.
Yes. Yeah. Now, as I was explaining the other day, I went into the economic spectrum of left to right, and when I started talking about it, first Brooke Gibson dropped off, then Victoria Lauren Hobbs dropped off, albeit she did rejoin, and, shall we say, had...
I'm sorry, I'm about to go to bed. Good night. I love you. Take care.
This is what I get. Honey, how are you not interested in
No, I had to do that. I'm just kidding. I'm going to listen to you. No, I just had to do
that. By the way, did you know Victoria Lauren Hobbs joined us for about 5 seconds and then fell back to sleep? She said...
Tonight?
She heard Dan and I talking, and she fell back to sleep.
What you mean?
Let me talk.
The little bit of time that I was hung off, she came on.
Dan wants to talk.
And she also went back to sleep.
Let me talk.
So Dan?
Yeah, you know the crazy thing with George Soros is,
okay,
he was Jewish, right?
Yeah.
But he posed as a Christian, and that's why he escaped the Holocaust.
Yeah.
And he was one of the people who was like saying like those are Jews, those are Jews. So he was telling who they could pick up and deport. And there's this interview where he says, they asked him like, do you have any regrets? He says, none, none. He said anybody would do what I would have done.
Okay, interesting. Yeah.
So this man has sent a lot of people to their deaths when he was young, and he has no regrets.
It's well, he grew up with the community. I could probably understand his attitude. At any rate, I'll look more into.
I could kill a lot of people.
But he
right
says,
now,
"Yeah,
and
I was just a child, and it's crazy."
Yeah. So, like Brooke said,
but he was like a great help in getting property from people.
Interesting.
Like getting all the properties from the Jews.
Yeah. So that was how he.
And then after they trained him, they shipped him to America.
Yeah.
Just to further the campaign.
Yeah. Well, that's fascinating.
But I think he's like 90 something, so I hope he dies soon. But.
Well, there's a tremendous resentment for George Soros that is also held by Viktor Orban, but Viktor Orban is not exactly I wouldn't call him a constructive alternative. So Viktor Orban, of course, is the president of Hungary today. Effectively, it's dictator. And we now got another dictator in Slovakia that is going to join the Russian side. So,
oh no, it's a. My perspective of this is really different.
Okay.
The thing is, Putin says when this war just started, he said, "I'm fighting the Nazis, and I'm the only one still doing it." And people don't want to hear it. And the thing is, the Netherlands, we sent 3 billion, I think, in funds. And what happened? They just the government to spend it on themselves. And all the numbers that coming out, how many Russians they kill, it's all nonsense. And in Ukraine, they're all retreating. And the thing is, the European governments, they want to support Ukraine, but the people don't want the war. They don't want to send money, weapons. Nobody wants to get involved. Because it's really like a proxy war from the USA. And the European people don't want to get involved.
Well, certainly.
Ukraine has always been like this nation of villains.
Well, certainly the Europeans are very, shall we say, they're very much reluctant to engage in any conflict. They
but they're provoking Russia. There have been agreements, and what's happening now? They're just breaking all the agreements that they made with Russia. Russia said they didn't want a country like a European country next to their border. And what they're trying to do is make Ukraine a European country.
Yeah, you're
also
Contra. I think what you're referring to is the NATO, where we said we would not go any further with NATO. I believe that's where you're going with this, because that's where the U.S. and Europe continue to advance further toward NATO was created because the Soviet Union. Technically, NATO shouldn't exist. I mean, it was created because of the Soviet Union. Soviet Union obviously is disbanded and is Russia now. But we said we wouldn't go any further, and we promised that, and we continue to. So I do see the point that you're making, and I do believe it's a legitimate point that Russia has, because you always have to look at the other side, the enemy side, even if they're.
What happened before the war? In the.
But you also said
5 or 10 years before they started the war.
You also just said Ukraine's always been the villain, and I don't get that. Like, how do you say Ukraine's always been the villain?
They joined the Germans in the Second World War.
Okay.
It was not a country that was captured. They joined.
Okay.
And there are a lot of old Nazis were still there. because Russia didn't see it as a country. It has no real borders, and a country with no real borders is not a country at all. Because of that, they can skip a lot of international treaties. So there's a lot of criminal activity going on around there, because nobody gets persecuted there.
Well, I don't believe that you get to say that I just don't believe that it's okay to say that Ukraine is just the villain because you don't like what they did in World War II. Because I mean, that would make we can make Britain the villain, we can make any country the villain.
In the 10 years before this war, they killed 10,000 Russian citizens that were living in that area. And there was this group, Azov Battalion, Azov.
I don't know what year are you speaking of that they killed them? I mean, are you talking about before Crimea? They took over Crimea. Russia took over Crimea.
Before.
Before that, so that's what I'm saying.
There was like a genocide going on there. And
I mean, the Soviet Union has had so much genocide in its history
it's the same
of its own people.
Listen, it's the same like if Mexico would just start killing U.S. citizens for 5 years, you would react.
That's what I'm saying. I would like to see where you're getting this information, because and maybe Douglas can expand on that. But to my knowledge, the Soviet Union, because you're talking about before this, Russia and the Soviet Union. I mean, definitely the Soviet Union has been the genocide capital of killing their own people. And as far as Ukraine goes, if you're saying Ukraine went in and killed a bunch of Russians, I would like to know what year that was.
They were people living in Ukraine, but they had like a Russian nationality.
Okay, well, this sounds like one of those Nazi conspiracy theories. So I have yet to see documented this other than like obviously this was
I think you can research it quite easily. And you
that
have to research.
They killed
listen,
how many Russians did they kill and when?
They had this military group, and they called Azov. They even have like I think their emblem is some kind of Nazi symbol.
Well,
that's
why he said he was going in there originally. Putin said he was going in to kill the Nazis in Ukraine, or because the Nazis were taking over Ukraine. But I just, and again, I'm not arguing with you.
With the Jewish president, no less. But go on.
Right. So, I mean, I'm not arguing with you. Maybe I try to stay open-minded to everything. But at this point, I have yet to see anything proof of that or documentation on that. And Douglas, is someone who I listen to quite a bit on as far as political stuff goes, and he has not told me that. So that's why I'm just kind of questioning, where do I find this information?
Okay, you have to research AZOV.
What he's speaking of is the Azov Battalion. I'll go a bit into that later.
Look at the nice emblem.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm actually wearing one of their uniforms in several shots that were on some past episodes, along with my son.
Oh, did you look 12 in that uniform, or did you look a little younger, older? What age were you looking there? I
can give you the link to that later. To this episode, so you could take a look at the thumbnail, embed it in the live stream.
I'll get it. Like that was probably like not as great a weekend. You're probably looking like 15 or 16 at that point.
Yes, you can see the tears in my eyes. I look young because I'm so vulnerable. I was telling my escort about this horrible woman named Brooke and how she led me down the fungus path. So
they say that having like bacteria and fungus on your body is actually good for your skin. So maybe that's what made you look so young in the picture.
By the way, so I definitely want to address what our man Dan has brought up, and but what puzzles me, Dan, is you've listened to me for a while. Certainly you understand my position on this. And obviously, you're on the internet a lot as well, and you found a lot of this information, and you
Ford understands your position. Did you hear him?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Don't forget Mark Haitius here also. I don't want to.
Right. And I want to bring him into the conversation. So, Mark, by all means, tell us how your day has gone. Obviously, you've listened to a lot of this, and you don't need to continue this thread of conversation. The point's been made by Dan in Nederland, and at some point...
I was just making a point of that's what... that's the news that's reaching us here.
Right, and what I will clarify to all our listeners is that when Dan is saying that they're making Ukraine a European nation, he's also talking about potential membership into the European Union, as well as the NATO, which Brooke was addressing. See, most Americans think in terms of NATO, and most Europeans are thinking in terms of European Union. The one thing that I will say is that Europe is very, very reluctant to engage in combat. And so what you have is this further collapse of the dominoes in Europe with Hungary and then Slovakia. Bulgaria is teetering completely on the precipice and hasn't fallen either way, but it's wobbling towards one direction or the other, and it really hasn't collapsed in either direction yet on either side. Altogether, it's a very precarious situation, and this is what makes it dangerous for everyone. When it comes to, of course, Dan's own past, obviously his family has had... now, your father, or one of your relations, did any of your relations wind up in Russia because of the war, like transported after? None of them were captured by the Russians. So it's mostly...
only my one granddad, he went to Poland.
Okay, right. And yeah, so he was in Poland for a while. And that was that.
Oh yeah, and there's some other that went to work in Germany.
Yes, and was that also in the? But the one in Poland, was he in one of the camps?
Yeah, that was my grandfather. What I talked about.
Yes, and then of course, so you obviously have a background there. And in terms of some historical background with this, and you are, but what I would say is that you listen to me enough where you know my stance on this. Could you summarize my stance? What do you understand my stance to be?
It's complicated. It's very, very complicated.
That's a good start. that's a good start. That's yeah. So you do.
I think that's this. There's a lot of information, and I try not to judge anything.
Okay, right. And so.
But I think it's important to know what happened.
Yes.
And I think it's really hard to really tell who were the bad guys, because are there any good guys? I'm wondering.
Right. Okay. Now, we want to be careful of that kind of thought, because we don't want to fall into a kind of nihilistic thought pattern where we simply dismiss everybody and say there are no good guys. The end result is, as Brooke said, she admires someone who takes a stand more than someone who's simply always trying to be on all sides. So obviously a stand needs to be taken. And so... we have to consider what the stand produces in terms of results. What kind of results are we seeking? What is it that we want? And obviously, what I want is a much more dynamic situation than a stagnant one, but not a destructive situation. Dynamic, but not destructive. And that's a challenge. So when I take a look at my situation, I was going to explain, for instance, what you said about Nazis being leftist. And when my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, first came to power, actually many British people were, as reporters, journalists, were claiming that he was not so much National Socialist as National Bolshevik. The term they used for him was actually National Bolshevik. And they felt that he was very majoritarian.
Interesting.
Yeah, majoritarian and very like the Bolsheviks. Later on, they became affiliated with the right just by the propaganda machines of the communists, which began to overwhelm much of America's media with their influence and their academia. I've always emphasized the fact that from Napoleon Bonaparte to Adolf Hitler, these were radicalized centrists. These are centrists. And that is ultimately what fascism is radicalized centrism. So it's not so much left or right, but a third dimension, which I was trying to explain in terms of the economic spectrum from left to right. But we can go into that later. When it comes to what you say about Ukraine and the Nazis, that is all very true, and something I've explained in the past in depth as to why the Ukrainians sided with the Third Reich. You're absolutely right. They sided with the Third Reich. It wasn't that they were conquered. So I've gone into the reasons for that and why that happened, and it's ultimately what led to the Holocaust in many ways, which I told Brooke Gibson I might go into monologue and explain tonight. Right now, for the moment, I'm quite happy just holding the round table and bringing on Mark H. So I do want to get those things kind of out of the way here. I do know the boogeyman of many, many people is George Soros. It's not like I know enough about George Soros to really make a judgment on him. I would dare say that certainly he's become like an icon in Hungary, where he was born. He's not allowed back there. They've effectively exiled him. He had a series of, shall we say, public think tanks, schools, public projects that have all been closed down in Hungary. So Hungary has been very antithetical to the war effort in Ukraine, and now Slovakia is as well. So we're going to see what happens with these various dominoes as they fall, but in the end, this is going to lead to further potential for a war. This is going to be part of the problem, is that without a united front, there will be further and further potential for a war.
I think here in Europe, what's really interesting, people worry a lot about the World Economic Forum and George Soros-like types. But the thing is, it's become so obvious that even the people you elect are not running the show. Like even people who only watch mainstream media are starting to notice, and there's a big change going on here in Europe. I think for the good.
Well, the change is
because they pushed it.
Wait a minute, what did you call me though, Douglas? When I said that I told you for a long time the president was not the president. The big people, and you, what do you call me? You
cynic.
Call me out.
Cynic.
There you go. Thank you.
Well, I mean, cynic is not. This would be, let's put.
You cannot tell me that Joe Biden is running the country.
Oh, okay. Well, if you're speaking of America, we've gone over this before. It's certainly, how would I say it? I've never certainly.
But it's things like that make it so obvious.
Yeah, I've never argued that our president is the person running the American empire. It hasn't been that way for a long time. In a sense, it was never intended. This is supposed to be a multi-jurisdictional kind of government with checks and balances.
But the problem is it's not. It's supposed to be checks and balances, meaning it's supposed to be that your house. We have our house, we have our Senate, we have our president, and then obviously our judges, which we're running way too much. Our judges are, but at the end of the day, our house and our president and our Senate are all paid the fuck off, and nobody you're seeing face is who is actually running the show, and I do agree with him on that.
Well, that brings us back to what you've just said. The judges, as you've said quite correctly, have far too much power, and the judges have that power because they are ideological. They're not paid, well, they're paid off, but understand that they're paid off by an ideological block.
Yeah, but they put the judges in there based on their ideological. That's how they pick the judges based on their ideology.
They've packed the courts. They packed the courts.
Exactly. But what I mean is your senators and like your president, like those people, by the time they get to be a senator or president, they're paid off by either pharmaceuticals, by your military industrial complex, or oil and energy. And the huge money, the three main huge money makers of the world, and they are so bought off. That's how, because because of the way our elections are run, right? So you don't get to be a senator, and you certainly don't get to be a president. You don't even get to be a senator. You have a few House representatives that you can get into the House in smaller areas without necessarily having to have so much money. But a lot of the House is still also paid off because they make sure they control enough of it. And the point is they buy you off either by that's how you get your contributions, because we allow that. We allow these contributions to come in, which should not be allowed. And either, they've either already bought you off or they've set you up, and they have enough on you, just like when you talked about Obama and his birth certificate or whatever. Like, one of the two things, they're either going to have something on you to get you there, and then you're going to do what they want, or they're going to have already know that they can, like Joe Biden. The thing about Biden is, that's the problem with Biden, he's been there so long, they would rather, that's why they like old people. It doesn't matter if it's Biden on the Democrat side or Republican side. They know how you're going to vote because you've been there long enough. Why do you think we keep seeing all these old people there? Because the people running the show in the behind the scenes, every time you put a newer person in, that's a newer risk. It's more money they got to put into that person, or they got to figure out how to buy them off. They got to figure out how they're going to vote, how are they going to react. Or are they going to be a Donald Trump and go crazy? Like, you've got all these different scenarios, and you can call that cynical or not, but I believe that's the truth.
So, such being said,
but it's good that if more people are starting to think that way, and that's why the system will not work much longer.
So, just to
so it can change for
the better
things. I would love to hear your Douglas, your positive
you'll
view
hear
on the future.
You'll hear it soon enough.
Nice.
To clarify from what else I believe Dan is emphasizing, whereas Brooke was talking about domestic politics in America, because Dan did bring that up and did segue into that. What I believe what Dan was originally referencing was the European power bloc, if we could call it that. And Europe, of course, is very bureaucratic. In essence, the European Union has been structured in such a way that there really is no truly elected representative of the various peoples in Europe. What they have are people who appoint each other into positions, so that Europe has become essentially a dictatorship of bureaucrats. It's a kind of technocracy.
Yeah.
Yes. So, this is what many Europeans are, quote unquote, rebelling against. But the people who are protesting this and seeking a kind of, shall we say, alternative, tend to be veering towards Russian influence, because Russia says that it's defending a kind of sovereignty, or they feel that Russia represents sovereignty and that Russia's sovereignty is being violated. They feel that Russia is representative of, say, a nation who's being encroached upon. So that is essentially, shall we say, the stance of these people who have won the election just recently in Slovakia, which I spoke of a few episodes ago. I gave a forewarning of this is going to be big. This is going to be very big. And
I'm very interested in how the elections here will be this month.
And you mean here in Nederland? Yes.
Yeah.
So tell us about that. What exactly the situation is before I go a bit into Mark H again. Before I turn us back to Mark H, give us a kind of lowdown on what's going on there.
They created this non-existent problem of nitrogen. There's too much nitrogen in the air, and plants that are not native are now growing faster than the native plants. Stuff like that. And the thing they want to do is they want to disown farmers of their land. And the funny thing is, this happens all the time here in the Netherlands. Like, first you have a king. The king, he will get thrown out. Then the normal people will take over. The normal people will get richer. Then you have NGOs taking over. Then we will have a new king. It's just been going on for ages. But now they want to disown the farmers again, and they're starting to rebel. They even I read yesterday, they now acquired military vehicles from Germany for the next protest, and they now have like a political party, and it's huge. But in the mainstream media, they're trying to discredit them. But you see, the change has already happened. We had, I think, half a year ago, we had like, there were also elections, but they're for the, like the Netherlands is really 12 really small states, and then you elect the heads of those states. And the Farmer Party was so big, they're the biggest. So, like in the parliament, they make the rules, but the ones who have to see through that all the rules are being followed are these 12 small states, and they're not. And the farmers got a lot of influence there, so they can make rules, and they just are saying we're not going to do anything with it. And what's strange, I think more than 30, probably 40 politicians just quit their job. So they will not be electable this month.
Wow.
So something strange is happening. And those are all people that have been in politics for the longest times. And also the party leaders, they all just quit and they're gone. So something is happening.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, impressive. So a lot of potential for change. Are you going to vote?
And it's also like the parties that are, probably going to be big. They want to focus more on like the well-being of people. And the party that has been ruling for the last, I think, almost 12 years, maybe 11. It's the VVD. It's a right-wing party, and they used to be like they would stick up for the rights of big companies and people with money. But after the last election, they hooked up with an extreme leftist party, and they just followed their program. So people are really annoyed. And all we got like the last 3 years was climate crap. And like we
climate
used
initiatives.
to be able to, we used to be able to drive 130 kilometers an hour on the freeway, and they changed it to 100. Stupid stuff like that, and
I mean,
and everybody now has to have this heat pump thing on their roof, so they want to take everybody off of the gas.
Yeah.
And the thing is, in Germany, they're connecting people to the gas.
Well,
so what's going on?
Well, in terms of the gas,
and this nitrogen problem they created out of thin air, that's non-existent, and now there's all this talk about CO2, but people don't even know how much CO2 is in the air.
Yeah.
Do you know?
Well, of course, I'd have to look it up. So what would?
No. What do you figure?
I wouldn't know off the cuff. I honestly wouldn't know. Yeah, immediately.
Just say something.
Oh shit! Fuck! I don't know. I first I'd have to know the rate of measurement. I mean, when I look.
If you just take the air, like there's 21% is oxygen. So how much? What's the percentage of CO2?
Maybe 30%. What would you say?
No, you want to know what it is?
What?
0.04%.
Okay. Well, I remember what you were saying was you had a teacher who was...
So what's their point?
Well,
it's just politics.
Well, I remember you had a teacher who was very emphatic that the water was rising and that half the land would be missing, and my
house would be underwater by now.
Yeah.
I'm sitting on the roof.
Yeah, yeah. And that generations, it's been like
I go
20
to my
years.
work with a boat.
Yeah, and that basically decades. It's been how many years? 20 years or something, and yeah, and that hasn't
even
happened.
more.
Yeah.
I think 20, 23, 24. And they did measurements, and it was 2 millimeters.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
For the
that
last
alone
20 years,
can be...
it was in 2 millimeters. And how are you going to measure the sea? Because it's a moving thing.
Mm-hmm.
The water is moving, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well,
and they have this big project at sea here, and they get all that sand from like the bottom of the sea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dredging. The dredging.
And they're dredging, and they make real big dunes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they get the sand, and they make these artificial beaches, right, for the people. Did you say they put that back, or they just kind of do that seasonally?
Yeah. They do make the beaches bigger.
Yeah, and I mean, at least they value their sand, and we've got to, address that issue. Sand, of course, is disappearing because many people are stealing it to make concrete. At any rate, there are problems, and maybe there's a misunderstanding concerning certain elements of climate science, certainly. But nevertheless, climate science should be taken seriously.
The fun thing they did now, there are a lot of places, like lookout places over the sea. They now have this project, and they have like this poles, and you can put on your phone and you can take a picture, because they want to see what the sea is doing and the erosion from the sea.
Yes.
So I made a couple of pictures, and I'm going there every year to show that nothing is happening.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's important. Believe me, these are important points. Easier to kind of discuss than the politics. So I do want to thank you for that. I'm going to now. Brooke has left us. She checked out for the night, and this is what I've been encouraging her to do, because when she stays up too late, basically it plays hell with her health. So we are trying to encourage her to go to bed early and kind of cut off at around this time at the latest. So I think she did the right thing. Mark H just joined us, and
I need to go in a bit also.
Okay, and then I'll probably start into monologue, and but definitely want to talk a little bit with Mark H beforehand. I want to ask both you gentlemen a favor. I know Dan has to leave soon, as he said, so I'm going to ask you two to kind of hold the conversation while I take a short break myself, again, just to refresh myself. But before I do that, I want to speak a bit with Mark while Dan is here. And Mark, I can't remember whether I formally introduced you to Dan or not. I deal with a lot of people, so remind me, have you met Dan before?
Yes, absolutely. Thanks for having me on, Douglas. And absolutely, Dan and I, we've spoken before.
Excellent, excellent. And so the two of you have been properly introduced. And so tell us a bit, before I refresh myself, tell us a bit about how your day has gone. Of course, for our listeners, if you're new to hearing Mark H is our fixer from the gambling world. And tell us, Mark, a little bit about what's going on with you lately that you're willing to share.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I can just say that, from the ripples that I make in the water, so to speak, because I do love the ocean and I do love swimming, it's starting to actually, come to light, and some good things are happening. So I'm very excited about that. So I'd like to cast my blessings upon everyone else as well, and good luck in prosperity from the blessings that I've been feeling recently.
Wow.
So that's what's going on. Yep.
That's great.
Absolutely.
With say, for instance, everything we've been discussing tonight, I don't know if you caught up anything earlier, but was there anything in particular that comes to your mind to kind of bring up as to what it may have brought to your mind?
Absolutely. A couple things, because, when you started talking about Nazis and Ukraine, you have mentioned, we've discussed this in the past.
Yes.
You discussed it in the past, and, You know, it's interesting you said that because it brings to mind something for me when I was a child in middle school. I had a friend who is Ukrainian Jewish, and he growing up in class, we had a history teacher who was Jewish that for some reason would had just vendetta against my friend, and I didn't understand it at the time what it could have been, but it got so bad that he was trying to go to a certain college, and this teacher went out of his way to pretty much sabotage him from going to this college.
Wow.
So yeah, it was a bizarre experience, but things like that kind of popped in my head when you mentioned the connection between the two and why they're considered basically sympathizers for the Nazi Third Reich. So that came to mind. And then a couple more things came. We've talked about my father in the past, and it's really interesting that he's starting to be a little more vocal with me about certain things. And he had mentioned in the past when one of the things that he was doing while he was overseas, he was actually stationed in Turkey during the Vietnam War, and he had stated that a Russian intelligence operative attempted, in his words, to compromise him, or attempted to flip him.
Yeah.
And I thought that was an interesting story. I didn't really get much out of that more than that, Douglas, but I thought that was kind of an interesting story of just the Russian mentality. They're just always on top of it, always trying to see if someone has a weakness.
Hustling. They're hustling. Go on.
Yes, hustling, and just they're just constant penetration testers. They're always trying to see if there's a weakness someplace. But aside from that, I thought that was an interesting topic, and I was going to ask you, Douglas, have you ever heard of something called, another thing that he sort of revealed to me? I thought that was pretty cool. Because I know we have the Anglo-Saxon, we have some rich heritage. I think similar, not nearly the same, but similar to, I think, Brandon Young. Did you say he has Anglo-Saxon heritage? And it goes way, way back. And I found out that my grandfather was part of something called the Improved Order of Red Men. Have you ever heard of something like that?
May have, but it never really stuck with me. There's a lot of secret societies out there, so it sounds like a secret society or some kind of like Masonic lodge, up there with the Moose Lodge of the Flintstones and stuff.
When he told me this, I'm like, obviously I Googled it right away, and I looked at it and I'm like, what the hell is this? Because that's the part of that's the side of my bloodline that's from Kent in
Oh, you gotta speak a little louder. It seems like you're fading. Somehow they got him. Jesus. Mark?
Yeah, see, that's what it is. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Oh my God, what happened?
Okay, yeah. We're getting hit here with pings. We're getting hit.
Yes.
So basically, on my that side, they're from Kent, which is the highest percentage of Anglo-Saxon blood in England. And so basically, what the Red Man Society, if you look it up, the Improved Order, it's an organization claiming direct descent from the Sons of Liberty, who participated in the Boston Tea Party, dressed as Native Americans.
Oh, what assholes! Go on. Yes. Go on. Yeah. Okay. Go on. Yeah.
So it sounds similar, like you said. It sounds like I told my father this. I'm like, this sounds like a secret society, kind of like the Freemasons. Mm-hmm. So I don't see. I looked it up. I don't see any direct connections with them, with Freemasons. So it's interesting. They talk about the Order of the Pocahontas, but there was no one allowed in it except white men. So that,
of course,
it's just
of course, yeah. It's by the way, Brooke is asking, what do you mean about loving water and having so much luck with it lately? maybe it was a miscommunication, but I gotta admit, I was also multitasking. I'm not quite sure if I caught exactly what you were implying with all the luck, and you're more like you're casting it back upon the waters, the luck you're having or something. It's more metaphorical, right?
Yeah, just speaking metaphorically, esoterically, philosophically, whatever you want to say it. I do truly love the ocean. I do love the sea and the water. I swim every day, literally.
Wow.
So I do believe what you cast out, as far as ripples, you need to make ripples, and if you do things, you can change things. To not be afraid of it. If you're tired of your situation, at any point in time, you can always change it, and that's what's been my understanding. So that's what I'm experiencing now, where it feels very potent at this point. So I'd like to cast that on to others to understand that this is something that everybody can do. Anybody can do this if they're not comfortable or if they're not happy with their current situation or whatever it is. There's ways out of it easy, but you have to make those ripples. You have to send those ripples out there. So yeah, it was just a symbolic reference.
Thank you. Okay, so let me ask you two gentlemen to hold a conversation. I'll be back in just a few minutes, and then Dan can take his leave at his leisure. And I appreciate your being with us tonight, Dan. Your health advisements are always well taken and so important.
Thank you.
Yeah, and very much deeply respected by all of us. Brendan Zogit has been deeply impressed, even though he's a vegetarian. He knows what you're talking about. With that, I'm going to go mute. I'll be back in just a few minutes. These gentlemen have this, and everybody, I will be back. Brooke Gibson asks if a bullet could be counted as a ripple. In the interim, okay, I'll leave you two guys to hold the stage. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Hey Dan, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. You?
Pretty good. If Brooke is sending messages, she should just jump back on.
So what's on your mind?
It's pretty much just what I've been just saying a few minutes ago. What about yourself? I've heard what you guys was talking about. Was that the most recent updates from Holland?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, and I don't know if you catch that, but here in Holland we have the royal family, and yesterday in the news you had this big story that the prince, but it's the one that was active during the Second World War, and before that they found his membership card of the Nazi party.
Oh, really?
They found it in his own archives, and he, in all interviews, he denied that he was ever a member of it. And there was this one guy who 40 years ago wrote a book about it, but they just said he was crazy, and he got his documents through the USA, from documents they seized from the Germans. But now he died in 2004, and this person who was cleaning up all the archives, they ran into his stuff, and so this showed up. So people are now kind of demanding for the king to step down. So it'll be interesting to see what will happen. But our prime minister said, "Yeah, we don't need to look into this. Nothing to see here, people." But we have elections in I think 3 weeks. So it will be really interesting to see what's going on. Oh, and I've completely forgot this. This is what I wanted to talk with Douglas about. The thing is, he's called Bernard, Prince Bernard, and he was the guy who founded the Bilderberg group.
Yes.
And so, yeah. And so now they know he was connected to the Germans.
Interesting.
It was like a public secret, but he would deny everything, and now it's out in the open. And what's also really nice
is the Bilderberg
the guy
So I was told the Bilderberg Group was the same as the Council on Foreign Relations, that they're one and the same.
No.
No?
No. And nobody knows what's happening at the Bilderberg Group. The thing is, there are a lot of people there, like there are people from the government, like the prime minister goes there, but also like all those NGO bosses, people who run really big companies, and kind of what they do, they make the plans of what they want to do and where they want to head. So, like, we have elections, you choose somebody, but really they are the ones who are making the decision.
Gotcha.
But the cool thing is, the guy who wrote the book 40 years ago, they just made like a lunatic out of him. He was on the news yesterday. He said, "You see, I've been telling this story for 40 fucking years."
Wow.
But now his story is getting out. And the book that he wrote is quite wild. And now, like in talk shows, people are saying, what else did he lie about?
Yeah, it opens up a whole door of new things.
Yeah. And they get the royal family, they get like loads of tax money. It's insane. So I hope they are just gonna quit that stuff.
I feel like a lot of the hidden secrets are going to be coming out pretty soon for everybody.
Yeah, there is this really, really cool guy. It's a Dutch Suriname guy. He was the one who stole the Van Gogh paintings. So he was like a really big time criminal. But he's really, really well schooled. He knows a lot, and he's now changed his life. And he says, "I want people to know what's going on in the world," because he says, "I know." And
wow.
what he's telling is like the organized crime and like the top politicians. He says it's all connected.
Of course.
So he's exposing a lot of stuff. And he also says like there's so much coming. People don't know what's heading to them.
Yeah, because I think people are just starting to just figure it out.
I think they really overdid it with the COVID thing.
I think they gave it away.
Did you see people dropping dead in the street? I work with really, really old and really, really sick people, and nothing happened. Nothing.
I think they're gonna try to do it again.
No, they're too scared. My brother-in-law, he's a embassy guy, and they make predictions on what's going to happen in the country, and they quit the stuff because they were like the chances of civic like people going crazy and people taking to the streets, like they were anticipating that. That's why they quit it.
Wow.
And we have elections coming up, so they cannot do it.
Oh, okay. So I am back. I got a note from Brooke saying, I think you forgot.
Oh, yeah.
She said, oh, yeah. What happened?
This was the thing I wanted to mention, and I forgot to tell. The Bernhard, the one that, like the prince connected to the Nazis.
Yes.
He's also the one who founded the Bilderberg Group.
Oh, okay. Yes.
And there's a lot of talk about it here because there's this one political party, the Forum for Democracy. they also, they have nice. They always bring up nice stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They want to know what is being said during those meetings.
Mm-hmm.
And but they voted it down. But now they have a lot of reason. Now this has come out. People want to know what's going on there.
Mm-hmm.
If it's founded by a Nazi.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well,
so I'm really interested where it's going to take this.
Yes. And tell us again who founded the Bilderbergers. Are you talking about the prince who was a member of the Nazi Party?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
right. Thank you. That makes perfect sense. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're one of the most influential groups in Europe.
Yeah. Yes. Well, have been for many years at least. And so in terms of everything else that you've been speaking of tonight, thank you so much for bringing the subjects up, and anything else that you want to say before you take before are you going to work soon, getting ready for work, or just kind of taking care of some other things?
No, I have this some kind of class I have to take for work, but they make it mandatory, but I don't really want to go. But...
I don't blame you. Oh my God. In terms of all of that, good luck with that. I hope you find some way to enjoy it. And
I have really nice colleagues. So
yes, that's right. It's like an extended family. Yes.
Yeah, you're that. Yeah, I fun. The co-workers are really fun.
Yes,
that's why I'm working there.
Excellent. I'm very proud of you that you found that, and hopefully one of these days you'll be able to introduce us to your beautiful wife. You might have her drop in to say hi on the show one of these days. That would be wonderful. Yeah.
Then it would have to be really, really early for me, because on this day she's working.
Yeah.
And the time difference is crazy. But
and
I'm busy painting my house, so that's a chore.
Oh wow! Well, good luck with that, and that sounds exciting. Look forward to the result. You can send us photographs of and
painting the castle.
Yes. So with that, that explains all the noise. You've been moving around, preparing to go. Okay. Brooke thought I had left I hadn't turned on the mute, and it sounded like a lot of people were moving cabinets around, she said. So that was over there at our dear friend Don's home as he prepares to go to work, and our blessings to him. Stay safe and be well. And
and I will keep you updated on when I go to Weselburg.
Excellent. Please. Well, hopefully you will. I think
that's what we call.
Yeah, hopefully you'll be calling us before then. Go on. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I have some holidays coming up, so.
Right. And
I will keep you posted if there happens something here in Holland.
Yes, please, by all means.
Yeah.
Yes.
These are exciting times. So.
They are.
And I really think it's for the better.
Yes.
People are starting to wake up.
Yeah, I agree, 100%.
And it's also like people don't really care about the government anymore, and they just do stuff themselves to make it better.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well,
I think it will come from the people, not from top down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it's definitely, there's going to be, yes, a kind of an upsurge, a proletarian upsurge that will impact people profoundly, no doubt. Okay, with that, yes, take care and be well.
Thank you.
Our man, Mark and I will hold this for now, and, you take care, hugs, and
Thanks.
Good luck with work. So, Mark.
I will try to be there next week.
Okay, sounds good. That's exciting. Then we can follow up with Brooke on how your advice was taken. See if she followed your advice. Yeah.
I sent her some messages, so.
Oh, excellent. Good. Oh, yes. Did I give you to the a contact connection? I should do that right
Oh
now.
no, I can just I did that already.
Excellent. Excellent.
You can message the people who are in the chat, so that's.
Uh-huh. Okay, great. And
Yeah, I think that will be fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Wonderful.
But a lot of people are just selling crap, taking money off people instead of helping them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And it's really sad. Really sad. It's unbelievable how many people are taken advantage of. I mean, like, I answered my door the other day and look at the price I'm paying for that. Just going to be dealing with all kinds of problems until that resettles. Probably nothing really productive comes of that. I try to make it so that something productive comes of it, but sometimes you just get a harsh lesson, and mine is never answered the door again, and that's fine. With that, Mark and I'll start talking now, and Mark, tell us a little bit about
Bye bye.
Yeah, bye bye.
Take care, Don.
Take care. You're
Take
the
care.
best.
Take care.
Good man. And yes, so Mark, when you're dealing with everything you've been dealing with lately, aside from what you said about feeling that you've had some fortune, you've got anything else to share? Certainly some observations of your own on different things, whatever comes to your mind, or anything you heard over the last few episodes that you might have some questions about, please, by all means.
So I'll probably take off in a couple minutes.
Understood.
But I did have one thing from the last episode that yourself and Troy Bellamy, I believe, were talking about the Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
And Troy Bellamy had a particular position that he was taking on the main reasons for the Civil War. And I kind of got reminded of what you had mentioned in the past about why some of the reasons why you thought the Civil War happened. And it brings me back to some of the notes I had about the Anglos versus the Celts, or the Celts.
Yes.
I just wanted to see if you could, like, maybe I understand, like, if you could talk a little more about that. I know, like, the French and the Celts were sort of on the same side, and then the Anglos were sort of like warring against them, or they consider them sort of like more savage, of that nature. And I think that was, you believe, part of one of the causes for the Civil War. And I don't know if you could talk more about it, or if you can mention it later on tonight or this morning or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Well, like, how many minutes could you hang on for? How many more minutes, approximately?
I can hang on for. I mean, I asked the question. I'd be happy to hang on for a few minutes if you're going to answer it for sure.
Uh-huh. Well, just so you, this is something that is the cultural aspects of the Civil War that are never taught in schools, and people react to what I say violently about this. I've had people just respond very violently about this because they're stuck in a world that when you really look at their world makes no fucking sense. But history is, as our man Dan said, when I asked him, what do you think my stance is? And he said, it's complicated. Well, yes, very much so. So when it comes to the reality of history, obviously it's complicated. And a lot of people will take a look at, say, for instance, the economics. They'll take a look at those elements of a more modern aspect of the Civil War that can be important. But none of it is more pivotal than ultimately what it came down to, which was a race war. And it was a race war not between blacks and whites at all. The blacks were simply victims in the equation that were in between these two white forces that were at war with each other. And they had been at war for hundreds of years. So for those of you who don't understand, this was a continuation, the American Civil War between the states for rights. That would be the actual correct term for it. Obviously, the Southerners, and that's the correct Scottish pronunciation that is used by Southerners, is not Southern, but Southron. It's actually Scottish for the southern peoples. The Southerners, as they would call themselves, were referenced multiple times, and you can find this almost by casual scanning of the kind of correspondence of soldiers, diplomats, and correspondents and politicians of the day. They were referred to very much as a separate race. And the reason for this is because they were. So bear in mind that what happened in the settlement of North America was that overwhelmingly the Anglo-Dutch peoples settled in the north, and the Gallo-Celtic peoples settled in the south. And these have just demonstrably different cultures. These are basically cultures that the Anglo-Saxon peoples of the British Isles, they constitute what you would consider the bulk of the British Isles, centered on London, going up north towards Hadrian's Wall, separating Scotland from England. And the Scots, or the Picts, were separated culturally forever from the rest of the British Isles by the Romans building that wall. And this had a profound impact that, of course, is very famous in in English literature, in the American inheritance of that legacy of what they consider to be a British heritage as compared to a Celtic heritage. The British, who were heavily Latinized, heavily Germanized, very Germanified, had German kings. The Kaiser and the Queen of England at the time of World War I were relatives. They were cousins, for those of you who don't know. These were nevertheless, despite royal families being intermarried, people who were leading extraordinarily different cultures. And when it came to Britain's ongoing ethnic cleansing, which went on for hundreds of years, it was an attempt to annihilate the Celtic fringe. And this would be Scotland, Wales, the Isle of Man, Cornwall at the very tip of Land's End in England, and of course all of Ireland. And in this hundreds of years of attempting to annihilate the Celtic peoples, they built up ultimately a kind of compromise where, since they couldn't succeed in killing them, they basically integrated them into many of their armies. So by the time of the Battle of Waterloo, the officers that were fighting Napoleon on the British side were given their orders in the Irish Gaelic language, because many of their troops were Irish. So you're talking about a corps of commanding officers that were Anglo-Saxon, and many of the people who were fighting at the enlisted level were Celts, Irish, Scots, various other Celtic peoples. And this was how they basically integrated the people they could not annihilate. The overwhelming amount of people in the U.S. military for the longest time were Southerners. And by that I'm talking about after the American Civil War. If you take a look at the overwhelming majority of the frontier army that was sent to fight the Indians on the frontier, these were overwhelmingly Confederate States veterans. Now, you notice I use that term quite pointedly. I use that term Confederate States veterans as opposed to veterans of the rebel forces, or the people who were just the term Confederates, which doesn't speak of them formally. So I try to maintain a historical sense of formality. When it comes to their culture, the Confederate States peoples, they perceived quite rightly that they were invaded by a hostile force and were simply trying to defend their country. Now, before everyone reacts violently to that, understand that the overwhelming amount of black slaves in the Deep South, throughout the Solid South, were owned by a very small fragment of the Southern population. The House of Dixie, in terms of its nobility, the elites, where you're talking about few hundred families. And these few hundred families dominated a population that was overwhelmingly very poor. By the way, Mark, are you attempting to say something, or we're just getting some feedback there? I heard some feedback that was could be just something to do with the audio system. At any rate, the overwhelming amount of the poor people who were not slave owners, they were simply defending their homes, and they were rallying to defend their culture, which they feared faced annihilation. And to them, this war had nothing to do with slavery, because none of them were really benefiting from the slave economy, certainly not directly, in terms, if at all. But the elites that were also, they were defending that economy, most certainly. But the whites in the North didn't care about freeing the slaves in any way, shape, or form. That is propaganda. They would throw that out later as propaganda, as that, oh, we were here to free the slaves. It's all just pure bullshit. It's all complete and total lie. Abraham Lincoln wanted to deport all of the blacks as soon as the war was over. He started deporting them to a nation we now call Liberia, where the first, second, and third waves of blacks were deported. And you can look up Liberia on the map. They fly the American flag with 13 stars, well, 13 bars, and one single star, implying that they were a lost and rejected state of the American Union. They are a nation state that was allowed to print and mint stamps and coins bearing live Americans. Live American celebrities or presidents or officials or dignitaries. They would, for the sake of philately or stamp collection or the numismatics or coin collections, not being the United States itself, could print coins and stamps bearing living people. And they did this for many years, till the Americans sent in a group of American soldiers who were all black to fuck them up and tear the nation apart. And now they're basically a nation run by cross-dressing cannibal warlords. Again, I brought this up before. You can look this up. Don't take my word for it. That's where they're at now. So when it comes to the horror of the situation that we're confronted with, when it comes back to the Civil War itself, what this was at the time was simply a continuity of the Anglo-Saxon campaign of genocide against the Celtic fringe. The overwhelmingly Anglo-Dutch North, with a completely different puritanical culture to the far more warrior-oriented, duelist, people who dueled, kind of militant, dance culture of the South, very Celtic, very based in dance and song, very based in this warrior ethos. These were a completely different culture that the North seek to annihilate. And they waged a genocidal war, as stated by General Sherman himself, in an attempt to wipe out the Southern fringe and its population. In this, they actually failed miserably and ended up, of course, with the Great Compromise. After they occupied the South, they withdrew their armed forces because of guerrilla warfare waged by the Klan, the KKK. So this was the equivalent of the American Intifada. And the North, in that sense, lost. Now, to show you how badly they lost, after Lincoln started deporting all of the blacks, and a Confederate States soldier blowing his brains out is the only reason we have blacks in America today. So without any sense of sarcasm, but perhaps a sense of irony, I can tell every single black African American in America today, if you're proud of being an American and you're glad that you're raised in America and you feel you've got it better than people in Africa, if you think all this is due to Abraham Lincoln, you're out of your fucking mind. You're completely ignorant. And that's what I'm fighting against. So get this out of your goddamn skull, get your head pulled out of your ass, and understand that the only reason you're here is because a Confederate States soldier blew Lincoln's head off. And if he hadn't done that, you wouldn't be here at all. You'd be stranded in Africa, ruled by a bunch of cross-dressing cannibal warlords. And basically probably killed by Ebola, which the Americans bred on an island offshore of Liberia and unleashed on the population. So the North is not your friend. At least the South, as horrible as it was, valued you as an asset. Of course, it's horrible. Of course, you were viewed as inhuman, non-human at all, sheer chattel. But they understood your worth as an item. The North just wanted you fucking dead. And would have killed you all if the South didn't consider you valuable for labor and kept many blacks alive for slave labor that continued after the collapse of the South under a new name. Whatever they say about the South winning, losing the war militarily, if they've lost the war, they most certainly won the peace. And their culture began to overtake the North. Everything from the Dukes of Hazzard in popular culture to Elton John. No, I mean to say Elvis Presley, excuse me. Poor bastard. He'd be rolling in his grave by saying Elton John by mistake. But from Elvis Presley to the Dukes of Hazzard, Dolly Parton, how could I forget? Just any number of other, the Beverly Hillbillies, oh my God. Any other number of Southern cultural icons that just overtook popular culture. They propagandized themselves no end. And of course, one of their greatest advocates, Woodrow Wilson, became president, reinstated white supremacy, and launched a horrible war that impacted the world, that led to the Nazis because he wiped out the chances for a Kaiser victory. This is what happened all because of the North and its compromise with the South. And don't forget, what was his name again? Harrison, Warren Harding. Warren Gamaliel Harding was a Klansman, and he won the presidency. And the Klan exploded and became a nationwide phenomenon, at which point you could say the South overtook the North. So all of this is all part of what was originally an Anglo-Dutch attempt to exterminate the Celtic fringe. All things that need to be taken into account. This is a conflict that went back hundreds of years, still has repercussions in today's world, and will probably result in what should have happened 1,000 years ago, a separate Celtic alliance of Scotland and Ireland, a united Ireland, of course, and Wales and the Isle of Man, at least, as the center of their own culture of severing from Britain, and Britain going its own way from that, just as Britain had a Brexit from Europe on the continent. The Celts will probably separate from Britain in turn. Britain's destiny lies elsewhere. But not with the Celts, who, of course, deserve their own independence after, a millennia of enslavement, genocide, and ultimately an attempt to start their own nation in America in the Confederate States, which the American Anglo-Dutch clamped down on and attempted to ethnically cleanse. In all of this, the important thing to remember is the blacks were just a victim population that had no control over their own destiny in the strategic sense. There were certainly blacks who were attempting to enable others to empower themselves to a point where they would get to that point, but not throughout the entire Civil War did they have a strategic impact. They were definitely a prize of the war as opposed to a participant. So that's the thing to understand about the American Civil War. And then the overwhelming majority of American military bases are the economy of the South today, because the majority of people who filled the ranks of the U.S. military for years, generations after the American Civil War, were Southerners. And all you have to do is, don't take my word for it, look up the Confederate States flag flying in World War II. Look up the Confederate States flag flying in Vietnam. You're going to see all kinds of units flying the Confederate States flag instead of the American flag. That's something anybody can look up. In World War I, there were German units that surrendered to men waving the Confederate States flag over their units as their unit banner, not the United States flag. So you've got this entire subculture that was the backbone of the military for generations after the Civil War, just like you had the Irish fighting for the British at Waterloo. This is something that their attitude towards the military down in the South was always one of this respect. Of course, this is because they have this culture that was primarily their economy. Still is their economy, is those goddamn military bases. So it's that, of course, is something that's going to have to face some supermassive radical change as things change in the near future. So hopefully that puts some perspective. Does that raise any further questions? Or yes.
No, thank you for explaining that, and that explains it a lot more. And just wanted to add just one little thing before I step out, because I got to step out, right away. But I even till this day, you even see infighting between the Celts themselves, the Irish and the Scots.
Yes.
They're always fighting themselves. So there's always these infighting inside of these races anyway.
Well, that's indicative of their tribalism. The Celts are very tribal. That's where
Yes.
that's indicative of that. That's almost culturally healthy. But go on for them. But go on. Yes, by all means.
No, that's pretty much what I wanted to add to it. But thank you so much for adding that. That makes a lot more sense.
Oh, by the way,
But
before you go, you
Yeah.
do see the links I entered in the text box of myself and my son wearing the Azov battalion uniform with the swastika, the variant that was made for the Japanese volunteers. You did see that, right?
Yes, I see it now. I see it. Wait, is this? It's a picture you said?
Yeah, 2 photographs that were, they're the embedded thumbnail images in the links of the live streams from those particular days when I published the photographs of my son and I wearing those uniforms. You can see the swastikas on both uniforms. For those of you who don't know, we weren't part of the Azov battalion. We were wearing uniforms worn by the Japanese volunteers in moral support of the Japanese who are fighting on the side of Ukraine. The Japanese government has deployed Japanese volunteers to fight on the Ukrainian side. Many of them joined the Nazi Azov battalion simply because it was a Nazi battalion, and specifically because it was a Nazi battalion, which is what our Dan van der Meulen from Nederland was referencing when he was talking about Ukraine always having been the villains. So these photographs, you do see them now, and you see the swastikas. I just want to make certain that they were clear.
I actually don't see him, Douglas.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So I don't know what to do about that. Do you see the links, or I don't know what to do. How do I send you links when we're not on Facebook? Of course, we're never on Facebook. Let me see if you see them in your private messages. Okay, does this give you something? Do you see an image there?
Yes. Yes, I got it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So let me send you the other one, and I'll get the other one for you out of this call, and then you can take a look at that. And just want to make sure that you saw them, because that way you get a grasp of what I'll be talking about when I go into monologue. So you can see the swastika more clearly here on this one. Then I take it.
Yes. I can.
Okay.
Absolutely.
There we are. So this is, of course, the what would be called the neo-Nazi Azov battalion. But remember, of course, the neo-Nazis in Europe are very different than neo-Nazis in America. Much more steeped in history and more the heirs to the legacy of true Nazism from the days of my biological father. And okay, well, love you dearly, Mark. Stay safe and be well. And I'll try and segue into monologue until our man George Knight shows up, if indeed he does.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Douglas. God bless. Have a great day.
Thank you. Same to you. Take care. Thank you for joining us for a while you could. All right.
Oh, my pleasure. I'll talk to you soon. Take care.
Look forward to it. Okay, that was Mark H, and he will be retreating into the gentle night. You should still be able to hear me, probably better now, actually, once we go off the call. Okay, so this is what if our man George Knight wants to join, he'll so call me when you want to come back in. Okay, so let him know our call is call me if you want to get back on transmission. Call me whenever you want to get back on transmission today. Transmission today as our call with everyone else in it. Everyone else has ended. Okay, so there we have that. Hopefully he gets that. And with that, I'll be on the lookout for him. And in the meantime, let me check live stream. A bike tweet gives us a nice big strong arm. Good for him. So thank you, sir. Let me give him the elbows. Here we are. And with that, our numbers are up, and what we're going to do now is go into monologue. Now, I'll probably attack several angles here at once. We've got, let me see, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We got 2.5 hours, and what I'll try and do is answer some questions from Brooke Gibson from the other night, and answer some questions about what was presented by our man Bike Tweet. Mr. Gozaimasu says good evening, so let me welcome him aboard, and want to say here we are. I'll just say that, and welcome aboard. And so with everyone here, one of the things was that Brooke Gibson was talking about, of course, the Holocaust. And that brings us inevitably to the Ukraine. And of course, it's something that is just one of the ugliest possible subjects imaginable. There is almost nothing that does justice to this topic. It's ugly because of the emotions involved. It's ugly because of the fact that I have to cover a lot of things that were covered again and again and again. And it brings us back to something that people have refused to confront, which is, the reasons for the Holocaust and everything that has happened since, so to speak. Our man Dan from the Netherlands was talking about Ukraine not being real. He is thoroughly indoctrinated in the Russian narrative. So understand that the Russian narrative is a contra-narrative. It is not reality. And it is something, however, in which, in relating it, our man Dan from Nederland did relate a lot of very real facts. And so in relating many of these very real facts, he brought up several subjects that need to be covered. Now I'm going to try and start, though I hate to do this, a little bit from the beginning, because it does bring us back to the Jewish question, as of course my biological sire would have phrased it. And a lot of this comes from the ideology of the Nazis that it needs to be explained, so people understand where all of this is coming from. What was going on with the Nazis, what was going on with Ukraine, what was going on with the Jews, and exactly why what happened happened. It's, of course, something that will no doubt create a great deal of hostile response, but, that's what I'm here to generate. Not that I want the hostile response, but I'm here to generate thought, provocation. If you're not provoking thought, then you're not really serving any purpose. So we must remember that originally the term Holocaust was a special kind of Hebrew sacrifice to God, a burnt offering that had to be completely consumed, so God got everything and nothing was left over for man. The Holocaust turned out to be an extremely useful ritual of mass sacrifice when the Hebrews decided to improve their economic lot in the world. When they left Egypt and set their sights on the fertile land of Canaan, they were, of course, faced with the awkward fact that their promised land was already occupied by a lot of people who liked it very much and didn't want to move. But a practical and pious final solution was at hand. The Hebrews simply dedicated their Canaanite neighbors to God. This made them worthy kindling for a proper Holocaust. All their cities were sacked and torched, along with everything and everyone in them, man, woman, child, because, after all, it would have been sinful to leave anything unburned. So the Hebrews took the best farmland between the Nile and the Euphrates and made points with their God for grabbing it, while the Canaanites just got burned. As you can see, Holocaust is to Judaism what Crusade is to Christianity or Christendom. Many people would insist solely the Holy War of Catholicism. And what jihad is to Islam. But it has been totally mirrored over the millennia. Actually, only immediately after World War II, until then it was an obscure theological memory, into what we perceive as an offense solely against the very people who originally utilized the concept to offend. Now, our man, Mr. Gozaimas, points out the fact that Hazar self-anointed Jews are not even blood related to Hebrews in the Bible. Quite true. A fact. That is something I have emphasized before, and it's one reason why many people use the term Hazar in order to emphasize, when they're referencing the Jewish people, so that they don't get into trouble for what they're saying. So another thing to point out that's very important here. I guess, again, to where to start. I'll try to get us as fast as possible to the Ukraine. Obviously, that's going to be important. But we should probably go along the way to a place we visited often lately. So if you feel I'm repetitive, well, you probably haven't heard this before, or at least not all of it. So you're going to have to bear with it. And just understand that I'm going to do my best to describe what had happened in the time of Christopher Columbuenos or Columbus. Understand first that America, it was an utopia. And I'm not lying or being stupid or being naive. Stephen King, to quote him, said, "The trust of the innocent is a liar's most useful tool." Shakespeare, in his play The Merchant of Venice, said, "Truth will come to light, murder cannot be hid long." So understand that the Native Americans created utopia. There was a man named Arthur Barlow. In 1584, he published a narrative describing the American Indians. And on page 108, it says, "We found the people most gentle, loving, and faithful, void," that means empty, "of all guile and treason," meaning they did not even have the necessary mentality to generate a lie, "and such as lived after the manner of the Golden Age." His words, "A more kind and loving people there cannot be found in this world." So, to repeat that, we found the people most gentle, loving, and faithful, void of all guile and treason, and such as lived after the manner of the Golden Age. A more kind and loving people there cannot be found in all this world. His description well fits our categories of Eastern cognitive styles: affiliative, personal, understanding, non-discursive, with predominance of the affective cognitive belief system making one to marry for love, as contrasted with the cognitive affective system typical of mental calculations prior to bestowing affection on the loved one, a title for someone you love strictly by circumstance. Closeness associated with the tactile contact mode, suspended critical appraisal and present time orientation, always in the present moment, like an animal in many ways, acting as limiting factors in carrying, well, all these act as limiting factors in carrying hatred beyond the grave. You remember what I said the other day about Doonesbury, the comic strip. Gary Trudeau was brilliant, an incredible man. Wrote a comic strip that lasted all the way from the Vietnam through the Afghanistan conflicts, and his entire view of American combat soldiers changed during that period of time, from resentment or even contempt to a kind of respect for at least the situation. He was someone who portrayed an American soldier trying to operate with local tribesmen in Afghanistan, trying to unite other tribes people of different Afghan tribes, speaking completely different languages in the mountains that are all separated to the point where different languages evolved, to unite against the Taliban. And so the soldier is with an interpreter who's talking with the family, who's giving them the location of Taliban insurgents and information that they need. And then the translator begins to pull out his firearm, a fully automatic machine gun, and massacre the entire family. At which point the American soldier with him says, "Why? Why?" And he says, "I had to. They killed my family." And he said, "What? When did this happen?" And he said, "Oh, in 673 AD. And so you're talking about memories of conflict and massacre between families that never go away. The war is always in the present moment. What this individual who wrote this narrative was emphasizing was that that wasn't the way with the American Indians. The hatred did not carry beyond the grave. St. Thomas More's Utopia was, therefore, ergo, set in the New World. What More may not have known, however, according to conventional history, but as a historian who dealt with records not available to any civilian, I can tell you he was executed because he knew too much. Thomas More was executed by the King of England because he knew that many Native American tribes created a real utopia. He was pointing the way to the Englishmen that utopia lies west, that west is where we will find a world of ideal, heaven on earth. The Arawaks, for example, the Arawaks wiped out entirely in an act of genocide perpetrated by Christopher Columbus, were notable for their crime-free society, the equality accorded to women, the utter lack of any private property. Private property was a concept unknown to them. Everybody had everything. There was no need for anyone to own anything. Arawak men and women, naked, tawny, full of wonder, emerged from their villages onto the island's beaches and swam out to get a closer look at Columbus's big, strange boat. And when Columbus and his sailors came ashore, waving swords, speaking oddly, the Arawaks ran to greet them, brought them food, water, gifts. There was more than enough for everybody, and to spare. Columbus himself later wrote of this in his log. "They brought us parrots, and balls of cotton, and spears, and many other things, which they exchanged for the glass beads and hawks' bells. They willingly traded everything they owned. They were well built, with good bodies and handsome features. They do not bear arms, and do not know them, for I showed them a sword, and they took it by the cutting edge, and bled themselves out of ignorance. They have no iron. Their spears are made of cane. They would make the perfect slaves. With but 100 men, we will now subjugate them all, and make them do whatever we want." And so, this fucking Jew slaughtered all the adults, stole all the children, and sold them into slavery in Europe. This fucking Jew led a genocide that would ultimately kill 127 million peoples, stretching from the Arctic Pole in the north all the way down to the Cape Horn, touching the Antarctic continent of ice. These Arawaks of the Bahama Islands were much like the Indians on the mainland, who were remarkable, as all European observers were to say again and again, for their hospitality, their belief in sharing. These traits did not stand out in the Europe of the Renaissance, dominated as it was by the religion of popes, the government of kings, the frenzy for money that marked Western civilization, and its first messenger to the Americas, a goddamn Jewish son of a bitch named Christopher Columbus. Now other tribes likewise approached utopia, notably the Iroquois Confederation, which heavily influenced the writing of the United States Constitution, which is modeled on the Iroquois Confederation legislation. The Council of the Mohawk shall be divided into 3 parties as follows. I'm reading from the original Iroquois Constitution translated into the English by original settlers. The Council of the Mohawk shall be divided into 3 parties as follows. Tekurihokan, Ayan Wafa, and Shade Kariwade are the first party. Sharen Howana, Deon Hegwen, and Ogren Gregoa are the second party. And Denen Nakrina, Agsta Wen Sarentha, and Shoska Haro Wane are the third party. The third party is to listen only to the discussion of the first and second parties, and if an error is made or the proceeding is irregular, they are to call attention to it. And when the case is right and properly decided by the trois parties, they shall confirm the decision of the trois parties and refer the case to the Seneca Lords for their decision. When the Seneca Lords have decided in accord with the Mohawk Lords, the case or question shall be referred to the Cayuga and Oneida Lords, or Oneida Lords, on the opposite side of the house. This was the government on which all American governance is modeled. It came from the so-called savages. From one other addendum to this Constitution, written in the original language of the Native Americans, I, Dekanawida, appoint the Mohawk Lords, the heads and the leaders of the 5 Nations Confederacy. The Mohawk Lords are the foundation of the Great Peace, and it shall, therefore, be against the great binding law to pass measures in the Confederate Council after the Mohawk Lords have protested against them. No council of the Confederate Lords shall be legal unless all the Mohawk Lords are present. I'm reading an English translation of the Iroquois Constitution, subtitled The Rights of the People of the 5 Nations. Now, other tribes were equally advanced. The Choctaw, Cherokee, and farther north, the Mandan, whom my legal father was related to by at least 1/8 of his blood. Tragically, all these tribes were victims of the acts of genocide generated by a goddamn Jewish cabal financing Christopher Columbus to empty America of all its population and make it a hemisphere ruled by the Jew. This is what the Jewish people were responsible for, from first the Holocaust against Canaan, all the way to the Holocaust against all the original inhabitants of the Americas. The Jewish people are guilty of the greatest Holocaust on earth. The legendary Espanol contracted Italiano mercenary navigator and genocidal religious despot, once seriously considered for sainthood, the pirate Almirante, that's in the Portuguese for admiral, Cristoforo Balbo, or rather, in the proper Portuguese, Cristoforo Balbo Columbuanas, anglicized as Christopher Columbus, born Salvador Fernando Zarco, the author of the Book of Prophecies. Thus, Columbus wrote a goddamn book, his Mein Kampf. A compilation, well, it's a compilation consistent mostly of biblical pronouncements deigning to lend divine significance to the Cor Luum Buonista Crusades. The Crusades of ethnic extermination against the Native American peoples, himself a self-proclaimed militant Roman Catholic apocalypticist prone to religious manias, and, in practice, a mass murderous slave trader, as well as a serial rapist, a child exploitationist, a seller of pedo-slaves, along being an unconscionable thief, as a claimant to recipiency of divine voices, the celebrated Genoese terrorist Cristoforo Valbao, or Cristoforo Valbao Columbuenos. He always donned a Franciscan habit. He presumed his explorations to the paradise of the Americas as integral to God's plan. Almirante, or Pirate Admiral Columbuenos himself, deeming that forced mass conversion of the native populaces of these paradisiacal conquests, turning them into moribund denizens of an insufferable hell on earth, a priori the eschatological necessity by which to usher in the end of the world and the final judgment. Towards just this eschaton, Almirante Columbuenos, Admiral Columbus, masterfully exploited his repute as the so-called discoverer of what he intentionally misrepresented as a direct maritime access to the supermassive Asian marketplace on the other side of the world, to lobby for a new war of crusades to recapture and occupy Yerushalayim, the Jewish word for Jerusalem, until, come Anno Domini 1502, he was rightfully stripped of his noble titles, his governorship of Hispaniola, his admiralty of all the ocean seas, and the right to derivatively name his conquests after himself, which is why America is not named Columbia, that singular honor being granted instead unto the Florentine Italian explorer and financier and navigator and cartographer Amerigo Vespucci, for exposing the lie of Columbuenos knowingly, well, Columbus's knowingly fallacious claim that the West Indies represented Asia's eastern outskirts, constituting in actuality an entirely separate landmass, hitherto unknown to contemporary Iberian and Mediterranean peoples outside of the secret societies, the Jews that had financed Columbus. This demonstration being why the feminized Latin variant of Vespucci's first name of Amerigo has come to denote the Western hemispherical supercontinent, both North and South America and Central America in between, and why those who people the Western Hemisphere are Americans instead of Colombians, including those of Colombian nationality, a nation so named over 3 centuries after Columbuenos gifted this world with his absence, yet legally not inclusive of the United States' capital, the District of Columbia. Said 68 square miles of swampland, coming into its namesake when it's converted into a sewer. Cristo Columbuenos thereafter entering a state of unemployment, destitution, and imprisonment, maintained in a Caribbean prison once built under his own orders, to gaze through bars upon the very colony he had established within a welter of blood and madness, quilling therein his Book of Prophecies, whilst awaiting covert Jewish bail and Roman Catholic recommission for his 4th and final fatal crusade. I mean, I have to breathe. It's just, of course, maddening to even relate this. I grow physically sick. Here we are. Bike Tweet was saying, this is the narrative, not my personal beliefs. Thank you. I only believe in freedom. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Mr. Dan the Man from Nederland. Yes. That was his input. Yes, appreciate it. Okay, trying to get back onto some train of thought in the hours we have remaining. I do want people to understand the horror that I feel every time I speak of these atrocities that overtook the world, all on the basis of the madness of a single Jewish man, because it ultimately brings us back to Ukraine. Understand that when I take these reflections on the dark and bloody legacy of the original Colombian cartel, as celebrated, upcoming this November on Columbus Day weekend, a Jewish mafia, an American Zion, the mass sacrifice by fire of the original people's utopia, the positive space, since bastardized as utopia, or no place, and the karmic cycle of genocide. For all my father, Adolf Hitler, was doing was serving justice. The justice of racial karma. Now, of course, we have the genetic legacy of the Spanish Inquisition. As Spain simultaneously persecuted its Jews and expanded its colonies in the Americas, conversos, Jews forced to hide their Judaism under their conversion, secretly came over to the New World. Their legacy lives on in American DNA. In 1492, best known as that year Columbus sailed the ocean blue, Spain also decided to expel all practicing Jews from its kingdom. The Jews who did not leave and were not murdered were forced to become Catholics. Along with those who converted during earlier pogroms, they became known as conversos. As Spain expanded its empire in the Americas, conversos made their way to the colonies. Now, the stories have always persisted of people across Latin America who didn't eat pork, of candles lit on Friday nights, of mirrors covered for mourning. Now, studies have been conducted examining the DNA of thousands of Latin Americans, revealing the extent of their Sephardic Jewish ancestry, far more widespread than previously thought, and more pronounced than in people in Spain and Portugal today. Juan Camilo Chicon Duque, a geneticist at the Natural History Museum in London, co-authored a paper on this subject, saying we were very surprised to find it was the case. You see, this study was one of the most comprehensive genetic surveys of the Latin Americans yet. The team also found a mix of indigenous American, European, sub-Saharan African, and East Asian ancestry in many people they sampled, a legacy of colonialism, the transatlantic slave trade, and more recent pulses of immigration from Asia. This is the true history of Latin America, written in deoxyribonucleic acid. In the case of the conversos, DNA helped to elucidate a story with few historical records. Spain did not allow converts or their recent descendants to go to its colonies, so they traveled secretly under falsified documents. David Graysbord, a professor of Judaic studies at the University of Arizona, said for obvious reasons conversos were not eager to identify as conversos. That designation applied not just to converts but also to their descendants who were always Catholic. It came with more than a whiff of stigma, as Grisboard himself has gone on record to say, it was to say you come from Jews and you may not be a genuine Christian. So conversos who aspired to high offices in the church or military often tried to fake their ancestry. But the genetic record now proves that conversos, or people who shared ancestry with them, came to the Americas in enormous numbers. We saw a mass infestation an insurgency of Jews, a Jewish insurgency. For conversos persecuted at home, the fast-growing colonies of the New World seemed an opportunity and an escape. But the Spanish Inquisition reached into the colonies too, thank God. Those found guilty of observing Jewish practices in Mexico, for example, were burned at the stake. Chacon Duc, or Duque, and his colleagues, they pieced together the genetic record by sampling DNA from 6,500 people across Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and Peru, which they compared to that of 2,300 people all over the world. Nearly a quarter of the Latin Americans shared 5% or more of their ancestry with people living in North Africa and the Eastern Mediterranean, including self-identified Sephardic Jews. Now, DNA alone cannot prove that conversos were the source of this ancestry, but it fits with the historical record. This pattern of widespread but low North African and Eastern Mediterranean ancestry in the population proves that its source is centuries old, putting the date around the early days of New Spain. In contrast, more recent immigration to Latin America from Italy and Germany in the late 19th century shows up concentrated in relatively few people in a few geographic areas. Now, geneticists have also proved that rare genetic diseases prevalent only in Jews popping up in Latin America, well, that's a decisive evidence to the insurgency. Harry Osterer, a geneticist at Albert Einstein College of Medicine, said, "It's not just one disease. It's like, wow, this isn't any coincidence." In 2011, the year my latent sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was murdered. Slain is the term they use for vampires. Osterer and his colleagues decided to study 12 populations in Ecuador and Colorado with unusually high prevalence of TWA mutations only and always and quite often found in Jews. One mutation was in the breast cancer gene BRCA1, BRCA1, and the other caused a form of dwarfism called Leyron syndrome, which is why Joseph Mengele was able to put together teams of midgets, if you will, such as the Dachau dwarves, to entertain the German troops on the front lines of the war. And indeed, they found enriched Sephardic Jewish ancestry in the 53 people that they tested. With advances in DNA technology, Chacon Duque and his colleagues were able to carry out similar research, but on the scale of thousands of people. The very idea of an insurgency of Jews secretly living in the New World, its cabal of secret rulers, has attracted considerable mythologizing. Some of it verges into fanciful territory, but the reality is, it traces back to one bloodthirsty, maniacal son of a bitch named Christopher Columbus, a secret Jew looking for a place of refuge for his people. So understand that unlike the conversos, who were sincere Roman Catholics, those would tend to remain in España. Those that were secretly practicing Judaism were known as Moranos, or dirty pigs. And understandably so. They were, after all, an insurgency that the Inquisition was attempting to root out from America to try and prevent their ultimate control of the Western Hemisphere. In this, unfortunately, the Inquisition failed. Now, the conversos were ancestors to people in Latin America and the American Southwest today, leaving their descendants with the question of what to do with that identity. By the 17th century, most conversos had assimilated and lost any connection to Jewish customs. Today, some of their descendants are reclaiming their Jewish identity. They can join Jewish genealogy groups. Some have even converted back to Judaism. DNA tests are fanning all this interest. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the New York politician whose family comes from Puerto Rico, recently to me, meaning a couple of years ago, revealed during a Hanukkah event that she has Sephardic Jewish ancestry. I'm certain you're shocked. Before Chacon Duque joined this study as a scientist, he had actually submitted his own DNA as a participant, because he, like the thousands of others who all volunteered, was curious about his own ancestry. He grew up in Northwest Colombia, and he had heard the stories. It was a local custom to slaughter a pig for festivities, and it was said that you ate pork publicly to prove you were not a Jew. From that and other tales passed through his family, through all that he wondered. And of course it turns out he has converso ancestry as well. Now understand that these Jews came to rule America through many means. Financially in New York, through the mass media via Hollywood. Neil Gabler, the author of a book titled An Empire of Their Own, subtitled How the Jews Invented Hollywood, wrote, "What is amazing is the extent to which they succeeded in promulgating this fiction throughout the world. The Hollywood Jews created a powerful cluster of images and ideas, so powerful that, in a sense, they colonized the American imagination. The space between all your ears, that empty space inside your heads." Now, he didn't say that part. He said they colonized the American imagination, and he goes on to conclude, ultimately, American values came to be defined entirely by the movies the Jews made. Think about that. And then think of the Hollywood epic titled 1492 Conquest of Paradise, which converted the most evil man in the history of humanity into a worshipful role model, all to the tune of an outstanding musical theme. In this movie, Christopher Columbus is shown as a practicing Christian, full of compassion and fairness. Nothing could be further from the naked truth in every way. I myself am the one singular public voice who exposes the reality of understatement regards the genocide of European Jewry. 12 million peoples deemed of Jewish extraction by the National Sozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, the Nazi Party, were mass murdered. Not the half accounted for of 6 million. As a Department of Defense research librarian, I was tasked by an extremely public relations-minded Defense Department, far more image-conscious than the services under its administration, to investigate the pervasive insurgency of white Aryan supremacists and separatists in these United States during the late 1980s through the early 1990s that had their own counterinsurgency pervasive throughout all branches of American military service. Perforce such responsibilities, I coordinated with the Simon Wiesenthal Center, the Museum of Tolerance focusing on racism in America and the history of the Holocaust, located at 1399 South Roxbury Drive in Los Angeles, California. In Southern California, well, when I called them from Presidio, military base in San Francisco, I was both shocked and appalled to discover that functionally 50% of those whom das Dritte Reich, the Third Reich, classified as Jews, you know, half Jews, quarter Jews, and even those with effectively a drop of Jewish blood by genealogical linkage, were all discounted as victims of the Holocaust by the overwhelming majority of the Holocaust studies community on basis of tabulations where Jewishness was defined by traditional, as opposed to Reconstructionist rabbinical Jewry's own sense of exclusivity, which recognizes Judaic ethnicity as inherent through matrilineality. In cosmic irony, it is important to remember that the National Sozialisten, the Nazis, were and are convinced that they were doing the world a service by exterminating Jewish peoples, and that they take pride in their accomplishments. To deny their dedication to realizing Die Endlosung der Judenfrage, the final solution to the Jewish question, not to mention the industrious ingenuity they manifested toward such ends, is to direly insult the architects of world Nazism in terms of their own standards of ruthless efficiency. But the Jews get their vengeance by saying, well, half the people they killed aren't Jews to us, and therefore are not counted in our tabulations, because we don't care. When circuitously informed of United States President Roosevelt, Franklin Delano Roosevelt's demented proposal for a literal extraterrestrialization of Israel onto the moon, Mars, or in the Alpha Centauri star system, utilizing Nazi Raketen or rocket technologies, you can reference the entry originally titled FDR's Final Solution, subtitled America's Secret Plan to Deport World Jewry to Other Worlds, in Mother Jones magazine, not noted for being any conspiracy theory or right-wing rant magazine, but probably the most liberal, progressive, Judeo-influenced magazine you could think of. Volume 8, number 2, February through March of 1983. David Talbot was the editor. Subcategorized in the Frontline section, page 10. Authored by Sandy Meredith and Bob Sanders. Well, when influenced, or rather informed, as I said, I have no doubt it influenced him only in the most negative sense, in that this wasn't the solution. My biological father, Adolphus, which means Wolf King in German, Adolphus Jacob Hitler, Die Schwarzenfuchs, the Black Fox. My biological sire, Adolf Hitler, said of America's plan to use Nazi rockets to send Jews to the moon or Mars or Alpha Centauri, he said, mind your own business, you're the worst. An army colonel named John Shivington, who had once said that the lives of Indian children should not be spared because nits make lice, told his officers, I have come to kill Indians and believe it is right and honorable to use any means under God's heaven to kill Indians. All while he aimed his howitzers on an encampment of unarmed Indians at Sand Creek, Colorado, back in Christmas Eve of 1864. That Christmas night, hundreds of Indian women, children, and old men were slaughtered in the Sand Creek Massacre. One officer present later attested, women and children were killed and scalped, children shot at their mothers' breasts, and all the bodies mutilated in the most horrible manner. The dead bodies of females were profaned in such a manner that the very recital is sickening. The troopers cut off the vulvas of Indian women, stretched them over their saddle horns, then decorated their hatbands with them. Some used the skin of braves, meaning the male warriors' scrotums, and the breasts of Indian women as tobacco pouches, then showed off these trophies, together with the noses and ears of some of the Indians they had massacred at the Denver Opera House. all these men were given more Congressional Medals of Honor by President Teddy Roosevelt than any unit had ever received collectively in the history of American military service. Until the Japanese soldiers of the Nisei units that saved the American Texas regiments in World War II finally received collectively more Congressional Medals of Honor for their suicidal banzai charges. They were proven to be the most combat-effective troops the Americans have ever deployed in American military service history. Ethnic Japanese were your best soldiers. Fuck you, Yankee. Fuck you hard, fuck you deep, and jam it sideways if it fits. Because those are the goddamn facts. The best troops you ever had were the people you call Japs. The worst troops you ever had, who could rival them in collecting Congressional Medals of Honor, were these mass murderers at Sandy Creek. How did my biological father Adolf Hitler know about all of this? A man named David A. Mayer, a Jew, wrote in his own book titled Hitler's Rise to Power. Mayer is spelled M-E-I-E-R. David Mayer, his book is titled Hitler's Rise to Power. He says, Hitler's favorite game to play outside as a child was cowboys and Indians. Tales of the American West were very popular among boys in Austria and Germany. Books by James Fenimore Cooper and especially the German writer Karl May were eagerly read and reenacted. May, who had never been to America, invented a hero named Old Shatterhand, a white man who always won his battles on the side of Native Americans, defeating his own white enemies through sheer willpower and bravery in defense of the natives against a secret Jewish conspiracy to annihilate them all. Young Hitler read and reread every one of Karl May's books about Old Shatterhand, totaling more than 70 novels. He continued to reread them even as Führer in his spare time to relax. During the German attack on the Soviet Union, he sometimes referred to the Russians as the Whiteskins and ordered his officers to carry May's books about fighting to sympathize with the indigenous populations of Redskins, the Ukrainians. You see, Adolf Hitler understood the Native Americans to be Aryans. They also flew the swastika symbol, the American Native Americans, known as the Flyfort. Hitler first saw this symbol on American vehicles that were either piloted, like planes, with the few Native American aces that participated in World War I, and also those that were driving certain vehicles on the front lines that crashed in the trenches. Hitler saw the swastika and first recognized it as a Native American Aryan symbol. As for the Nazi ideology, the great Nazi ideologist Alfred Rosenberg wrote the book titled The Myth of the 20th Century. And, of course, the Ukraine. Well, that was all part of the conflict for why Poland was even invaded. Poland was to be eliminated as a state, and a common German-Ukrainian border was to be established. The Ukraine, once again, would be allowed to proclaim its independence under German protection. Rosenberg went on to write, in his own monumental treatise, that the Ukrainians were the natural enemies of the Russians, and that the Ukrainian capital, Kiev, had once been a center of Nordic culture. The river Vikings, who had descended into the Eurasian heartland from Scandinavia, via the incredible river system as riverine pirates. Yes, they established Kiev, the first capital of Kievan Rus, ancient Russia. The Ukrainians are the true Russians. The Russians are the mongrelized Asiatic bastards. Because of this, Rosenberg claimed that the Ukrainians were of good blood. Rosenberg also envisioned the Ukraine having control of the Crimea and extending the eastern boundary of the Ukraine to the Volga River at the expense of the Russian Empire. All of this brings us back, of course, to the present conflict. And all of this, of course, brings us back to getting back to the reason for the war. Think about everything I've said about Native America, about the Jewish extermination of the native peoples. Bike Tweet says, function viruses. Dawn Maria Beck says, good day, everyone. A kiss to Dawn Maria Beck. Bike Tweet says, don't forget the karma of the slave trade. Same people behind it. An important point well taken from our man from the Nederlands. And understand, of course, that all of this is voluminous. Takes a lot of time to cover. I don't know if I can make it in the time we have remaining, but I will do my damn best. Okay, let me see if I can gather my wits about me and, of course, hydrate my voice to go on and continue. I want people, of course, to spread the word of this transmission to make certain that that it's known. Make certain that other people learn of it and come to, of course, share it with everyone you can. This is something that people need to learn so they can understand what's going on in the world today. In the interim, of course, I'm going to naturally try and express what I can to put this into perspective for you so that you have a better understanding of what's going on. All of this is, of course, something that takes a lot of energy. I have to get into the zone that my father, my biological sire, Adolf Hitler, would enter when he went into his speeches. Of course, it's a different kind of speech here. I don't need to shout and scream to vast crowds. Rather, I'm simply trying to explain to you, the select listeners that need to spread the word onto everyone else on planet Earth. Again, it's your war. You've got to fight it. If you want justice to reign on Earth, you need to support my cause. You need to support myself. I'm always in need of your financial support. Now, I'm going to try and get myself together again. Talking about all of this, of course, is hard. Talking about all of this is not only hard, it's painful. And as such, try and sympathize. What I'm doing costs me. It costs me emotionally. It costs me in terms of the energy I put into it. And it's something that you're just going to have to bear with me while I try and get the energy to go any further. It's so let me breathe. Let me try and get myself together again, and we'll all try together to move forward. So again, let me get myself together and how do I say it? Think about the Aztecs. Think about what the arrival of Columbus did to them. If we were to say, for instance, try and understand the impact that arises, the impact this had on your world. I'll try and put it into some perspective. How many people have ever been alive in the world? This is what will bring us to the cyclical dynamic of history, which provides prelude for the probability in revivalism of National Socialismus, or National Socialism. It is Nazism. As there was an insurgence of Pauline Christianity into Europe a full millennium, 1,000 years following the death of Christ. It took that long, till the year 1000 AD, before Europe became majority Christian. So how many people have ever lived? The best answer I could find came from a study by an organization called the Population Reference Bureau, the PRB. And it concluded 108 billion people. Now, I myself was stunned by the magnitude of that number. It is still common to hear that more people are alive today than have ever lived, or an even more extreme claim, that 75% of everyone who ever walked the earth is alive today. But that is not even close to being correct. By the Population Reference Bureau's reckoning, the proportion of living to dead is only about 6%. The author of the study I'm sourcing is named Karl Haub, H-A-U-B, his surname, and he describes the assumptions that went into his calculations. Modern Homo sapiens is widely believed to have made its appearance around 50,000 BC, so that was year zero for his count. As more people began to move from a nomadic existence as hunter-gatherers to a more sedentary life as farmers, the world population grew at an ever-increasing pace. There is actually a specialty called paleodemography, which means ancient population statistics, basically. And Haub drew on various estimates to come up with a population of around 5 million in 8000 BC. By year 1 of the Christian era, by 1 Anno Domini, the first year in our Lord, experts estimate there were at least 45 million people in the Roman Empire. Extrapolating upward, Haub put the world population back then at roughly 300 million. Based on various assumptions about birth rate and the impact of infant mortality, infanticide, and the Black Death, it took until 1650 for that number to reach 500 million, surpassing 1 billion only in the 19th century. Today, the population is well over 7.1 billion and rising, but we're heading for the first population decline, the first sharp drop since the Black Death. So the total accumulation of people up until this new population drop that's pending, living and dead, has reached 108 billion. That's interesting enough. My primary interest, however, is to compare the number with how many human remains have actually been found. All of our theories on what life was like in prehistoric times, including the prevalence of cancer and other diseases, can only be derived from the evidence at hand. So how big is the sample size? Getting that second number is a little trickier. It involves literally counting skeletons. Now, many dispatches ago, I described the reasoning behind demographer Karl Haub's estimate that a whopping total of 108 billion people have lived and died since modern Homo sapiens appeared. Since the current world population is well over 7.1 billion, the old shibboleth that more people are alive today than have ever lived is wildly wrong. A lot of listeners probably already knew that, but that's been a surprise to too many. Even my old producer at Revolution Radio, when I first articulated the number for an episode that I was hosting. Haub may be off by several billion. He makes a good case that, if anything, his figure is an underestimate. But all I was really after was an order of magnitude calculation, the right number of zeros, for something so uncertain that is as precise you can hope to get. What I wondered next was how much of that subterranean hoard has been excavated in recent centuries and made available for scientific study. Two anthropologists I asked independently came up with the same rough figure, on the order of 100,000 human remains housed in museums and other collections around the world. Those are skeletons from before the 19th century, and the number includes those that are incomplete. Many, in fact, consist solely of human skulls. The rest of the body was often left behind or discarded. Later on, I consulted a third anthropologist, all of who told me they want to remain anonymous because of who I am. And they told me that if you include Native American remains that are currently held by museums and subject to being returned to the tribes and reburied under NAGPRA, N-A-G-P-R-A, the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, the total would rise to 250,000. About 39,000 remains have been surrendered so far, and 111,000 are unclaimed. It's unclear how many of those skeletons... Well, it's unclear how many of those skeletons will ever be studied by science. But let's include them anyway. Dividing 250,000 skeletons by 108 billion ancestors comes to 0.00023%. That vanishingly tiny fraction of the human bone pile is what anthropologists have to work with when they study the prevalence of ancient disease. Meanwhile, 99.99977% of our forebearers remain in various states of decomposition, buried underground. We will never know how they met their fate. But you see, in a groundbreaking work of science and history and archaeology, Charles C. Mann, surnamed the German word for man, M-A-N-N, radically altered our understanding of the Americas before the arrival of Columbus in 1492. That contrary to what so many Americans learned in school, the pre-Columbian Indians were not sparsely settled in a pristine wilderness. Rather, there were enormous numbers of Indians who actively molded and influenced the land around them. The astonishing Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan had running water and immaculately clean streets and was larger than any contemporary European city standing today. Mexican cultures created corn, created it, genetically modified the organism in a specialized breeding process, so specialized that it's been called man's first feat of genetic engineering. Indeed, Indians were not living lightly on the land, but were landscaping and manipulating their world in ways that we are only now beginning to understand and have never yet come to emulate. So understand that this was a barbarian invasion of Europeans that wiped out an advanced civilization of Native Americans led by a goddamn Jew hell-bent on spreading barbarism. The Aztecs. You have no idea. As the conquistadors approached the Mexica, the Aztec capital, the Aztecs covered the Spaniards with incense. The Spaniards took it as an honor, but the reality was the Aztecs couldn't stand the pong of their body odor. Many things about the Aztecs amazed the conquistadors, like their super fertile chinampas, or floating gardens, the size of their great capital city, Tenochtitlan. when in Europe roads were never swept and people just emptied their chamber pots into the streets. The Aztecs employed 1,000 cleaners to sweep and water their streets daily, built public loos in every neighborhood, carried human feces in canoes to use as fertilizer. While London was still drawing its drinking water from the polluted River Thames as late as 1854, the Aztecs supplied their capital with fresh water from the nearby hill of Chapultepec by means of 2 aqueducts. The sacred importance of water is clear from the Aztec word for city, Altepetl, which means water mountain in Nahuatl. But probably nothing seemed more weird to the Spaniards than the Aztec attitude to the personal hygiene. Simply for the Aztecs, being clean was cool. One conquistador reported in a tone of wonder that Moctezuma bathed twice a day. He did, but there was nothing extraordinary about that for an Aztec, since everybody bathed often, and many of them every day, in the rivers, lakes, or pools. They didn't have true soap, but made up for it with the fruit of what the Spanish called the soap tree, and the sticky root of the soap plant. Both gave a lather rich enough to wash body, hair, and clothes with. The Mexica also used deodorants, breath fresheners, and ash to clean their teeth with. Spaniards of that time cleaned their teeth with urine, because it was acidic enough to kill the germs. The Aztecs cleaned their bodies and their souls in steam baths. An outside fire heated one of the walls via a small tunnel to red hot and coals, and the bather threw water on the hot wall, creating steam. Into this clean world thundered the pestilential Spanish, like plague rats. The 16th century was a really dirty time in Europe. Ever since the Black Death, people avoided water and washing like the plague itself, and the Spanish in particular thought and taught that being dirty was a Christian value. They hated and distrusted the well-washed ways of the Moors who had conquered their country. Arab Spain sparkled with water, whether in fountains, pools, or bathhouses. One of the first things the Spaniards did when they later defeated the Arabs was to destroy all of the wonderful Moorish baths. And then, under the leadership of a maniacal Jew named Christopher Columbus, they never stopped destroying. Christopher Columbus was the father of American slavery. The Hollywood Jewish lobby made a movie. That one I described, 1492, Conquest of Paradise. It was the United States President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the man who wanted to send the Jews into space, who signed Columbus Day as a federal holiday to honor a Jew. The Columbus Day must be celebrated from now on as Native American Day. It's time, well, it's past time to correct great historical wrongs. Enough of Big Brother giving bull via his monopolized media and Hollywood. First of all, Christopher Valbao Columbuenos, Christopher Columbus, was not financed by Queen Isabella. He was financed by 2 rich Jewish merchants, Louis de Saint-Agle, or Louis de Santander, and Gabriel Sanchez, and a rabbi, Don Isaac Abrabanel. Queen Isabella's orders to Jews under the Vatican's expressed fiat was convert to Christianity or leave Spain. The ousted Jews wanted a place to live, a direct sea route from Europe to India. Throughout history, from the days of Bar Kokhba and the Romans, they landed up at Calicut in Kerala, India. Columbus was not a Catholic Christian. He was a crypto-Jew, a Marrano, who hid his practice. That's why Franklin Delano Roosevelt made him a holiday patron of America itself, to whitewash a criminal by any standards. Because United States President FDR's Republican ancestor, U.S. President Theodore Roosevelt, Teddy the Rough Rider, did much more. He punished Spain by snatching away their colonies by deceit, severe retribution for driving the Jews from Spain in the past. Christopher Columbus's son was a proper slave trader, the sea slave trade pioneer. All this is hushed up by vested historians. Jewish holidays were slave trading holidays in the United States of America. Columbus's real name is Salvador Fernando Zarco, the leader of the Colombian cartel. The Jews in Spain fell into two groups: the conversos, converts who embraced Catholicism and renounced Judaism, and the Marranos, meaning dirty swine, who feigned conversion but secretly continued with their own religious practices. The Marranos were those compulsorily converted Jews and their descendants who outwardly became Christians but secretly continued to meet in the synagogue, celebrated feast days, and observed the Jewish Sabbath. The Spanish Inquisition tortured tens of thousands of Marranos who were ordered to give up the names of others, including friends and relatives. Marranos who had their secret lives exposed were paraded in front of crowds, tied to stakes, and burned alive, while the crown and the church divided and took their land and personal possessions. The expulsion of all the Jews from Spain benefited the royal couple, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, immensely, since they seized all of the property and money owned by the rich and, shall we say, rather miserly Jews. Columbus's last will and testament, signed on May 19th of 1506, clearly indicate that he is a crypto-Jew. He left a large amount of money supporting the crusade of liberating the Palestine. Objective ultimately carried out. He instructed his heirs to use a triangular signature, made up of dots and letters, mimicking a Jewish prayer. Columbus maintained 2 logs on his ship. He himself, in his journal, calls attention to the coincidence of his first voyage of discovery with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in the following passage. So, after having expelled the Jews from your dominions, your highness, in the same month of January, ordered me to proceed with a sufficient armament to the said regions of India. In his ship's logs, Columbus makes frequent references to the Hebrew Bible, to Yerushalayim, the Hebrew word for Jerusalem, to Moses, David, Abraham, Isaac, and Sarah. He computes the age of the world according to the Jewish calendar. And from the destruction, the second temple according to the Jews to the present day, being the year of the birth of our Lord, 1481, are 1,413 years. The first 2 letters Columbus sent back to Spain are not to Queen Isabella, but to the Jewish Louis de Santangel and Sanchez, thanking them for their support and telling them what he had found. Louis de Santangelo was also the chancellor of the royal household of King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, and Gabriel Sanchez was the treasurer, but of course, of Aragon, both conversos, of course. On those documents, Columbus used a triangular signature of dots and letters that resembled inscriptions found on gravestones of Jewish cemeteries in Spain. This Kabbalistic monogram, in Hebrew, Latin, and Greek, contains 2 secret names: Cristobal colon, like the anal colon, the distended colon of Stephen Outram, his nom de plume, his pen name, and Salvador Fernando Zarco, Columbus's birth name. The anagram was a cryptic substitute for the Kaddish, a prayer recited in the synagogue by mourners after the death of a close relative. Thus, Columbus's subterfuge allowed his sons to say Kaddish for their crypto-Jewish father when he died. At the top left-hand corner of all but one of the 13 letters written by Columbus to his son Diego contained the handwritten Hebrew letters Bet He, meaning Bezrat Hashem, with God's help. Observant Jews have for centuries customarily added this blessing to their letters. No letters to outsiders bear this mark, and the one letter to Diego in which this was omitted was one meant for King Ferdinand. Columbus had a Jewish interpreter, Louis de Torres, with him on board. You always make sure your interpreter can be trusted with your life and that he will not describe purple as violet. Columbus included de Torres because de Torres spraketh Hebrew. Columbus evidently believed, or wanted to believe, he would meet Hebrew-speaking Jews. When de Torres had landed in Hispaniola, he saw a bird which he thought was an Indian peacock and named it Tuki, the Hebrew word for that bird. Today this bird is called turkey. You all eat turkey because you're all a bunch of fucking turkeys. The indigenous people. I'm sorry I choked on that last pun. The indigenous people in South America, the Caribbean, and America were named Indians because Columbus was trying to propagandize, he didn't believe it for a second, that he had landed in India, or had at least discovered a shortcut to India. He took 6 Jews on his voyage, including his interpreter, Louis de Torres, Abraham ben Samuel Zacuto, the navigator, Mastre Bernal, the doctor, Marco, the surgeon, Rodrigo Sanchez, inspector, and an Isaac Abravanel, the astronomer. Columbus's diary begins with these words: "In the same month in which their majesties issued the edict that all Jews should be driven out of the kingdom and its territories, in the same month they gave me the order to undertake with sufficient men my expedition of discovery of the Indies." His voyage began on August 3rd, 1492. On March 31st of that year, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella proclaimed that all Jews were to be expelled from Spain. The edict especially targeted the 80,000 Jews who had never converted and gave them 4 months to pack up and get out. She wanted Columbus to get out and gave him the power to get out in style because he was blackmailing her. He had seduced her and slept with her, you see. The Jews were all expelled from Spain on August 2nd of 1492. Many of these Jews emigrated to Dan van der Meulen's Nederland, to Holland, where they set up the Dutch West Indies Company to exploit the New World. In 1654, the first Jew, Jacob Barsimson, emigrated from Holland to New Amsterdam, which was to become New York. And in the next decade, many more followed him, settling along the East Coast, principally in New Amsterdam and Newport, Rhode Island. Columbus started off with deceit. A lookout on the Pinta, Rodrigo de Triana, also known as Juan Rodrigo Bermeo, spotted land about 2 o'clock a.m. on the morning of the 12th of October, and immediately alerted the rest of the crew with a hearty shout. Thereupon the captain of the Pinta, Martin Alonso Pinzon, verified the discovery and alerted Corlambuenos by firing a lombard. Columbus later insisted he was the first to see a light on the land a few hours earlier, but had kept it within his chest, thereby claiming for himself the lifetime pension promised by Ferdinand and Isabella to the first person to sight land. Mighty Jewish of them. At any rate, there we are. My dear noticer says, sorry my service is so bad. She says, Christopher Columbus is just like Aaron Lopez, 110, never again. Let me make certain to heart, this young lady, of course. And definitely, I hope she has seen all my responses to her earlier when I was giving her kissy lips, but we'll settle for certainly some now. And okay, here we are, honey, and get that entered and continue with as long as I can stand it. And Columbus, this Jewish son of a bitch, raped underage girls, so many that they became too many to count. In his own words, "While I was in the boat, I captured a very beautiful Carib woman, whom the said Lord Admiral gave to me. When I had taken her to my cabin, she was naked, as was their custom. I was filled with a desire to take my pleasure with her, and attempted to satisfy my desire. She was unwilling, and so treated me with her nails that I wished I had never begun. But, to cut a long story short, I then took a piece of rope and whipped her soundly, and she let forth such incredible screams that you would not have believed your ears. Eventually, we came to such terms, I assure you, that you would have thought that she had been brought up in a school for whores." This is Christopher Columbus, whom Franklin Delano Roosevelt dedicated a holiday to. These writings were available to any scholar. Everybody knew he was a child rapist. Columbus supervised the selling of native girls into sexual slavery. Young girls of the ages 9 to 10 were the most desired by his men. In 1500, Columbus casually wrote about it in his log. He said, "100 Castellanos are as easily obtained for a woman as for a farm, and it is very general, and there are plenty of dealers who go about looking for girls. Those from 9 to 10 are now in demand, and I supply them by the thousands. By the thousands! This Jewish son of a bitch, whom the Americans gave a holiday to. When he set foot on that sandy beach in the Bahamas on October 12th of 1492, Columbus discovered that the islands were inhabited by friendly, peaceful people called the Lucayans, Taínos, and Arawaks. Writing in his diary, Columbus said they were a handsome, smart, and kind people. He noted that the gentle Arawaks were remarkable for their hospitality. I'm reading now from his own writ. They offered to share with anyone, and when you ask for something, they never say no. The Arawaks had no weapons. Their society had neither criminals, prisons, nor prisoners. They were so kind-hearted that Columbus noted in his diary that on the day the Santa Maria was shipwrecked, the Arawaks labored for hours to save his crew and cargo. The native people were so honest that not one thing was missing. Columbus was so impressed with the hard work of these gentle islanders that he immediately seized their land for Spain and enslaved them to work in his brutal gold mines. Within only 2 years, 125,000, half the population of the original natives on the island, were dead. Later, he made the same nice people over 14 years of age deliver a hawk's bell full of gold powder every 3 months. Once the slaves paid this, they would receive a metal token. This token was worn around their necks as a signal that they were home free for another 3 months, during which time they saved up for their next token, of course. If this tribute was not delivered, they had their hands cut off and were left to bleed to death. To quote Christopher Columbus himself, "Gold is a treasure, and he who possesses it does all he wishes in this world, to whom he wants, when he wants, and succeeds in helping souls into paradise by raping and killing them. This is the Jewish son of a bitch you've got a holiday for. You Americans make me sick. I'm sick to be in your presence. It makes me physically ill to be stranded in this darkest of all continents, North America. Honestly, I'm one of the only civilized among you. And here I tell you the truth of your savage past. You'd better appreciate it. During the second voyage, this Jewish son of a bitch, Christopher Columbus, took 24 ferocious dogs. Their staple diet that they had been raised on was fresh human flesh dripping with blood. Later, the dogs became squeamish and would only eat small babies, gnawing their bones with great relish. Columbus's acts of cruelty were so unspeakable, so legendary, even in his own day, that Governor Francisco de Bobadilla arrested Columbus and his 2 brothers, slapped them into chains, and shipped them off to Spain to answer for their crimes against humanity. But the King and Queen of Spain, their treasury filling up with gold, and Columbus's blackmailing of Queen Isabella because he had slept with her, forcing her to give him permission for his first voyage, which then she didn't have the money to finance at all and was financed by his Jewish community. She, again, to get him out of the country before he could identify her, or expose her, I mean to say, pardoned Columbus and let him go free. One of Columbus's men, Bartolome de las Casas, was so mortified by Columbus's brutal atrocities against the native peoples that he quit working for Columbus and became a Catholic priest. He described how the Spaniards under Columbus's Jewish command, a Jewish high command exclusively of Jewish cabal officers, cut off the legs of children who ran from them to test the sharpness of their blades. According to de las Casas, the men made bets as to who, with one sweep of his sword, could cut a person in half. He wrote, "Such inhumanities and barbarisms were committed in my sight as no age can parallel. My eyes have seen those acts so foreign to human nature that now I tremble as I write." It was a general rule among the Jews to be cruel. Not just cruel, but extraordinarily cruel, so that harsh and bitter treatment would prevent Indians from daring to think of themselves as human beings or having a minute to think at all. So they would cut an Indian's hands and leave them dangling by a shred of skin, and they would send him on saying, "Go now, spread the news to your chiefs." They would test their swords and their manly strength on captured Indians and place bets on the slicing off of heads or the cutting of bodies in half with one blow. They burned or hanged captured chiefs. De las Casas spent the rest of his life trying to protect the helpless native people from the Jews. But after a while, there were no more natives to protect. Experts agree that before 1492, the population on the island of Hispaniola alone probably numbered above 3 million. Within 20 years of Jewish arrival, it was reduced to only 60,000. Within half a hundred years, not a single original native inhabitant could be found alive. The original Arawak population was estimated at 8 million. By 1516, only around 12,000 were still alive. By 1542, less than 200 remained. By 1555, the Arawaks were completely exterminated as a human race. In 1498, Columbus's 5-ship expedition brought 1,000 Indians to Spain as slaves. 600 of these he brought back to Spain, and the remaining 400 he gave to the Spanish, then governing the island. This was the start of the transatlantic enslavement trade. The Atlantic slave trade lasted more than 400 years, from 1444 to about 1880. Christopher Columbus derived the majority of his income from slavery, as de las Casas testified. In fact, Columbus was the first slave trader in the Americas. As the native slaves died off, they were replaced with black slaves. Columbus's son became the first slave trader of black African meat, as he called it, man meat and woman meat, in 1555. 1505, forgive me. I lose track of the numbers because The facts I have to relate are so upsetting. Columbus's son became the first slave trader of black Africans in 1505. Through his exploits in Haiti, Columbus led the way for other European nations to begin seeking wealth through domination, conquest, and slavery. In essence, Columbus changed the world, and we recognize this in one way or another by delineating history as being either pre-Columbian or post-Columbian. When Columbus first encountered the Caribbean natives, he wrote in his logbook of his surprise at how peaceful, naive, and completely incapable of dishonesty they were. For worthless trinkets, or sometimes nothing at all, the natives would cheerfully hand over whatever possessions were asked for, including gold jewelry. Later, anything desired by the Spaniards under Jewish command would simply be taken. The native ignorance of weapons such as swords was evident when some of these natives, while examining Columbus's own sword, cut themselves open on it. How unfortunate for the natives that all of them wore gold jewelry when Columbus first landed, and even presented him with all the gold jewelry that they had, because they could always make more. The sight of all this gold inflamed his greed, and would soon lead to untold suffering as the natives were forced to work in gold mines. Columbus wrote, "As soon as I arrived in the Indies, on the first island which I found, I took some of the natives by force in order that they might learn and might give me information of whatever there is in these parts." The information that Columbus wanted most was, "Where's the goddamn gold?" One of the few natives to actively resist the Jewish-commanded Spaniards was Hatui, a Taino chief of the island of Hispaniola. When the Spaniards neared, he fled to Cuba with 400 of his people, and there carried out a guerrilla-style resistance to the Jewish-commandeered Spaniards. After 3 months, Hatui was betrayed and captured and put on a stake to be burned to death. Before the torch was applied, a priest asked Hatni, as the Spaniards called Hatui, to embrace Christ so that he would go to heaven. Hatni, at that point, that was the only name he was known by, asked the priest whether there would be Spaniards in heaven, to which the priest answered that there were many. Hatui, who reverted to his original name before his death, replied that in that case he would prefer not to go to heaven and wanted nothing to do with a God who would allow such cruelty as he had witnessed, the God of the Jews. Another excerpt from Columbus's journal, dated December 16th, said, "They have no weapons and are all naked, without any skill in arms whatsoever, and are very cowardly, so that 1,000 would not challenge 3 Jews. Thus they are useful to be commanded, and to be made to labor, and sow, and to do everything else of which there is need, and build towns, and be taught to wear clothes, and learn our customs, the customs of the New Israel." Columbus's words, the words of the worst dictator, the worst mass murderer, the worst criminal in human history, whom Americans celebrate a holiday for. Yet you all bitch about my biological sire Adolf Hitler, who delivered justice to these people. While this Jew is lauded in these United States with a federal holiday and receives a great deal of credit for discovering North America, in and of itself a lie, his legacy has been tainted by 100% evinced, not alleged, but evinced, charges of genocide, extreme cruelty, and heartless exploitation. Yet on the second Monday in October, each and every year, Americans celebrate Columbus Day. The American children stand in line and sing a nice little song that goes, "In 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue." It's an all-American tradition, as American as pizza pie. The truth is horrific. Columbus is not the explorer Americans like to think. First of all, it was Amerigo Vespucci who discovered America, not Columbus. The Viking, Leif Erikson, founded a Norse village on Newfoundland some 500 years earlier. Native Americans discovered North America about 15 millennia, 15,000 years before Columbus was even born. New DNA evidence now proves that Polynesian adventurers sailed dugout canoes across the Pacific and settled in South America long before the Nordic Aryan Vikings. Columbus's Jewish reign of terror is one of the darkest chapters in world history. Why do Americans celebrate a holiday in honor of this evil foreigner in this internet age? Is Columbus worthy of admiration and emulation simply because he's Jewish? Is this pathetic Jew who oversaw the most cruel genocide a hero or a role model for the young American children of all other ethnicities? The celebration of Columbus Day is condoning and advocating genocide to uphold the intrinsically human nature of absolute power at all costs and the Jewish motto of "In greed we trust," not "In God we trust." Celebrating Columbus Day and glorifying a mass murderer like Columbus officially avows racism, greed, and lies to endure. To understand the root of present-day racism, we must understand historical injustice. The best way to confront and combat this violent legacy is through spreading a truth culture and proper education. Punch into Google search if you must. Francisco Pizarro, Hernan Cortez, genocide by smallpox, biological warfare, Vadakayil, Vadakayil. This genocide method was pioneered by Christopher Columbus. Be shocked. Your big Jewish brother has controlled mainstream media and will never, ever tell you this. Not one word of what I've taught you all tonight. Columbus never discovered that the world is round. Plato and Pythagoras, both who studied in India, knew it 2,000 years before this Jewish son of a bitch, and the Asian Indians wrote it down in the Vedas 6,500 years before Columbus. Asian Indians also recorded the diameters of the sun, earth, moon, and all 9 planets, their distances, and the speed of light itself in the Vedas, the Aryan Vedas, so influential in Nazi ideology, using the human brain as a laser beam. All of this led to this destruction, so much destruction of humanity on a vast scale. It led to necromantic winter, which I've discussed in depth in the past. The exchange of disease for food, the wiping out of the native populations that forced them to bring black slaves from Africa, who were also farming their own land until they were depopulated from their continent. At that point, Africa reforested. With all the natives in America dying, the Americas reforested. All these trees formed an enormous carbon sink that generated a miniature ice age so that Londoners were skating across the Thames. All of this led to the necromantic winter worse than any nuclear winter. All based on the mass murder not only of the 127 million Native Americans this side of the Atlantic, but also all the black Africans on the other side. How do I express this? You have no way of understanding the immensity of the crime of slavery. What had happened it was, let's put it this way. Think about these facts on the other side of the Atlantic. When you think of the beginning of slavery in the old world, there was a incredible kingdom, the West African kingdom of Benin, formerly the Obadam of Dahomeylia, or Dahomeyelia, later part of French West Africa until 1975, where the belief system of Vajahuduns, or Voodoo, is still today the official religion of the nation. In the early 1480s, the Yedo people of Beninia, under their emperor, the Oba, an Africanism from whence the name Obama is derived, raided the west of Africa for slaves and sacrifices to the gods of their ancestors. Their army was an Amazon army, an all-female fighting force. When girls reached puberty, they were inspected by the authorities of the Obadam. The most beautiful were sent to the palace to become royal wives. Any considered as sickly or disabled faced execution. The majority were conscripted into the army throughout their teenage years, after which they were allowed to marry. The Portuguese recognized the strategic importance of courting the Obadam and established trade with the greatest slaver kingdom in Black Africa. They traded iron, firearms, and textiles for gold, ivory, and slaves. And in 1481, over a decade before invading the Americas, the first European settlements in sub-Saharan Africa were established just west of Benin. Elminia, the mine, referring to its original gold export, was what was then called a factory, which in pre-industrial Europe meant a fortified trading post used to store gold en route to Europe, as well as to stockade slaves. Factories were built as complete towns inside fortifications as strong as any medieval castle, protected by companies of musketeers and batteries of cannon, mounted on firing platforms, to protect all the numerous storerooms, accommodation blocks, and smithies, and carpenters' workshops, and artisans' posts, along a church, a hospital, and a governor's residence. With the discovery and conquest of the New World, Elminia became a slave factory, the first of countless slave factories from which sourced, well, all the blacks that populate the Western Hemisphere today. The British reached Benin in 1553 and began trading with the Yedo people, officially instigating the slave race of the colonial powers, like their version of the space race or the arms race. Well over 20 million men and women were enslaved and taken to North America alone. At least 1/5 of them, 4 million, died en route, and fully half of the original number, 10 million, perished after but a few months or years of deadly labor and torture. Were this not the case, the Americans would be an even more sharply defined transatlantic reflection of the African continent than it is today in terms of population composition, with a mirror image distribution of whiter shades of ethnicity ever northwards towards Canada, and a minority of whites at the southerly extremity, but a fairly solid shade of black throughout the rest of North and South American continents and their Caribbean Mediterranean. The subhuman conditions inherent to chattel slavery ensured that never occurred. That never would take place because too many blacks would die to repopulate the New World with blacks. From the perspective of the black Afro-Caribbean diaspora, slavery was one of the worst cases of human sacrifice in human history, far superseding the Holocaust. This mass sacrifice was believed to have acted as a titanic summoning ritual, and evil entities answered those summons by the thousands. It is believed that their influence continues to be felt centuries later through Hollywood and the Jewish financial control of the American empire. This is the world Columbus created, the Columbian Exchange. So then, what took place at the time of my biological sire, Adolf Hitler? Cesar Solozan is saying, man, I'm 10 hours late to the stream. Indeed. Yes. You'll have to re-listen. At least it uploads. And review it and spread the word. Spread the word that Hitler's son is alive and well. And that I'm exposing the truth to all of you. Understand the enormity of that truth. What we're dealing with in America and the world. Of course, when I try to think of all the damage that has ultimately been done, it is impossible to, shall we say, do justice to it. Let me see if I can try. Of course, when I think of the original name of Karl Marx, for instance, the individual who would later have such a mass murderous influence on the world. We're talking about, how do I do that justice? These are some of the things that we are confronted with when we're trying to expose exactly the damage done, counting the cost. I don't think that any justice can be done, but, you know, I force myself to continue trying, and we'll see how far I get. Let me try and breathe for a minute here, see if I can get ready for the next round, so to speak. This is something that I don't believe most people understand the enormity of, and it forces me to go into areas that we might not have the chance to finish. So we'll see if we can at least get started. See if we can then do justice to the subject. But bear with me otherwise for the moments where I'm trying to get my breath back and then confront the challenge. And for all you concurrent viewers who are sticking with us, keeping the numbers high, bless you all. And again, spread the word. Otherwise, there's no way to do justice to it. Give me a second again. And we'll try our best to do what we can with the subject matter, as challenging as it is. Okay, I'm breathing, trying to get it together in terms of addressing again the challenge. And you know, I should bring on you know, our lovely lady, see if she'll answer a call, and wonder if she would want to. I don't know if she's out there. Well, she's definitely out there. Victoria Lauren Hobbs. She's welcome to call if she wants to come on just to say hi. And I'll do my best to have her inspire me to continue. We can try that out. Or, you know, we'll continue with my going into communism, because this is what brings in my biological sire Adolf Hitler and his response thereunto. Okay, gonna try and see what we can do in terms of again doing this justice. And again, call out to anyone who wants to join us. If you want to come on for a few minutes just to say hi, let me know in the live stream. She says, we appreciate you, darling. El Nemo says, you're doing great, Doug. Thanks for giving us much detailed information about Christopher Columbus. Thank you both. That's profoundly appreciated. Thank you so much. And yeah, it takes a lot of energy out of me, as you can imagine. It's not a pleasant subject, and it leads me to some element of post-traumatic stress disorder. So try and bear with me when I try and push into the latter half of all of this, because again, it's just so repulsive and literally makes me sick. It's something that I've tried to express many times, and there's nothing that really does it justice, no matter how many times I talk about it. I don't think people really understand just how serious the situation is. Why my father, my biological father, did what he felt he had to do. And Peter Moon himself says, it's hard for people to process Hitler. It's not something that you should advertise too much, or something of that nature. I can understand what he's saying, but honestly, it's something that I think he's really got to learn to accept as what I am. So when it comes to what I am, he's got to accept that, and we'll deal with it from there. Okay, let's see if I can remember exactly what I've said before in the past about Karl Marx in particular, because he's something that, again, makes me sick. And the effect that he has on the world today is, of course, a legacy of mass murder. It's not something that anyone generally understands, and so I'll do my best to make certain that they do. Okay, again, let me see if I can think of the man who started it all, in a sense. Basically, Karl Marx, an individual who, of course, was known as Rabbi Mordecai Levy by his Jewish name. Rabbi here is not a religious title. It's the guy's actual name. And notice it says you can try to call. Okay, thank you, honey. I might do that towards the very end when I'm about to sign off. I'm going to see if I can do this some justice right now and speak of the subject at hand. Actually do it, what I can in the time we have remaining. Okay, so when it comes to Karl Marx, whose original name was Rabbi Mordecai Levy, again, Rabbi being his first name, not a religious title, these are the people who cobbled together a nihilist ideology that led to a destruction so massive that we're still tabulating the cost of it to this very day. Basically what happened was that upon expulsion from the Royal Russian Law School of Kazan University in 1891 for forging his own certificate of graduation, Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov pseudonymously Lenin of Kazan, founded and headed the more hubristic and militant branch of Bolshevism, gathering 21 co-conspirators in St. Petersburg on the Baltic. In his day, the capital of all the Russias, Great Russia, White Russia, and the Ukraine. That year, Lenin of Kazan opened proceedings by announcing that the score of them together would conquer planet Earth with but the 12 revolvers among them. And they proceeded with the relentless intensity of men possessed to establish one of the most brutal tyrannies in the history of the human race, ultimately exporting this form of tyranny not just to regions of the West, but to China and its environs, resulting by time of the forced reunification of both Vietnams in 1975 into 1/3, 33% of all humanity, both forcibly and forcibly, forcibly and forcefully, attempting to realize the ideological fantasies of the anti-prophet Karl Marx through such semi-ritualized mass sacrifices as state-organized genocide, state-organized mass starvation, and the all-pervasive state-organized murder and torture of individuals. And these pogroms and aggressions instigated over the course of these regimes has resulted in 1.5 times the number of deaths caused by the Second World War's proactive phase of prosecution of hostilities. An extinguished population equivalent to the present populations of the United States and Canada combined. Over 300 million lives, a veritable superpower of the dead. Even after collapse of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics and its East European satellite states, more people today still languish under governments legally recognized as one-party communist states than live within multi-party democracies. These social models of centralized planning are, by definition, government by conspiracy. Violently installed bureaucracies, unfathomable in nature, implacable in function, and very, very cold. Now, this is what brings us to the reality of Jewish communism. Many of communism's opponents, and especially individuals who were eyewitness to its atrocities, vigorously pointed out that the communists and world Jewry were cooperating with each other hand in glove. After all, the communist political philosophy was the invention of a Jew, Karl Marx, and many of the communist leaders in the Soviet Union were Jews. This lent all credibility to the long-standing fears, as outlined in the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, itself a forgery, but virtual truth, among other publications, that the Jews were making their move to take over all the world, not just North America, by economic means and mass murder. Furthermore, as communism spread throughout Europe, many Jews became leaders in the various communist organizations that evolved. The belief that communism was a Jewish conspiracy was all but confirmed, for the majority, by the unsuccessful revolution which had started in Germany in late 1918, vanguarded by the Jewish-led Spartacus League, and in March of 1919 by another communist revolution in Hungary, led by another Jew named Bela Kun. Kun's revolution succeeded in taking over the Hungarian government and lasted until August, when it was ousted by the Hungarian military. For anybody with any modicum of awareness in Europe, communism was no longer just communism, it was now Jewish communism. And that, of course, is what brings us to the horrors of, say, for instance, the kind of Jews that ruled in the Soviet Union and the crimes that they committed from, well, effectively the very top of the food chain. In September of 1936, Nikolai Yezhov, the Iron People's Commissar, succeeded Gigi Yagoda, the dreaded police chief of the NKVD, the precursor to the KGB, and proceeded to give his name to the bloodiest period of Stalin's purges, the Yezhov-China. In his desk, Yezhov kept the bullets wrapped in paper with the victims' names on each, which had terminated the lives of Bukharin, Zinoviev, and other top leaders. The bullet administered to execute his own former boss, Yagoda, was later to be found among them. During the Great Purge of 1937 through 1938, anyone with independent thought was assassinated, executed, tortured, and are slandered by the Stalin-Yezhov-Lysenko triumvirate, a three-man chamber known as a troika, for fear that they might lead a coup or opposition movement. By 1938, yet a further 21 million Russians, separate from the ongoing pogroms outlined in the past episodes I've transmitted, lost their lives thusly, and 30 millions more were sent to the Gulag, an acronym for Glavnoye or Gosударственное управление Исправительного Трудовых лагерей, the Chief of State's Administration for Corrective Labor Camps. Responsibilities regarding control of prisoners on prisons and labor camps, and guarding state borders, and extrajudicial tribunals involving internees or intercepted migrants, etc. The areas of responsibility as per July of 1934 would eventually expand by July of 1941 to include other labor camps in different branches of the economy, the interior troops, the creation of special operational techniques, and even control of the nation-state archives, etc. The Premier's penitentiary system in Siberia. Now, when it came to this system of Yezhov, it also brings to mind, how do I express this? The pact, of course, which many people often point out in history as some kind of collaboration, not understanding any of the rationale behind it. If I attempt to remember correctly, let me think of some of what comes to mind with the pact between Nazi Germany and the Greater Soviet Union. In what I do remember coming to my mind right now is that by April of 1939, when the NKVD experienced yet another violent change of command, Beria had used his position as head of special research programs to infiltrate enough of his personality cultists in place to strike the bloody dwarf Yezhov down, who was painfully Jewish, and insert himself as NKVD chief to establish, in conjunction with the General Secretary of the Soviet Communist Party, Stalin himself, an ethnic Caucasoid mafia over the Russian state, aping the foreign dynasty arrangements that had held China, India, and Egypt, both classical and modern, down for centuries. In order to stabilize this floundering whale, a trade agreement was struck with the Third Reich on August 19th of 1939. This was reinforced by the Commun-Nazi Non-Aggression Pact of August 23rd of 1939, signed in Moscow. Full Nazi-Soviet cooperation seemed to be cemented with their dual powers invasion and occupation of Poland between September 17th through the 29th of 1939. This alliance was to be severely tested in a mere 12 months, when Stalin took advantage of the peace to launch an all-out invasion of Finland on November 30th of 1939. Since World War II was considered to have started on September 1st of that year between Germany and the Western colonial empires of France and Great Britain, the Soviets declared that by launching their opportunistic strike at the West, they were effectively initiating World War III, complete with a phony war phase mirroring the Atlantic conflict, where the major belligerents stood off, stared down, and jockeyed for position. Now, in terms of that jockey, basically the most, how would I say this? There was a massive ongoing joint military game, a war game. Just joint military maneuvers conducted between Germany and Russia, providing intensive scrutiny of their respective war machines. The Third Reich had unified the command structures of the Balkan Axis nations, economically integrated into the German-dominated exchange rate system, under what was the original Warschau-Vertrag Warsaw Pact, or Warvert, or War Pact Treaty, establishing mutual defense organization at that point in history centered on Berlin. Those massive war games all took place on Russian soil because Central Europe lacked the space to practice modern mobile warfare. By wargaming various operational scenarios in conjunction with their open trade policy, Russia absorbed technological liaison and modernization technique, while proceeding to conduct the Third World War by aggressively expanding their western front, literally invading and annexing territories from Germany's War Pact member state, Romania, on June 29th of 1940, and then invading and occupying 3 other War Pact signatories in toto on August 29th, 1940, on the Baltic littoral. The nations of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, countries that had traditionally been identified as Western by heritage of the Hanseatic League and historic vassalage under the Order of Teutonic Knights. These were Germanic peoples, and Stalin was exultant that the bulwark defensive alignment of nations organized to act as a buffer against revolutionary communism for Western civilization was proving to be a paper tiger led by appeasement-oriented straw giants like Germany's Führer, Adolf Hitler, as he viewed him, and Romania's premier, the conjugator, the Führer of the Romanian people, al Statului, the Marshal, the Marshal General, Ion Antonescu, the Presidente al Consiliului, lui de Ministri, because Italy was a member of the Axis, but not the Balkan Warsaw Pact, as Il Duce Benito Mussolini maintained, he maintained his empire as an independent great power, ally of the Third Reich. General de Gaulle's France was later to follow his example by NATO withdrawal and colonial entanglements that ultimately entrapped the American Empire, as Italy's Greek adventure dragged in Germany. Stalin proceeded to set in motion a massive masterstroke by exploiting the joint commun-Nazi maneuvers as camouflage for positioning elements poised for the in-depth invasion of Germany itself, a first strike that would be more than welcome by the very colonial and capitalist powers that he intended as his ultimate targets. Now, you see, the Warsaw Pact forces of the Germans centered on Berlin, the Axis satellite miners, the nation-states of White Russia and Ukraine, and all the Balkan states, now that the Baltic nations of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania were occupied. They were already withdrawing from Soviet soil to amass on the borders of their respective nations. As far as Stalin was concerned, the Axis had lost on maneuvers just as it would when engulfed in the current Third World War. Indeed, Hitler was apparently so anxious to curry Stalin's favor that he continued to cultivate the Soviets people as allies, even going so far as to offer Russia a chance to join the tripartite pact signed by Germany, Japan, and Italy on September 27th in 1940, an offer Stalin rebuked as he simply refused to be appeased anymore. As a diversionary measure, the communist dictator kept part of his non-aggression pact, his part of the non-aggression pact regarding resource allocation as the primary reason for Central Europe's cowing to his overt aggressions, which was their lack of colonies or hinterlands to exploit that Western Europe, the United States, and Russia possessed, rendering Mitteleuropa, Central Europe, totally dependent on external mercies as it is today. Between February of 1940 and June of 1941, the Greater Soviet Union sent Nazi Germany 12 million tons of grains and large amounts of chrome and manganese ore. Copper was even purchased from the United States and passed on to the Germans to bypass America's unofficial blockade of the Third Reich. Stalin calculated that the German investment would pay 100% once he absorbed German industry by force majeure. By June of 1941, a large part of the Red Army had been stationed on their western front and was on high alert. But one aspect of all of this, an analysis conducted by Stalin's nomenclatura, his intelligentsia, basically felt that German and Axis refugees would probably flood Russian territories once hostilities commenced. So to prevent any potential harboring of such migratory movements, Stalin ordered the massive deportation of Lithuanians, Latvians, and Estonians to Siberia in mid-June that year. These people were considered to be of good Nordic stock by the Nazis, and historical allies of the successive Germanic Reichs, who would now never be accessible to the eugenics program of Aryanization. Whereas the communists had sated their belligerency till this point in time by stealing space, they now proceeded to steal race. The response was immediate, and an inescapable obligation as seen by Reichskanzler Adolf Hitler, for the same reasons that he had articulated concerning a statement of war with the Czechs over the Sudetenland, that he was intervening on behalf of a persecuted ethnic minority, in this case entire nationalities, bordering the Reich. And so there was another factor, as the largest multinational blitzkrieg, the lightning war in history, struck on Sunday morning, dated June 22nd in 1941. You see, in the time we have remaining, I want people to understand that what really led to the Holocaust was the fact that the Jews had recommenced an annihilation. What was going on in the Ukraine at that time of the war was that you had formerly the Jewish Pale of Settlement with the collapse of the Khazar dynasty. When this warrior tribe of enigmatic Turks had converted to Judaism en masse during one of the great Jewish holocausts, meaning their crusade, their jihad, their holy war to forcibly convert other peoples. When they had converted successfully the Khazars, and the Khazars formed a dynasty that enslaved many thousands of Slavs, millions of Slavic peoples, from whence we get the very term slave. The Khazar dynasty, upon its collapse, spread into a diaspora of refugees throughout Eastern Central Europe in what became the Jewish Pale of Settlement. Carrying on the Jewish tradition of being the people of the book, they became the accountants, the educated class, the closest thing they had to a middle class in an otherwise feudal aristocracy of the Tsardom. The people who could read and write, whereas all the peasants were left uneducated and illiterate throughout Russia. Only the nobility counted on this Jewish middle class to become the dentists, the doctors, the attorneys, the litigators and lawyers and legislators, the bookkeepers and doctors, the power class of the Russian Empire. The Russians attempted to keep them at bay with forgeries like the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, but ultimately with the collapse of the Tsardom and the coming of the communists and the slaughter of the nobility, nobody was left in the Russian peasantry of either Ukraine or Belarus or Mother Russia itself who could read and write. They all signed with either an X or a bloody thumbprint on any document presented to them that had to be read to them before they could even impart their agreement. The only people who could read and write were the Jews, who were then made the commissars of the greater Soviet Empire. It became a Judeo-commissarocracy with machine guns. Now, nearly a quarter of all the world's black soil, the most fertile soil on Earth, whereas the rest of farming on planet Earth generally is subsistence farming, where farmers have to use all the land that they can grab to feed themselves and their families, whereas that's the normal case. Black soil allows people to produce a harvest in abundance that has a surplus, something they can sell to other nations, other peoples, and thereby earn their nation an income based on foodstuffs. The vast majority, at least 25% of the world's black soil is located in Ukraine. Because of this, the Judeo-Bolshevik Commissarocracy deigned that the only thing that stood in the way of feeding the Russian people in the midst of famine was the Ukrainians. So they confiscated and shipped all of the food to Russia, leaving the Ukrainians to starve in what was known as the Holodomor, the massacre of the Ukrainian peoples in which over 15 million Ukrainians died. These people, 15 million, that's more people than even I say died in the Holocaust at the number of 12 million, or the 6 million that the Jews themselves claim. Yes, the Ukrainians therefore sided on the side of the Third Reich voluntarily and with every good reason. This is why the Ukrainians became a Nazi power in Central Europe, one of the greatest German allies, and why the Russians hate them and want to annihilate them today. So anyone who thinks the Ukrainians are villains is advertising their ignorance. They are on the side of Reich and right. They're on the side of right as they were at the time they were on the side of the Third Reich. So understand that that's the Ukrainian we must support. That's the Ukraine America supports and must continue to do so because we must bring about Russia's downfall under Vladimir Putin. Think about everything that I'm saying with the Jews that have never stopped killing. How many millions of people have they killed throughout the ages? So many we cannot count. At least 1 billion bitten out of humanity that can never be recovered. It's a crime in my biological father's mind that they even existed. All this was going down the Holodomor before the Germans invaded. When the Germans invaded, they were looked upon as liberators. And my biological sire Adolf Hitler looked upon as one of the greatest heroes of them all. Think instead as well upon their inheritors, the heirs of their legacy of Judaism over Russia. Vladimir Putin, who ordered the shooting down in July of 2014 of the Boeing 777 that flew at 33,000 feet over eastern Ukraine, the MH17, killing all 298 people on board, including a senior citizen in their 90s and a child as young as 9. Not to mention an infant or 2 on board and a pregnant mother whose child in the womb was never counted. Every major AIDS researcher on Earth was on board that plane with the cure for AIDS. 193 people on that plane were Dutch citizens, people of the same nation, the same culture as Dan van der Meulen, the man who defends Vladimir Putin and preaches the Russian narrative that the Ukrainians are the villains and Russia is the great hero. And of all of those people, well over 100 of them were AIDS researchers who had found the cure for AIDS. Now, Vladimir Putin considers AIDS a gay disease and ordered that plane shot down so that gays would continue dying of AIDS. Instead, the majority of victims of AIDS are black. The number of people who have died from AIDS since Vladimir Putin shot down that plane with the cure for AIDS on board has been 51.3 million people. 51.3 million people! Because Vladimir Putin denied the cure to the human race. And you call my biological sire Adolf Hitler the worst mass murderer in history? And you, of all people, Van der Meulen, our man Dan in the Netherlands, forgets the lives of all his fellow Dutchmen and women lost on that plane. All the lives taken by this man, and honor him as the savior for Europe? That Slovakia and Hungary and these useful idiots now side with? Promoting the Russian narrative that Ukraine is not real? That the genocide of Ukrainians should be finished? Carried to its ultimate end? Okay, with that, we bring on two other people. I've had my say for today. We will go back to the subject of Ukraine inevitably and inescapably. I'm going to call two people right now to kind of usher us out of transmission for tonight. Both George Knight and Victoria Lauren Hobbs. George, it says you're not online. So, yeah, there's no answer from George. Let's start with Victoria Hobbs and see if we can bring George online. And see if she rings. We're connecting, Victoria. See if you can grab 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8. Be about 8:44 where you're at. There we are, honey. Let's see if we can add George Knight. So, I've spent myself. If you have anything to share, share it with our audience. And, blessed be, honey. I'm so glad to have you aboard.
Hello.
Hey, honey. So glad to have you. As I said, I've spent myself outlining why my father ultimately came to the point where he felt he did what he had to do. Aside from all of that history which led him to that conclusion, do say hello to people and, wish them a happy day and introduce yourself and give a little thought, whatever thoughts you care to share.
Me?
Yes! Yes, it's just you and me.
I just had a fun quote we could read.
Yes.
It's very heartwarming. What do we want? Should we do a Lenin quote or a Leon Trotsky quote?
Either one is fine. George Knight has joined us, and say hello to George Knight. I'd like to introduce the both of you formally. George Knight, this is the lovely Victoria Lauren Hobbs. Victoria Lauren Hobbs, this is George Knight.
Good morning again, George.
Yes.
Hi again, Victoria.
Yes.
Hi there.
Speak to you. Thank you,
I have introduced you both in the past. Yes, our man George, he's the closest thing I have to an heir apparent. If anyone understands my ideology and history better than George, I don't know who they are. So George is going to share with us some of his thoughts and observations after Victoria shares a quote from either Lenin or Trotsky or both.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes. So proceed, dear young lady.
So I guess let's do a Leon Trotsky quote,
Yes.
whose original name is Lev Davidovich Bronstein.
Yes.
It goes like this. We must turn Russia into a desert populated by white Negroes, upon whom we shall impose a tyranny such as the most terrible Eastern despots had never dreamt of. It will be a red tyranny and not a white one. We mean the word red literally because we shall shed such floods of blood as will make all human losses suffered in the capitalist wars pale by comparison. The biggest bankers across the ocean will work in the closest possible contact with. If we win the revolution, we shall establish the power of Zionism upon the wreckage of the revolution's funeral, and we shall become a power before which the whole world will sink to its knees. We shall show what real power is by means of terror and bloodbaths, we shall reduce the Russian intelligentsia to a state of complete stupefaction and idiocy and to an animal existence.
Absolutely, and they tried to do so literally by chimerically hybridizing them with the lower order of primates to create a race of half-human troglodytes, breeding them with chimpanzees and various other monkeys to create some primatoid examples of subhumanity. This is actually quite true. It's not science fiction. People can look this up themselves. And I want people to understand a lovely quote from Noticer TM. She's quoting, of course, Rabbi Stephen S. Weitz, who historically did say, Stephen Weiss said this, the rabbi, some call it Marxism, I call it Judaism. This is all quite true. These are not false quotes. Honey, what's your other quote from Lenin before we turn to George?
From Lenin. It says, "It is precisely now and only now, when in the starving regions people are eating human flesh and hundreds, if not thousands of corpses are littering the roads, that we can, and therefore must, carry out the confiscation of church valuables with the most savage and merciless energy, not stopping short of crushing any resistance."
Thank you. Yes, so this is the attitude of these people. Goddess bless you, honey. Love you dearly, and you have all my admiration and adoration. So, George, take advantage of this time we have remaining, which is only really about 10 minutes, and give us all you got in 10 minutes, and hopefully we can catch up again on Sunday, which will be here soon enough. And I'll try and call you privately before then, if at all possible. In the meantime, yes, tell us what you think most needs to be emphasized in the last 10 minutes of this program, and then both of you say good day to our audiences, and we'll close the transmission.
Oh, wonderful, Douglas. Yeah, so no, and the quotes, it's what we've said before in the show with the Zionist quotes, that the Theodor Herzl and all the notorious Zionists, such as Vladimir Trelinsky, they all scholars and academics to this day always disregard that they said. It's something that it's so important that this does get brought up. Thank you, Victoria, for sharing the quotes, and anyone can verify and vet these quotes that these men have said. And so it's highly disregarded to this day, yeah. So, but yes, no, I do beg your pardon, Douglas. I wish I could come on sooner. I'm done for my day now, but I wish I could have come on. But yes, I'm looking forward to joining you on Sunday's transmission. And I was hoping to bring up about the situation with World War II and the atomic bombs, the conversations I've been having with that, and the fact that most people's general consensus to this day believe that North Korea, the way they have been able to obtain a nuclear arsenal, is through the support and the alliance with Russia. And of course, nothing could be more further from the truth. If you look at in the Ukraine, once East and West Germany, after the fall of the Berlin Wall, they told them to make a promise. We will not attack you or invade you if you hand over all your nuclear weapons.
Yes, and that's our answer. That's our answer to Dan Vandermeulen, who was claiming that America is somehow breaking these promises that never existed about expanding NATO. There were no promises about not expanding NATO or the European Union, whereas the Ukrainians surrendered their entire strategic bomber fleet, their Black Sea fleet, one of the largest nuclear fleets in the world, as well as all their nuclear arsenal to the Russians under a signature signed not just by the Russians, but the co-signatory nations were America and Great Britain, under the promise with these witnesses, that Russia would never invade, which of course they promptly did. And this is the Russians have broken the promise. Now, of course, Victoria Lauren Hobbs reminds me that when I talk about destroying Russia, that the enemy is not the Russian people. Of course not.
No, exactly.
Yeah, and it's we're talking about the government. Yes, dear Victoria. So I assure you that's what we mean. And by all means, we turn it back to George Knight. I might have some other things which I'll interject with, but by all means, continue. Yes.
Oh no, beg your pardon. Thank you very much, Douglas. Well, that's the absurdity and the outlandish statements, the farce that when people assume that North Korea somehow obtained their nuclear arsenal through being provided by them, by the Russian Federation, which is all the former Soviet Union, which is completely absurd, because what they did in Ukraine, they don't want nation states to have nuclear weapons. So the way that the North Koreans were able to ascertain it or manufacture their own was out of these old World War II era Japanese manufacturing facilities, which they're in during this time of the Second World War. Korea belonged to Japan, and it was an occupation by Japan.
Yes.
And I went into the Conan complex, which is right in the center part of that peninsula, which is the division between North and South to this day. And across that peninsula is what referred to as the demilitarized zone. And I was presenting to many of my colleagues and former colleagues that, the demilitarized zone is a man-made known object that can be seen from the surface of the moon, from the lunar surface, and being confirmed by astronauts themselves. And so this is the complete absurdity and just the farce that.
Well, I think the best way to rub it in their face is to give them the evidence that it's Vladimir Putin who visited North Korea begging the North Koreans for weapons.
Yeah.
The Russians are getting weapons from the North Koreans, not the other way around. So rub that in their face. Yeah.
Jesus, yeah, and absolutely, and that's just been on the news just very recently. So it's been noted several times. And very quickly, Douglas, because I was under the employment of a former communist, my former boss from my previous employment. And when you mention to Brooke about whataboutism, which is a Soviet ploy, is an ad hominem counter attack or argument to when the ever presented by any form of international community or committee that would question war crimes against humanity or atrocities committed by the former Soviet Union, the counter argument was, well, what about the atrocities committed by the United States? And so this was the same. I had to endure this for 12 years. If I ever presented anything, it was, well, what about you? What about you've done this? And that was, it's so noted. That was obviously a form of a ploy or a tactic that was indoctrinated upon the communist nation, under communism, under the communist blocks. Any nation that was part of the communist bloc in Europe, and my former boss was part of that.
Yeah.
She would use this tactics on everyone.
Yeah.
And so I had to endure this for 12 years.
Oh my God.
And it was until
maddening. Maddening.
Yeah. Yes. And that was so it was very interesting that when you brought that up, and it was like, well, yes, exactly. I can attest to that through personal experience from what I've had to endure for 12 years. That's just what I wanted to share, just in brief summary, Douglas. So thank you.
Thank you. No, that's.
I know we've got a short time.
Very important. And Victoria, have you encountered this? You've argued with people quite a bit over many of these issues, and have you